Chapter 1: The eldest son never wavers. The Wei family is renowned in Yeqing for having 5 sons, as aside from the eldest, the other siblings have all achieved considerable success, garnering both fame and fortune. At this moment, Wei Xia, the eldest son, lies in a hospital room, coughing unconsciously and expelling blood. The nurse regards him with disdain, unwilling to extend her help to this unkempt and repugnant middle-aged man. This is particularly true given his notorious past, having once traversed the grey and white realms of Yeqing, a man who committed countless misdeeds and frequented the police station, leaving a trail of infamy. Nurse Chen Xiaoye, with a look of disgust, hastily wipes away the blood, adjusts the respirator on Wei Xia, and then, donning a faute of feigned politeness, scurries to the corridor where 4 distinguished individuals await. Wei Pingshang, the second son and chairman of Yeqing Glass Industry Company, Limited, is 39 years old and at the pinnacle of his career, ranked 7th in personal wealth nationwide. Clad in an expensive suit, he possesses an imposing stature and remarkable demeanor, yet he paces restlessly, exuding irritation. Is he dead yet? Wei Pingshang's tone is laced with impatience, as he cannot even bring himself to utter the words elder brother. Since his earliest memories, he has witnessed how Wei Xia abandoned him and their younger siblings, often demanding money from him. Due to his brother's disgraceful actions, he has been looked down upon in the business world. Why is he still alive? How audacious to resist arrest with a firearm! Wei Pingzhang, the third son, strides back and forth. Unlike his affluent brother, Wei Pingzhang holds a prominent position as the Deputy Minister of Economy in Shihai City, exuding an air of authority. In the face of this elder brother, Wei Pingzhang feels nothing but contempt. With his boundless prospects and numerous accolades from the state media, he is regarded as the most outstanding minister in Dongchang province, the only blemish on his record being the existence of a brother steeped in sin. The patient's breath is faint. He is unlikely to survive the next few days, Nurse Chen Xiaoye whispers, her gaze cast downward before the 4 figures. At last, he will be gone. The Wei family shall then have a clear path, free from this disgrace, declares Wei Pingyang, the 4th daughter, the most uniquely poised among them. Though 35 and dressed modestly, her stature is paramount. Wei Pingyang serves as a senior director at the Research Institute, leading a project on brainwave engineering, having achieved significant breakthroughs at Alliance forums. Her position is of great importance, with the Alliance providing her with bodyguards and security. Sister, your team's brainwave equipment should be ready for experimentation, shouldn't it? Let's test it on him. I wish not to witness his descent into depravity. I yearn to see our parents through Wei Xia's eyes, she expresses with a yearning heart. Wei Pingling, the 5th daughter, aged 30, possesses extraordinary beauty. As a rising star in the entertainment industry, she is often referred to as the Queen of Music due to the prestigious status of her siblings. At this moment, Wei Pingling is no longer the radiant, confident figure gracing the stage. Her eyes glisten with tears, as she dreams of discovering the truth of her parents' identities. What were they truly like? Why did they leave behind no photographs? Why did they so heartlessly entrust them to an utterly irresponsible and incompetent elder brother? The cerebral wave device, academically referred to as the Przednia Gu, is a groundbreaking invention developed by Wei Pingyang in collaboration with a Polish team specializing in brainwave research. This innovative apparatus connects the 2 hemispheres of the human brain, allowing for the extraction of memories through the cross-control of corresponding limbs. Remarkably, it enables simultaneous connection between 2 individuals, allowing one person to inhabit the body of another during their childhood, thereby altering and experiencing their life. Wei Pingling yearns to utilize this device to glimpse her parents through the perspective of her elder brother, a familial affection she has never received throughout her life. She expresses her desire, let the visuals from this brainwave device be broadcasted across the internet. I shall become the childhood version of Wei Xia, simultaneously presenting a contrast with the original formation of Wei Xia's memories. I intend to demonstrate to the world what it truly means to embody the role of the eldest son, declares Wei Pingshang, the second son of the Wei family, as he makes a decisive announcement. The brainwave device is set to stream live at 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve. 1. Wei Pingshang will guide the audience back several decades, as his consciousness enters the childhood of Wei Xia, aiming to illustrate what it means to be a true elder brother. 2. The memories of Wei Xia will be played back, showcasing a narrative of irresponsibility and evasion, thus serving as a cautionary example of an inadequate eldest son. 2 lives, 1 individual. This juxtaposition will unfold. Excellent. Subsequently, we will all don the device in succession, transforming into the childhood version of Wei Xia, allowing the audience to witness how we, as Wei Xia, should conduct ourselves as the eldest son. Asserts Wei Pingzhang, the 3rd son of the Wei family, recognizing the significant promotional advantage this will bring to his future endeavors. Wei Ping Yang, the fourth daughter, nods in agreement. With less than 2 days until New Year's Eve, they must act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen demise of Wei Xia. Wei Pingxing initiates fundraising efforts for the promotion of this New Year's program under the guise of a business association. Wei Pingzheng rapidly arranges for the program's launch through his personal connections, simultaneously amplifying the official promotional efforts. Wei Pingyang arrives at the hospital with the brainwave device and a technological team to equip Wei Xia with the necessary apparatus. Wei Pingling, leveraging her status as a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, rallies her celebrity friends to promote the live broadcast of Memory Retrospection, the comparison of the eldest son's life. Members of the Wei family, along with their extended relatives, flock to the hospital, while journalists from various publications arrive in droves. As midnight approaches, the program gains unprecedented popularity. Memory Retrospection, the comparison of the eldest son's life, ascends to the top of trending topics on Weibo and TikTok, heralded as a groundbreaking truth-telling program for New Year's Eve. The show features an array of prominent figures, including elite businessmen, rising political stars, representatives from scientific research, and the entertainment sector, all embodying the esteemed Wei family. Now, all eyes converge upon the top-tier critical care unit of the First People's Hospital of Yicheng. The room is filled with cameras and recording equipment. Inside the ward lies a frail, emaciated middle-aged man, his hair disheveled, and tattoos sprawling across his chest and back. His brow is perpetually furrowed, revealing an inner turmoil laden with sorrow. Wei Xia's life hangs by a thread, his chest rising and falling weakly, his consciousness only a faint whisper of clarity. Wei Xia sensed the presence of an apparatus affixed to his head, establishing a cerebral wave linked to his pituitary gland. He could hear the familiar voices of his younger siblings, an overwhelming desire to open his eyes and behold them surged within him, yet his strength had waned. With a weary silence, he reflected on the decades that had passed, during which he had ultimately fulfilled the promise made to his parents, to nurture his siblings into accomplished individuals and to bring the perpetrator to justice. In his quest to protect his siblings, his actions remained shrouded in secrecy and misunderstanding. But it mattered little. As the eldest son, he bore the responsibility of holding the family together. After years of relentless struggle, Wei Xia finally felt worthy of this title. In the twilight of his life, as he teetered on the brink of oblivion, he seemed to be transported back to the fateful night of his parents' demise, hearing the echoes of his childhood self. I am the eldest son, without descendants, without wealth, 2,000 miles from home. This life has been a relentless pursuit of vengeance, a commitment to my siblings' success. Have I accomplished this? I am the eldest. I shall be the pillar of support for the future. I must grow strong, even if it means perishing on this path. As a brother, there is no retreat, only forward movement. I am the eldest son. I shall die on the path of revitalizing my family's legacy, in the dazzling night of my siblings' lives, on the day when our parents' vengeance is avenged. Have I succeeded? Wei Xiao's gaze became distant as the cerebral wave apparatus emitted a series of beeping sounds. Memory retrieval, life comparison device connection successful.
Chapter 2, The Eldest Son's Life Experience. On the eve of the Lunar New Year in 2025, the biting cold winds swept through the air. It was a day when families across the nation gathered together, engrossed in their phones and television, indulging in food and drink. Even the inmates in prison were watching television, experiencing the warmth of reunion on this most joyous occasion. The top trending topic on Weibo read, a retrospective of the eldest son's life in the Wei family. The simulation begins. The 4 children of the Wei family will portray the life of the eldest son, allowing the audience to understand the essence of what it means to be an elder sibling. Meanwhile, Douyin's top trend declared, the second son of the Wei family asserts his intention to simulate the life of the eldest son, contrasting it with his brother's misguided path, aiming to illustrate the true image of an exemplary eldest brother. Today's headlines on Tushio featured the 4th daughter of the Wei family in an interview. If I were to simulate the life of the eldest son, I would embody an extraordinarily remarkable character, whether as an eldest son or daughter. The Northern Morning News reported an interview with the 5th daughter of the Wei family, Wei Pingling, stating, I will simulate the life of the eldest son, creating a stark contrast with my brother's decayed existence. I must demonstrate the true essence of what an eldest son should be. At 6 o'clock on New Year's Eve. With 2 hours remaining before the live broadcast of the program, the Wei family's show had already garnered over 2 million online reservations, causing more than 10 television stations to postpone their recordings in favor of simultaneous airing. The moment the teaser was released, 8 million viewers locked onto the channel. The official title of the program was The Eldest Son Comparison, and it was even broadcast live overseas, translated as Two Life Paths, The Eldest Son Comparison. At precisely 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve, the brainwave research team activated their equipment. In the ward, brainwave projection devices were set up. And Wei Pingsheng donned the brainwave equipment. Shortly, you would return to the body of Weixia 30 years prior in the year 1995. Where you would control his being and make new choices in life. Another screen displayed Weixia's original life trajectory. The juxtaposition began, one screen depicting your simulation of the eldest son's life, and the other revealing the life of the original eldest son, Weixia. As the brainwave research professor concluded his explanation, Wei Pingsheng nodded calmly. As the second son of the Wei family and a figure of business prominence, he was composed and ready. He was determined to show the world how he would lead the Wei family towards a prosperous path if he were the eldest son. The equipment was activated. The audience witnessed the first scene, on the winter's eve of 1995. The mining district of Baita town erupted in a cacophony of fireworks and firecrackers. Wei Pingsheng, now inhabiting the body of the 18-year-old Weixia, began to experience the life of the eldest son. In this first scene, Wei Pingsheng saw his parents joyfully making dumplings. Just as he felt the urge to excitedly call out to them, a sudden crash of a car against the door was heard, followed by gunfire and shouting. A thunderous explosion shook the house, leaving Wei Pingsheng momentarily paralyzed in shock at the face of such overwhelming violence. His father called out to him, realizing he was frozen in place, and quickly pulled him through the back door, shoving him into a pile of corn stalks. Crouched in the corn stalks, Wei Pingsheng, a business prodigy, was unaccustomed to such direct brutality, especially in such a sudden encounter. He was utterly disoriented. After what felt like an eternity, he cautiously emerged from the corn stalks and made his way to the front door, gazing at the shattered entrance as he stepped into the courtyard. As Wei Pingsheng beheld the scene before him, he trembled uncontrollably, rendered speechless and stunned. He gazed in bewilderment at the interior of the house, where dishes lay shattered across the floor, and the bedding was soaked in gasoline, igniting into a fierce blaze. Inside, his parents bore ashen faces, continually coughing up blood, their mouths exuding a noxious pesticide odor. His father lay lifeless, a knife wound piercing his chest, the blood dark and congealed. With a last flicker of strength, his mother crawled to him, her increasingly icy hand caressing her eldest son. "My child," she murmured, "you must not cry anymore. You must go to your grandmother's house to care for your younger siblings. You are the eldest, you cannot weep. Take good care of them. Do not seek revenge for us, just live well. Do not approach those people, they are mad." With each cough, she whispered, her discomfort prompting her to strain against the agony, trying to expel her very lungs. Eventually, her complexion darkened further until she collapsed to the ground, still grasping her eldest son's hand in death. Wei Pingsheng stood in shock, gradually regaining fragments of his memory as he stared at the inferno before him, murmuring to himself, "I recall now, that year, Weixia came to fetch us from our grandmother's house. He said our parents had gone out, that the house had caught fire. It was not a mere accident of fire, it was a deliberate act of vengeance against his parents." But why had Weixia lied? Confusion washed over him. And then a sudden calmness enveloped him. "You were afraid, weren't you?" he shouted in fury, slapping himself in a frantic attempt to maintain composure. Without hesitation, he rushed to knock on the neighbor's door. No one answered. The other neighbors, gripped by fear and intent on avoiding danger, chose not to respond, leaving Wei Pingsheng to pound on the door in vain. Outside, stray dogs howled, and household dogs barked, firecrackers exploded throughout the town, and fireworks danced across the sky. Exhausted, Wei Pingsheng relinquished his futile knocking, seething at the town with disdain. "My parents helped the villagers so much, yet now, they are all cowards." He mounted his family's bicycle, intending to ride the 8 miles to the police station, only to discover that the tires had been punctured. Gritting his teeth, he pedaled onward. the wheels sinking heavily into the muck. He fell several times, yet his resolve remained unyielding as he pressed forward. "I will show you what it means to be the eldest son," he roared, exhibiting his tenacity as he braved the snowfall. Finally, after an hour's struggle, he arrived at the police station, the road a treacherous expanse of mud and water from the rain. Upon entering, Wei Pingsheng was taken aback to find only 2 elderly officers on duty. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing his account, and they hastily contacted the county police. For the mining community was too remote, lacking adequate law enforcement until after 1998 when the station was finally fully staffed. The police car would take 3 hours to arrive, hindered by the muddy passage. The elder officers conveyed this reality to him, and Wei Pingsheng's agitation grew. The journey had drained all his patience. At 18, his body felt weak, and he waited wearily at the station, borrowing a phone in preparation to call his grandmother's house. In that moment, he paused, pondering how to convey the dire news to his grandmother and younger siblings. In this chapter of his life, he bore the weight of being the eldest son. After much contemplation, he resolved to speak the truth. "Grandmother, grandfather, my parents have been harmed. Please hurry and bring more people." Wei Pingsheng remained remarkably composed. He resolved to approach the situation with a business mindset, confident that the truth would soon be uncovered. On the other end of the line, he heard the anguished cries and wails of his younger siblings. A tumult of emotions surged within him, and he questioned whether, as the eldest son, he was making the right decision. Yet, it mattered not. Gritting his teeth, Wei Pingsheng was determined not to evade responsibility like Wei Xia. He was resolute in his quest to uncover the truth behind his parents' assailants and to care for and support each of his younger siblings. This was the essence of being an elder brother. Subsequently, with calm decisiveness, Wei Pingsheng informed the veteran police officer to prepare medical masks and enlist fingerprint and footprint collection experts. He requested a substantial number of citizens to block and search, establishing checkpoints at every thoroughfare. He called for interviews with the villagers and initiated a reward for information. It was imperative to obtain physical evidence and incriminating proof, leading to the immediate capture of the perpetrators. The seasoned officer at the town's police station could not help but commend the young man for his poise, decisiveness, and comprehensive thinking. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng's experience as the eldest son began to captivate the entire audience. The scene unfolded like a gripping cinematic narrative, filled with dramatic tension and striking visuals. The atmosphere of the 1995 era was palpable, and the authentic dialogues allowed the viewers to feel Wei Pingsheng's emotional state. During the New Year's Eve live broadcast on Douyin, the barrage of comments surged to the top of the rankings, flooding the screen. "This is how an elder brother should be." At the tender age of 18, he traversed a muddy path for an hour on a deflated bicycle to report the incident, swiftly devising a plan for the police despite his profound sorrow. Truly, Wei Pingsheng is deserving of the title of elder brother. I am intrigued to see Wei Xia's memories later, as he faces the despair of their parents' harm. What choices will he make? Why did he choose to conceal this from grandmother's family instead of informing them? Isn't this an act of cowardice? If Wei Pingsheng is the eldest son, the Wei family would undoubtedly be stronger. He possesses the spirit of a true elder brother, no wonder he later achieved such success in business. The comments flowed like a river. Now, the program transitions to a new scene, stirring curiosity and confusion among many viewers. Wei Xia's memory retrospection. The memory returns to Wei Xia at 18 years old, on New Year's Eve in 1995, at 8 p.m. The brainwave imagery unfolds. Chapter 3. On this frigid New Year's Eve in 1995, in the mining community of Baita Town, Yicheng, Dongcheng Province, the Wei family's ancestral home was adorned with couplets, radiating the spirit of the new year. 18-year-old Wei Xia was suddenly startled by the violent clamor of the front door and windows. Wei's mother, who was busy making dumplings, turned pale, while Wei's father reacted with remarkable swiftness. Wei Xia hastily retrieved a knife from the kitchen, which was immediately seized by his father. Then, with urgency, Wei's father shoved Weisia beneath the bed, instructing him, under no circumstances are you to emerge. Do not call the police, I suspect they are watching your younger siblings. Their influence is far too formidable. Stay hidden, and do not weep. The desperation in Wei's father's voice was palpable. With teary eyes, Weisia crouched beneath the bed, fiercely pinching his own flesh to stifle any cries that might escape him. He focused intently on every detail of the assailants, the style of their shoes, their approximate size, their clothing, their masked faces, and the appearance of their vehicle. Weisia observed as his father was brutally assaulted, absorbing every fragment of the criminal's actions. One of the assailants pressed down on Wei's father's chest, demanding, how much evidence have you uncovered? Because of you. Our 3 drug trafficking lines on the Yunnan border have been dismantled. Therefore, I offer you a chance, die together. The masked thug savagely crushed Wei's father's ribs underfoot, turning his menacing gaze toward Wei's mother. Drink this pesticide, and I will spare your husband. With no hesitation, she opened the container, casting a final, profound glance at her husband before swallowing its contents. She then began to retch violently, her complexion turning ashen. Wei's father roared in anger, yet he was held down, unable to voice his fury. Just then, the expressionless assailant produced a triangular dagger, plunging it into Wei's father's heart. Blood sprayed, pulling beneath the bed as Wei's father ceased to resist. He turned his head weakly, silently expelling clots of blood, locking eyes with Weisia, who remained hidden beneath the bed. In his father's gaze was a message of encouragement, persevere. Even in his final moments, Wei's father displayed no trace of malice or distress towards his children, offering inspiration until his last breath. He had previously uttered, continue to hide, you must conceal yourself well. Weisia's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, with no time to wipe them away. He continued to observe the assailants' movements. Noting their postures, there were 4 wearing medical masks, while 2 others did not. They forced pesticide into his father's mouth, creating the FARD of a domestic conflict leading to a tragic end, while leaving behind forgeries of their handwriting as a suicide note. It was unfortunate that their children were not present, otherwise, they would have been slain as well. The leader of the gang, a menacing bald man, forcefully straightened Wei's father's head, brutally prying open his mouth to pour in the pesticide. Subsequently, the thug hastily doused the scene in gasoline, positioned the fabricated note at the entrance, and ignited a fire within the house. Boom! A conflagration erupted, flames engulfing the room. Yet Weisia did not flee. He removed his sweater and plunged it into a bucket of icy water, then stuffed his head into the garment, once again hiding beneath the bed, enduring the suffocating smoke that billowed around him, resisting the urge to escape at the first opportunity. At that moment, the scene was utterly shocking. On New Year's Eve, many households were left in a state of stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that such a horrific act of vengeance had occurred back in '95. Netizens on a popular platform began to comment. Weisia's reaction was too slow, why doesn't he escape? Gasoline on the bedding, the old house could easily ignite. And the toxic fumes alone could be fatal. It's too dangerous, Weisia's sluggish response, has he been rendered senseless by fear? A new scene unfolded. Inside the house, thick plumes of toxic gas swirled as footsteps echoed once more. The bald, masked assailant ransacked the premises, kicking over various objects, and finally, with satisfaction, surveyed the inferno. The brothers have left. Surely, no one remains, they're all dead. The Wei family is no more. The old van roared to life and began to drive away. Only then did Weisia, who had been hiding beneath the bed, spring forth. Instead of fleeing immediately, he repeatedly dragged his parents out, exerting every ounce of strength in his slender 18-year-old frame to pull them into the yard. In the courtyard, Weisia's mother, her complexion shifting from pale to dark, cast a final glance at him. Xia, do you know why we named you with the character? We prefer the flawed jade over the unrefined stone. Your father and I hope you will become a useful person, even if you are but a flawed gem. You can still benefit the people. Remember this, my child. Do not cry. When your father and I are no longer here, how can you shed tears? You must not weep. You still have younger siblings, or what will happen to them if you cry? Your father and I have been targeted for investigating a drug trafficking ring. You must find a way to protect your siblings from their vengeance. Child, my child, what will you do now? I have yet to see you married, yet to witness. Weisia's mother, having lost her strength, fell silent. Her gaze became unfocused. And as she slipped away, she tightened her grip on Weisia's hand. You are the eldest, it is time to grow up. The manner of her death was harrowing. One who succumbs to poison does not pass gracefully. Her body was a ghastly shade of black and blue, exuding a potent chemical odor, while flames roared and thick smoke billowed in the house. The neighbors dared not emerge, especially upon hearing gunfire. Without hesitation, Weisia began to move his parents' bodies, inching them with great care, fearful of causing harm. Outside, fireworks exploded, and families celebrated with dumplings while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Weisia spent an hour concealing his parents' bodies within the corn stalks at the back of the house. He no longer shed tears. Since his mother had urged him to grow up, he had not wept again. Yet, while hiding the bodies, his hands trembled violently. Afterward, Weisia rushed back into the burning house, retrieving the stool used by the assailant to beat his father, the rolling pin, the pesticide bottle, one by one. He brought them out and placed them in an inconspicuous corner of the yard. The audience was left in stunned silence, almost frozen. Above the city on this New Year's Eve, fireworks illuminated the sky while many households inside the apartment building stared blankly at their televisions. Each person unable to believe what they saw. The Wei family's initial encounter was unexpectedly tragic. At the city police station, the young officer, engrossed in a memory recall program, found himself lost in thought. Why would he hide the body? Why conceal it at all? An older officer, squinting as if discerning a deeper truth, sighed, "This is not merely an act of ordinary revenge, it is a targeted extermination of the Wei family." The parents of Wei are remarkable individuals, hailing from the first generation of narcotics officers. One can only imagine the enemies they must have made. Hence, Weisia must have hidden the body, claiming that his parents had gone missing, enduring the situation in silence, or perhaps planning to report it to the National Security Bureau in secret later. The older officer lamented that this was the best course of action he could conceive. Meanwhile, the mall's large screen displayed scenes from the New Year's memory recall. As many young couples murmured sweet nothings before the screen. Weisia feared retaliation. He refrained from reporting the incident to protect himself and his younger siblings, one voice observed. The adversaries were too formidable, and there were still 5 children in the Wei family. Weisia's actions could be seen as a form of reluctant concession. Another voice added. Yet, he ultimately betrayed his parents' hopes, failing to care for his siblings. He embarked on a different path, indulging in wickedness and stirring trouble. A young man felt a whirlwind of emotions. Is this what it means to self-destruct? To fall deeper into despair? At that moment, a new image emerged. Chapter 4, I Will Remember You Again and Again. On New Year's Eve, the most sensational program was born. Hundreds of millions of residents, glued to their televisions, were left perplexed by Weisia's actions. Why did he conceal the body? What would he do next? Why did he disregard his parents' wishes and fail to care for his siblings? The cerebral wave memory extraction revealed the next scene on screen. Flames surged, searing and consuming. Billowing black smoke ascended into the sky, accompanied by the sound of explosions from the Wei family's ancestral home. Weisia retrieved a cloth bag from a Type 38 rifle. Pulling out paper and pen. Alone, his silhouette a picture of solitude, he sat before the front door, writing diligently in the snow, oblivious to the encroaching darkness and smoke swirling around him. Time, January 30th, 1995, 8:02 p.m., as the Spring Festival program commenced. A criminal drove a nearly new grey-white van, and an 80 new black Santana crashed through the gate. 6 individuals disembarked, the leader bald, wearing a medical fabric mask. Standing approximately 1 77 meters tall, with a Yunnan accent, a scorpion tattoo on his right hand, dressed in a suit and black trousers, topped with a black jacket and an inner black cotton coat. The second individual threatened their mother to consume pesticide, approximately 25 years old, with long, flat hair. Standing about 173 meters tall, unmasked, speaking in an inner Mongolian accent, also sporting a scorpion tattoo on his right hand, clad in jeans and a leather jacket. The remaining four were medical fabric masks, their features only vaguely discernible. One was small and frail and around 40 years old, bald, male, wearing glasses, with a mole on the left side of his forehead. His voice was muffled, the glasses adorned with golden frames, and he wore leather boots, commanding the others. Weapons included a dogleg knife, a three-edged dagger, a mock pistol, and detonators. Weixia began to close his eyes. The innocence of his youthful face was marred by an inescapable anguish. Each recollection of his parents' murder tormented him deeply. The scene was heart-wrenching. In the hospital, the brainwave device connected to the site, the imposing Wei Pingzheng, the third son of the Wei family, stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, he spoke. Is Weixia remembering those murderers? What is he planning? Wei Pingzheng was taken aback. He had never heard his eldest brother mention the assailants. In the memories of the four siblings, after the New Year's Eve of 95, Weixia had told them that their parents had gone missing, and their home had unexpectedly burned down, leaving them orphaned, each one sent away by Weixia. Later, the siblings had inquired with Weixia about their parents' fate, but he never divulged any details, merely stating they were missing, and when pressed further, he fell silent. In the hospital corridor, a female journalist from the Yecheng newspaper stood in disbelief, muttering, a child witnessed the murder of his parents, dragging and concealing their bodies while the house burned. The young Weixia had no time to grieve, no time to extinguish the flames, for he was preoccupied with remembering every sign of the killers. The reporter was speechless. This child possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude. The Douyin, dual eldest son life comparison, was streaming live, officially surpassing 4 million viewers. The comments flooded in. The first simulated eldest son is Wei Pingsheng, who chooses to brave the elements and report the truth, coordinating with the police and facing challenges alongside his family. The second eldest son, Weixia, is steeped in his own memories. He opts to conceal the body, allowing the house to burn without seeking help, and instead focuses on documenting the characteristics of the assailant. The members of the Wei family exhibit remarkable resolve. Logically, Wei Pingsheng is the more suitable candidate for the role of eldest son. His course of action is commendable. He neither conceals nor evades, but rather confronts the situation together with his family, embodying the essence of familial unity. Suddenly, the barrage of commentary ceases as a new scene unfolds. 18-year-old Weixia sits on the doorstep, clad in a black cotton coat dusted with white snow, while the house before him lies in ruins, collapsing amidst a thunderous explosion. Neighbors, trembling with trepidation, finally arrive to extinguish the flames, and an elderly man kicks Weixia in frustration, demanding to know what he is doing while his home is ablaze. Weixia remains indifferent, lost in his own thoughts, appearing to others as a fool. "Where are your parents?" inquires Mrs. Wang, a concerned neighbor. "How did the fire start?" bellows Mr. Zhao. "What a disgrace! How can a member of the Wei family be such a coward?" Mr. Zhao, incensed, gives him another kick, for Weixia's gaze carries a calm derision. Indeed, while no one came before, now they bustle about, displaying their character through their myriad inquiries and actions. Previously, Wei's father had cleared the area of bandits, earning the gratitude of many miners, while now, Mr. Zhao, a man fond of taking the lead, directs the firefighting efforts as if performing a grand act of charity. In stark contrast, the eldest son, Weixia, remains impassive, absorbed in his drawing. To the casual observer, it appears he is merely sketching. Yet, to the audience watching the scene unfold, Weixia meticulously engages in an intricate sketch of the perpetrator. This is a criminal profile. He recalls the visage of the assailant as he glimpsed the reflection of a bald head in the overturned kettle while lying beneath the bed, the mask slipping for a fleeting moment during the assault on his father. The details are vivid: the bald head, the physique, the tattoos delineated, the hooked nose. The dark complexion, the reddened tip of the nose, the elongated eyes marred by dark scars, the cleft brow, and the scar on the neck, every minutiae captured. The assailant speaks with a distinctive Inner Mongolian accent, adorned with a scorpion tattoo, sporting long, unkempt hair, then lacking a mask. He possesses phoenix-like eyes, a flat nose, a reddened complexion, 2 dark moles on his forehead and right eye, a short beard, and a small scar on his chin. Wei Xiao, unfazed by the neighbors' inquiries, wanders to the refuse pile in the yard. He begins to scrutinize the bloodstains on the rolling pin, the fingerprints on the pesticide bottle, and the wooden stool wielded by the assailants. He meticulously records these impressions, sketching them diligently. The other 4 individuals are outlined, their attire, postures, and the distinct tread of their boots are all meticulously documented in his time-worn yellow diary. As neighbors sigh and begin to depart, some take it upon themselves to inform Wei Xiao's grandparents. Meanwhile, Wei Xia conceals the incriminating evidence beneath the refuse. Soon after, his grandmother arrives, accompanied by his siblings. At 67 years of age, witnessing the devastation of their home, she breaks down in tears, unable to be consoled by those around her. Xiao Xia, where are your parents? Where are your parents? Grandma trembles with tears. They went out, they mentioned a business trip beforehand. Wei Xia remains calm, having hidden the envelope left by the assailants. Who set the house ablaze? Who did this? Grandpa trembles with rage. The other villagers echo the inquiry. Yes, who did it? Was it you playing with fire? At that moment, Wei Xia seems to want to speak, but he catches sight of a short, balding middle-aged man watching from the crowd. And a chill runs down his spine. It is the very assailant. Consequently, Wei Xia collapses to the ground, weeping, I should not have played with fire. I should not have lit candles at home. There was a blanket nearby. Wei Xia wails, while the other neighbors angrily kick him several times. Grandpa and Grandma, furious, raise a stick to break his legs. Wei Xia remains motionless, allowing the blows to rain down upon him. His gaze inadvertently drifting towards the few criminals hidden among the crowd. The bald man, with a bulge at his waist indicating a replica firearm. The scarred bald man squints his eyes, seemingly indifferent like the rest, observing the scene. And the long-haired man, feigning sympathy as he converses with others about the fire disaster. The assailants are merely spectators. I cannot reveal the truth. I must not expose myself, my younger siblings are still here. I must protect them. Wei Xia repeatedly reassures himself internally, his voice resonating in the live stream, echoing through the National New Year's Eve 30 years hence. Many households are left in shock. At the Yecheng police station, young officer Chen Xiaowen suddenly feels a wave of discomfort. This child has chosen to bear it all. He knows the murderer is lacking. Yet he also understands the assailant is armed, and his siblings and family are still here, so he cannot speak out. He must even deliberately claim responsibility for the fire, taking all the blame upon himself, just to protect his family. Thus, he willingly bears the shame of having burned down his home, the accusations of being unfilial and foolish. Chen Xiaowen suddenly turns to the older officer. Sir, I find it hard to imagine that Wei Xiao's future will be one of decline and decay. A frequent visitor to prison. How could that be? He is responsible now, exceptional. The older officer sighs, but in the future. Perhaps this catastrophe will drive him to despair, ultimately leading him down a dark path. Chapter 5, 2 Choices 30 years ago. Wei Xiao's parents met a tragic end, their home consumed by flames, with the perpetrators lurking nearby. Yet, he could not identify them. Forced to feign ignorance and shoulder the blame for the arson. On that fateful night, 6 assailants blended into the crowd, unremarkable yet deadly. Their eyes fixed on the Wei siblings, each harboring murderous intent on eradicating the family. They lay in wait for the opportune moment. Fast forward 30 years. And this remains an unforgettable New Year's Eve for many households. A viewer finally inquired, why didn't they promptly alert the authorities and have them surround the area? This was 30 years ago. Are you aware of the rampant crime in the 90s? The difficulty of gathering evidence, especially in a desolate, abandoned mining area during winter when the roads are muddy, with numerous armed criminals. Do you comprehend the challenges of apprehending them? If the perpetrators felt cornered, the Way family would have been annihilated. This was truly a desperate situation. I can hardly fathom what would follow, especially with the killers still watching. I suddenly recalled that Wesia was later diagnosed with depression, bipolar disorder, and even schizophrenia. Could this traumatic incident from his childhood have altered his temperament so drastically? In the hospital room, Wesia, overwhelmed by memories, seemed to be transported back to that harrowing scene. His expression twisted into one of anguish, and he writhed in discomfort, as the recollection loomed over him like a nightmare. Inside the room, the third brother, Wei Pingzheng, furrowed his brow at the unfolding images. Did we truly face an assassination threat in our youth? How did we survive that? How is it that I was unaware? Wei Pingyang, the fourth sister, expressed her confusion. Weisia is truly foolish, he only knows how to cower in fear. I am curious about how he resolved the situation. Wei Pingyang favored the portrayal of their second brother, Wei Pingsheng, who, stepping into the role of the eldest son, promptly contacted the police, informed the rest of the Wei family, and united them in their response. This was indeed a wise and decisive course of action. It was evident that the second brother was more suited to the role of the eldest son. He would lead the police to apprehend the culprits and guide the Wei family out of the shadows. The fifth sister, Wei Pingling, felt a sense of disorientation, as if transported back to her childhood. She incessantly questioned their parents' whereabouts, while the eldest brother, Wei Xia, merely mumbled evasively. In hindsight, it appeared he was merely timid and weak. The mental imagery continued to unfold. Wei Pingsheng simulating the role of the eldest son. In Zhangji town, the police finally arrived through the falling snow. Wei Pingsheng remained composed as he entered the vehicle, methodically detailing the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise to the officers. At every intersection, I suspect the criminals are engaging in deliberate retaliation. My parents were public servants. Wei Pingsheng maintained his calm demeanor, first outlining the apprehension strategy while emphasizing their parents' official status to capture the police's full attention. As he spoke, the officers grew serious, initiating calls for reinforcements. The sound of ringing phones pierced the cold air. In this moment, Wei Pingsheng exuded an extraordinary presence, though inhabiting Wei Xia's body. He commanded with a sense of business acumen, issuing calm directives. The police arrived on the scene, only to be greeted by the sight of the engulfed house in flames. They made several attempts to enter but found no bodies within. The elder police officer furrowed his brow. Beginning to knock on the doors of neighboring houses, had a gunshot murder occurred here? Where had the perpetrator fled? The officer inquired of the old man Zhao. Zhao merely shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. There was just a fire. Wei's parents had gone to the county town for supplies. They left long ago and were not at home. We attempted to extinguish the flames but were unsuccessful, so I returned. There was no one in the room. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng's countenance changed dramatically. He realized a troubling truth. During the interval he had spent reporting to the police, the murderer had not only obliterated the crime scene and the body but had also threatened the neighboring residents through other means, erasing all evidence. Wei Pingsheng recalled his parents' warnings about the formidable enemy they faced, urging him not to alert the authorities. Now he began to understand that in this simulation of life, as the eldest son, he was up against a powerful and malicious foe lurking in the shadows. The police continued their search and inquiry, questioning several households, ultimately concluding that it was merely an accident of fire. The police left the town's veteran officer to assist with the investigation, while the other officers were dispatched to address other homicide cases elsewhere. At this moment, Wei Pingsheng felt an overwhelming chill of dread. The familiar old courtyard was filled with his grandmother and grandfather as well as his younger siblings. He even caught a glimpse of his childhood self, in a daze, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers watching the fire. Despair enveloped Wei Pingsheng as he contemplated his next move. After much deliberation, he decided to deceive his grandparents. The family of 7 borrowed a neighbor's tractor, taking nothing of value from their home, only bringing along some basic money and supplies as they headed towards Luochio County. Wei Pingsheng reflected for a long time. He chose to evade. On the tractor, he gazed at his younger siblings, swaddled in blankets and perched atop the vehicle. He was uncertain if he had made the right decision, feeling lost as he looked around, overwhelmed by an intense pressure. Who was the murderer? The evidence had been destroyed. He had exposed himself to the killer. The entire family was aimlessly fleeing to their aunt's house to escape the threat. As the tractor rumbled on, his siblings wailed inconsolably. Still unable to grasp the reality of their parents' deaths. The 2 elderly figures looked around in fear, with their grandmother repeatedly chanting Amitabha. The sky darkened. In this life, I am the eldest brother. I must hold firm. Wei Pingsheng's expression sharpened, regaining the commanding presence he held in the business world. Yet, inside, he remained restless and anxious. He pondered the life Weixia had originally led, how he confronted the murderer, and how he resolved his dilemmas. You should flee and hide. Cower, tell no one, and suppress the news of death. You would certainly choose to retreat, but I choose to confront it head-on. Yet I am not wrong. Wei Pingsheng murmured to himself. And at that moment, the life of the eldest son was unfolding before him. In the simulated life of the eldest son, Wei Pingsheng enters the body of Weixia. As the firstborn, he must confront the future and choose to expose the case. However, the adversary is formidable, compelling him to flee. Weixia's memories reveal that the murderer has infiltrated the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Weixia opts to conceal the truth about his parents' demise, instead shifting the blame for the arson onto himself. 2 lives, parallel yet diverging in choice, unfold a vast chasm of difference. Today, numerous netizens on various platforms engage in lively discussions, with contrasting personalities leading to different decisions. Wei Pingsheng chooses to reveal the truth of the deaths and confront the murderer, ultimately forced to relocate with his family. What path will Weixia take? It is suggested that Weixia might also succumb to weakness, as the enemy is too powerful, leaving them no choice but to falter. The scenes of Weixia's life begin to unfold. Chapter 6, Unyielding on the eve of January 27, 1995, at 9 o'clock. The flames at the Wei family ancestral home began to subside. Weixia lay on the ground, having been kicked multiple times by his grandfather, resembling a wild child in his filthy state. The neighboring onlookers, upon learning that it was the young boy who inadvertently set the house ablaze, began to disperse. As the crowd gradually thinned, a balding, short, middle-aged man lingered for a while before following suit. Before the ruins of the ancestral home, only the 7 members of the Wei family remained. Weixia, lying on the ground, finally exhaled, having successfully feigned madness to evade the scrutiny of the assailant. Now, he lay weak and defeated. His 2 younger brothers and 2 sisters cast him glances filled with animosity and resentment. His second brother, Wei Pingsheng, aged 11, spoke with disdain. You've truly embarrassed our parents by burning down the house. What will they say when they return? The third brother, Wei Pingzheng, aged 9, regarded him coldly. From now on, we shall no longer call you brother, you are unworthy. The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, aged 6, refused to even look at him. The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, merely 1 year old, cried in their grandfather's arms. Both grandparents glared at Weixia with fury. The atmosphere was thick with harsh words and hostile glares directed at him. Yet, Weixia smiled. As the eldest son, he felt a sense of relief knowing that his younger siblings were safe. The animosity and contempt directed at him were inconsequential, it mattered not. Lying on the ground, with his grandmother gone to procure a tractor for their return to the old homestead, Weixia found himself lost in memories. His sketching skills, the recording of criminal information, and maintaining composure were all teachings imparted by his parents. His mother had once told him that as the eldest son, he must acquire knowledge to serve his country and become an exemplary elder brother. The lessons of your found application in the present. Yet it was in the context of his parents' tragic demise. Weisia felt a profound anguish, recalling his father's words, "As a brother, there exists no retreat. Only the path forward." This was the gentle voice of his father. In that moment, Weisia leaned against the wall and stood. Speaking to the hollow darkness, "I shall be the pillar of my family, I must grow stronger, even if it means perishing along the way. As the elder brother, I shall die on the path to revitalizing our family name, in the dark night of my siblings' brilliant lives, on the day when my parents' vengeance is avenged." 18-year-old Weisia repeatedly posed this question to himself, while also affirming his obligation as the eldest son. In the darkness, his figure stood solitary as the tractor carried his siblings away, with his grandfather, in a fit of anger, ordering him to run home. There were no streetlights. Only a worn-out, dim flashlight accompanying him. He was unnoticed by all. The villagers continued to murmur, condemning Weisia as a scourge, cursing the existence of such a child. Wishing he had been suffocated in his infancy. His grandmother, in the vehicle, vented her anger, proclaiming that once Weisia turned 19, she would send him to work at a brick factory or a mining site, asserting that he was a burden on their hearts. No one showed him kindness. No one paid him any heed. The consensus was that he was a wretched child, a failure. The moonlight was dim as Weisia sat weakly at the village entrance, choosing not to return home. Exhausted, he lay in the straw to regain his strength. Driven by hunger, he stealthily plucked 4 frozen persimmons from the roadside. Their taste astringent in his mouth, yet he continued to bite into them. He needed to replenish his energy. A significant endeavor awaited him. Weisia tightly zipped his pocket, which contained sketches of the murderer, fingerprints, and shoe prints, evidence of all kinds. His backpack held the weapon used by the assailant along with DNA-laden saliva and blood samples. "Little siblings, I must ensure your safety," he thought. "But I cannot leave, I seek revenge. I am the eldest in the family." With bloodshot eyes, the 18-year-old was filled with rage, his frail frame exuding a murderous intent. He placed the evidence from his pockets into a bicycle basket and, at that moment, retrieved a charred spring knife from the old family home, vigorously wiping the blade. In the darkness of night, a solitary figure stood, a boy cleaning a spring knife. This scene was hard to believe, leaving many spectators in a state of shock. The comments on Doin flooded in, "Is he insane? He sent his siblings away just to seek revenge. How could he possibly avenge them?" The barrage of comments included Weisia's younger sister, Wei Pingyang, who furrowed her brow in the hospital. "No wonder he didn't come home when the house burned down, what is he planning?" Wei Pingyang could not fathom that her brother could seek vengeance. In her memories, he was always out with friends, indulging in pleasures, gambling, and behaving recklessly, with no sense of responsibility. On Douyin, Tushio, and Weibo, nearly 20 million viewers tuned into the unfolding drama on New Year's Eve, all curious about Weisia's intentions. The scene continued to unfold. In the mining town, Weisia began to knock on the glass of every household in the dead of night, banging on doors. He purposely altered his voice to become shrill and called out the village chief's son's name from atop the chief's wall. Young Xiaodong, only 8 years old, emerged in confusion, trying to discern who was calling him. Weisia then repeated this tactic at each home, calling out for the children to come outside. The village was soon filled with the noise of cattle, sheep, and barking dogs, and he vented his frustration on the tires of the village chief's second-hand Santana car. Finally, the chief's loudspeaker crackled to life in a panic. "Everyone, wake up. There are intruders in the village. Wake up. Human traffickers have entered the village. Wake up." The loudspeaker blared relentlessly. Stray dogs barked wildly as households hurriedly opened their doors, and the village chief, Zhou Qiong, looked at his vandalized car with a changed expression. While it wouldn't be surprising for fuel to be stolen, the deflation of the tires clearly indicated that the intruder did not wish to be pursued. Every household faced relentless knocking, and several children nearly fell victim to abduction. Human trafficking was rampant in this era, often occurring brazenly and without fear. In the year 1995, Human traffickers in Dongcheong province were at their most rampant, with the trade of human lives and the theft of children reaching unprecedented levels. The small mining town has descended into chaos. Men from every household rushed out in a state of panic, some armed with sticks, shovels, and machetes. Every family had their tractors and motorcycles revved up, while most people brandished flashlights, and some even held torches. The village, home to nearly 400 souls, saw over 100 middle-aged individuals huddled together, frantically discussing the situation. Amidst the crowd, Wei Xia sobbed and trembled, exclaiming, "I saw the traffickers deceive Xiaodong." The traffickers arrived in a dark grey Santana and a light grey van, one bald and the other a middle-aged man with thinning hair. Their vehicle concealed other children as well. Wei Xia wept continuously, tears streaming down her face, while the village chief, Zhou Qiong, turned pale. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. "I understand. The fire at the Wei residence must have been set by the traffickers to divert attention, allowing them to abduct children." The more he pondered, the more horrified he became, recalling the recent spate of missing children in the village over the past months. In that moment, it was as if a battle cry had been sounded. The village's middle-aged and younger inhabitants erupted in panic and fury. No one wished for their child to be taken. "Search the mountains. Drive around," roared the village chief, his voice booming. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Up the mountain." The villagers, understanding the urgency, hopped on their motorcycles and tractors, while others armed themselves with machetes and makeshift guns, remaining in the village. The entire village was illuminated as if it were broad daylight on New Year's Eve. Meanwhile, in front of the village chief's home, Wei Xia calmly stood up, reaching for the spring knife in his pocket, observing the chaos he had orchestrated with an impassive expression. At that moment, the flurry of comments erupted online, with thousands pouring in instantaneously. An 18-year-old with such cunning. Wei Xia's methods are terrifying. He understands that only by jeopardizing the collective interests of the villagers will they unite and act, thereby giving him a chance to catch the perpetrator or intimidate them into fleeing. Moreover, Wei Xia's madness lies in the fact that if he can substantiate the existence of the traffickers, panic will ensue not only in this village but across several surrounding ones and the entire county. At that point, the criminal gang will have no choice but to leave, thereby protecting the rest of the Wei family. How can this child, merely 18, possess such foresight to subtly guide the entire situation toward his desired outcome? It is unfathomable why he remains unaccomplished while his siblings flourish. Chapter 7, The Machinations Beyond Imagination. In the hospital at that moment, Wei Xia's younger sister, Wei Pingling, was rendered speechless. The memories recounted by Wei Xia were beyond her belief. Could this truly be her elder brother from their childhood? Yet, in Wei Pingling's recollection, Wei Xia had dropped out of middle school to immerse himself in the underbelly of society, offending people left and right. He had sent all his younger siblings to live with others, even demanding money from those families. Thus, in Luoqiu County, Wei Xia was labeled a scoundrel. He exhibited no cunning, frequently gambling and borrowing money, and when confronted by creditors, he would simply flee. At that time, Wei Pingling felt fortunate to be raised by another family, otherwise, being nurtured by such a brother would have been a profound sorrow. With a furrowed brow, Wei Pingling questioned, "Is this truly him? The 18-year-old who orchestrated a village-wide search?" She shook her head in disbelief. On New Year's Eve, the ratings for the eldest son's life comparison show soared to the top. The first life depicted was that of Wei Ping's second son, Wei Pingsheng, who simulated the life of the eldest son. Now, he had fled to Luoqiu County with his younger siblings and grandparents to escape from danger. The second life was a recollection of Wei Xia, who had chosen to highlight the devastation wrought by human traffickers, instigating panic within the village and compelling the entire populace to initiate a search in the mountains. The contrast between these two narratives was stark and vivid. On the eve of 1995, police vehicles arrived at the mining town at 11 o'clock. At that moment, Wei Xia was hiding in the straw, observing the unfolding events as the police began their investigations, with village leaders from surrounding areas also present. The police car stood solitary at the village entrance. Weisia scanned his surroundings. Women and children had huddled together, awaiting news, while a meeting was convened at the village chief's home, with police officers in attendance. Thus, there was no one near the police vehicle. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Weisia seized a sharp stone and smashed the glass at two corners of the car. Then forcefully kicked to shatter the glass, unlocking the door. Having learned the ignition procedure from his father, he swiftly started the engine, the car roaring to life. At the age of 10, Weisia had spent an afternoon learning about large trucks in the county town, making him quite familiar with manual transmission vehicles. He had a passion for driving, even crafting toy models of cars from clay. At that moment, the police car roared to life, its thunderous sound startling many. Weisia drove the vehicle up into the mountains. Several police officers rushed out from the village chief's home, and the chief himself hurried outside. Panic gripping him as someone shouted, "It's over. The traffickers have stolen the police car. They must have seen the police vehicle and seized the opportunity to escape. Those damned traffickers." Village Chief Zhou Qiang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing why they had not found the traffickers during the earlier village search. It turned out they had been hiding, waiting for a chance to retaliate or steal a car. With this thought, Chief Zhou felt a wave of dread wash over him. As other village officials also grew increasingly tense. Such ruthless traffickers were indeed rare. Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Sun Haiyang, bellowed, "Call the Bureau. This is lawlessness. These traffickers are utterly audacious, we must intercept them. Block the roads, set up checkpoints. We must bring these thugs to justice." Officers were on the phone. And other village officials were also making calls, urgently rallying the village youth to assemble. United in purpose, they blocked the roads and commenced their search of the mountains. Every household was urged to remain vigilant, awaiting the capture of the traffickers. The towns of Kongqiu, Zhangji, Chenliang, Zhuang, Ditong, Zhao village, and dozens of other hamlets erupted into a cacophony of broadcasts. "Attention, all villagers. Please set aside your tasks and gather at the village committee. Reports indicate that child traffickers are on the prowl in the old mountain area of the mining district, displaying an alarming audacity. We will collaborate with the police to conduct a thorough search and apprehend these criminals." On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere became charged with urgency. Sleep eluded the villagers as the dogs barked hoarsely in alarm. The children dared not close their eyes, while women and children clustered together, fearful of the traffickers' sudden appearance. The men armed themselves with sickles and machetes, rallying under the direction of the village head to scour the mountains for any signs of the assailants. The old mountain in the mining district soon glowed with flickering lights and echoed with shouts and barking, a relentless symphony of chaos. All of this commotion was ignited by a single child, a mere 18-year-old orchestrating events from the shadows. In the hospital, Wei Xiao's younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, observed with furrowed brows as his sister manipulated the situation to rally the village against the thieves. Casting a glance at the hospital bed where Wei Xia lay, critically injured after resisting arrest, he found clarity in the unfolding events. At just 18, he had already reached a level of cunning that allowed him to design a plan for the entire village. In the wake of a tragic loss, with his parents murdered before his eyes, he did not seek the aid of the police. Instead, he opted to exploit their resources for his own vengeance. Was this the genesis of his descent into a life of crime? He believed it was the beginning of his fate's cruel design. At the Yecheng police station, the young officer Chen Xiaowen gazed at the unfolding scene with a heavy heart, murmuring, "Why do you not trust the police?" An 18-year-old boy, in contemporary times, would be merely stepping into university. Did he truly believe he could confront such criminals alone? This notion perplexed him. The veteran officer, Mr. Zhou, sighed in sympathy as he regarded the young figure on the screen. In 1995, in this remote mining region, the police force remained feeble, particularly when faced with organized, premeditated acts of vengeance. The Wei siblings had drawn the attention of others. Wei Xiao, astute in his strategy, had leveraged the threat of child trafficking to consolidate the village's interests, amplifying the situation to unprecedented heights. Only through such escalation could he compel the adversary to retreat or provoke the intervention of higher authorities. Curiosity mounted among the onlookers as the scene shifted. Police vehicles accelerated along the treacherous mountain roads, the jarring motion shattering windows and scattering glass. The 18-year-old pressed the accelerator, roaring into the night. Villagers, illuminated by torches, beckoned the passing police cars, hopeful that the traffickers would soon be apprehended. Shouting in excitement, they watched as the vehicle sped away. Unaware that the traffickers had commandeered the police car and, seeing no reason to stop, continued along the mountain path. In another location amidst the mountains and forests, flames flickered to life. The tires of the off-road vehicle were caked in mud, and the van bore splashes of both muck and blood. A young man with a flat cap opened a can, devouring its contents by the fire, while a bold companion also partook in the meal, warming himself and retrieving a photograph. In the image, the 5 children of the Wei family wore innocent smiles, striking playful poses. They brandished daggers, viciously plunging the blades into the photograph. The annihilation of the Wei family was merely the initial task, their primary objective was to eradicate the entire household. Chapter 8 He is just a man gazing at the family portrait of the Wei clan, the youth with the slicked back hair sneered softly to himself, murmuring about executing his plan at dawn and eradicating the entire family. He casually discarded a tin can, only to be startled by an exclamation from beside him. His companion, who was in the midst of unbuckling his belt, suddenly faltered and shouted, "Why is it so bright on the mountain? Someone is coming." The slick-haired youth hastily pushed aside the figure, relieving himself, his expression turning to shock. On the dark mountain path, a vehicle's headlights swirled and approached rapidly, accompanied by a procession of torch-bearing figures. The sight of the flashing police lights atop the vehicle was particularly alarming. The others turned pale, fear creeping in as the bold man cast angrily, scanning the surroundings. Had someone witnessed their murderous intentions? He ordered the scouts to return immediately. Moments later, not only the bold man but the slick-haired youth also wore grim expressions. They had received word from the villagers about the presence of human traffickers. Traffickers? Those scoundrels deserve to die. How unfortunate that they appear now. They were engaged in drug trafficking and looked down upon the traffickers as mere lowlifes. As the vehicles drew closer, along with the visibly advancing torch-bearing crowd, panic began to set in. In a fit of rage, they split into 2 groups, hastily jumping into an SUV and a van to make their escape. The police vehicles, with their sirens blaring, cut through the pitch-black forest. Weixia remained composed, maintaining speed as a multitude of pursuers followed closely behind. Villagers armed with shotguns, upon spotting the van and SUV, became increasingly certain of the traffickers' presence and opened fire. The bold man, undeterred, accelerated, plowing down 2 villagers in the process. The speed of the vehicle surged. The 2 vehicles diverged on the mountain road, and without hesitation, Weixia pursued the van. Navigating the bumpy terrain, the steering wheel was gripped tightly. Bang! As the slick-haired youth retaliated with gunfire, Weixia collided directly with his vehicle. The slick-haired youth was thrown from the shattered window, while Weixia pressed the accelerator hard, sending him flying several meters, landing in the mud, wailing in pain. The police sirens wailed, the van dared not halt, speeding away. At that moment, Weixia finally exited the vehicle, his expression impassive as he covered the slick-haired youth's eyes and struggled to drag him inside. The vehicle resumed its course towards a nearby cave. With the fuel running low and the number of villagers increasing, Weixia's demeanor remained cold and unyielding, far from that of an average 18-year-old. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng, the 3rd brother, and his sisters Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling stared in shock at the images transmitted from the pituitary gland. What kind of person had Weixia become over the years? In their memories, he was timid and greedy, always smiling and asking them for money. He had never shown any malice, even when angry. It was merely a solitary sulk. They had never witnessed such murderous intent from him. Yet, right before their eyes, this 18-year-old youth orchestrated a scheme that involved the entire village, the police, and a life-or-death car chase, successfully capturing an armed criminal. He hardly resembled an ordinary 18-year-old. Wei Pingling stared in disbelief. Is this truly Wei Xia? Wei Pingyong adjusted her glasses, feeling dazed and puzzled, her brow furrowed in confusion. Before them stood a youth. Brimming with hostility, his expression impassive, as cold and unyielding as a machine, starkly contrasting with their recollection of Wei Xia, who was adorned with tattoos yet characterized by cowardice and greed. The scene unfolded further. A police car approached the cave, the doors slamming shut with a heavy thud. In the rear seat, the young man with disheveled hair, suffering from internal injuries, could scarcely open his eyes. Wei Xia opened the door, swiftly covering the young man's head with a garment and binding his limbs with practiced ease. The impact of the collision had fractured several of the young man's ribs, and the act of being dragged out of the vehicle incited excruciating pain. I'm sorry. We should not have poached the antelope. Please let us go. I beg you. His voice, tinged with the accent of Inner Mongolia, was hoarse, and his complexion pallid as he desperately attempted to masquerade as a poacher. Wei Xia lowered his voice, fixing his gaze upon the young man dragged to the water's edge, and inquired hoarsely, on the night of January 30, 1995. At 8:02 p.m., the criminals drove a grey-white van that was 70 new, and a black Santana that was 80 new crashed through the gate. 6 criminals, led by a bald man, donned medical cloth masks and proceeded to commit murder at the Wei residence. Shortly after 8 p.m. that night, someone threatened one of the victims to ingest pesticide. This victim, approximately 25 years old, had long, flat hair, stood about 1.73 meters tall, was not wearing a mask, spoke with an Inner Mongolian accent, bore a red scorpion tattoo on his right hand, and was dressed in jeans and a leather jacket. The remaining 4 wore medical cloth masks. One was small and thin, around 40 years old, bald, male, bespectacled, with a black mole on the left side of his forehead. His voice muffled, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and leather boots. The weapons included a dog-leg knife, a 3-edged dagger, a replica gun, and detonators. Who sent you? Every detail about the assailants, from their characteristics to the weapons used, sent a chill down the young man's spine. At that moment, he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a word beyond his lamentations. Wei Xia trembled, fear coursing through him, yet he refused to waver. Inside the cave, the water was frigid and piercing. Wei Xia laid the young man down and soaked the garment covering his mouth and nose in water. The icy liquid invaded his respiratory passages, causing the young man to struggle, his lungs nearly pierced by the fractured ribs. This was water torture. Ignoring the anguished cries, Wei Xia continued his actions. Finally, seizing the opportunity while Wei Xia was fetching water, the young man begged to speak. I'll tell you. My name is Yang Deong, from Bayanki in Inner Mongolia. Yang Deong, 25 years old, was affiliated with a drug smuggling ring along the Yunnan border, serving as an assassin responsible for eliminating certain individuals. He had been hired by the bold boss Yang to kill a family named Wei for 50,000 yuan, and to exterminate the entire Wei household for 100,000 yuan. Moreover, it was not merely about extermination, they were to extract certain confessions. But the Wei family remained tight-lipped. In 1995, 100,000 yuan had substantial purchasing power. He had brought 3 others, while boss Yang had the bald man, making a total of 6. The bald man was named Mabao, hailing from the Yunnan border and affiliated with a drug village. As for boss Yang's identity, Chen Deong was oblivious. I merely accepted the contract to eliminate the Wei family, I know nothing else. Please do not kill me. The lamentations echoed as Wei Xia retrieved paper and pen, his countenance ashen, tears streaming down his face. As the 18-year-old boy recorded his observations, he wiped away tears, bravely suppressing his sorrow and despair while gathering all pertinent interrogation information. In the Yecheng Police Department, the scene froze. The young officer Chen Xiaowen and the veteran officer Zhou were both watching, momentarily stunned. The individual on the hospital bed, who had brandished a weapon in defiance of arrest, had displayed such remarkable resolve and intellect in his youth. Chen Xiaowen's astonished gaze fell upon Wei Xia, who was simultaneously weeping and meticulously recording the cold facts of his grim reality. Goodness, this young man chose not to flee but rather intended to seek vengeance directly. Not only did he aim to drive away his adversaries, but he also resolved to remember every detail about them. The young officer's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions as he pondered in shock. Here was an 18-year-old boy whose parents had just been murdered before his eyes. Abandoned by his relatives. After pursuing the criminals, he forced himself to maintain composure during the interrogation. The veteran officer Joe, equally unsettled, observed with a hint of perplexity. For he possessed a fragment of insight. In subsequent years, Weissia would find himself repeatedly incarcerated, even encountering the most terrifying elements of life. By early 2025, the elderly Weissia faced murder charges, resisted arrest while armed, and ultimately succumbed to gunfire, teetering on the brink of death before being rushed to the hospital. As he murmured softly, the veteran officer became increasingly confounded. How could someone so young, possessing such comprehensive foresight and acumen, later succumb to the perils of addiction? Chapter 9, I Will Not Cry. The barrage of comments surged, with over 40 million viewers captivated by this vendetta that transpired 3 decades ago. The memories of Weissia, the eldest son of the Wei family, were recalled. The comments flowed like clouds. Why has Weissia never mentioned anything glorious? His life is a tapestry woven with failures and crimes. In the hospital room, Weissia's fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, gazed in astonishment at her frail, emaciated elder brother lying on the bed. Weissia, adorned with a respirator, had blood seeping from his mouth and nose, presenting a pitiful sight. She was stunned. Recalling the harrowing events, pursuing the assailant, fighting for their lives, enduring imprisonment in a cave, and conducting interrogations. He was merely 18 at that time. Despite his formidable strength. Upon arriving in Luochio City, he would send each of his siblings away one by one. He himself had become a vagrant, later apprehended for theft and brawling. Wei Pingyang's eyes were filled with confusion as new images emerged. The second son of the Wei family, Wei Pingsheng, mirrored the eldest brother's plight. Confronted by the lurking murderer, Wei Pingsheng could only lead his family to seek refuge at their aunt's home in Luochio City. The tractor jostled violently as his younger siblings huddled, stifling sobs, while the 2 elderly relatives wept. He even caught a glimpse of his younger self, helpless and panicked, weeping in fear. When the vehicle finally halted, Wei Pingsheng, utterly exhausted, knocked on the door. Upon learning that the Wei residence had been engulfed in flames and the assailant remained at large, his aunt looked at the children with compassion. "You can stay here for the time being," she offered. Seated on the sofa, his uncle murmured complaints. "They brought so many people. Will they eat and drink for free every day?" His aunt fell silent, the sounds of weeping from his sister and the 2 elders echoing behind her. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng felt an immense weight upon him. His younger siblings needed to mature, requiring resources for living and education. All while remaining vigilant against the possibility of the assailant returning. Yet, he looked at his family with calm determination, gritting his teeth and speaking resolutely. "In this life, I am the eldest son, and I shall prevail. I swear to persevere until the end." He murmured to himself, pondering the figure of Weissia. "What is your recollection of the past? It must have been filled with failures, just as before. You spoke of your parents' disappearance, leading everyone to Luochio City. Only to send your siblings away one by one. But in this simulation of life, I am the elder brother, and I shall not follow your path." An elder brother must embody the essence of his role. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng clenched his fists with fervor. As Wei Pingsheng whispered to himself, the comments on today's headlines appeared, weaving a complex tapestry. "But your brother witnessed your parents being murdered before his eyes. He chose to remember the murderer. Leading the villagers in pursuit, conducting interrogations, never once contemplating escape." The Wei Pingsheng calmly reported to the authorities, the ultimate outcome was still one of flight. And the murderer had grown vigilant, poised to target the family once more. The recollections of Weissia resurfaced. In the frigid cave, he wiped away his tears, documenting every word spoken by the assailant, Yang Deong. The perpetrator Yang Deong, en route to the mining community, passed by the Chanhua guest house and the Lao Fan farmhouse. leaving behind DNA and other traces. He drove a van with the license plate DNC 9626 and an SUV with the plate Gubi 3155. Bloodstains from the assailant were found on a police vehicle, which can be tested for comparison. 6 assailants had previously camped in the forest on the hillside east of the mining community, where they consumed canned barbecue and left behind remnants for forensic examination. Wei Xiao meticulously documented everything as young Deong, blindfolded, experienced a growing sense of despair from his fractured ribs and inability to breathe. "Spare me. Please take me to the hospital. I am dying." His cries were abruptly silenced as a hoarse voice emerged. "Why did you annihilate the Wei family?" Wei Xiao, tears streaming down his face, spoke with a voice laced with coldness. "All I know is that the men of the Wei family were narcotics officers who uncovered a drug trafficking ring in '94, causing immense losses to others. The women of the Wei family were national security officers who investigated the bald-headed issue, which led the bald-headed to collaborate with us to eradicate the Wei family. That is all I know." Leaning against the pond, Wei Xiao recorded every detail. He then turned his gaze calmly upon young Deong and suddenly drew a spring knife, stabbing him multiple times. The crimson blood, mingling with a strong metallic scent, spread as Wei Xiao, under both physiological and psychological duress, retched while wielding the blade. Accompanied by initial screams, young Deong gradually fell silent. Wei Xiao, pale and having just retched, began to methodically process the scene. He wiped away bloodstains, destroyed fingerprints, and removed his shoes to mimic the footprints of others, creating the illusion of a third party having killed young Deong. Subsequently, Wei Xiao planned to disguise himself as a child abducted by traffickers, completing the elaborate scheme. As he swiftly arranged the scene, he pondered. He discarded the body onto the ground, then retrieved a lighter, forging footprints leading to the police vehicle before departing the cave. The dense underbrush of the mountain ignited, with flames illuminating the dark wilderness. Villagers searching the mountains began to converge towards the light. Wei Xiao drove to a river valley. After erasing traces of his driving, the spring knife reappeared. Looking at his abdomen with a fierce glint in his eyes, he decisively plunged the knife until the hilt was buried. The intense pain and blood loss turned Wei Xiao's complexion ashen, sapping his strength. Bracing himself, he discarded the dagger into the flowing river, obliterating DNA and fingerprint evidence. He then lay down calmly, waiting, as if embracing death. This was his conclusion to the meticulously devised plan. The ground felt cold and damp as Wei Xiao pressed against his gruesome wound, gazing at the night sky. He recalled his parents teaching him how to examine crime scenes, how perpetrators destroy evidence. They instructed him on preserving fingerprints, DNA identification, documenting features, and calculating height and weight through footprints. The warmth of yesteryears flooded his mind as his father's earnest teachings resurfaced. Tears welled in Wei Xiao's eyes. Yet he remained resolute. "I must not cry, I am the elder brother, and brothers do not weep. I still have younger siblings." The dizziness from blood loss made the world sway around him, yet he firmly clutched his wound. It was only when footsteps approached that Wei Xiao finally closed her eyes, surrendering completely to unconsciousness. Chapter 10. The seasoned officer reminisced about 30 years ago, during the New Year's Eve of 2025, when jubilant melodies resonated from speakers across the land. Within the confines of the Luoqiu Happiness Sanatorium, a man in his 70s sat transfixed before the television. This individual was none other than Sun Haiyang, the deputy director of public security, who had ventured to the mining town 3 decades prior to investigate a human trafficking case. As Sun Haiyang gazed blankly at the screen, watching the retrospective of Wei Xiao's life, his thoughts gradually drifted back to that fateful year. The weather was biting cold, and numerous calls flooded in overnight from the local residents, reporting that children had been lured away by traffickers operating in the area. Without delay, he and his colleagues navigated the treacherous mountain roads, grumbling in the vehicle, "These traffickers are truly despicable. Stealing children even during the new year. Damn them. Let us give them a good beating once we catch them." Upon commencing their inquiries, they discovered that the locals had already begun to organize patrols in the mountains. While documenting details at the village chief's home, a voice called from outside, "The traffickers have driven away with the police car." It was evident they had spotted the patrol vehicle and seized the opportunity to escape. Enraged, Sun Haiyang immediately instructed someone to contact the bureau to set up roadblocks and bring these lawless miscreants to justice. After several hours, they learned that a child, recently orphaned by a house fire, had been abducted by the traffickers. His name was Weisia. Leading the villagers up the mountain in search of the boy, they arrived at a river valley and witnessed a harrowing scene. At that moment, Sun Haiyang opened his eyes. As the memory in his mind began to merge with the unfolding images on the television screen, many viewers watched as Weisia's memory was revisited. Focusing on the riverbank, the 18-year-old Weisia lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. "Over here, chief," a villager shouted. Several officers and local volunteers, spotting the police vehicle from a distance, rushed towards the valley. The damp ground bore the small figure, desperately clutching at a wound on his abdomen. His complexion pale and eyes closed. "Quick, administer aid. This child has been stabbed by the traffickers but is still alive." The officers spoke urgently as they performed a hasty bandaging. Together with the villagers, they hoisted Weisia onto a tractor and transported him to the hospital. With a victim finally identified, Sun Haiyang's expression grew grave as he began to investigate the evidence. Following the tire tracks of the police vehicle, they traced the path to a cave. The sight of young Deong's lifeless body sent chills through Sun Haiyang and the accompanying officers. The wounds to the chest and abdomen were vicious, aimed directly at vital organs, with blood pooling around the body, a sight both shocking and tragic. The forensic team meticulously examined the scene and provided a serious report. According to the autopsy of the victim, multiple rib fractures indicated that the cause of death was due to stab wounds to the heart and abdomen, with the weapon presumed to be a type of dagger. The footprints remaining on the ground, assessed for depth and size, suggested an individual approximately 183 meters tall and weighing around 79 kilograms, with a robust physique. Additionally, drag marks on the ground indicated the victim's struggle. Based on the evidence, this location was determined to be the initial crime scene. Due to the heightened sense of crisis arising from public reports to the authorities, the suspect experienced internal discord. Consequently, they first drove to a location where the perpetrator murdered an accomplice, and subsequently absconded with Weisia. During their escape, realizing they could not flee with Weisia in tow, they resolved to eliminate her and abandon the vehicle to escape the scene. Discovering Weisia in a ravine, the absence of footprints led to the conclusion that the assailant fled along the river's course. Sun Haiyang listened attentively as the technical experts analyzed the situation. Aware that tensions were escalating, he promptly reported the circumstances, requesting an increase in police presence to assist in the investigation. The human traffickers displayed audacity, not only abducting children and attempting to murder them but also being implicated in homicide. They must be apprehended swiftly to prevent further detrimental consequences. As news of the attempted murder of Weisia spread, not only did the mining town erupt in chaos, but other villages such as Chenliang, Xuing, Detong, and Zhao village were similarly agitated. Village officials, upon receiving notifications, hastily convened discussions or plotted in secrecy. They even kill children. These traffickers are madmen. What shall we do? There was uncertainty as to how long it would take to apprehend them, especially after so many officers had gone into the mountains and failed to capture the culprits. The village officials from the mining town, having witnessed the gruesome wound on Weisia's abdomen, were particularly terrified. If the traffickers evaded capture and returned after the police had left, who could guarantee that their own children would not become victims? Fear gripped the hearts of the people. In the hospital ward, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. Wei Pingling gazed at the footage of her older brother, grappling with disbelief. How could this be? Did he really get hurt? No, that can't be right. I recall he was perfectly fine at home, even working in the fields. How could he be injured? It's impossible. Memories from decades past flooded her mind. That year, their home was burnt down. Their grandparents, filled with anger, took them on a tractor Weisia had been punished for the fire, forced to walk home alone. He never mentioned any injury upon his return, moving about freely. Their grandparents were preoccupied with the cries and troubles of the 4 children, paying no attention to the eldest, Weisia, who had caused the mischief by burning the house. Yet, in the retrospective of life, the gruesome injury was undeniably real. No one had noticed Weisia's true condition. Why did he remain silent? What was the purpose of this uproar? Wei Pingling could only watch, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. The barrage of comments surged as viewers on the Douyin livestream reacted in shock. Is Weisia really only 18? Such planning, mindset, and means, he hardly resembles a child. Has no one noticed the police's investigative direction and the results of the scene examination? They are truly beginning to follow Weisia's lead to apprehend the traffickers. In a nursing home, the retired Sun Haiyang also watched the live stream with a wry smile. The human trafficking case from 1995 in Dongcheng Luoqiu mining town had created quite a stir, becoming a focal point for the city. As the deputy chief, he was present at the scene and one of the primary investigators. At that time, the forensic examination revealed discord within the criminal gang, resulting in the death of one perpetrator and severe injury to a child, which prompted a joint investigation by multiple departments and significant public pressure. Yet now, he realized that everything had been orchestrated by a mere child. In a village beset by turmoil, the nefarious traffickers exploit the pressure exerted by the police. This 18-year-old youth, driven by a desire for vengeance against the perpetrator, also seeks to shield his younger siblings from further harm. The elderly man reflects upon memories of the child he once encountered. The valley is frigid, and the mountain winds bite at one's face. The young boy is stabbed, his eyes wide open, clutching his wound, exhibiting a remarkable will to live. He lies there, pallid yet composed, gazing steadily at him. Images surge in his mind from that fateful day in the hospital, where the injured child appeared terrified and bewildered, a mixture of fear etched across his features. It was all a FARD. Sun Haiyang murmurs in shock. The police, the public, all manipulated through interrogations. A staged scene crafted to masquerade as a victim. The 18-year-old orchestrates a trap, saying nothing, bearing the burden alone in solitude. At this moment, Sun Haiyang's gaze is filled with concern of what path lies ahead for this young man. Chapter 11. He was always alone. Only one on the eve of the new year, 25 years later, televisions began broadcasting festive scenes from various channels. In the village of Lying, 3 elderly men gathered around a table adorned with simple ingredients. Among them were the village head of Datong, the village head of Shaozhuang, and the village head from a mining town. As the wine glasses clinked, the old village head, Zhou Qiang, was momentarily stunned, gazing at the computer live stream beside him, featuring his son, Zhou Xiaodong. Once 50 years old, he was now 80, lost in a complex reverie that transported him 30 years back in time. 1995, he remembered it clearly, a few years after he had welcomed a late-born son. On that New Year's Eve, their family was immersed in joy, preparing for the festive banquet. Every household was adorned with colorful decorations, bustling with excitement for the reunion dinner. However, a devastating fire swept through the village, engulfing the Wei family's ancestral home in flames. The eldest son of the Wei family, Weisia, had accidentally set the old house ablaze while playing with fire. His grandfather, Zhong, had kicked him out of the yard in a fit of rage, and the boy, in tears, claimed that there were human traffickers lurking in the village. The commotion was so immense that young and old from neighboring towns began combing the mountains, and the police dispatched a significant force to search. Ultimately, they discovered the bodies of the traffickers and a fainted Weisia on the mountain. This incident ignited a massive crackdown on human traffickers in Dongcheng City, affecting numerous counties and hundreds of villages and towns in the jurisdiction. The repercussions are still felt to this day. Snapping back to the present, the 3 old village heads exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with bitterness and disbelief. It turned out that this child had plotted against everyone. Yet he was merely a small boy at the time. As the footage continued, the barrage of comments on Douyin surged, almost overwhelming the screen. This authentic celebration, unprecedented in its rawness, captivated an increasing number of viewers, sending its popularity soaring. Is that scruffy middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed really him as a child? He is doing everything in his power to provide for his younger siblings and family. Accompanied by the comments, the screen returned to Waisio's life retrospective. In 1995, at the county hospital, on the hospital bed, Waisio opened his eyes, his eyelids heavy and swollen, the bright light piercing his chest and abdomen bore fresh stitches, the effects of anesthesia fading, and the pain began to seep in. The blood loss left him weak and uncomfortable. Turning his gaze to the hospital room, he took in the enamel basin, the enamel cup, and the old wooden cabinet steeped in the passage of time. In a fleeting moment, Waisia's eyes shifted from a daze to determination as he murmured, "I am the eldest. With my parents gone, I am the pillar of this family." He gritted his teeth to suppress feelings of grievance and despair, his eyes still red and swollen. Yet his expression resolute as he struggled to rise. The movement brought a faint twinge of pain from his wounds. He had to say this, he was reminding himself. For he feared he might collapse otherwise. His parents' bodies were still hidden in the straw, and the murderer lurked in the shadows. How would his younger siblings survive and grow? "I cannot fall. Waisia, stand up." With a glimmer of sharp resolve in his youthful eyes, he forced himself to rise, repeating his mantra over and over until. At that moment, he felt as if he were made of steel. The door to the hospital room creaked open, the old wooden door protesting. And Sun Haiyang gazed at the child struggling to sit up, his heart heavy with compassion. "How are you? Does it still hurt?" Uncle wishes to inquire about the specifics regarding those human traffickers. Almost upon seeing Sun Haiyang, Waisio's once sharp demeanor dissolved entirely. Replaced by a blend of vulnerability and trepidation, akin to the reactions one might expect from a child of his age. They bound me and shoved me into the trunk. I was unaware of our destination, the vehicle sped along, as if ascending a steep incline. I overheard them mentioning the need to capture more children. Subsequently, they spoke of police searching the mountains, suggesting there was an insider among them. And then they began to fight. The next thing I saw was in the valley, where they brandished knives, intent on killing me. Waisio trembled slightly, appearing pitiable. Sun Haiyang inquired about the child's family phone number, arranging for someone to cover the medical expenses. "My family is without money, we do not have a phone." "It's all right. You should rest well. I will cover these costs," he replied, shaking his head and sighing, feeling immense sympathy for the child. Although Waisia's injuries were not severe, as he had been cautious not to inflict critical harm, he struggled to sit up as Sun Haiyang prepared to leave. "Uncle, I wish to return home." After confirming the child's condition, Sun Haiyang assisted Waisia into the car. In the rear seat by the window, Waisia gazed calmly out into the world beyond. Along the journey, loudspeakers in various villages broadcast alarms, summoning able-bodied men to search the mountains, while militia units commenced their patrols, creating a lively atmosphere. The village of Datan, where his grandmother resided, was well encircled among the others. At this moment, Waisia felt tranquil and murmured, "My younger siblings are finally safe." Sun Haiyang, focused on driving, misinterpreted the child's words, assuming he was concerned about the children in other villages, and paid it no mind. The scene continued to unfold. In the early morning, the mountains were damp and shrouded in mist. Sun Haiyang dropped Waisia off at the entrance of Datan village before hastening off to apprehend the traffickers. Waisia walked weakly, his backpack heavy with medicine, each step pulling at his freshly stitched wounds. At his grandfather's home, his younger siblings remained in deep slumber, oblivious to Waisio's return. He did not pause for rest. Instead, he pushed open the door and silently transcribed the evidence left behind during the interrogation of young Deong, placing it in the crevice of a peeling wardrobe at the bottom. Subsequently, his complexion pale, he pressed his hand against his wound and began to draft plans. He intended to preserve evidence at the locations where the suspects lingered, including the Chanhua guest house and Old Fan's farmhouse, and to extract DNA. He resolved to protect his younger siblings and, if necessary, send them away to evade the gaze of the assailants. He also aimed to arrange for the burial of his parents. Weisia appeared frail and ghostly, despite merely writing. As the anesthetic wore off, waves of intense pain surged through him, causing him to furrow his brow with every word, gritting his teeth to endure. In that dimly lit room, Weisia sat alone by the window, reflecting on everything. Behind him were his younger siblings, exhausted from a night of fear and tears, now fast asleep. At that moment, sunlight broke through. A frail figure struggled to sit in the light, casting a shadow that perfectly concealed the 4 small children behind him. 30 years later, in a hospital ward, the 5th sister, Wei Pingling, stood frozen, staring at the unfolding memories before her, her fingertips unconsciously gripping, nearly embedding into her palm. Was it truly like this 30 years ago? She recalled that fateful day when Weisia set fire to the old house, and their grandparents took the 4 of them home fast. Afterward, she fell into a deep slumber. Despite the incessant blaring of horns from outside and the militia of various villages conducting searches in the mountains, setting up checkpoints at the village entrance, it was said they were in pursuit of human traffickers. The commotion stirred her from her slumber, leaving her in a state of irritation, especially as Weisia remained seated, rifling through papers. Was it during this time that you were compiling such evidence? In that moment, Wei Pingling's emotions were tumultuous. Are you truly prepared to confront those individuals alone? To send us all away to face the enemy, how could such a feat be accomplished? She envisioned the figures in her mind, carefree, insatiably greedy, timid and cowardly. It was unfathomable that the Weisia of yesteryears could be intertwined with the disheveled middle-aged figure lying on the hospital bed with a gun, refusing capture. Is this truly a single person? Chapter 12, The Eldest Son's Reflection. As Wei Pingling continued to gaze upward, she delved into the memories of her elder brother, yearning to witness the subsequent journey of Weisia. A new scene unfurled before her. Bang! An old enamel bowl was nearly hurled in front of Weisia, splattering soup everywhere. In the early morning, burdened by unspoken worries, their grandparents tossed and turned, having just prepared breakfast. Before Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling lay bowls of rice porridge, boiled eggs, and pickled vegetables. Yet, before Weisia, there was only a bowl of thin millet soup. The grains sparse and the broth hardly thick. In light of the recent arson incident, Grandpa Chengjong was seething with anger. He didn't even inquire where Weisia had been all night, refusing to glance her way and focusing solely on serving the other 4 children. Despite feeling weak from the previous night, Weisia paid no heed, drinking the millet soup heartily to regain her strength. After finishing her meal, she smiled as she cleared the dishes, helping with the washing. Once the meal concluded, her second brother, Wei Pingsheng, began his studies. Now 11 years old, he was on the cusp of middle school. A lonely little rabbit, wandering east and west, clothes are not as good as new. Weisia dried her hands, her smile warm. Clothes are not as good as new, but people are not as good as old friends. This line, from a Han Dynasty poem, admonished one to cherish the present and not to favor the new over the old. At her words, Wei Pingsheng turned away in disgust, disdainfully retorting, "What do you know? Mind your own business. All you do is cause trouble." Hearing her younger brother speak, Weisia remained unfazed, though the pain from her wounds intensified, causing her to furrow her brow, her expression nearly slipping from her control. Her siblings were oblivious, showing no interest in her plight. Meanwhile, their third brother, Wei Pingzheng, was in the yard, struggling to fix his bicycle, the chain stubbornly refusing to fit. Weisia fetched a small stick and placed it in the hollow of the chain, pulling it to make the pedals turn. Upon seeing her, Wei Pingzheng irritably stood up and muttered, "You are everywhere," carefully observing her younger siblings. Weisia's pale face broke into a smile as she murmured, "You all must take care, you will be just fine." No one heard her, nor did anyone notice her frail figure squatting before the bicycle. Weisia simply smiled, her heart genuine, her gaze pure and filled with hope. Time shifted back 25 years to a sanatorium. Now retired, former vice director of the human trafficking case, Sun Haiyang, was also watching. The lonely boy squatting before the bicycle, filled with concern for his siblings, finally brought tears to his eyes. Through blurred vision, his thoughts drifted back 30 years. Child, does it hurt? No, uncle. I can manage. That child never cried out in pain, even after such a significant ordeal, with no family to support him. It turned out he merely wished to shield them from the dangers he faced, intending to shoulder everything alone. Later, while driving, he passed through villages and towns where searches were ongoing, and this boy would inquire meticulously about the traffickers, asking whether any suspicious individuals had been apprehended. Until finally, Sun Haiyang's mind was suddenly filled with that tender whisper, "The younger siblings are finally safe." Tears cascaded down his cheeks. Observing the disdain of his younger siblings and even the aversion of his grandparents, Sun Haiyang's aging face was etched with sorrow, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Oh, you! How could your life possibly be as mundane as it appears on the surface?" Seen simulating Wei Pingsheng, the elder son of the Wei family, life is a juxtaposition. On a winter's day, shrouded in fog with feeble sunlight, Wei Pingsheng awoke at his aunt's residence, his thoughts tumultuous. The entire family now resided in his aunt's home. Their sustenance and daily needs dependent on financial resources. For a time, his aunt could manage, but as time wore on, her silence might breed resentment in his uncle. Moreover, the cost of supporting and nurturing his siblings was not negligible. Money. Regaining his composure, Wei Pingsheng began to contemplate how to earn a living in this era. Yet, before he could formulate a plan, the door swung open, and his younger siblings rushed in. "Brother, how do you solve this problem? Please help me. My bicycle is broken, the chain won't go up. Brother, look, our sister is crying again, she's hungry." The cacophony left Wei Pingsheng's mind in complete disarray. Yet he suppressed his frustration and patiently addressed each issue. Soon after, he left the house. Earning money was imperative, he must find a way. Once outside, the weight of his responsibilities bore down upon him. Beyond financial worries, he was acutely aware of the lurking threat of danger. "I must earn money. You watch closely. I am the one meant to be the elder brother, for I will not entrust my siblings to anyone else. They have my protection, and I shall provide them with everything they desire." Wei Xia, take note of what it truly means to be the eldest. Clenching his fists, Wei Pingsheng spoke to himself with unwavering confidence. He possessed the capability to care for his siblings, he certainly would. With a keen sense for opportunity, Wei Pingsheng swiftly directed his gaze towards items such as free-range eggs and loaches, embarking on a venture to profit from the price differences. He journeyed to the countryside for his first batch of goods. Although he faced expulsion and a fine of over 100 yuan for selling in the city, he still managed to earn an 80 yuan profit. Under the stars, when he handed the money to his aunt, he finally caught a glimpse of his uncle's reluctant nod. Yet, soon after, anxiety flooded his eyes. A battered, unfamiliar van slowly passed by the yard, striking fear into his heart and evoking thoughts of the lurking assailant. Wei Pingsheng clenched his trembling hands and swiftly shut the door, retreating to his room. "Brother, what does this ancient text mean? The teacher said there will be a bicycle race next week." The chaotic voices of his younger siblings filled the air, a mix of tension and fatigue. And at last, Wei Pingsheng could no longer contain his irritation. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" In that instant, the possibility of danger loomed nearby. And Wei Pingsheng felt utterly exhausted. Chapter 13, From now on, I shall be alone. Life in contrast, from another perspective. A new scene unfolds. In the early morning, more than 30 able-bodied men from Datong village are divided into two groups. One team sets up a checkpoint at the village entrance while patrolling the village, and the other begins a search for the whereabouts of human traffickers in the mountains. The loudspeaker at the village entrance blares every hour, stirring the entire village into action, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Observing this scene, Wei Xia nods in satisfaction and steps out with two rough dry cakes in hand. Behind the Tong village lies an unremarkable desolate mountain, with a rugged valley path scarcely trodden by human feet. Arriving at the site, Weisia, already sweating at the forehead, does not pause to rest. Fearing discovery, he refrains from taking any farming tools from home, instead gathering nearby wood and stones to begin his excavation. The valley is strewn with rubble and the ground is hard. After an entire day of toil, he eats a mouthful of dry cake when hunger strikes. Managing to dig only a pit over 20 centimeters deep and more than a meter wide. His fingers are cracked in multiple places, and blisters have formed in several spots. As dusk descends, Weisia, covered in dirt, returns home in the fading light and sips a bit of rice soup. Later that night, he sits beside his younger siblings by the light of a lamp, helping them with their homework. Look at you. Covered in dirt as if you've been rolling in mud. Why don't you wash up and clean your clothes? You've soiled the sheets, you should wash them. Grandfather Chingjong, increasingly agitated, scolds him while his younger siblings glare in disgust. Weisia remains unfazed, nodding obediently, and continues washing clothes until midnight. The scene shifts to a live broadcast on Weibo, with a stream of comments scrolling by. At this time, Weisia is far from healed. One can only imagine the pain of his wounds. The footage continues. For an entire week, Detong village remains under strict curfew, not only in Detong, but also in the mining town, Zuoying Township, Penjao village. Vigilance and precaution have not waned, ensuring a significant increase in safety. Weisia knows that for at least a month, the perpetrator will have no opportunity to threaten them overtly. Throughout that week, he finally manages to dig 2 large pits. Each day, he returns home nearly exhausted, his wounds throbbing incessantly, when sustenance consists solely of cold leftovers. Yet, a smile remains on Weisia's weary face. Seeing his condition, Grandfather Chingjong's frustration escalates. Look at yourself. Where have you been every day? You are hardly home. I went to help search the mountains for traffickers. Chingjong furrows his brow, his irritation growing. You? Catching traffickers? With that silly grin on your face all day, who do you think you can catch? Worthless. On New Year's Eve in 2025, at a high-end retirement center in Yichang, 93-year-old Chingjong resides here in fragile health, seated upon a hospital bed. His second grandson, Wei Pingsheng, the chairman of Yichang Glass Industry Group, has meticulously chosen this place for his grandfather's care. As caregivers adjust the live broadcast and busily tidy up, Chingjong is momentarily lost in thought. At 93, he suffers from Alzheimer's disease, with fragmented memories flashing through his mind. Yet, the live broadcast evokes memories from 30 years ago. During that week, his great-grandson Weisia would always be grinning foolishly, returning home covered in dirt, often missing meals, and still finding time to help his younger siblings with their homework. He recalled that although Weisia was always smiling, her steps were unsteady, and her complexion was alarmingly pale, often clutching her stomach. He had assumed it was simply due to hunger. Little did he know it was the result of her wounds. Chingjong remembered that same year when Weisia resolutely insisted on sending her younger siblings away to be raised by others, and how vehemently he had scolded her. You abandon your own flesh and blood? You are a beast. Your parents are still alive, this family is not yours to command. Yet, at this moment, Chingjong trembled. His finger pointing at her youthful visage, a complex sigh escaping his lips. So, did you send away your siblings to exact revenge? 93-year-old Chingjong, with sparse white hair quivering, could hardly believe it, his chest feeling as though it was weighed down by something heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The murky depths of his aged eyes trembled, reflecting images that overlapped with those from 30 years prior. In the dimness of night, the forests were occasionally pierced by the calls of birds and the sharp wails of the wind through the trees, the silence heavy upon the air. Outside Datan village, the young Weisia struggled through the muddy mountain paths, pushing her bicycle. On the back seat lay a coarse cloth bundle, containing a bit of cornbread and a few rudimentary candles. Near the old Wei family home, not far from the mining town, a pile of straw had accumulated. The bicycle came to a halt in a place that had been rendered eerily silent by the ravages of fire and the presence of human traffickers. Kneeling on the ground, Wei Xiao's hands trembled slightly as she pushed aside the straw. In the harsh grip of winter, two lifeless bodies lay, already stiff and cold. It was only upon seeing her parents for the last time that Wei Xia finally allowed herself to shed tears of sorrow. At that moment, she felt like an 18-year-old child, weeping silently. She wiped her tears repeatedly, murmuring to herself, "I cannot cry, or I must not cry anymore. I have grown up. I am the elder sibling. I must not cry." Wei Xia spoke to herself as she trembled while placing her father's body onto the bicycle. Struggling to carry it forward, pushing through the starlit wilderness alone. Her wounds were yet to heal, and with each stretch of the journey, she had to pause, gasping for breath. Eventually, she transported her father's remains to the valley before returning to retrieve her mother. The pain from her injuries became more pronounced as she stumbled through the muddy terrain, falling several times along the way. Yet, she paid no mind. Lowering her voice and quietly ensuring her father's body remained unsoiled, even if it meant suffering herself. In the early hours of the morning, she pressed down the last handful of earth, burying him, and retrieved a candle from the coarse cloth bundle to light it. Alone in the desolate mountain valley, she burnt paper money and bowed in prayer. At that moment, she understood that she had no one to lean on anymore. Her younger siblings were the only ones who could rely on her now. She had lost her parents. "Mother, father, rest assured, my siblings are safe," Wei Xia said. Her eyes red, her voice low, yet calm and resolute. The memory of overhearing her parents arguing resurfaced in her mind. "We have dismantled the drug trafficking route in western Yunnan, but I have been exposed. I suspect there is a mole within our ranks. The adversary must hold a high position. If I were to suddenly die or go missing, the mole would surely suppress the news. I must unearth this traitor." "No. You must not go. Let this line be," her mother urged. "Exposing such information to them is perilous, the identity of the traitor is too high-ranking. And the enemy is formidable," thought Wei Mu, feeling a surge of panic. Simultaneously, Wei Xia recalled her mother's words before her passing, "Your father and I faced retaliation while investigating the drug trafficking syndicate. You must find a way to protect your younger siblings from their vengeance." In that moment, Wei Xia finally understood why her mother urged her to remain hidden and avoid exposure. Covering her face, tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "Mother, rest assured. I will take good care of my siblings." In the nursing home, the retired deputy director Sun Haiyang was transfixed by the scene, utterly shocked by the revelation. A traitor of such high standing. He could not fathom that the events from decades ago, which had sparked a crackdown on human trafficking in Dongcheng City, concealed such a staggering secret. Sun Haiyang gazed bitterly, pondering what the child he encountered back then was truly facing in solitude. At the Yecheng nursing home, on the hospital bed, Qin Zhong, finally regaining consciousness, looked incredulously at the lonely scion. "The enemy is so terrifying, what will happen next? Did you confront them alone?" In the hospital room, the incessant beeping of the heart monitor filled the air. Wei Pingjing, the third brother, and Wei Pingyang, the fourth sister, exchanged glances, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Behind their parents' deaths lay such vast entanglements, and the enemy was so ruthless. Yet, Wei Xia was genuinely preparing to face them. To confront an unimaginable puppet master. At the Luoqiao City Public Security Bureau, the young officer Chen Xiaowen, on duty along with the veteran officer from the Wang family, stared intently at the unfolding scene. The old officer furrowed his brow, nearly rising from his seat. The shocking revelations about Wei Xia were overwhelming. What happened next? Both were left in a daze, gravely watching the live broadcast. A new flashback emerged. In 1995, Dongcheng City was particularly tumultuous. First, there was a fire in a mining town, followed by a stringent crackdown on human trafficking, and later, militia searches in the mountains led to a murder case. This ignited a special campaign against crime, significantly impacting the Chanhua guest house. Nearby police officers frequently conducted random checks on various documents, much stricter than before. On that day, At 10 in the morning, the youthful Wesia appeared at the mining area guest house on her bicycle. I need a room. All documentation must be in order. The checks are stringent lately. Bring your guardians, the receptionist stated. No, I am the child of a previous guest, here to retrieve some belongings. Wesia replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with innocence. Upon hearing that she was not checking in, the receptionist frowned, impatiently spitting out sunflower seed shells. What belongings? We've cleaned this place, there's nothing of value here, don't try to deceive us. They aren't valuable items. I suspect they might have been discarded as trash. I'll take a look, Wesia cheerfully insisted, assuring the receptionist that she wouldn't disturb anything. Which prompted the receptionist to summon someone to accompany her inside. As she gazed at rooms 132 and 133, Wesia's smile faded, her eyes turning cold. The guest house typically did not dispose of trash immediately, and according to the clues provided by Young Deong, the guests had occupied the room for a full week. Meaning they had only checked out the day before, leaving the place still uncleaned. Upon entering the room, Wesia immediately began to sift through discarded clothing, cigarette butts, and various items that might harbor evidence. As he rummaged, he engaged in conversation with the cleaning lady. Auntie, have you seen my second uncle? He resides here. But I have no idea where he has gone, I cannot reach him by phone. The cleaning lady furrowed her brow, casting a disdainful glance at the rummaging Wesia. What does he look like? Oh, my second uncle is bald, dressed in a suit with black trousers, wearing a black jacket over a black cotton coat. And stands approximately 177 centimeters tall. Do you remember what a few of his friends who accompanied him look like? I will ask my parents to search for him as well, he has been gone for too long. They are in the Yunnan region. And I fear he may have lost his way. Wesia smiled, exuding enthusiasm and determination. In the police station, observing Wesia diligently searching for evidence. The young officer Chen Xiaowen pointed incredulously at the screen. Turning to the seasoned officer Zhou, he found Zhou equally astonished. This young man. Initially using the issue of human trafficking to create a star, he has mobilized community support to fabricate a temporary safe haven for himself and his siblings. Subsequently, he ventured alone into the mountains, pursuing the perpetrator and conducting interrogations to gather intelligence. Now, he is single-handedly investigating all evidence related to the criminal suspect. Officer Zhou gazed in bewilderment, he had never witnessed this side of Wesia. Previously, his memories of Wesia were of a young man confined to prison, languishing in despondency and exhibiting a volatile temperament, prone to brawls. He could hardly fathom that Wesia from 30 years ago could be so formidable. A chill ran down Officer Zhou's spine. Was his time in prison a calculated strategy, all in pursuit of vengeance? In that moment, he felt a wave of cold dread. Pondering the depths of such machinations and the kind of person Wesia might ultimately evolve into. Chapter 14, he is indifferent to honor and shame. It matters not. On New Year's Eve in 2025, the commercial district of Luochu City was bustling, with throngs of people jostling for space. A large screen atop the shopping mall prominently displayed the most popular live streaming show on the internet, Life Retrospection and Comparison. Middle-aged individuals held their children's hands, while young couples gathered in the square to watch. Among the crowd, a few university students huddled together, engrossed in the live broadcast on their phones, oblivious to the influencers capturing footage in the square. Many were in disbelief. In a mining town, a middle-aged taxi driver glanced at his phone screen before turning his gaze back to the desolate structures before him. The mining town had long been abandoned. Yet he remembered vividly the extensive crackdown on human trafficking that spanned multiple regions and prompted a collaborative effort among cities was of monumental scale. It was this operation that led to the apprehension of over a dozen trafficking rings. However, what truly astonished them was that this police initiative had been entirely orchestrated by a single youth, Wesia, the eldest son of the Wei family. The live stream continued, showcasing Weisia's life retrospective. For the Wei family, New Year's Eve in 1995 was far from festive, it was laced with discomfort. The biting cold wind stung his face. But Wesia paid it no heed. Utilizing the fading light of the evening, he sat quietly by the window, organizing investigative evidence. His younger brother, Wei Pingjing, was teaching their youngest sister, Wei Pingling, to ride a bicycle, their laughter ringing in the air. Their fourth sister, Wei Pinyang, was deeply engrossed in her studies, calculating with diligence. When the second brother, Wei Pingsheng, spotted Wesia, he frowned. Where had their parents gone? If not for Wesia being the only one aware of their absence, Wei Pingsheng would have preferred not to utter a word to his elder brother. Upon hearing Wei Pingsheng's words, Wesia swiftly gathered the evidence and stowed it away. On a business trip, he replied. The second brother scoffed coldly. When our parents returned to find the old house gone, you want to escape unscathed. How shameful. The entire village knows you set the house ablaze. Weisia ignored his brother's reproach and leaned closer to his fourth sister, offering guidance. Your approach to this problem is incorrect. Wei Pinyang. Her hands reddened from the cold, shot him an impatient glance and retorted, if you hadn't burned down the house, I would have had my tutoring books to use. So I wouldn't need your insincere help. Mind your own business. The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, though still small, also expressed her disdain. Turning to play with their third brother. I want to play with you. The house is gone, and Dad will be angry. Weisia said nothing, retreating back to his room as he watched his siblings walk away, continuing to organize the evidence. On the old desk lay two piles, the first contained physical evidence from the scene, and the second comprised the confessions and information regarding other suspects from young Deong. Additionally, there were remnants of DNA from cigarette butts and water bottles found at the Chanhua guest house, as well as skin flakes from old clothes at Old Fan's farmhouse. Methodically categorizing the evidence, Weisia efficiently packed everything into a leather case, and evening had already descended. The dining table was particularly somber. The harsh yellow glow of the incandescent light illuminated the serious face of Grandpa Chengjong, who remained silent, while Grandma quietly served vegetables to the younger ones. I don't want to study anymore. As Weisia spoke, Chengjong gazed into her eyes, his anger reigniting as he struck her with a resounding slap. You wretch! The Cheng family and the Wei family have produced generations of talent, yet how could you turn out to be such a disgrace? Setting houses ablaze. Neglecting your studies, will you simply end up in prison? After receiving the blow, Weisia remained silent, defiantly meeting his gaze and shaking her head. Chengjong, infuriated, left without finishing his meal. Her grandmother, uninterested, muttered to herself, not studying saves money alone, and despondent in the courtyard, Weisia murmured to herself, from now on, I shall grow my hair long, perhaps that will lend me an air of maturity. She contemplated her disheveled appearance, believing it might make her seem older. I must earn money now, I will support my family. In that moment, the 18-year-old Weisia gazed up at the somber sky, standing tall. Her demeanor was one of melancholy and solitude. It had been a week since the human trafficking case in the mining town of Laoshanshan. And village head Zhou Qiong stood outside with a few others. The deputy chief of the case, Sun Haiyang, approached Weisia, presenting a stack of photographs. Child, look closely, are these the individuals? Beside Zhou Qiong were several village heads, all tense and weary, their eyes fixed anxiously upon the images. These men were among those apprehended in the recent operation against the traffickers, all bound and restrained. The urgency of capturing these violent offenders was palpable, as several villages were on edge. Weisia obediently followed Sun Haiyang, timidly glancing up at each photograph. No, none of them, she replied. Sun Haiyang, somewhat exasperated, gestured for the officers to take the suspects away. Continue the investigation, continue the arrests. Seizing the moment while Sun Haiyang instructed the officers, Weisia feigned innocence and fear. Her gaze fixed on Zhou Qiong and the other village heads. I remember that day there was also a child in the vehicle, his kidneys had been removed. Zhou Qiong and the others paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon returning to the village, they convened and decided that evening to jointly report to the county. escalating the matter to the city district in request of additional police forces to continue the pursuit. After all, the implications of human trafficking, organ trade, and murder were profoundly severe. In the face of such pressure, Deputy Chief Sun Hyang found himself at a loss as he confronted the 18-year-old. Why speak of this now? Why not mention it earlier? Wei Xia's eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, reflected both seriousness and fear, as if merely recalling the events caused her distress. It truly happened, she asserted. Sun Hyang furrowed his brow in confusion, suspecting that this child intended to escalate the situation further. The layers of the case were reported higher up, ultimately drawing the attention of the Provincial Bureau in Dongcheng, which designated it as a major case. A collaborative investigation involving Luoqiu, Shihai, Yicheng, Bincheng, and Hefei was organized to crack down on the heinous crimes of human trafficking and organ trade. The significant news attracted numerous reporters. Those individuals kidnapped other children and even harvested kidneys. I was also stabbed by traffickers and discarded in a ravine after completing an interview. Northern Morning reporter Marushue prepared to leave when the boy approached, extending his hand. Interview fee. Marushue stared in astonishment, while village head Zhou Qiong, witnessing the scene, sighed in exasperation and scolded, "Wei Xia, don't embarrass yourself." Wei Xia paid no mind to the mamas around her, collecting from each person in turn before stowing the money away. Upon returning home, she handed 200 yuan of her interview fee to her grandfather, Cheng Zhong. "This was left for me by my mother before she departed, intended for my younger siblings' tuition." Cheng Zhong exhaled in relief as he regarded the money. He had been troubled lately, with the winter break drawing to a close and the new school term approaching. At last, this was a relief. For the children would have their school fees. After giving the money, Wei Xia ventured out once more, while a few women from the neighboring household gossiped. "Look at the old Cheng family's granddaughter, off to earn more money again. That cash comes in quickly." The journalist, Marushue, observed the scene with a sardonic shake of his head. The children from the mountains, their perspectives so limited. Yet, Wei Xia remained unfazed. Her gaze fixed on the grand operation unfolding across multiple cities, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. In the Yecheng nursing home, the 93-year-old Cheng Zhong watched with a complex expression. That tuition fee. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, he recalled the day he received the money. 200 was quite a substantial amount back in those days when meat cost just over 2 yuan per jin. He had even doubted that the child had hidden it away and had scolded Wei Xia in front of her younger siblings. So this was how the money had come about. In Dongcheng City, at the Ma residence, Marushue had aged considerably. His hair now grey and his spirit diminished. After retiring from the Northern Morning News, he spent his days at home, witnessing the unfolding scene with a bittersweet smile alongside his family. 30 years prior, this child had orchestrated a scheme that led to a cross-provincial crackdown on human trafficking. Seizing the opportunity during interviews to charge fees, the motive had merely been to gather a little tuition for her siblings. Though reprimanded by the village chief and ridiculed by neighbors, she remained indifferent to her embarrassment. The once elderly journalist smiled wryly, reflecting on his past mockery of the mountain child's narrow vision, feeling somewhat ashamed to lift his head. What right had he ever had to deride a child who, at the tender age of 18, aimed to support her family? Chapter 15. He was always there, I was there. It is now New Year's Eve, 25 years later. At 9 o'clock. The scenes of life flicker rapidly, as only an hour remained since Wei Xia was put on a ventilator. In the hospital room, Wei Pingjing gazes at the images, suddenly recollecting. 30 years ago, when he was not yet 10, Dongcheng City indeed launched a special operation against human trafficking. That year also witnessed a horrific family massacre, when organ trafficking was rigorously investigated. Reflecting on all that he remembers, Wei Pingjing murmurs. Yet, thereafter, we were taken away. Our family torn apart. I was bullied at school, but I fought back, forcing the bully to transfer. At that time, I confided in Wei Xia. But he dared not intervene. As Wei Pingjing speaks, memories of the past flood his mind. At Mink Primary School, in second grade, he was tormented by two chubby boys. Upon returning home, he informed Wesia, subtly hoping for him to take action against them. However, Wesia merely regarded him coldly and calmly stated, "This is your own affair, a man must handle his own matters." It was precisely because of this incident that Wei Pingjing developed a disdain for the so-called elder brother and aspired to hold power. He did not wish to be bullied again and hoped that children like himself would not encounter such misfortunes in the future. Thus, the program continues. Wei Pingsheng simulating the eldest son, the scene unfolds. After dealing with various mountain goods, including farm fresh eggs and loaches, Wei Pingsheng places the basket on the tricycle, pays the stall fee, and departs, weary and sore. During this time, he continues to trade various commodities for profit while secretly seeking individuals to whom he offers a small fee to report incidents. Police officers begin to appear frequently around his aunt's home, although they only mediate trivial matters, the assailant remains oblivious. This scenario recurs multiple times. And the van with noticeable dents disappears for a time. Exhausted, upon returning home, the youngest, Wei Pingzheng, approaches him, distressed, to inform him of being bullied at school. Fueled by anger, Wei Pingsheng takes a stick to the school and confronts the bully. The outcome is that the bully, accompanied by their parents, retaliates against Wei Pingsheng, even throwing money in his face before departing. Wei Pingsheng can only watch in fury, battered and bruised. The following day, the youngest returns in tears, stating that the two bullies have struck him again. Considering the physical advantage of the bully's parents, Wei Pingsheng makes a choice. "We shall move. We will transfer to another school. In the future, I can earn money, and you will no longer be bullied." In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng stares at the screen, witnessing his older brother Wei Pingsheng being beaten while standing up for him, feeling a surge of emotion. This is what a brother should be. He defends his younger sibling rather than remaining indifferent. As life retraces its steps, the image of Weisia, the eldest son, appears in contrast. In the frame, Wei Pingzheng is seen tearfully recounting to his grandfather how he is bullied at school. "They push me, and even call others to beat me after school." Qing Shong looks at the child helplessly. "If you are bullied, you must seek help from the teacher. Tomorrow I will inform your homeroom teacher." As the grandfather departed, Wei Pingzheng helplessly wiped away his tears. He sought assistance from his teacher, but aside from reprimanding the chubby Zhou, the teacher proved to be utterly ineffective. In his desperation, he turned to Weisia. Upon hearing him, Weisia coldly recorded notes while stating, "A man must resolve his own problems. This is your affair." She even muttered that crying in times of trouble was unbecoming of a man. The young Wei Pingzheng glared at her in resentment, ceasing to wipe his tears. "You truly do not deserve to be a brother." Beside the desk, Weisia heard him clearly but remained indifferent. In the hospital room, now a mayor, Wei Pingzheng gazed at the scene before him, reflecting on the past. Indeed, this person was identical to his memories. The words were frigid and offered no refuge. As Weisia's recollections resurfaced, new scenes unfolded. Behind the mining elementary school lay a narrow path, where Weisia stood waiting, observing a plump boy approaching with a swinging backpack. Her gaze was devoid of emotion as she lifted a stick. She had learned that the one bullying her younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, was this boy named Zhou Xueqiang. The stick crashed against Zhou's arm, and despite the padding of his coat, he cried out in pain, dropping his backpack. "I've been waiting for you." Weisia spoke coldly, showing no signs of stopping, akin to a frenzied beast. "Who are you, and why are you standing up for him?" Zhou roared, but Weisia offered no reply. Zhou subsequently summoned his older brother, who arrived with a group of thugs. "Beat him." 5 of them picked up sticks and stones, charging forward. Weisia remained unfazed, retaliating fiercely and suffering severe injuries in return. By the time she returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky, her arms and hands marred with bruises and cuts. Her grandfather, Qingzhong, glared at Weisia and shoved her angrily. "Is this what you aspire to? To become a thug? How has our family produced such a disgrace?" Weixia remained silent, and the following day, bruised and battered. She confronted Zhou Xueqiang once more at the entrance of the mining elementary school. With yesterday's injuries still fresh, Zhou cowered in fear, clutching his head as he screamed under the blows. "Who the hell are you? A mad dog!" he exclaimed. "What have I done to offend you?" Weixia, her face emotionless, continued her assault until Zhou could no longer defend himself. She then purposefully paused, awaiting the arrival of Zhou's brother. When Zhou's older brother learned that his sibling had been beaten again, he became furious and rushed over with a few companions. "Are you out of your mind? Beat him. Pummel him to death." This time, Weixia sustained even worse injuries than before, limping home. On the third evening, in the elementary school's dilapidated restroom, Weixia cornered Zhou Xueqiang once again, unleashing her wrath. Zhou wept, his anger directed at the familiar stick, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Zhou's brother, having received the news, was utterly enraged and stormed over, his eyes blazing. Behind him, a few delinquent students also charged in, ready for a fight. Weixia discarded her stick, her expression darkening as she grabbed a mop and plunged it into the filthy toilet, swallowing it amidst the various unsanitary substances. As Zhou's brother and his gang rushed forward, Weixia became even more ferocious, wildly swinging the mop and hurling the filthy contents at Zhou's brother's back. The sounds of splattering echoed, filth flying everywhere, and the surrounding thugs retreated in disgust, unwilling to approach. No one dared to advance, overwhelmed by the repulsive stench. "You dare to provoke death, I shall take your life. Kneel." The eldest of the Zhou family was struck by filth, utterly disgusted, and he roared in rage. Several ruffian students pointed angrily, too fearful to approach, while some hurled stones from a distance in their fury. Zhou Xueqiang, paralyzed by fear, cowered in a corner. Not out of fear of the fight, but out of dread of being sullied by excrement. After all, it was winter. "I kneel before your mother." Without a flicker of emotion, Weixia abruptly thrust the mop forward, jamming it into the mouth of the Zhou brother. The eldest Zhou immediately gagged, his voice hoarse as he screamed while rushing to the restroom, disregarding everything as he splashed his face and head with icy water. The faces of the other ruffians turned pale as they retreated, but it was too late. Weixia swung the mop wildly, creating a cacophony as filth flew everywhere. The other lackeys, gripped by fear, shrieked and fled, some even bolting away entirely. In that moment, Weixia, with a ferocious mania, mercilessly assaulted the Zhou brothers. Zhou Xueqiang, sobbing, knelt on the ground, retching. "What the hell have we done to you? Who are you defending? Speak a name." Yet Weixia remained silent about whom he was defending, simply discarding the mop, limping away. The headlines surged, with comments pouring in. "The mop dipped in excrement. Fighting with 4 or 5 people for 3 consecutive days, Weixia is truly ruthless. For 3 days now, no one can withstand such injuries. He has sacrificed so much for his brother, why not tell him? Madman. After all these years, his body bears no unscathed flesh, yet he still comes, as an elder brother, to defend his bullied sibling." In the hospital room, the female host in the live broadcast faced the camera, astonishment flickering in her eyes. It was precisely because she comprehended that she felt such awe. "Are you curious why Weixia has fought for 3 days without revealing whom he defends? Engaging in relentless struggle. Perhaps you do not understand why he acts yet remains silent, creating an air of intimidation. But I must say, this is the hallmark of a truly astute individual. By not naming whom he aids, he spares his brother from becoming a target of retaliation. Weixia's intention is to instill fear and despair in the bullies, compelling them to drop out or transfer schools. Such intent is terrifying. Yet it is the essence of true strategy." In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng was left in a daze. He had never imagined that such events had transpired in the past. The scene replayed once more, revealing a new chapter. Chapter 16, Pride. My brother the mop from the latrine swung, leaving Weixia with a pungent odor that clung to her. By the time they returned home, it was already evening. Grandmother wrinkled her nose in disdain as she looked at Weixia. "Did you fall into the toilet?" How foul. Wei Pingsheng, the second brother, and the fourth sister. Wei Pingyang wore expressions of disgust. Go wash up in the latrine, or do you even look like an older brother? Wei Xia merely nodded silently. Taking a cold shower that left her shivering, the cold water aggravating her wounds until they became numb. At the dinner table, only a small bowl of rice soup and some pickled vegetables were placed before Wei Xia. In grandfather's words, if you don't strive for better, you'll just have to make do. 9-year-old Wei Pingsheng, today unperturbed, proudly held up a steamed bun at the table. That fat boy Zhou didn't he dare to bully me today, I pushed him down, and he finally learned to fear. Moreover, he had been behaving himself lately. No longer picking on others. When faced with challenges, one must rely on oneself and retaliate with strength. He cast a deliberate glance at the silent Wei Xia. A hint of disdain in his eyes. Noticing his brother's gaze, Wei Xia silently sipped her rice soup. In the dead of night, Wei Xia began sharpening a knife. Under the cover of darkness, she stealthily approached the Zhou residence. The guard dog, the black beast, barked ferociously upon sensing her footsteps. With a cold glint in her eyes, Wei Xia swung the knife. Crimson splattered across the ground, the dog's cries alerting Zhou Xueqiang, who opened the door to investigate. Upon witnessing his guard dog lying dead, a wave of icy dread surged through Zhou Xueqiang, rendering him speechless. In that moment, Wei Xia held the knife in one hand and the dog's entrails in the other. Gently draping them around Zhou Xueqiang's neck, then urinating on him. Zhou Xueqiang trembled, fixated on the glinting blade, paralyzed with fear. Finally, Wei Xia patted his head. Her voice calm. If you continue to bully others, this is what will become of you. As she departed, Zhou Xueqiang was left utterly terrified, in despair. Tears streaming down his face as he collapsed to the ground. The following evening, after school, Wei Pingsheng smiled as he affectionately tousled his sister's hair, his joy evident. The fat boy Zhou had transferred schools and had become particularly meek. Many in the class were delighted. Wei Xia observed her increasingly confident brother in silence, turning away and limping off quietly. In 2025, on New Year's Eve in Shihai City, 38-year-old Zhou Ping was watching a live broadcast, his expression a complex mix of emotions. The footage transported him back 30 years to when he was 8 years old, having been cornered and beaten for 3 consecutive days. Even having a mop stuffed into his mouth. No matter how they struck him or questioned him, the assailant refused to reveal who he was standing up for, leaving him in utter humiliation, unable to even seek revenge. Especially during those 2 days when the mob had sickened him, he could barely eat. At that time, his older brother advised him to lay low, to bide his time and see if he could uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Once the culprit was found, he would exact a fierce retribution. He even overheard his brother sharpening a knife in the dead of night, preparing for a fierce confrontation with the adversary. Thus, he too began to feign weakness at school, all the while plotting to unearth the mastermind behind it all. Who could have imagined that my own large black dog would not only be killed, but its intestines would be extracted and draped around its own neck? The skin was also flayed, and it was left that way at our doorstep. Zhou Xueqiang wept in despair, witnessing his elder brother rush out in response to the commotion, only to be confronted with that horrific scene, nearly driving him mad. In that moment, the elder brother could only manage a bitter smile. Having dropped the knife he was holding. Let it go, he thought, this person is far too ruthless for us to contend with. We must find a way to evade him. From that day forth, Zhou Xueqiang transferred schools, enduring a prolonged period of mental decline, ultimately transforming into a far more affable individual. For throughout it all, he remained oblivious to whom he had truly offended. It was only now that he began to understand. In that moment, Zhou Xueqiang gazed bitterly at his parents, wife, and children by his side. The figure in that scene, the portly boy, was indeed me. Wei Xia possessed a remarkable aptitude. At the tender age of 18, he dealt with matters with such brutal efficiency. Many assumed that the 3 instances of violence were what subdued me, but in truth, it was the act of killing the dog that utterly extinguished my resolve. He genuinely understood how to handle delinquents. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Zhou Xueqiang reflected on the situation. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he had been saved. For now he approached others with kindness, avoiding conflict. A childhood friend from his past, also a delinquent, was brutally murdered at the mere age of 20. In that moment, Zhou Xueqiang regarded the solitary figure with a sense of admiration. Such individuals are merciless in their actions, truly perfect in their execution. This is what it means to be ruthless. At that time, both he and his brother were compelled to feel fear. On Douyin, the program has now entered a larger pool of viewers, with an increasing barrage of comments. What does it mean to have a beginning and an end? This person is processing things like a madman. This is the true method of dealing with delinquents. They are not afraid of being ruthless, believing themselves to be invincible. But they need someone to instill fear in them. Indeed, it is the unknown enemy and the unpredictable means of retaliation that truly instill dread. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng paid no heed to the comments, lost in thought. He recalled a moment from his past with the portly boy. That day, he found himself cornered on the playground at school, realizing that no one would come to his aid. He gritted his teeth and resolved to fight back. The portly boy was shoved to the ground. Instead of retaliating, he merely laughed and inquired if Wei had called for his brother to intervene. At that time, Wei could only scoff and reply, "My brother. That useless coward wouldn't he dare come to my aid. I can rely only on myself." The portly boy did not retaliate. He simply walked away, expressionless. It was only in this moment that Wei felt a chill for his younger self. It turned out that the portly boy had been fishing for information. He had merely wanted to uncover who was behind the schemes against him, preparing for revenge. After the portly boy transferred schools, it was then that Wei truly felt fear. Wei Pingzheng was lost in thought, recalling the day the portly boy transferred. When his classmates rejoiced. In that moment, he shook his head. The image of Weixia expressionlessly hanging the dog's intestines around the portly boy's neck repeatedly surfaced in his mind, leaving Wei Pingzheng in a state of complex emotions. He had, after all, sought out the portly boy 3 times on my behalf, standing against overwhelming odds, yet never faltering. Even sharpening knives in the middle of the night. He had taken it upon himself to retaliate, instilling fear in the portly boy. Is this truly who you are? He glanced at the dejected figure lying on the hospital bed, clenching his fists, muttering to himself in determination. However, you sent away my sister, leaving me without a home. In that moment within the hospital room, the star, Wei Pingling, noticed a new trending topic on Douyin. It was astonishing to see someone compiling a retrospective of life events. Compilation of Weixia, firstly, how to create a significant uproar under the guise of human trafficking, utilizing police forces to protect younger siblings, relentlessly pursuing the culprit, extracting confessions, and gathering evidence. Secondly, how to assist the bullied younger brother. The comment section had already surpassed 20,000 messages and was still on the rise. At just 18. Weixia possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude and tenacity, adept in both planning and subsequent execution. Yet, therein lies the dilemma, from the very beginning. This child was looked down upon by his younger siblings. Indeed, they deemed him playful and cowardly, while the family regarded him as unambitious and degenerate. Nevertheless, he always wore a smile in front of his family, never succumbing to darkness, calmly shouldering everything and handling matters in silence. This is what constitutes the most frightening psychological resilience. When these topics flashed before her eyes, Wei Pingling was rendered speechless. What they spoke of was indeed Weixia. 30 years of ingrained impressions left her in a daze. She recalled the time when she moved to the city, and her younger sister was sent away. Back then, Weixia had brazenly approached their good adoptive parents, demanding funds, asserting that since the children were given away, the money should be appropriately provided, akin to extortion. Yet, Wei Pingling was entranced by the retrospective imagery of life. In the city, Weixia had undergone a complete transformation, fracturing the family and landing in prison. New scenes began to unfold. Wei Pingsheng as the eldest son, the imagery recounted the days following the bullying of the third brother, Wei Pingsheng. Wei Pingsheng, while diligently striving to earn a profit through business, made time to visit the school. Indeed, he had established contact with a new school. And this visit was to transfer his brother, Wei Pingsheng. After arriving at the new school with Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and handed 51 to the homeroom teacher, requesting extra care for his brother in class. Upon returning home, Wei Pingsheng wearily gazed at his younger siblings. The fourth child had stayed up late studying yesterday and had caught a cold, seemingly on the verge of a fever. The household was in disarray as everyone prepared to move to avoid further trouble from the Zhou family. The frequency of police visits had dwindled, while the murderer remained lurking in the shadows. Wei Pingsheng clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with anxiety. He finally noticed that the third sibling, Wei Pingsheng, had also grown accustomed to keeping his head down at home, having been bullied multiple times, forced to transfer schools, and becoming somewhat self-deprecating. At that moment, the retrospective imagery of Wei Xia unfolded simultaneously. With Wei Xia's covert assistance, Wei Pingsheng began to boldly resist, growing increasingly confident and vibrant. He became proactive, believing that through courage and diligent effort, he could alter his circumstances. I must become an official and achieve my goals. Live broadcasts on platforms like Tushio and Douyin displayed comments such as, "This illustrates the changes brought about by differing educational approaches. Wei Xia is ruthless, breaking the deadlock." The second son, Wei Pingsheng, emulates Meng Mu's 3 relocations, advocating for educational changes through environmental shifts, neither right nor wrong, but some children may feel pressured. As the eldest son, Wei Xia truly demonstrates fortitude. Chapter 17: What path will such a person ultimately take? With the burgeoning popularity of the Douyin platform, the elder son comparison program has garnered significant attention, leading to a surge in viewership within a particular live stream titled Elder Son Personality Analysis. The host, Chen Shao, a master's degree holder in psychology, engages earnestly with the audience. From the intricately designed layout to the calculated maneuvers that prevent retaliation, culminating in a comprehensive intimidation strategy, we witness Wei Xia's ruthless scheming. Once such individuals descend into moral decay, they become psychologically formidable, with a high likelihood of veering into criminality. Presently, Wei Xia's life trajectory appears to hover on the fringes of legality. However, it is plausible that he covertly engages in illicit activities, adeptly concealing his actions due to his high intelligence. The live stream, leveraging the elder son comparison theme, rapidly ascends in popularity. In the hospital room, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling observe the unfolding events with complex emotions. It is indeed conceivable, otherwise, how could one rationalize his subsequent actions? Reflecting on Wei Xia's history of family disruption, brawls, and repeated incarcerations, Wei Pingyang casts a weary glance at the frail figure upon the hospital bed. Is this the reason he finds himself in such a state? The simulation of Wei Pingsheng's life as the elder son appears on screen. As dusk falls, Wei Pingsheng laboriously pushes his bicycle through the streets, fatigue etched across his face, his gaze intermittently drawn to the small advertisements plastered on nearby telephone poles. He is in search of a residence. The old bicycle emits a creaking sound as he traverses the 700 meters from the market to the alley where the ads are posted. Coming to a halt at the roadside, Wei Pingsheng trembles slightly as he gazes ahead. A menacing figure with a distinctive bald head approaches from the end of the street, seemingly casting a glance in the direction of his aunt's home. He has been targeted. At this moment, fear grips Wei Pingsheng as he silently contemplates the haunting images of his parents' demise. "I am the eldest, I must protect my younger siblings." Gritting his teeth, Wei Pingsheng begins to devise a plan. A batch of counterfeit goods is set into circulation among various thugs, marketed under the guise of exclusivity, inciting these ruffians into conflict. As tensions escalate, Wei Pingsheng takes the initiative to alert the authorities. The police arrive promptly, conducting investigations and apprehensions, while also increasing their presence in the vicinity. The lacking bald figure is compelled to retreat, allowing Wei Pingsheng to exhale in relief as he prepares to relocate with his grandparents and younger siblings. Indeed, he has orchestrated the thugs' brawl to summon law enforcement, driving away the lacking threat. Why must they go through the trouble of moving? What a financial burden. His aunt often wears a stern expression, regarding them with disdain. Exhausted, Wei Pingsheng feels the weight of mounting pressure. The murder of his parents remains unresolved. His siblings require support, and the perpetrator continues to lack. I must endure, I am the eldest. Clenching his jaw, he recalls Wei Xiao's past words. You mentioned that when our parents were away, the house burned down, and we subsequently moved to our grandmother's home in the Tong village, where my younger siblings resumed school. Then, due to troubles from the mining area, we were forced to relocate, and grandfather Cheng Zhong was even shoved around, yet you remained silent. Ultimately leading our family to a humiliating move to the city. I shall not be like you, coerced into allowing any force to toy with my family. The Douyin screen begins to display comments. If Wei Pingsheng were to withdraw from life henceforth, reflecting upon the memories of Wei Xiao, what would transpire? Yicheng Nursing Home. Cheng Zhong, with the assistance of a caregiver, has managed to raise his hospital bed, his gaze dimming as he recalls bygone memories. His beloved spouse passed away several years ago, and at that time, Wei Xiao was not present. He listens with complexity as his grandson, Wei Pingsheng, speaks the truth. 30 years ago, there were creditors at the door, and indeed, Wei Xiao did not step forward. Consequently, he remains engulfed in confusion. If everything Wei Xiao remembers is indeed accurate, then given his ruthless decisiveness, why did the family allow themselves to be expelled from their old home without his intervention? After all, he had once gone to great lengths to defend his brother from bullying at school. In that moment, Cheng Zhong's voice falters with age and is laden with a sigh. Are you truly Xiao Xia? The comparison program featuring the eldest son begins anew, showcasing fresh images. A retrospective of Wei Xiao's life unfolds. It is mid-February of 1995, and the weather is gradually warming. The Lunar New Year has passed, and the silhouettes of those seeking work begin to converge towards the train and bus stations. In Datan village, many youths are either heading south to coastal regions, journeying to Hubei and Guangxi, or simply migrating northwards. Nearby, workers are starting to arrive at the mines or tending to the fields. In Zhao village, Wei Xiao surveys the surroundings, where outsiders appear to be idly loitering. Yet amidst the crowd, he quickly spots a bold figure. The man, riding a bicycle with baskets filled with pickled vegetables, masquerades as a traveling merchant, probing for information regarding human traffickers. Without uttering a word, Wei Xiao walks past calmly, fully aware that the other party is resolute in their intention to annihilate the Wei family. There can be no retreat. This vendetta originates from drug traffickers along the border of Yunnan. Previously, they had found temporary safety through police collaboration in combating human trafficking across various towns and villages. However, as the situation begins to relax, these individuals are plotting their revenge once more. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether Yang Deong disclosed anything after falling behind. To avoid implicating themselves, they must act swiftly. Upon departing Zhao village, the pressure on Wei Xiao intensifies. Yet, upon returning home, he greets his family with a gentle smile. I'm back. His grandfather, Cheng Zhong, furrows his brow and casts a glance at Wei Xiao. You've been away all day, and yet no earnings have returned. You'll simply waste your days. If you don't work, you'll starve. Hurry up and gather peanuts and cut pig grass. His younger brother, Wei Pingsheng, along with others, disdainfully observes Wei Xiao as they wish to study undisturbed. If you are not studying, at least engage in some honest work. Wei Xiao says little, simply nodding in acknowledgement, then leaves the room to fetch water, tend the fields, cut pig grass, and do laundry. His hands, frost-bitten and cracked, bear numerous scars. Yet Wei Xiao persists in fulfilling every household chore. Only when the family has retired for the night does he quietly appear before his parents' graves. Weixia longs to weep, for it is here that he feels the weight of his grievances and recognizes that he, too, is a child in need of his parents. Nevertheless, he restrains himself. I want to cry, I want to cry. Mother, I am fine. Look, I am now preparing to confront the enemy. He sits before the graves, silently contemplating the situation. First, the enemy is formidable and relentless in their pursuits. Second, alerting the authorities carries too great a risk, as the enemy would stop at nothing to harm the Wei children. Following the teachings of his father, Weixia found himself ensnared in deep contemplation, grappling with the weight of all responsibilities upon his shoulders. He harbored no fear of the enemy's ferocity, yet a profound concern lingered for his younger siblings. He possessed a vulnerable point. The harsh cawing of crows echoed through the mountains and forests, and in that moment, Weixia sat alone before the grave, pondering the means of resistance. He had never considered evasion, not once. But what of his younger siblings? Chapter 18: A silent resistance to the end. The boy's determined path. The barrage of comments on Doin flowed incessantly. He was strategizing his defiance alone, yet did he truly comprehend the formidable entity he was up against? This was a criminal organization so audacious that even the national security and narcotics officers dared not retaliate against it. Previously, the psychological analyst Shen Shao, who had dissected Weixia's descent, was now rendered speechless. Such individuals possess a terrifying willpower. Though he had previously managed to temporarily fend off threats with the aid of law enforcement, his adversaries had now regained their footing and become even more ruthless. How could one person possibly stand against such odds? In a rehabilitation center, the retired Sun Haiyang watched with a distant gaze, lost in thought. So many secrets had been concealed back then. A bitter smile crept across his face as he murmured, I understand your skepticism towards us, considering the multitude of interests entangled with your father. Yet the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. How can you bear this burden? Sun Haiyang began to reflect on a new scene from his eldest son's past. Weixia, with his long hair and a stature approaching 1.60 m, appeared almost like a large child. Now, confronting his grandfather Chengzhong, Weixia feigned a look of innocence. Grandfather, I wish to find work in the county. My parents have mentioned wanting me to learn some skills, at least to have a trade. Grandfather Chengzhong sighed softly, casting his gaze downward. You are quite aimless. If you wish to repair vehicles, then so be it. At least your younger siblings must succeed. He retrieved 10 yuan and pressed it into Weixia's hand. Work hard. It is better than wasting your days. Fortunately, the local town was not far from the county, and Weixia spent a few yuan on a bus ticket, embarking on his journey. As he settled into his seat, he noticed a thief stealthily cutting open a bag in front of him, pilfering money from the unsuspecting passenger. Weixia remained silent, his expression impassive as he observed the entire act. When the thief shifted his focus to a new target, Weixia seized the opportunity to snatch the stack of money and disembarked. Upon alighting, Weixia quickly purchased a camera and film before arriving at the talent market, pretending to be naive as he wandered about. A scruffy, lean man with disheveled hair was accompanied by a taller companion who surveyed the area. Noticing the oblivious Weixia, they exchanged glances and approached him. Little brother, what brings you here? Suddenly confronted, Weixia feigned panic, responding in a trembling voice with a rural accent, I came to find some work, hoping to earn a bit of money. Earning money, you say? There's nothing more lucrative than mining. We can make dozens in a day if you are willing to put in the effort. We can take you along. Dozens. Weixia nodded in excitement, appearing to be a true greenhorn. However, the mine does not accept outsiders. Just say you are my nephew, and the boss won't withhold your wages. Remember. Don't speak out of turn when we arrive, just follow our lead. If the boss catches wind of this, you won't see a dime. In that moment, Weixia's flustered demeanor was impeccably executed, further satisfying the two men. The pair, one named Sun Aishue and the other Zhao Shuebing, exchanged sly smiles. their eyes twinkling with amusement as they discussed their success in deceiving yet another unsuspecting fool. Remember, when we arrive at the location, you shall introduce me as his uncle, while you take on the guise of his second uncle, bringing the child along to earn some money. Once inside the mine, we will ensure his demise and inform the owner. He will be too fearful to report the matter to the authorities, and at the very least, he will be compelled to compensate us 30,000. 30,000 indeed. After this lucrative venture, we shall relocate elsewhere. On Weibo, the eldest son's comparative program discussion has ignited a flurry of comments, with many viewers left in shock. What are these two individuals saying? Is this not a matter of exchanging a life for money? They are undoubtedly two lunatics, yet how can Weisia, such a ruthless individual, feign such innocence? What are his true intentions? Has anyone noticed the camera and film? How exorbitantly priced. Why would Weisia squander his money on such things? At the police station, the young officer Chen Xiaowen stared at the screen in a daze. Was the world truly this chaotic back then? Born in 95, he had no vivid recollections of that tumultuous era, yet he felt an inexplicable chill. What unnerved him further was the fact that Weisia seemed to be fully aware of everything, deliberately trailing behind with an air of nonchalance. Veteran officer Lao Zhou furrowed his brow, feeling an unexplainable sense of dread. What exactly were his intentions? In the hospital, within the ward, Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling exchanged glances, recalling how Weisia had indeed gone out to work, claiming he was going to earn money. At that time, they thought he was simply unfit for education. Now it appears his motives were not solely financial. As their confusion mounted, the footage continued to unveil new developments. Weisia followed Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue as they rode a motorcycle into the mountains. The bumpy mountain road led them to the mine by noon. During registration, Sun Aishue specifically stated that Weisia was his nephew. After depositing their belongings on the large bank, Sun Aishue took Weisia into town for a meal, ordering 3 meat dishes. Subsequently, he purchased Weisia a thick quilt and new clothes. Upon reaching a salon in town, several flamboyantly dressed women pulled Zhao Xuebing, Sun Aishue, and Weisia inside. Zhao Xuebing conferred with the proprietress before finally summoning Weisia. You've been feeling sluggish these past few days, haven't you? Let this sister give you a massage, it will invigorate you and transition you into adulthood. A sudden commotion echoed from the staircase. She is taking off my pants. Witnessing Weisia shyly flee upstairs, Zhao Xuebing and his companion burst into laughter, growing increasingly complacent in their guard. What a foolish boy. They had no intention of committing murder the moment they entered the mine, thus Weisia genuinely began to toil within. The sound of a whip cracked as Weisia leaned against the edge of the mine entrance, lying in the muddy ground, discreetly retrieving his camera from his trousers to commence filming. The overseer's whip drew blood, accompanied by anguished cries and a barrage of curses. In these days, Weisia not only documented the brutal beatings of the miners but also recorded the illicit mining activities occurring here, amassing a plethora of evidence. No one paid heed to the perpetually grimy young man, as the mine continued to operate fervently. As evening approached, several leaders responsible for managing the mine arrived, with mine owner Machilio personally accompanying them. Weisia, braving the cold and the stench, concealed himself at the edge of the mine's latrine, enduring frostbite on his fingertips, silently capturing the unfolding scenes. This moment left viewers profoundly shaken, with a flurry of comments emerging. Is he preparing to extort the mine owner? Has Weisia begun his life of extortion at the tender age of 18? Is his true nature starting to reveal itself? How could that be? I sense he is on the verge of accomplishing something significant. Chapter 19, The depth of calculations is appalling. A wave of fervor was ignited on Douyin. As the topic, why did Weisia secretly film the black mine, sparked discussions among millions. The narrative of Weisia's recollections continued to unfold. In a new scene, after completing the surreptitious recording, Weisia stealthily returned to the dormitory, where it was already 1 in the morning. Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue were fast asleep, their snores echoing loudly. Wei Xia quietly retrieved Zhao Xuebing's phone, carelessly entered a random number, labeling it as wife, and proceeded to send a message. Having executed this maneuver, Wei Xia contemplated eliminating Sun Aishue, envisioning a future where he could escape with double compensation. After completing his scheme, he noted the time approaching 3:30 in the morning, a time when Sun Aishue typically rose for a bathroom break. Wei Xia adjusted Zhao Xuebing's phone to remain lit and intentionally dropped it on the floor. Awakened by the noise, Sun Aishue, who was already inclined to rise, glanced at Zhao Xuebing's phone. Upon seeing the message on the screen, his sleep-induced haze morphed into fury, and he cautiously stepped outside to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Wei Xia cast a furtive glance at the slumbering Zhao Xuebing and deleted the message. The seeds of discord were sown, and the plan of division had commenced. The following morning, Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing smoked and shared a meal together, seemingly unperturbed. However, Wei Xia discerned a palpable tension in Sun Aishue's demeanor towards his companion. Thus, as they prepared to depart, Wei Xia discreetly placed a fruit knife beneath Zhao Xuebing's pillow. That night, after a day of labor, the trio returned to the dormitory. The disarray of their sleeping arrangements was evident. While Zhao Xuebing washed his face, Wei Xia feigned tidying up the beds. At that moment, Sun Aishue's pupils dilated in shock as a fruit knife fell from beneath Zhao Xuebing's pillow. Sun Aishue glanced at Zhao Xuebing, a chill creeping over him. Observing this scene, Wei Xia quietly exited to the yard, using the pretext of urination to pilfer another miner's phone. He sent a message to the sleeping Zhao Xuebing and then snapped the miner's SIM card before returning the phone to its original place. The laborious nature of mining rendered them weary, and the sounds of snoring soon filled the dormitory once more. At 3 in the morning, Wei Xia heard rustling sounds and squinted to see Sun Aishue stealthily rising, standing directly at Zhao Xuebing's bedside. At that moment, Zhao Xuebing's phone was already unlocked by Sun Aishue, revealing a message that read, "Act quickly, eliminate both of them, and return with double compensation." Sun Aishue's expression shifted, and he quietly returned the phone, the flicker of malice in his eyes. As Sun Aishue returned to bed, Wei Xia once again approached Zhao Xuebing's phone and, as before, clicked to delete the message before quietly falling asleep. In the early morning at the mine, Zhao Xuebing discarded his cigarette butt and spoke with chilling resolve. "It's time to act." Sun Aishue nodded with a smile, his heart cold as ice. Indeed, it was time to take action. Their gazes shifted towards Wei Xia, who toiled diligently at the mine, oblivious to the looming threat, responding only with a naive grin and nod. In the hospital room, 3 figures stared intently at one another, the scene appearing frozen in time. The boundaries between hunter and prey had become alarmingly blurred. Meanwhile, the esteemed Deputy Mayor Wei Pingjing watched this unfolding drama in shock, contemplating the implications of it all. Whether it be a text message or a fruit knife, both signify an impending conflict between Sun and Zhao. Yet, his capture of evidence regarding the illicit mining operations evidently antagonizes even more individuals. Reflecting on the past, when Wei Xia claimed to be working away to earn money and learning auto repair, Wei Pingjing finds himself increasingly perplexed. What is he truly undertaking? To sow discord between Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing while documenting such extensive evidence of the mining sites, what could be his motive? In the nursing home, the retired Deputy Bureau Chief Sun Haiyang stands in stern silence. He realizes that this is an attempt to create a rift between Sun and Zhao, especially as they face their own looming crisis. As for the filming of the mining area, showcasing the assault on miners and the unauthorized mining operations, Sun Haiyang ponders deeply, his voice aged and contemplative. "So, do you intend to extort, or is there another purpose at play?" This young man is indeed ruthless. At present, Wei Xia finds himself ensnared between 2 formidable threats. On one side stand Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing, seasoned criminals adept at extorting strangers through their nefarious dealings in black mining. On the other looms the black mine itself, which possesses official connections and undoubtedly wields considerable power. And Wei Xia, merely 18 years of age, is caught amidst these 2 vicious forces. What will he do? He is still so young. as Sun Haiyang reflects in silence. He observes Weixia maneuvering amidst the chaos, strategically calculating his next steps. A mind like that is not to be underestimated. On Douyin, numerous prominent streamers engage in discussions about this unfolding drama. One particular live stream even adopts the title A Retrospective on Weixia's life, with a barrage of comments flooding in. What is Weixia's purpose in filming the black mine? Could it be extortion? I suspect he may share the same motives as those two middle-aged men, considering he is now their nephew. It's hard to say. But it seems he intended to come to the mine from the very start. Amidst the lively discussion, new footage emerges. They are descending into the mine. In this day and age, without monkey cars, venturing into the mine is particularly perilous. The corners are shrouded in secrecy, and without mining lamps, visibility is severely limited. Weixia follows Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing into the mine, where they seem to be laboriously extracting ore. On the other side of the mine, Zhao Xuebing, in a fit of rage, hurls his pickaxe down, lowering his voice. What are we doing all day? Still digging. Enough is enough. We must find that Weixia kid and take action. As he speaks, Zhao Xuebing leans out to observe the diligently working Weixia. It is indeed time to act. Behind him, Sun Aishue narrows his eyes, abruptly raising the pickaxe and bringing it down with force. The target is not Weixia, but rather Zhao Xuebing. With a resounding thud, the dull sound of impact reverberates as Zhao Xuebing clutches his head, desperately trying to stifle the flow of blood from his wounds. His other hand trembling as he points at Sun Aishue in disbelief. However, Sun Aishue shows no mercy, gritting his teeth with a ferocious expression. Striking again and again. I've sensed something was amiss for quite some time. You dared to plot against me. Until the scene turns gruesome. Sun Aishue deliberately triggers a collapse of the mine shaft, creating the illusion that Zhao Xuebing has been crushed to death, before he emerges wailing, "Second brother is in trouble." Weixia plays his part, shedding tears and exclaiming, "Second uncle is in trouble." Witnessing this spectacle, Sun Aishue wipes away his tears with his sleeve, a cold smile forming within his heart. Zhao Xuejuan saw an opportunity to secure a compensation payout, and later he would devise a plan to eliminate Weixia, thus obtaining another sum. In that scenario, he could indeed abscond with double the compensation. The news of the mine collapse spread swiftly. It was an illegal operation, lacking any safety measures. Meanwhile, in the office, Machilio was increasingly agitated. Zhao Xuejuan demanded 30,000 yuan, but the mine owner felt something was amiss. These new miners had only just arrived, and now the mine had collapsed. He was skeptical. The mine owner tasked a female accountant to interrogate the simple-minded Weixia and uncover the truth. Weixia, with trembling eyes, tearfully recounted. "I met them at the job market. They promised to take me to mine for great riches. He insisted he wasn't their relative. But the boss wouldn't let me work, so I had to call him second uncle." Machilio, furious, crushed his cigarette butt. Realization dawned upon him. This was an extortion scheme directed at him. Infuriated, he ordered, "Lock that brat up. Get a few men, grab some weapons, and have a word with Sun Aishue." Bang! The office door was locked from the inside as Weixia coldly observed the departing figures. He effortlessly pried open the door with a wrench. When Machilio found Sun Aishue, he was in the midst of a meal. A couple of thugs approached, delivering a couple of blows before dragging him off for questioning. In these times, those who dared to operate illegal mines often had extensive criminal histories, and the thugs were ruthless in their methods. Weixia hid amid the filthy coal, enduring the frigid muck and coal dust. Through a crack, he opened his camera and began documenting the violence and murder. It was only after Sun Aishue took his last breath, and Machilio arranged for the aftermath, that he left in a state of agitation. That brat had escaped. Outside, the thugs were quickly heard shouting in anger as they searched the mining site. Weixia, expressionless, concealed his camera and remained hidden in the filthy coal truck until 1 o'clock in the morning before slipping away with the coal vehicle. Once outside, he changed into a fresh set of clothes and arrived at a photo studio to develop the film. also finding a nearby copy shop to make 3 copies of the evidence. Holding one of the copies, Wei Xiao persevered through the night and reached a telephone booth in the park by morning. After inserting a coin, a frustrated voice erupted from the other end. "Who is this?" It was none other than the mine owner, Machilio. "Go to the little alley by the job market, at the entrance of New Laosha's noodle shop, and look for a white garbage bag. Inside are the proofs of your crimes." Silence fell on the line. And at that moment, Machilio felt a chill run down his spine. "Damn it, you little brat. You've actually escaped." Initially, he had thought that Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing were the masterminds behind this extortion, not realizing that this seemingly harmless young man possessed such ruthlessness. The entire crew of thugs was on a manhunt, and not only had Wei Xiao evaded capture, but he had also left behind incriminating evidence. What could this young lad possibly want in return for his silence in this extortion scheme? Chapter 20. For their own good, the unknown often evokes the greatest fears. Wei Xiao faced the furious threats from the black mine with unyielding calmness, abruptly ending the phone call. Machilio, in a state of panic and anger, had no choice but to comply with the instructions given, for that little rascal was likely in possession of incriminating evidence against him. "Boss, we've found it," came the voice. As Machilio, disregarding the filth on the garbage bags, opened them to reveal a sight that turned his face ashen and filled him with dread. The evidence of workers being beaten, the unauthorized exploitation of unplanned areas, and the illegal mining activities were frightening enough. But what terrified him even more was the photograph of himself alongside the deceased Sun Aishue. In that moment, Machilio was consumed by agitation, pondering how to locate that little rascal. After all, he had already discovered that Wei Xiao's identity and contact details were entirely fabricated. Such evidence could not be allowed to remain in the open, thus, both that young man and the individuals behind him must be eliminated. Enduring the torment until noon, the phone rang once more. Wei Xiao's expression remained impassive as his icy voice transmitted through the line. "I was merely hired by someone. My boss instructed me to tell you to go to Dayton village in the mining town and look for a bald man selling pickled vegetables from a tricycle. Remember to bring 500,000. Once the call ended, Wei Xiao did not leave but instead grew increasingly composed, directly beginning his search for a residence in the county town. After a morning of searching and considering the layout of the town, he finally identified a rental property. This location was conveniently close to a school, ideal for his younger siblings, with a low probability of incidents occurring nearby. Moreover, the Public Security Bureau was just a few hundred meters to the right, ensuring enhanced safety. After confirming the rental with the landlord, Wei Xiao finally returned to the bus station, purchased a ticket, and prepared to head home. Meanwhile, Machilio, having heard the abrupt end of the call, violently tore off his tie. "Damn it, this is getting out of hand," he shouted. "Go, immediately summon all the thugs from the mine. And those little rascals we have on the outside." Beside him, the head of the thugs, Luo-san, looked worried. "Boss, are we not offering any money?" The fear was palpable, not only in Luo-san but also among the other thugs who had participated in the murder of Sun Aishue. All eyes fixed anxiously on Machilio. Machilio glared at Luo-san, bellowing in fury. 500,000. You think I have that? Even if I did, I wouldn't give it. Find that bold man and that little brat. Now, immediately. If we don't retrieve that evidence within a day, each of you will find yourselves facing a bullet. On Douyin, the comments rolled in incessantly, with viewers increasingly shocked. So Wei Xiao intended to divert the calamity all along. 500,000, back in 95, that amount could buy 20 large houses in our county. It seems Wei Xiao had calculated this from the start. Indeed, with such a sum, the other party could never afford it, nor would they dare to, given their lowly status. This young man, wielding the sword of another, was escalating the situation. In the sanatorium, Sun Haiyang was increasingly astounded, replaying the entire scenario in his mind. Initially, he had faced Sun Aishue, Zhao Xuejuan, with 2 text messages, 1 hidden blade, and a scheme of internal strife. With the cunning of Sun Aishue, Zhao Shuejuan was eliminated, and then, through the hands of Machilio, Sun Aishue was disposed of. Achieving a goal akin to dogs biting each other, all while securing evidence in the process. The entire scheme was intricately connected, with Weixia remaining a mere spectator. Albeit one with a precarious position. It was truly terrifying, a single misstep could have led to his demise. Perhaps the ruse would be exposed, leading to danger within the mines, or Machilio might find him and eliminate him directly. Yet, he meticulously calculated every aspect. Meanwhile, in the nursing home, Qingzhong watched intently, his arm trembling as he pointed at the screen. He could hardly fathom that this was his grandson, Weixia. Fragments of memories from 30 years ago surfaced in his mind. That year, Weixia had suddenly declared his intention to go to the county to learn car repair, explaining his month-long absence from home. It turned out he had drawn the attention of the underworld in the mining area, orchestrating a confrontation with the assassin organization intent on annihilating the Wei family. Could this truly be his grandson? In Qingzhong's recollection, Weixia was a despondent, gambling delinquent with a history of incarceration. Yet now, he stood transfixed, astonished at how deeply this child had delved into such peril. In a live-streamed personality analysis on Douyin, the host Chen Shao sat in shock, unable to articulate her thoughts as she observed a succession of events. The Weixia she had previously analyzed and deemed to have chosen a path of ruin was now actively orchestrating a plan to confront the assassins. He had even opted to plunge into the fray, teetering on the brink of life and death, all for the sake of protecting his younger siblings and family. Officer Chen Xiaowen was equally stunned, his expression a blend of complexity as his gaze fell upon the camera. So, Weixia had meticulously planned the entire operation from the outset, including the preservation of evidence. He had had numerous accounts from veteran undercover agents. Yet Weixia did not stand out among them. The daunting reality was that this young man was merely 18, yet he dared to infiltrate the black mines, employing others to eliminate threats. This individual exhibited a level of maturity that was astonishing. In the hospital room, the respirator continued to struggle in sustaining life. Wei Pingjing, the third brother, witnessed the unfolding scene, his fists clenched in disbelief. He recalled the moment when Weixia first encountered the bald man masquerading as a pickled vegetable vendor. The intensity in his eyes revealing a premeditated plan to protect his family. He did not shy away, instead, he chose to wield the knife of betrayal. Calculating against the black mines. An inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity washed over Wei Pingjing. He endeavored to retrieve memories from 30 years past, finally recalling hazy snippets. There had indeed been cries of a pickled vegetable vendor in the village, but those sounds had vanished thereafter. There were also murmurs of gunfire and brawls, suggesting that the vendor had been robbed. Wang Anran, the village chief of Datong village, also observed, rendered speechless as the events unfolded on screen. His thoughts drifted back 30 years. In late March of 1995, a pickled vegetable vendor was shot during a robbery at the village's entrance. A bewildering twist being that the vendor was armed. When the police arrived, the situation escalated, and the Datong village shooting case prompted a stringent investigation in the surrounding areas. Was it all orchestrated by Weixia to safeguard his younger siblings? To incite chaos among the enemies, allowing the Wei family to escape amidst the turmoil. Chapter 21, The Future Will Reveal It All. The nursing home. Sun Haiyang's gaze was weary as he looked at the screen. Weixia ventured into the mining district to design, guiding Maruliu in dealing with the bald-headed figure on the screen, reminiscent of past case investigations. In late April 1995, a significant violent shooting incident occurred at the border of Datong village in the mining town, posing a severe threat to social security. This case resulted in 2 fatalities, with the suspect believed to be a hitman from the illegal mining scene, who shot and killed members of a gang disguised as pickled vegetable vendors. The cause of the conflict remained unclear, and both victims were known to be hitmen under the employ of the illegal mines. The case had garnered considerable attention, and Sun Haiyang had participated in the investigation of the perpetrator. At that time, the analysis left everyone perplexed due to the mysterious identity of the gang masquerading as pickled vegetable vendors. It was unknown what organization they belonged to or who they were. But they clearly exhibited proficiency in shooting, having undergone training. As Sun Haiyang watched the screen's replay, he saw a solitary, youthful figure and murmured softly. Are you prepared to face a drug trafficking organization alone? These individuals not only engage in drug trafficking but also seem to possess a background akin to that of operatives. The screen then transitioned to the simulated life of Wei Pingsheng, the eldest son. As the day drew to a close, Wei Pingsheng struggled to ride his bicycle through the torrential rain on his way home. He had recently moved into a new home with his grandparents, along with his younger siblings. He and his brother Wei Pingsheng, as well as his younger sisters, had been transferred to a new school, and during this time, he was relentlessly working to support the family. However, before he could even step through the door, he was intercepted by a gang member he had previously encountered. The thug informed him that someone was searching for a family with the surname Wei, consisting of 5 members. Upon receiving this news, Wei Pingsheng wiped the rain from his face, his brows furrowing in anger and exhaustion. He was bewildered as to what enemies his family had provoked. Not only had they killed his parents, but they were also relentlessly pursuing them, seemingly intent on annihilation. I felt nothing during my childhood. I never sensed being hunted. Yet, as I simulate the role of the eldest son, I begin to feel the pressure. Wei Pingsheng murmured, increasingly burdened. In this simulation of being the eldest son, he was tasked with earning money to support his younger siblings' education while simultaneously evading their enemies. In the recesses of his memory, he was 18. Yet the grueling labor under the sun had darkened his skin, making him appear significantly older than his peers. Stopping his bicycle, Wei Pingsheng took a deep breath, gritting his teeth in fatigue. In this life simulation, I am the eldest, I will not give up. Absolutely not. Yet, he began to wonder how Wei Xia had managed during those years. On Douyin, as the eldest son comparison program premiered, the comments became increasingly intricate. Wei Pingsheng is curious because, in his memories, nothing happened, his brother bore the burden. The audience engaged in fervent discussion, then simultaneously. The scene of Wei Xia's return as the eldest son unfolded. With longer hair covered in mud and his skin darkened, Wei Xia returned home from the illegal mining operation. Upon entering, he was met with the displeased expression of his grandfather, Cheng Zhong. You went out to learn a skill and didn't contact home for a month. What have you learned? Do you realize your younger siblings need money? Have you earned any? Wei Xia retrieved over 120 yuan from his pocket, which he had saved from a previous camera purchase, and handed it to his grandfather, Cheng Zhong. This gesture eased Cheng Zhong's furrowed brow, although he still emitted a disgruntled hum. Ignored in the front yard, Wei Xia paid little mind as he slung his backpack, filled with clothing, over his shoulder and proceeded to knock on the doors of his neighbors, one by one. He casually glanced at the door, noticing his younger siblings peering out, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon observing this, Wei Xia turned to the neighbor who was opening the door with a smile. Cousin, I've been working in the county town recently, and I brought back some snacks and a denim jacket. Do you think this will suit little Nyo? Despite the tenuous familial connection, his cousin's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the large bag of gifts. This child returning home with gifts, what a surprise. As he entered his own courtyard, 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng approached him, looking both aggrieved and stubborn. You went out to earn money and returned without anything for your younger siblings. Yet you bring gifts for the neighbors. Is this how an elder brother should behave? 9-year-old Wei Pingsheng held one of his sisters by the hand, equally expectant. Wei Xia feigned a weak demeanor, murmuring, it's not right to offend the neighbors, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. This way, you want to face ridicule from others. Wei Pingsheng's initial hope dimmed, and he retorted angrily, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Always seeking to please others, no wonder you've turned out this way. You do not deserve to be a brother. Wei Pingsheng walked away, followed by Wei Pingsheng, who led their 2 sisters away. Only Wei Xia remained, wearing a bitter smile that masked his helplessness. Later that night, little Nyo, clad in the denim jacket, approached Weisia, who stood alone at the entrance. "Cousin, why did you buy me clothes but not for second cousin and the others?" As he reached out to touch the innocent little Nyo, Weisia murmured softly, barely audible to himself. "I do not wish for my younger siblings to feel sorrow because of me. It is better for them to harbor resentment than to remember me fondly. I am destined to plunge into the abyss, and I cannot let them suffer alongside me. Therefore, I must encourage their independence and resilience, teaching them not to rely on others, for I do not know when my time will come. The path ahead is fraught with peril, and should I perish, who will care for them? They must learn to stand strong on their own." As the rain poured down, Weisia walked alone, speaking to himself. His younger siblings looked at him with disdain, unwilling to approach, when no one comprehended his plight. In the midst of the rain, his small figure was enveloped in an aura of misunderstanding. In the hospital room, Wei Pingyang stared at the screen, feeling a sudden constriction in his chest. Wei Pingyang remained silent, her brows knitted in concern, as they both watched the recollection of Weisia's life unfold before them, listening to the sound of the rain. Memories from 30 years prior resurfaced in their minds. That year, elder brother Weisia had dropped out of school, venturing alone to the county town to learn car repair and earn a living. When he returned, his siblings gathered at the entrance, gazing at him with anticipation. They wondered if he would buy them new books, new clothes, for their socks had several holes. Thus, they waited at the door, lost in their thoughts. What greeted them was Weisia, presenting snacks and new clothes to little Nyo, while they watched in silent anguish as little Nyo reveled in joy. Yet now, the two individuals fixed their gaze upon Weisia, who stands speechless after being reprimanded, while one person converses with himself in solitude. What thoughts occupied his mind during that moment? Wei Pingyang recalls the image of struggling for survival in the mines, solely to safeguard his younger siblings, and suddenly shakes his head in disbelief. His expression is a mixture of emotions as he turns to look at the hospital bed. Subsequently, upon arriving in the county town, "You hastily entrusted me to someone else." Chapter 22, reading to them, assuring their peace as the barrage of comments streamed by. Weisia's life flashed back to moments anew. After returning home from the county, he seized the opportunity to toil in the fields. Each day, clad in rubber shoes, he scurried along the ridges of the fields, immersed in labor. His arms and legs bore the scars of past injuries, often aggravated by new ones, blisters emerging, and calluses beginning to form. It is difficult to fathom that such afflictions could afflict an 18-year-old youth. Yet, every night, Weisia would cocoon himself tightly in his blanket, his face pale, drenched in sweat, awakening from nightmares. He envisioned his parents collapsed before him, their wounds grotesque, yet they still managed to force a smile for him. He seemed to see himself having failed to protect his younger siblings, resulting in their downfall before his eyes. "No!" Weisia cried out, rising in terror, his eyes brimming with fear as he struggled to rise from his curled-up solitude. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quietly made his way to his parents' graves in the dead of night. Only when he leaned against the two mounds of damp earth did he finally find solace, able to breathe without gasping, free from the torment of nightmares. For here, his father and mother resided. His frail figure curled up before the graves, and in these moments he felt as though he was still nestled in his parents' embrace. It was as if they were still present. "Dad, Mom, I miss you," he murmured. "I recently dropped out of school, yet I am still studying on my own. And I've learned new poetry. Let me recite for you. To the east, I gaze upon the cliffs, to behold the vast sea. The waters are tranquil, and the mountains rise majestically. Do you see? Am I not remarkable?" Weisia spoke to himself, leaning wearily against the tombstone. On New Year's Eve 3 decades later, numerous families were transfixed by this scene, with children watching the live broadcast, turning to their parents in confusion. "Dad, will that person really turn bad? Will he sell his younger siblings?" The young parents, eyes reddened, tears streaming down, felt a painful ache in their hearts. "I do not know." Yet, at this moment, Weisia was merely a boy. In the present, he would have just begun junior high school. This child was profoundly unfortunate. Yet he stood as the strongest among the Wei family. Only at his parents' graves did he permit himself a moment of vulnerability. At 18, he had already become the shield that protected his family from life's storms. In the nursing home, Sun Haiyang also gazed at the screen, his demeanor aged. As the new scenes began to overlap with his memories. It was morning at the entrance of Datong village, bustling with the morning market. Stalls selling breakfast, candies, and vegetables thrived with activity until a cart of pickled vegetables arrived, and a bald man began to peddle his wares, inquiring about the Wei family's news. Suddenly, a van from the mining area, disregarding the crowd, barreled down the road as if possessed. The vehicle halted, its door flung open, and a miner, clutching a shotgun, dismounted and strode directly toward the bald man. "Are you really demanding 50,000? The miner barked. "You've got some nerve, kid." The fierce demeanor of the miner unfurled as he revealed a black cloth-wrapped package, the ominous barrel of the shotgun exuding an air of danger. The bald man observed. His smile benign, yet his hand discreetly reached toward his waist. "No, brother, I believe you've mistaken me for someone else." "What 50,000? Taking advantage of the black miner's momentary distraction, the bald man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, drew his gun and fired. Bang! 2 bullets struck the black miner's chest, contorting his face, his eyes wide with shock as he raised his hand to shoot back. However, the bald man was evidently swift, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The surrounding crowd erupted in terrified screams, hastily fleeing and knocking over several stalls. The shotgun, ultimately, only sounded once. In the midst of the straw pile, Wei Xia squinted, observing intently through the gaps, his expression impassive. Simultaneously, he began to quietly sketch the bald man's features. The bridge of his nose was slightly sunken, with a scar running vertically through his left eye, 5 to 7 centimeters in length, his mouth bore slight overbite characteristics. And his ears were quite small. The young man in the passenger seat, lean and dark, had deep-set eyes, a buzz-cut, prominent cheekbones, and a remnant ear piercing on his left ear. The battle unfolded with ease. The bald man's marksmanship was impeccable, effortlessly resolving the situation before hurriedly driving away. Damn it, this trip had been fraught with misfortune, and they had lost a brother. Recently. It seemed like they were either dealing with human traffickers or issues stemming from the mines. What exactly was going on? The bald man, trembling with fear as he got into the car, wore a look of panic, coupled with a profound sense of confusion. In plain view at the village entrance, a shooting incident had occurred, prompting the police to arrive swiftly on the scene to commence their investigation. After gathering evidence, in the police station's conference room, Sun Haiyang's demeanor was icy, his eyes ablaze with fury. A shooting incident. What were the individuals responsible for the investigation even doing? Not long ago, a human trafficking case had already unfolded in the mining town, with the perpetrator brazenly committing murder right under the police's noses. They had yet to resolve that matter. And now the provincial authorities were collaborating on an investigation. Now, in Datong village, another shooting had occurred. It was utterly audacious, immediate inquiries were imperative. And if the case remained unsolved within half a month, they could all expect severe repercussions. Amidst his furious shouts, the scene concluded. Within the sanatorium, Sun Haiyang snapped back from his reverie, retracting his gaze. The image of the youth hidden in the straw pile, diligently sketching the killer's features, lingered in his mind. He was orchestrating everything. The black miner had begun to pursue the bald man. Everything Wei Xia had done was aimed at escalating the situation, compelling the police to intervene further, while also enabling him to witness the killer firsthand and memorize his characteristics. In this game, Wei Xia had achieved 2 objectives with a single arrow. This young man, possessing such intellect and cunning at merely 18, was indeed terrifying. Sun Haiyang smiled bitterly, astonished and shaken. He had never anticipated that the shocking shooting incident from 30 years ago, which had reverberated throughout Dongcheng, had been orchestrated entirely by an 18-year-old child. Not only had the black miner gotten involved, and the assassin entered the fray, but even the police had failed to uncover any clues linking Weisia to the events. No one had suspected that the mastermind behind it all was merely a child. As the Douyin footage concluded, comments flooded in. Truly insane, a shooting unfolding before his eyes. And he quietly sketched, remembering every detail. Weisia observed the fierce conflict and recorded the features of both sides. If he were to grow up and commit crimes, it would indeed be terrifying. Chapter 23, For the sake of purpose, one may spare no effort. A new scene unfolds once more. In Detong village. At the home of the village head Lu Jingwen, a loudspeaker blares at noon. All attention is drawn to the village entrance where a homicide has occurred. The police are conducting an investigation, then everyone must cooperate to complete the evidence collection. There is a possibility that human traffickers have reemerged. And gunfire has erupted at the village entrance. During this period, everyone is advised to exercise caution when venturing outside and to avoid wandering into the wilderness alone. The village has organized patrol teams to commence their rounds. Do not be afraid, remain calm, and trust that the police will solve the case swiftly. At the village entrance, young men armed for patrol begin to appear, rotating in shifts, creating a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Weisia is at home, gazing at her grandfather. And once again expresses her desire to go to the county town. This is the money I earned before in the county. My parents said that if they haven't returned by the new year, I should take this money and bring my younger siblings to the county town. The educational opportunities there are far superior, making it easier for my siblings to gain admission to good schools. A naive expression adorns Weisia's youthful face, seemingly sincere. As she clutches 500 yuan, money previously concealed by Zhao Shuebing and another from the black mine, which she had secured before her departure. Her grandfather, Qing Zhong, feels a surge of anger upon hearing this and snatches the 500 yuan away. Going to the county town, what for? Can you afford the expenses there? Dream on. With your capabilities, it would be a struggle just to survive, let alone support your siblings. Look at how you are faring. Wei Ping, her younger brother, sits nearby, disdainfully observing. We can study diligently anywhere, why go to the county town? You can't even support yourself, and we aren't earning anything. Do you expect us to rely on you? Wei Ping's expression is stern as he gazes at his elder sister. If you truly have the ability, then take care of yourself first, don't go out causing trouble. Why should we follow you to the county town, and what would we achieve there? None of the siblings express a desire to go, and Weisia silently regards them, refraining from further discussion. After dinner, Weisia seeks out the notorious local troublemaker Luo-san, deliberately joining a gambling game, declaring her intention to earn some money to improve her family's circumstances. At the gambling table, Luo-san and his companions observe Weisia with amused expressions. All right, you've already lost over 100, perhaps we should stop playing. You have nothing left to wager. Weisia seems to be caught in a frenzy of losing, resembling a desperate gambler attempting to recoup losses, and slams her palm on the table. To hell with it. I have no money, but doesn't my family still own a house? My grandfather's house is worth at least 3,000, are you brave enough? Upon hearing this, Luo-san exchanges glances with his companions and bursts into laughter. If you dare to write an IOU, we have no reason to decline. As dusk falls, Luo-san brandishes the IOU, leaving with a grin, mocking the disheveled Weisia. Tomorrow, we'll come to visit your grandfather. You might want to give him a heads up. Take care, and when you're ready to recoup your losses, we'll be waiting. Only after they are out of sight does Weisia regain her composure, her face expressionless, exuding an air of calm as she returns home and locks the door securely. The next morning, Luo-san arrives with a dozen men at the Qing household. They smash windows, spray paint, and shout at the entrance, demanding, pay up. Repaying debts is imperative. Weisia, do not even think of evading your responsibilities. No one can owe me money and escape unscathed. Qing Zhong, upon hearing the loud banging at the door, glared furiously at Weisia, who stood meekly with his head bowed, afraid to speak. What trouble have you caused this time? Faced with those bloodshot eyes, Weisia lowered his gaze in fear. I intended to play cards to earn some money, but I ended up losing the house in a gamble. Qingzhong, nearly consumed by rage, turned away, kicking Weisia to the ground and pointing a trembling finger at him. You wretched creature. Wei Ping, with tears brimming in his eyes, clenched his fists and pushed Weisia. We have lost our home. What more do you want? Wei Pingzheng delivered a kick to Weisia, despair evident in his gaze. The two younger sisters wept openly, choking on their anger. How could we have such a brother? You are going to ruin us. The door burst open, and Luo-san, accompanied by others, shoved Qingzhong, a pickaxe nearly pressed against his head. The surrounding neighbors murmured, shaking their heads, lamenting the disgrace of the Cheng family. Weisia remained expressionless, calmly observing. He was indifferent, eager to escape. Taking advantage of the drug cartel's shift in focus to the black mine, hastily seeking an excuse to leave. Thus, he had to incur debts. Only then would his grandfather relent. In the dead of night, Weisia knelt in the courtyard, his grandmother weeping in despair and cursing. How could the Wei family have produced such a scourge? Luo-san and his cohorts temporarily withdrew but would return. Wei Ping was 11, and Wei Pingzheng was 10. One held a blanket for Weisia, while the other tossed his clothes into the courtyard, coldly stating, "Get out of here. What else can you do but harm us? Please, for the love of all that is good, leave." In that moment, Weisia remained silent, a head bowed. Grandfather Qingzhong sighed, speaking helplessly. Go to the county town. Leave quickly, we cannot contend with Luo-san and his men. Under the cover of night, the family hastily packed their belongings, boarding a tractor, taking pots and pans, quietly departing without informing anyone. Weisia sat in a corner, calmly observing it all. His objective had been achieved, he cared for nothing else. At the nursing home in Yecheng, the 93-year-old Qingzhong gazed, lost in thought. His murky eyes reflected deep complexity as he recalled 30 years prior. Back then, he had just learned of Weisia's gambling and the loss of their home, nearly driven to violence against him. No one knew the struggles he faced while raising 5 children, striving to provide for their education. And yet, the house was gone. But at this moment, Qingzhong simply stared at the tranquil youth seated on the tractor. You deliberately incurred debts. All to lead your family away from the drug cartel's gaze in Datian village. You could have confided in me. Qingzhong closed his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. Datian village. The village chief, Lu Jingwen, now aged and coughing violently, also watched the scene unfold, reflecting on his younger self from 30 years ago. That day, upon hearing of a shooting incident at the village's entrance, he had grabbed the loudspeaker, calling out to the villagers. The entire village had been tense for an extended period, with the patrol team maintaining vigilance for over half a month. Shortly thereafter, just days following the shooting incident, Weisia, the grandson of the Cheng family, lost the old family residence to gambling. At that time, I was aware of the news and expressed my lament to the village secretary, remarking upon the retribution that had befallen the Wei family. They had first set their own home ablaze and then lost their maternal grandfather's house, leaving the entire family destitute and wandering the streets. Yet now, Lu Jingwen found himself captivated by the live broadcast. It turned out that the violent confrontation at the village entrance was merely a ploy orchestrated by Weisia, intended to unveil the true identity of the perpetrator. Subsequently, he diverted blame and seized the opportunity to abandon the old Cheng residence. Is this truly the cunning of a youth? His 18 years were devoid of sunlight, overshadowed only by an endless array of schemes. Chapter 24. Regardless, he must endure. The comments on Weibo flicker across the screen, as the audience gazes with mixed emotions. This young man does not possess an indomitable spirit. He simply has no other path to tread. He yearns only to ensure the survival of his younger siblings. Who can claim that this boy is unafraid? Haunted by nightmares that drive him to his parents' graves in the dead of night, he too longs for his mother and father, feeling frail and terrified. Yet, He finds himself without alternatives. On Douyin, the eldest son is analyzed in a psychological live stream hosted by Chen Shao, a Master's graduate in psychology, who watches with a complex expression. At the moment of his parents' sacrifice, Weixia was compelled to grow up. She recalls a previous live stream. The image of their parents just deceased. "My child, do not weep, you are the eldest, you must mature." With their mother gone and the perpetrator still lacking, Weixia can only allow her tears to flow, gritting her teeth to remain composed, repeatedly reassuring herself, "I cannot falter, my younger siblings are here. They must not become targets. I am the elder sibling, it is my duty to protect them." In that moment, Chen Shao gazes in stunned awe at the boy on the screen, bearing the weight of all accusations and scorn, silently safeguarding his family. He truly embodies the essence of brotherhood, indeed forcing himself to mature and fulfill his promise. Simultaneously on Bilibili, Professor Chen Shuaiwan, a modern psychology expert, analyzes the situation in his own live stream. Weixia's determination and execution are terrifying. Once a goal emerges, he acts without hesitation. Such individuals are formidable, like the present scenario, where he resorts to gambling to divert the attention of drug traffickers away from his family, leading him to accrue insurmountable debt. Otherwise, Weixia's grandfather, Qingzhong, might have lent him money to settle the debts, preventing their departure and prolonging their parole. Those who relentlessly pursue their objectives are indeed the most fearsome. As Chen Shuaiwan reflects on this, his curiosity deepens. Why, after reaching the county town, did Weixia choose to sell his younger siblings, ultimately leading to the disbandment of the Wei family? Chen Shuaiwan struggles to comprehend and analyze Weixia's motivations. Could it be that after enduring such tribulations, the pressure became unbearable, driving him to reject the burden of his siblings? At least in the current circumstances, to protect them, he has sacrificed so much. This is the weight borne by the eldest. A new scene from Weixia's life unfolds. In the county town, the sound of tractors gradually fades. Qingzhong, laden with luggage, disembarks with his grandmother and the 5 children of the Wei family, finally halting at the Chenha community. This is the residence Weixia had previously mentioned renting in the county, close to the police family quarters and a school. Many of the neighboring residents are police officers and their families, lending a sense of security. Yet, both Qingzhong and Wei Pingzheng, along with Wei Pingsheng, wear solemn expressions as they silently carry their belongings. At the dinner table, only stir-fried cabbage and dried beans are served, and silence envelopes the atmosphere, thickening the gloom. Weixia eats unsteadily, resembling a gambler who has made a grave mistake. Qingzhong observed with a cold gaze as Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingsheng, and their younger siblings grew increasingly resentful and disdainful. After their meal, Wei Pingsheng took his siblings to study, while their younger sister succumbed to a deep slumber. Qingzhong summoned Weixia, regarding this eldest grandson with earnest intensity. "Do not squander your time idly, look at our current plight, we have lost our home. You are still young, and even if you lack the means for formal education, endeavor to learn independently or acquire a skill for the future. Did you not mention that your parents wanted you to learn how to repair cars before they departed? Mastering this skill could yield a few hundred yuan a month. Cease your foolishness." At this, Qingzhong sighed bitterly. "Your younger siblings are still small, and we are aging. What will become of our family?" Upon hearing this, Weixia, who had kept his head bowed, suddenly seemed enlightened. "Grandfather, how about we give the younger siblings away? When I visited the county, I came across a wealthy family without a son, they would be willing to pay for them. I think the second brother would be quite suitable and could fetch a good price." As he continued, Qingzhong's anger surged, and he struck Weixia with a trembling hand. "You ungrateful wretch." In the doorway, young Wei Pingsheng wept, leaning against the bed, utterly distraught. Wei Pingsheng, with reddened eyes, gently patted his elder brother's shoulder. "Do not be afraid, elder brother, grandfather will not allow them to take you away." Wei Pingyong also cried, gripping her brother's hand tightly. "No, we cannot sell you. We will protect you." In the living room, Qingzhong gazed at Weixia, who was reeling from the slap, covering his face in confusion. You scoundrel, the Cheng family and the Wei family have never sold their children. Get out. 9-year-old Wei Pingzheng clenched his fists and charged forward, angrily shoving Wei Xia. Leave. From now on, we will act as though you are not our brother. Who would sell their own siblings? You are heartless. Just go. Wei Pingsheng remained silent, merely wiping his tears with his sleeve, glaring at Wei Xia with resentment. If he had held any hope for this elder brother before, it had now turned into pure hatred. Wei Xia could only leave home in disgrace. Pushed away by his younger siblings. In the Douyin live stream, new comments flooded in. It seems Wei Xia is genuinely terrified. After all, he must protect 4 defenseless children. And he is merely a child himself. How can he bear such pressure? Alas, after experiencing a series of tragic events, Wei Xia is on the verge of breaking down. It seems he fears that his younger siblings will be a burden to him. Alone, he would undoubtedly thrive better. Has he lost his mind? What was all that effort for before? Is he now willing to abandon his siblings? The live stream continued. Wei Xia had been cast out, and in the living room, Grandfather Qingshong stroked Wei Pingsheng's head, offering complex comfort. Do not fear, my child, grandfather is still here. This household is not for Wei Xia to command. And I will not allow him to sell you and your siblings. At this, Qingshong also glanced at Wei Pingsheng and the 2 granddaughters. The 4 children, having heard Wei Xia's words, were clearly frightened. Despite their stubbornness, they were still just children. Now, hand in hand, tightly clasped, stands the testament of our unity. Fear not. For grandfather still possesses the strength to support you all. As a family, we shall not be torn asunder. It was not until grandmother lulled the 4 children to sleep in the bedroom that Qingshong sighed, gazing out the window, his visage reflecting the slow passage of time. With many children at home, the weight of responsibility was immense. Daily necessities required funds, education demanded tuition as well as books and supplies. The expenses were considerable. Yet one could not neglect their needs. As grandmother watched over the sleeping little ones, she too lowered her head, contemplating the future. Tomorrow, Pingsheng would need to submit his class fee. Ping required extracurricular books, and the little girl was soon to begin her schooling. Qingshong grasped his partner's hand, nodding, his expression growing increasingly poignant, as if the burdens of life had aged him further. I understand, it's all right. I shall seek some work to ease the financial strain on the children. At that moment, the staircase descended layer by layer, until the final step was reached. Expelled from the house, Wei Xia appeared on the rooftop. The rain fell heavily, chilling him to the bone, the wind whipping around him, making his damp clothes cling uncomfortably to his skin. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, Wei Xia lost himself in thought, his leg crossed nonchalantly. From the 7th floor, the ground below appeared a mere distance, with people and peanuts resembling one another in size. He gazed down, watching the throngs pass by, allowing the rain to soak his long hair, which plastered itself to his face. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap. Presently, he considered himself a wayward child. He had set fires, gambled, and contemplated selling his younger siblings. To his grandparents, he was a wretched creature, to neighbors and villagers, a harbinger of retribution. At 18, he pondered how he had fallen so far. Wei Xia lifted his gaze to the myriad lights twinkling below. And with a fierce slap to his own face, he gritted his teeth. I cannot jump. I have younger siblings. I am their brother. He spoke to himself, perched on the rooftop's edge, as if trying to convince his own heart. The adversaries were formidable. His siblings must be placed with other families, where conditions were more favorable. This force could easily eliminate threats with their expertise, a testament to their training. They were still searching for them. And he had to find a way, without proper documentation, to ensure his siblings' escape from this impending doom. As for himself, he could bear it. In that moment, Wei Xia stared into the torrential downpour. Do not blame me. Do not blame your brother. I am afraid my demise matters little, but you must grow up. He resolved to secure a better family for them, to ensure their safety, and to keep them hidden from those who sought them. He felt powerless. Yet this was all he could do. The rain continued to pour, soaking him through, as Wasia sat alone on the rooftop, watching. The curtain of rain enveloped him, transforming the world into a misty blur, obscuring all sight. He could no longer see the lights of the city, as if he were the sole inhabitant of the earth, facing the tempest alone. Uncertain of the righteousness of his actions, burdened with anxiety, he knew he had to act. In the realm of Bilibili. Within the confines of a live broadcast, psychologist Chen Shuaiwan observed with a changed expression. The figure amidst the torrential rain appeared so utterly alone that it was suffocating. After a prolonged pause, Chen Shuaiwan began to analyze the situation. Previously, Wasia had resolved to send away his younger siblings through the act of selling them, prompting many viewers to speculate that he was succumbing to fear, overwhelmed by psychological pressure, and unwilling to bear the burden of additional dependence. However, it now seemed otherwise. He was not evading, rather, he was determined to ensure the safe departure of his siblings, seeking a nurturing environment for their upbringing, while he faced the murderous syndicate alone. He was prepared to put an end to the criminality and simultaneously sever the connection that would allow the perpetrators to locate his siblings. At this juncture, Chen Shuaiwan found it hard to believe as he gazed at the solitary youth. Was this individual truly willing to confront those armed murderers alone? These were the very fiends who dared to retaliate against narcotics officers. Chapter 25. Only my younger brother on the eve of the Lunar New Year, 25 years ago. Many still recall this poignant scene. In late February 1995, a torrential downpour enveloped Dongcheng City, where Wasia stood upon a rooftop, seemingly encased in rain. The 18-year-old Wasia gazed vacantly ahead. The rooftop, shrouded in sheets of rain, resembled a desolate island. Enemies lurked outside, and he felt utterly misunderstood. Though directionless, he fought valiantly, his resolve unwavering. This image of youth is indelibly etched in the minds of many onlookers, a moment none could forget. Meanwhile, Wei Pinsheng, watching the recollection of his eldest son from a hospital bed, was rendered speechless. In the deluge, the boy stood tall, devoid of light. You let us go, while you face everything alone. The drug cartel loomed ominously, ever ready to annihilate the Wei family. He turned to gaze at the hospital bed, his eyes filled with bitterness, murmuring complex thoughts. No one replied, much like 30 years prior, when that individual had always walked alone at the forefront, forging a path through thorns, shielding all from harm. At that time, he too had remained silent. As Wasia's life unfolded in retrospection, new sins emerged. After bringing his grandparents and younger siblings to the county town, Wasia did not halt his efforts. He understood that the drug cartel could find them at any moment. The February winds were biting, and clad in thin garments, Wasia wandered about, ever observant. As he had stated, he needed to secure a good home for his siblings. In the heart of the county, amidst thriving neighborhoods, he found a ground-floor apartment. Wasia's gaze fell upon the meticulously tended flowers and the small dog that occasionally ventured outside. It was evident that this family enjoyed a comfortable life and cherished their existence. After observing for 4 days and conducting discreet inquiries, he learned that the man residing there, Su Jiongong, was a clerk at the tax bureau, known for his kindness and gentle demeanor, possessing a high level of education. At 40, he had no children. Dressed in tattered, threadbare clothing, Wasia resembled a beggar as he passed by the entrance. Su Jiongong called out to him and handed him 10 yuan. After thoroughly assessing the man's character, Wasia approached a neighbor to inquire about Su Jiongong's reputation. Old Su. That fellow is genuinely kind-hearted, but unfortunately, he has no children. Over the years, he's sought medical help countless times, having nearly given up hope. Every meal we share, he most frequently expresses his yearning for a child. The neighbors nodded in agreement, their voices tinged with sighs as they spoke of this matter. As dusk approached, Wasia donned his tattered clothes once more, resembling a beggar. I used that 10 yuan to buy books for my brother and a little food as well. I cannot provide for him alone, could you consider adopting him? Wei Xia spoke softly, his head bowed, yet his request caused Su Jiongong to furrow his brow. Noticing Su Jiongong's silence, Wei Xia appeared anxious. My brother excels in his studies, it's just that our parents are gone, and he has to stay with me, living a life devoid of comfort. Upon seeing the child's pitiable state, Su Jiongong's heart softened. It was not that he was unwilling to adopt, rather, his career was not yet stable. And he was uncertain if he could adequately care for a child. Observing Su Jiangwo's warm smile, Wei Xia obediently nodded and departed. It was not until Su Jiangwo returned home that Wei Xia arrived at the entrance of the community, initiating a conversation with the security guard. Old Su. That man is remarkably steadfast, kind-hearted, and upright, adhering strictly to the rules. The director of the tax bureau has long held a grudge against him, thus denying him any promotion opportunities. It is no wonder he remains merely a junior officer to this day. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia narrowed her eyes and turned away. In the deep of night, Wei Xia arrived at a certain residential area. Enduring the cold as she concealed herself in the bushes for an extended period before finally scaling a wall. Her expression remained impassive as she produced tools to pick the lock. This was unmistakably the residence of the tax bureau's director. The antiquated safe was forcefully pried open. And Wei Xia fixed her gaze upon the 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars, taking them all without hesitation. Once outside the community, she apathetically reached a phone booth and called the police. I wish to report a burglary. The residence of the tax bureau director, located in the Fuli community, has been robbed. Please dispatch officers promptly. Given the address involved, the tax bureau director, Deputy Director San Haiyang, quickly contacted Director Chen Kaishon and rushed to the scene. Upon receiving the report of theft, Chen Kaishon was filled with anxiety as he hurried to the location. Witnessing the disarray of the room and the now empty safe, his complexion turned ashen. However, the loss of 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars, along with other contractual documents, he dared not disclose this to the police chief. He feigned the theft of merely 3,000 yuan. Noticing the investigating officer's departure, Wei Xia observed coldly before returning to the phone booth, this time dialing Chen Kaishon's number. Her tone was succinct as she calmly stated, "Your bureau's leadership frequently orders us to cease operations for rectifications, Director Chen. I trust you will uphold justice. After all, he has accepted numerous bribes. And we possess the evidence. This is an act of defiance against the law, and I advise against deluding yourselves." Chen Kaishon realized the thief was threatening him and retorted in anger. Yet, the voice on the other end left him stunned and utterly fearful. Is that so? You disregard the evidence I possess. You are unconcerned about the 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars. If you are indifferent, there are many who would be very interested. As the call ended, Chen Kaishon's expression morphed into one of rage tinged with helplessness, falling into silence. Hon Jiangwo, he muttered, reciting the names of several department heads, momentarily at a loss as to who had offended this individual. Only to feel a surge of anger and clench his fists. He must demote all these individuals, otherwise, should this matter come back to haunt him. As dawn broke the following day, Hon Jiangwo was the first to be reassigned, followed by Li Efei and others, all being transferred. The vacant positions were swiftly filled by previously commendable colleagues, among them Su Jiangwo. Observing the emergence of a new roster of names, Chen Kaishon felt resigned, knowing he needed a justification for these actions. On Douyin, in a live streaming session analyzing psychological comparisons, psychology master student Chen Shao watched in astonishment. Was Wei Xia truly only 18? Her scheming was indeed terrifying. In the face of Su Jiangwo's predicament, he chose not to directly indicate whom he would assist, thereby rendering it impossible for the tax bureau chief, Chen Kaishon, to seek retribution even if he were to discover the truth. Now that the parole has been fully unveiled, the chief, lacking evidence, begins to harbor suspicions towards everyone, compelling him to mobilize all personnel. This inadvertently facilitates Su Jiangwo's ascent to power. What a clever individual he is. As Chen Shao analyzes the situation, new comments begin to emerge in the barrage. Wei Xiao's strategy is indeed the most effective, achieving its objectives without the knowledge of others. Currently, Chen Kaishon harbors no suspicions towards any specific target, nor does he have a target for revenge, thus enabling Su Jiangwo to complete his promotion in a secure manner. The crux of the matter is, do you all recall the gold bars and 50,000 yuan in cash that Wei Xia previously acquired from Chen Kaishon? Once the objective is achieved, how will Wei Xia handle this money? At this moment, Wei Xia is in dire need of funds. It is likely she will succumb to temptation. Chapter 26. Moving forward without compromise amidst the barrage of comments, Wei Xia reflected upon the unfolding scenes of his life. The doorbell rang, and he stealthily placed a package at the doorstep of the tax bureau chief. Chen Kaishon, the tax bureau chief, appeared considerably haggard. Despite having been reassigned from all departmental positions, he remained restless as long as his adversary held incriminating evidence against him. The threat of being coerced into one action could easily lead to a multitude of demands. Upon discovering the unexpected package, Chen Kaishon opened it, only to be met with a pallor of dread. 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars, intact, lay before him at home. The return of these items did not elicit joy, instead, it intensified his agitation. With the evidence in his possession, the leverage remained firmly in the hands of his adversary. Who could this person be? What were their intentions? Was it possible that someone he had reassigned had offended this individual, who now sought to use him as a means of retribution against that person? Indeed, that must be the case. Seated across from him was Chen Kaishon's wife, who furrowed her brow and seized the opportunity to speak. Since the matter has been resolved, why not replace the person you just promoted? My younger brother's work history meets the criteria. In a fit of rage, Chen Kaishon shattered a cup, his eyes bloodshot. Enough. Let us avoid unnecessary troubles. For now, everything is fine. Though he was more incensed than his wife, he felt powerless, unable to identify who his true enemy was. He could only follow the preordained script laid out by his adversary, step by step. In that moment, frustration surged within him. The cash and gold bars felt like a scalding hot potato. In a nursing home, Sun Haiyang also gazed at the scene, dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that such tactics would emerge from an 18-year-old youth. Wei Xiao's actions were nothing short of masterful. Rather than hoarding the money, he chose to return it, demonstrating true finesse. By returning the money, he achieved his objective while sending a clear message to Chen Kaishon: I am aware of your vulnerabilities. It would be wise for you to maintain the status quo. This maneuver would undoubtedly deter Chen Kaishon from escalating the situation. He had no choice but to preserve the current state of affairs. As long as there were no problems, it implied that his adversary would remain silent. Chen Kaishon had to meticulously conceal everything to safeguard himself. He could suspect the reassigned department heads, but he also had to be wary of those who had ascended to power. Even if he harbored doubts about the newly appointed officials, he would not dare to offend any of them. Under such circumstances, Su Jiangong could develop steadily. As this analysis unfolded, Sun Haiyang stared incredulously at the young man on the screen, who now appeared once more. Wei Xia feigned vulnerability, presenting a woeful visage in front of a seemingly good family. His clothes were tattered, and the biting chill of early spring made him shiver. Once again, Wei Xia appeared beside Su Jiangong, his diminutive figure curled up, gazing pitifully at the newly promoted Su Jiangong, who radiated confidence and success. Uncle, can you take my brother away? You are a good person, only by following you can my brother lead a good life. Su Jiangong looked at the boy, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As one reaches middle age, not only can one attain promotions, but also welcome a child into the world. What a double blessing. Very well. Let me see this for myself. The young man before me is no longer the unstable junior clerk devoid of nurturing capabilities. He has ascended to the position of Chief of Tax Auditing. Previously, he had been at odds with Director Chen Kaishon, who had obstructed his promotion for reasons unknown. However, Of late, Chen has exhibited a newfound courtesy toward him. Observing the curled figure of Weixia before him, Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow and sighed. You have found a path for your brother, what about yourself? Are you willing to follow your uncle? He held a fondness for Weixia. For the boy was mature beyond his years and adept at caring for his siblings. Such a child surely possesses a commendable character. Yet, Weixia merely shook his head. No, I have other brothers and sisters to look after. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo's admiration for the boy deepened. After all, he struggled to care for himself, and yet this child chose familial loyalty over wealth and luxury. The comments from the audience at that moment were complex. Su Jiangwo remains blissfully unaware that it is this young man orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Without Weixia, he would still be that insignificant junior clerk. In the year 2025, at the Luoqiu Senior Care Home, the former director's wife, Lin Xiao, now aged and weary, gazed with a bitter smile. The once mighty director Chen Kaishun had passed away 3 decades prior, leaving her alone. Lin Xiao's expression was a tapestry of emotions as she fixated on the once young Weixia. Only by witnessing the memories of this boy could one comprehend the depths of his formidable nature. It was he who had once extorted and threatened us. We suspected numerous adversaries, yet never harbored doubts about him. The entirety of this scheme had been intricately crafted by Weixia. Motivated solely by the desire to assist Su Jiangwo in adopting his brother. Thus, he had pried open the safe, absconded with its contents, and returned them through the mail to fulfill his objective. Lin Xiao harbored no resentment, merely gazing at Weixia with a heavy heart. She found him to be truly pitiable, bearing such burdens yet receiving no affection from any kin. At that time, in an upscale community of Luoqiu, Su Jiangwo, now 70 years of age and retired from the Municipal Tax Bureau, exuded a refined elegance. His hair, neatly combed and streaked with grey, framed a visage of dignity. As he coughed, he and his wife became entranced by the program on screen. Behind them, on a bookshelf, a photograph of their family of 3 adorned the wall, featuring a beaming child who was none other than Weijia's second son, Wei Pingsheng. Su Jiangwo reminisced about 3 decades prior when he had just received his promotion and had a conversation with Chen Kaishun. At that time, the director, who had always looked down upon him, had surprisingly shown kindness, not only to him but to others as well. In that moment, Su Jiangwo found himself lost in thought, finally exhaling a wistful sigh. It was you. You, alas. He recalled the once beggar-like boy and, from Weixia's memories, envisioned how the child withstood the biting winds, how he struggled to scale walls, pry open Chen Kaishun's safe, and steal wealth, all while alerting the authorities. He thought of how that young boy had calmly threatened Director Chen Kaishun to fulfill his aims. Any misstep in these endeavors could have spelled ruin for him. Yet, he persevered through every challenge, driven by a singular purpose. In pursuit of promotion and career advancement, to elevate one's spirits, and ultimately to adopt his younger brother. Su Jiangwo found himself in profound distress. His aging eyes grew increasingly blurred as he looked upward. You, my child. Su Jiangwo sighed, for through this matter, he foresaw that Weixia's future would be fraught with peril. A selfless individual, burdened by hatred, a youth charging forth in this absurd world. Such a person may not meet a favorable end. Chapter 27, I care not for any storms. For I have long grown accustomed to them. As Su Jiangwo gazed intently, the vivid recollections of Weixia's life resurfaced anew. Between the Public Security Bureau and the school. Within the dilapidated quarters for the families of police officers, a knock resounded at the door. Cheng Zhong sat upon the sofa, his countenance darkening as he listened to the visitors' intentions. They claimed to have heard of a child in dire straits, in need of adoption, and had come to offer their assistance. Cheng Zhong's thoughts immediately turned to his wayward great-grandson, Weixia. Could this wretched child truly have sold his younger siblings? Having endured the devastation of a house fire and the loss of their ancestral home to gambling debts, Cheng Zhong was inclined to believe the worst of Weixia. Yet, as he surveyed the poised couple before him, elegantly attired and exuding a gentle demeanor, accompanied by an array of gifts, his anger subsided. replaced by a complex array of emotions. Particularly in recent days, he had been troubled by his son's unavailability, sensing an unsettling shift. Cheng Zhong hesitated, casting a glance at Su Jiongong and his wife. Wei Xia stood silently by, an innocent smile gracing his lips. When Su Jiongong prepared to depart, Wei Xia once more intercepted the couple, pleading for them to take his younger brother, Wei Pingsheng. The boy offered no resistance. He found his uncle and aunt to be kind and considerate, and they had brought him thoughtful gifts. Tears streamed down the faces of his siblings, who watched with heavy hearts. Their grandfather, Qing Zhong, too, found himself choked with emotion. Wei Xia insisted on taking his brother, while the third sibling, Wei Pingsheng, wept in outrage. "Do you truly wish to tear our family apart? Is this how you fulfill your role as an elder brother?" His sisters echoed similar sentiments. But Wei Xia remained undeterred. Finally, Qing Zhong sighed in resignation. "Very well, go with Uncle Su. Promise to study diligently." On the day Wei Pingsheng was taken away, a gentle rain fell. Su Jiongong held a large umbrella, donned in a suit, and carried Wei Pingsheng's small backpack. His wife, with a warm smile, clasped Wei Pingsheng's hand, and they proceeded slowly. The young boy finally succumbed to tears, calling out for their grandfather and sisters, who wept inconsolably. Wei Pingsheng had departed, no longer belonging to the Wei family. Wei Xia discreetly positioned himself outside the community, observing his brother, the 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng, under the companionship of Su Jiongong and his wife, slid down slides and kicked a soccer ball, all while listening to Su Jiongong play the harmonica, clapping and laughing. Unlike at home, he no longer fretted over tuition fees or the struggle for sustenance. He lived as a true 10-year-old child. On Wei Pingsheng's birthday, Wei Xia brought steamed buns to the window of Su's residence. Yet, he did not enter, choosing instead to watch his brother, whose face was smeared with cream as he devoured cake and sang birthday songs. Wei Xia tightened his grip on the buns, taking a large bite, his heart swelling with joy. Later, when Wei Xia visited the school, he encountered Wei Pingsheng, who was clad in a brand new shirt. As they brushed past one another, Su Jiongong wished to greet him. Were it not for that young man, the Su family would still be without descendants. Thus, observing Wei Pingsheng's pretense of unfamiliarity with Wei Xia, he gently remarked, "Why do you not greet your brother? It is impolite, you know." At these words, Wei Pingsheng broke free from his adoptive father's grasp for the first time, glaring at Wei Xia with discontent. "Burning houses, gambling, selling siblings, what kind of brother are you?" Su Jiongong was perplexed by Wei Pingsheng's evaluation of Wei Xia. He recognized that the young man was quite sensible, even when faced with the opportunity of adoption. He chose to relinquish it for the sake of his younger brother. This disbelief left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and he cast an apologetic glance at Wei Xia. Clad in faded jeans and a tattered t-shirt, Wei Xia stood among a throng of students, grinning innocently, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. He stood upright, gazing from a distance as his brother was led away by his adoptive father, a solitary figure amidst a sea of new dresses, shirts, and books. In a modest apartment, 25 years had passed. Now 70, Su Jiongong's eyes bore the weight of age as he watched the scene unfold, feeling a profound sense of anguish, as if something within him were yearning to break free. He recalled the image of that young boy from 30 years prior, who had scolded him and had never seemed to regard him with respect. Wei Xia, however, appeared indifferent, standing there with a silly grin, content to watch his brother depart. He had always been observant, keenly assessing whether his brother was thriving in his new environment, whether he was treated with the care he deserved. How could he possibly abandon his brother? Tears welled in Su Haiyang's eyes as he coughed uncomfortably. In the live broadcast room, comments began to flood in. "He is truly pitiful, standing there like a dog in the crowd." A new scene unfolded. Qing Zhong watched Wei Xia leave the community, anger simmering in his gaze. During this time, Wei Xia had seemingly settled down after sending away a brother. He had ceased causing trouble and had begun to trade cassette tapes and sell tape recorders for money. Just as he and his spouse were beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, their anger intensified. Although Weisia had started earning money, not a single cent found its way home. Instead, he squandered it on gambling and playing cards. He even preferred to spend hundreds to associate with a group of troublemakers, buying them clothes, treating them to meals, and drinking with them, all in a bid to establish himself as a leader among these delinquents. Today, once again, Weisia had not returned home, his whereabouts unknown. The Weisia mentioned by Chen Zhong now found himself in a tattoo parlor in the county town, offering 300 yuan to a group of school dropouts for tattoos. The young delinquents looked at Weisia with increasing reverence, seizing the opportunity. He produced several portraits to inquire whether these individuals were present in the county. A young thug with bleached hair accepted the portrait, admiring the shoulder dragon tattoo on himself, nodding in satisfaction. "Don't worry, boss, we'll take care of it." Before they could exit the tattoo shop, Weisia called them back, slipping 200 yuan into their hands to treat them to a meal. The young thugs, now filled with respect, nodded and departed to begin their investigation. Upon returning home, Weisia was met with Cheng Zhong's furious gaze fixed on the dragon tattoo on his shoulder, trembling with rage. "You fool, instead of learning something worthwhile, you've taken up tattooing. You are going to drive us to despair." Weisia merely lowered his head, silent. 25 years later, Officer Zhou, an aging policeman, stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Weisia had immersed himself in society, gambling and playing cards, all to recruit these young delinquents and begin his search for someone. He was not only the eldest son caring for his younger siblings, but he also bore the weight of a blood feud. The memory of hatred lingered within him. Young Officer Chen Xiaowen observed with a complex expression just how immense was the pressure weighing on Weisia, while evading a drug trafficking syndicate and ensuring the safety of his younger siblings. He diligently seeks clues to avenge his family's tragedy. Chen Xiaowen sighed, his gaze fixed on the screen. With long hair, tattoos, and a penchant for alcohol and gambling, the 18-year-old Weisia appeared unnaturally mature, orchestrating his underlings and showing them sketches of the murderers responsible for his family's demise. These illustrations, drawn by Weisia, captured the faces of the assailants from New Year's Eve of 1995, an image forever etched in his memory. As he examined the photographs, a semblance of a smile graced his lips, yet his voice dripped with venom. "These 6 individuals have wronged me. Remember, discreetly seek them out." Weisia's eldest son reflected on new images. 6 months had passed, and Weisia remained entrenched in the streets, gambling, trafficking goods, and investigating portraits. Now sporting yellow hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he wore a t-shirt that revealed an array of grotesque tattoos, surrounded by his loyal subordinates in a haze of chaos. At dusk, Weisia returned home with 600 yuan, knocking on the door, cigarette still in his mouth, waiting nonchalantly for it to open. "Grandfather, I've made money, let me in." Cheng Zhong, locking the door, coldly responded from within, "Who wants your filthy money? I don't know where you've stolen, cheated, or robbed it from. Get out." After countless reprimands over 6 months, Weisia had not only failed to mend his ways but had sunk deeper into depravity. Cheng Zhong's disappointment grew. Unfazed, Weisia rolled up the money and slipped it through the door crack before turning away. Wei Pingzheng, accompanied by his 2 sisters, looked at Weisia's departing figure with disdain, spitting contemptuously, "What a disgrace to the Wei family. How could someone like this emerge from our lineage?" With a cheerful demeanor, Weisia departed, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. The thick smoke enveloped him until he coughed, tears streaming from his eyes. A few of his subordinates gathered around. One with yellow hair respectfully spoke, "Boss." Weisia expertly flicked the ash from his cigarette, squinting. "Have you found that person yet?" "No news yet. But we are intensifying our efforts." Weisia nodded, carelessly turning away with a smile, feigning enthusiasm. "Keep searching." In the solitude of the street, Weisia stood erect, contemplating the nurturing methods for Wei Pingsheng. Although Su Jiongong had adopted Wei Pingsheng, the boy must also demonstrate his own talents, otherwise, disappointment was inevitable. The younger brother needed to shine in his own right to garner Su Jiongong's dedication and ultimately secure a bright future. Thus, Wei Xia resolved to assist his siblings in becoming wiser and to embark on their education. Not only Wei Pingsheng, but every brother and sister required guidance. A plethora of books, economics, history, physics, was spread across the table before him as he dedicated most of his time to solitary study, striving to enrich himself. He seemed to live not for himself but for others. Since Wei Xia had taken to smoking, gambling, drinking, and tattooing, his grandfather had barred him from returning home, fearful that he would corrupt his siblings. Consequently, Wei Xia rented a modest, inexpensive basement apartment where cigarettes and books cluttered his desk. Yet behind everything lies a photograph. Aged and yellowed, adorned with 5 innocent, smiling faces. Gazing at his younger siblings, the weary and solitary Wei Xia found a renewed sense of motivation, prompting him to delve into books, pursue knowledge, and meticulously plan for the future. With the absence of their parents, his younger siblings became the sole source of his unwavering determination as the eldest son. In the year 2025, at the aged care facility, Cheng Zhong coughed. His gaze clouded with disbelief. He stared blankly at Wei Xia's life retrospective, his mind drifting back 30 years. He remembered locking the door. His voice cold and unrecognizable to his own grandson. "Who needs your filthy money?" Yet, Wei Xia still slipped money through the crack in the door before departing. At that time, he had grumbled for him to leave quickly, wishing he would never return. Reflecting on this, Cheng Zhong lay for a long while in contemplation, resting against the back of his hospital bed. Such burdens are too heavy for one person to bear. At that moment, the frail Cheng Zhong, in his 90s, shakily rose to observe the live stream comments. Wei Xia chose to shoulder everything alone. He believed that his own downfall sufficed while dragging those perpetrators into the abyss. His family merely needed to thrive in this luminous world. As his grandfather, Cheng Zhong, beheld these words, confusion clouded his eyes. He suddenly glanced towards the other side, where his second grandson was simulating the life of the eldest. He could scarcely imagine the expression that would cross his face once the simulation concluded. Yet, Cheng Zhong's gaze returned to the screen, and he murmured softly, "Is it truly necessary to bear such a weight, to the point of imprisonment? To the brink of succumbing to drugs? Do you comprehend the horrors of addiction?" Chapter 28. From this point onward, may you all live well. The scene shifts back in time, revealing an old door being knocked upon. Cheng Zhong opens the door, his eyes shadowed with gloom. For today marks the return of Wei Xia. Her long hair dyed blonde, her body adorned with tattoos, and a cigarette in hand. Only when the door is knocked again does a flicker of joy appear in Cheng Zhong's eyes. "You're back." It is none other than 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng, carrying several new outfits and accompanied by cookies and cream bread. Grandpa Su Jian and his wife hold Wei Pingsheng's small hand, smiling warmly at Cheng Zhong, their demeanor gentle. Behind Wei Pingsheng follows Wei Pingyang, clutching a book, and the youngest, Wei Pingling, gazing on with excitement. Second brother. A family reunion ought to be a moment of joy, yet it is Wei Xia's voice that disrupts the atmosphere. "Oh, look at you living the good life. What good is bringing these things? You need to earn some money instead." Wei Xia, cigarette unlit, rummages through the new clothes and bread brought by Wei Pingsheng, scoffing and shaking her head, her eyes glinting with greed. "Uncle Su, you have such a large son. And you're not going to give a little something for the effort? Nowadays, it costs tens of thousands to buy a child outside. I'll give you a discount at 5,000. Just look at the 2 elderly folks. This child could easily bring in hundreds or even 1,000 each month to support their retirement." Su Jian stands there awkwardly, watching the once obedient Wei Xia display her avarice, pulling out 1,000 from his wallet. "I didn't bring enough today. I did say I should give something to the elderly." Wei Pingsheng, witnessing this scene, feels utterly humiliated, clenching his fists. Cheng Shong gazes at the money Su Jian pushes forward, a mix of shame and anger flooding his expression. Wei Xia. Have you lost your mind? Wei Xia pays no heed, extending her hand to accept the money, counting it with a satisfied grin. Wei Pingsheng's face flashes red as he clutches Su Jian and his wife's hands. Let us go home. As the second grandson departs, Cheng Shong scolds, Wei Xia. Do you really want to make Pingsheng miserable? Is money all you care about? Wei Pingsheng grits his teeth, turning to his sister, what a disgrace. From now on, let us tell second brother never to come back. This family is utterly meaningless. Wei Xia silently watches her family leave, chuckling to herself in the empty living room. It's better this way, you all will leave eventually. Her gaze shifts to her phone, where a text arrives. Her younger brother reports that someone is paying to locate them and a family with 5 children. Wei Xia looks on indifferently. The drug dealers are still searching. She is looking for them, and they are seeking her as well. Clenching her phone tightly, Wei Xia murmurs in solitude, little ones. You must go far away. You cannot be involved. This matter does not concern you. In contemporary Dongcheng City, within an old neighborhood, Su Jian and his wife stand in silence, reflecting on this moment. 70-year-old Su Jian's mind drifts back to days gone by. Leaving Cheng Shong's home, holding Wei Pingsheng's small hand, Su Jian's wife furrows her brow. Look at how your brother behaves, we cannot go to the Wei family anymore. Just observe your elder brother's greedy demeanor. Upon reflecting on the fact that her son has such a brother, one who dyes his hair, bears tattoos, and smokes, she felt a deep sense of nausea. The prospect of her child associating with such a person filled her with dread about what the future might hold for Pingsheng. It was uncertain how much more they might have to spend in the future. After all, they were foster parents, not traffickers buying children. At that moment, Su Jianggong, adjusting his glasses, recalled the obedient youth who once pleaded with him to adopt his brother. That boy had been good, surely he must have encountered some difficulties. Yet he later heard about the eldest Wei's descent into delinquency, his entanglements with society, and his imprisonment. Such is life. With a sigh, Su Jianggong returned to the present moment. In the nursing home, son Haiyang, now aged, pondered the future. His dealings with Wei Xia revealed that the youth was now incarcerated for fighting and gambling. He gazed vacantly at that solitary figure. A new scene materialized, Wei Pingsheng simulating the life of the eldest son. The murderer lurked in the shadows, forcing Wei Pingsheng to grit his teeth and move yet again. It had not been long since he had left his aunt's home, and he had to scrape together funds. Just as he had managed to settle in, still weary from the transition, a sudden fire engulfed his home. As the eldest son, already burdened with significant expenses, he found himself facing even greater financial strain. Watching the inexplicable blaze, a chill gripped Wei Pingsheng's heart, often awakening from nightmares. He even witnessed his younger siblings crying out in terror from their own nightmares, while their grandfather frequently wept in distress. The pressure weighed heavily on the entire family. They all understood the connection between the fire and the murderer who had taken their parents' lives. Thus, Wei Pingsheng found himself guarding the door with a knife in hand during the night, feeling isolated and exhausted. He finally grasped the immense pressure that the eldest son bore, yet he furrowed his brow in confusion. Why had Wei Xia, once the eldest son, moved into the city without incident? Was it because they had been given away? Contemplating this, Wei Pingsheng hesitated before seeking out another family, offering them his second brother, the child he had once given away in that era. He observed that their living conditions were decent and they promised to treat the child well. However, upon visiting his second brother, he was disheartened to find the family resorting to verbal and physical abuse, scolding and belittling him. Hurry up and wash the dishes. Do you think we raised you for free? Useless child. After washing the dishes, clean the floor, and then do your homework. Consequently, the second brother began to feel a sense of inferiority. Wei Pingsheng, witnessing this, felt rage but was powerless to intervene. He could only comfort his brother, urging him to stay for the time being. They are still searching for us, let us wait a little longer. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng departed, overwhelmed by pressure. Reflecting on his own past. Why had he been sent away to a family that was so much better? On Douyin live stream, comments flooded in. He took a long time merely observing the Su Jiongong family, which paved the way for the better life that Wei's second son would later enjoy. 25 years later. At the police station, young officer Chen Xiaowen and veteran officer Lao Zhou watched intently. Chen Xiaowen's expression was complex as he spoke. If Wei Pingsheng could not endure any longer and chose to exit the life simulation, how would he feel upon witnessing Wei Xiao's memories? The seasoned officer, old Zhou, fell into silence, letting out a deep sigh. He reflected on Wei Xiao, who faced the murderer alone, chasing after the perpetrator and navigating the perilous edges of the black mine solely to protect her younger siblings. She even resorted to feigning moral decay to drive away her grandfather and family. During that time, no one truly understood her plight. At merely 18 years of age, the eldest son had already become a bastion of support for his family. Despite being wounded repeatedly by those he loved, he steadfastly upheld his responsibilities as an elder brother. With this thought in mind, old Zhou began to speak. Upon Wei Pingsheng's exit from the simulation, how would he perceive his brother? Chapter 29, I entered hell. But you should not follow. As the new batch of goods arrived, Wei Xia handed over the tapes and simple electrical devices to the second-hand dealer. Lighting a cigarette, he observed the dealer begin his work. This act of reselling had become the most frequent endeavor for Wei Xia during this period. It was the only means by which he could earn money to support the living and educational expenses of his younger siblings. By the time he had sold all the merchandise, dusk had settled. He quietly approached the outskirts of the community, silently watching his brother Wei Pingsheng read by the window. He crouched in the corner of the wall, a sense of comfort washing over him as he smiled with satisfaction. Occasionally, he would visit the school to ensure that his brother was not bullied or targeted by unruly students. In addition to this, Wei Xia had truly immersed himself in the underbelly of society, becoming part of the rough crowd. After more than half a year, his gang of young delinquents finally had news. They had located one of the individuals depicted in the sketches. Boss Wei, this person is called San Bao. My brothers have gathered intel, reported a blonde thug, excitement lacing his tone as he presented the findings. Let us treat the brothers to something good, don't be stingy. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Wei Xia playfully patted the blonde's head, chuckling in mock reproach. Over the course of the year, Wei Xia had also dyed his hair blonde, adopting an air of rebelliousness. Upon learning about the mistress of one of the perpetrators, San Bao, Wei Xia began his covert investigation, ultimately spotting the woman known as Xiao Yu exiting the dance hall, preparing to head home. He followed her into an alleyway, where darkness enveloped them, and he intercepted her. Do you know San Bao? Xiao Yu trembled as she gazed at the gleaming dagger at her throat. Yes. His real name is San Shaoli, and he often frequents Western Yunnan. As for his appearance, I only remember a mole on his neck and that he likes to keep a buzz cut. He has a scorpion tattoo on his left hand. Wei Xia meticulously noted her description, then coldly inquired, are you familiar with the northern mining area? This scoundrel is in trouble, you would do well to cooperate. Call him over, or you will face dire consequences. He lightly tapped the dagger against Xiao Yu's neck, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You reside at Building 6. Apartment 3 in the South Road Waterworks housing complex, correct? Now, tell me everything you know about San Bao. Xiao Yu's forehead beaded with cold sweat, her fear palpable as she looked at the blonde thug before her, nearly breaking down as she cried out. San Shaoli will arrive at the Lonway Hotel in the mining area in 3 days. Exiting the alley, Wei Xia did not summon his fellow thugs but instead made his way to a phone booth. He dialed the mining area's number directly, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of the bald killer from before. Marulu, in 3 days, we need to discuss your bribery and murder photographs in room 302 of the Lonway Hotel. What happened at the entrance of Datan village? Shouldn't you provide an explanation? On the other end, the black mine owner suppressed his fury, replying, "Fine. Just 3 days from now." At the Lonwe Hotel, Wesia casually used a thug's identification to book a room, specifically requesting room 302, while carrying a leather suitcase. Due to the existence of the black mine, some individuals discreetly sold blasting caps and detonators. These were items Wesia had secretly purchased, concealing the detonators beneath the bed while hiding himself across the street from the hotel. Although the meeting was set for 3 days later, Wesia knew that the individuals associated with Marulu and the black mine would not adhere to the rules. Indeed, the following morning, a black Santana halted before the inn, with Marulu and his associates arriving early at room 302. Upon discovering the detonators hidden beneath the bed, Marulu erupted in a torrent of curses. "Damn it. These out-of-town drug dealers truly intend to entrap me. That little brat must have been sent by this bunch of scoundrels, right? Let us take action. Inform all our people in the mining area to come armed." Wesia remained impassive as she listened to the calls for reinforcements, her gaze fixated on the world outside the window. On the third morning, Sun Bao, also known as Sun Xiaoli, arrived at the hotel entrance, swaying as he prepared to enter. However, having spent years in the drug trade, Sun Xiaoli was inevitably cautious and quickly noticed the presence of a dozen individuals lurking in the shadows at the edge of the inn. Upon spotting the gun barrel peeking from the wrapped bundle in their hands, his pupils dilated in alarm, and he decisively drew his homemade firearm to fire. It was only until he was subdued by 6 henchmen rushing from behind that he was disarmed. Enraged, Sun Xiaoli struggled and roared, "Who the hell are you? Looking for death? Do you know what I do?" With bloodshot eyes, Marulu savagely stepped on Sun Xiaoli's head, demanding, "Do you know what I do? You think you can set me up? Eliminate him." After brutally killing Sun Xiaoli, Marulu and his men buried him behind the inn. Wesia, expressionless, observed the entire scene until 2 hours after Marulu's departure, when she appeared in the wilderness to begin her excavation. Sun Xiaoli's phone remained on his person, and his wallet was tucked in his back pocket. As Wesia rummaged through his belongings, she ultimately uncovered incriminating evidence, messages regarding hired killers, phone numbers, and a business card within his wallet linked to a company with the codename T Merchant, which also served as their rendezvous point. After securing the evidence, Wesia pondered for a long time before severing Sun Xiaoli's left arm adorned with tattoos. Under the cover of night, she rode her bike to the tea company, observed for a considerable duration, and discreetly discarded the severed arm along with a piece of coal before turning to leave. In the police station, 25 years later, old Joe stood transfixed, having witnessed everything, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Young Officer Chen Xiaowen also watched, astounded as he analyzed each calculated move, his demeanor one of shock. Weisia's first step was to obtain information about Sun Xiaoli, subsequently notifying the mining area to create a facade of settling scores. The second step involved exploiting Marulu's psychology by planting the detonators beneath the bed, inciting his murderous intent. The third step orchestrated Sun Xiaoli's arrival, culminating in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Each step was intricately linked, ultimately securing the evidence needed against the criminal organization while diverting blame, ensuring that even if discovered, all evidence would point towards the illicit mining operation. This person's ability to manipulate human emotions is truly not characteristic of a mere child. Chen Xiaowen gazed in astonishment, his expression one of horror. Meanwhile, at the nursing home, retired Deputy Chief Sun Haiyang recalled that past scene. They had received a call reporting the discovery of a severed arm, and he had participated in the investigation at the scene. Upon seeing the tattoo, he began to follow that lead. At that time, he had even driven the police car and spotted the child Weisia, who had been abducted by traffickers, lingering at the intersection with a group of thugs, smoking a cigarette while handling cassette tapes. He hadn't paid much attention back then. Now, reflecting on it, Sun Haiyang could only smile wryly. You orchestrate the entire scenario, aware of the enemy's surveillance, thus crafting a situation that incites their fierce conflict. Everyone adheres to your scripted design. The thought of manipulating two factions into a violent clash sends a chill down his spine. This young man is truly ruthless, harboring malicious intentions that run profoundly deep. Once, the Black Mining District, after undergoing a series of transformations, now falls under official jurisdiction. The mine owner, Maruliu, was executed a few years ago for charges including murder and illegal mining. Presently, several mine owners are transfixed, watching the live broadcast replay. These middle-aged men recall the news from 1995 when Maruliu, in a fit of rage, demanded investigations into a batch of drug traffickers from the Western Yunnan region. They had once participated in tracking these individuals, with some even reaching as far as Luocho City. At that time, Maruliu had vehemently cursed, claiming that a group of external drug dealers from Yunnan was attempting to extort him. Now, as they view the live footage, a profound shock envelops them, and a cold dread rises from their feet. It becomes apparent that behind it all lies that 18-year-old boy, calculating with the precision of a puppeteer. The eldest son of the Wei family, extinguished in vengeance, orchestrating the hearts and minds of others. How ruthless. In this moment, these magnates feel a chill creeping up their spines, transfixed by the screen. This boy, in his fervent desire to protect his siblings, has descended into madness. In the live stream, new footage emerges of Wei Xiao's life retrospective. A body is discovered behind the Lonwe Hotel, and the report reaches the police station, garnering significant attention, especially given the recent surge in homicides which has heightened police vigilance. Soon, Sun Haiyang arrives with the criminal police and unexpectedly spots the child for whom he had once covered medical expenses. Observing the now yellow-haired, carefree Wei Xia, Sun Haiyang furrows his brow, feeling a twinge of irritation. At such a young age, focusing on studies should be paramount. Did you not claim your parents were away on business? How will you explain this upon their return? Wei Xia continues to nod with a smile, offering no response. Sun Haiyang sighs and departs, burdened by the ongoing investigation into the severed arm tattoo case. In that instant, no one notices that behind Sun Haiyang, Wei Xia's eyes gleam with admiration, fixated on his police uniform. In the rehabilitation center, Sun Haiyang encounters this gaze for the first time. He scrutinizes the boy, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you aspire to become a police officer? You are well suited for it. Your strategic mind is adept at outwitting those nefarious individuals. Yet, you bear too much weight, and ultimately, you would find yourself imprisoned. The thought that this child may never realize his dreams causes Sun Haiyang's throat to constrict, while others may be astonished by the child's cunning at this moment. Sun Haiyang understands that this boy genuinely yearns to be a police officer, yet he cannot. He loves his family, but he must also dismantle it. What path will you tread in the future? In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng remains silent, feeling a pang of discomfort within. He observes closely, missing not a single detail. He watches as Wei Xia anticipates Maruliu's arrival, setting a trap with explosives hidden beneath the bed. It is this very situation that incites Maruliu's wrath, leading him to mistakenly believe he is under siege from a drug trafficking syndicate, resulting in the immediate execution of Sun Xiaoli. He observed as Wei Xia deliberately presented his severed hand to the tea company, inciting a fierce rivalry among them. Ultimately, the most profound revelation came from Wei Pingzheng. Now serving as the deputy mayor, he had navigated the tumultuous waters of political life, and only he understood the immense difficulty in achieving such feats. For Wei Xia was manipulating the very essence of human nature. While he unearthed corpses, he risked discovery by the mercenaries lurking nearby. When he escorted the tattooed Sun Xiaoli from the drug trafficking syndicate, he remained perilously close to being unmasked by the very criminals he sought to elude. In that moment, Wei Xia must have felt trepidation, yet he pressed onward. Wei Pingzheng gazed at the hospital bed, lost in thought. He beheld Wei Xia, standing resolutely against the tempest, shouldering the weight of adversaries alone. He recalled the subsequent unraveling of their family, the descent into drug involvement, imprisonment, brawls, and ultimately, Wei Xiao's armed resistance against arrest. At that moment, Wei Pingzheng clenched his fist. He yearned to witness what Wesia would undertake next. Had he truly exacted his revenge? Chapter 30. I am determined to dismantle my family. Mother Weisia's life is a retrospective, revealing new scenes. From the official report of the Luocho County Morning News in 1995. Recently, a horrifying incident involving a severed hand occurred in Luocho City, prompting an ongoing investigation by the police. After this news report, there were no further updates. Simultaneously, the tea company located in the area of the severed arm is also under police scrutiny. After the officers departed, a bald man with a grim expression gazed at his subordinate's severed hand, which had been methodically sawed off. He could almost envision the brutal and merciless techniques employed. Unmistakably not a mere act of vengeance. Could it be related to the previous altercation with the black coal mine? The bald man furrowed his brow. No. That cannot be right. Although we clashed with the black mine before, there was no blood feud. What could possibly be the reason behind this? The bald man observed with a complex expression as several assassins from the drug cartel began to converse. This is the second time. Could there be someone behind the Wei family? I suspect we are being set up. Last time, that group of miners from Datong village appeared out of nowhere, and now San Xiali has also met his demise at the hands of the black mine. Have we become targets? The assassins felt an intricate web of confusion, as it seemed that since their arrival in this place, they had not experienced a single moment of ease. Yang Deong, San Xiaoli, those who arrived together, perished in this small locality, evoking an increasing sense of dread. The bald man, named Lu Chong, felt as though he was being specifically targeted. With Yang Deong dead and San Xiaoli also gone, the unseen hand remained shrouded in mystery, leaving him in a state of profound unease. They have all been eliminated. We must swiftly eradicate the Wei family and depart. Liu Chong seethed, narrowing his eyes. This wretched place feels utterly amiss. In a Douyin live stream, comments began to flood in. You have no idea who is truly behind this. That child possesses a willpower that ranks among the elite of humanity. When he chooses to accept his own downfall, relinquishing his ideals and all that is precious to him, such a person is either akin to mad or possesses a resolve more formidable than that of demons. In the present, a hospital room. With the popularity of the comparison show featuring his eldest son, the media has begun to seize upon the trending topic. Reporter Chu Shanshan was interviewing in the hospital. Her gaze transfixed on the scene, incredulously shifting her focus to the hospital bed. The respirator could barely sustain the vital signs. Weisia appeared exceedingly frail. Even so, one could discern the latent dominance concealed within the brow of this middle-aged man. Chu Shanshan murmured softly. The pressure on him is immense. Could he be losing his sanity? Without any support, the drift on the fringes between the black mine and the drug cartel, he strives to protect his family. Standing as an outsider, one can increasingly sense the terror emanating from this individual. In this moment, Chu Shanshan's expression grew complex as she observed a new scene. An old rental unit, illuminated by a dim, yellow light. Weisia sat alone at the edge of his desk, smoking, while continuously writing. The characters began to emerge on the surface of the table. First, the miners set an ambush to intercept and eliminate San Xiaoli. The assassin organization has now established a tea company as a front, with currently deceased members including Yang Deong and San Xiaoli, leaving 6 remaining. Second, the drug cartel remains resolute in their intention to eradicate the Wei family, actively seeking families with 5 children, determined to send away the younger siblings. By the time he pondered until the depths of the night, Weisia felt an overwhelming fatigue, resting his head upon the desk, succumbing to a deep slumber. On the desk lies an array of organized materials, various academic notes, and a pile of cigarette butts in an ashtray. In the modern convalescent home, San Haiyang continues to gaze intently. He observes the weary figure hunched over the desk, sighing as he closes his eyes. It is simply too arduous. His mind drifts back to the moment he first encountered Weisia. That year, a human trafficker emerged in the mining town, seizing a police vehicle. And Weisia happened to be the youth targeted for assassination. No one anticipated that everything was orchestrated by this very boy. At that time, the biting cold wind swept through as he, accompanied by police officers and villagers, searched the mountains. The youth lay in the cold, damp valley, clutching his wounded abdomen. Eyes wide open, fading into unconsciousness. The resolute gaze and indomitable vitality of that boy remain etched in Sun Haiyang's memory. In that moment, the figure of the boy lying in the valley's chill gradually converges with the image of the fatigued figure bent over the desk. In the early hours of dawn, at 5 o'clock, Weisia awakens from the desk. He turns off the incandescent light, gathers his written records, and steps into the bathroom. The faucet releases icy water. The bone-chilling sensation fully rousing Weisia. Allowing the cold to envelop him, he compels himself to muster his fighting spirit. Glancing at his reflection in the one mirror, he clenches his fists, feeling invigorated and emboldened. Pushing open the old wooden door, Weisia arrives at the casino, seeking out a group of ruffians. Dispersing a few cigarettes, he speaks. Go investigate if there are any officials in Luocho City whose children have passed away, or those who have been unable to conceive. Motivated by the prospect of monetary reward and straightforwardness, the gang diligently searches, reporting back, boss, the head of land reform and construction, Shokai, lost his child to illness 2 years ago. There is also a deputy section chief at the Resource Management Bureau who is infertile. The district chief of the old town, Yu Jianjun, has no children. It's said that his child died before birth. Weisia meticulously records the information gathered by the ruffians before quietly departing. The land reform construction site lies to the north of Luocho City. Weisia cycles for an entire morning to reach it. He observes silently from noon until dusk. Just as Jokai finishes work and prepares to leave, the staff member, sweating profusely, rushes after him. Director Zhou, we stayed up late last night to revise 2 versions of the plan for your review. As the materials are handed over, Jokai squints his eyes and flings them to the ground. I truly do not know what you all do all day. Take your worthless proposals and produce 4 versions by tomorrow for selection. If you can't do it, get lost. Weisia watches from the shade of a tree, silently taking out his pen. Jokai's behavior is brutish, his temperament volatile. He then crosses out Jokai's name and turns to leave. The following day, Weisia appears outside the Resource Management Bureau in the western part of the city, carefully following Section Chief Luo Ligong home. At noon, as Weisia nibbles on a cold steamed bun, he observes a figure carrying numerous fine wines and a leather bag entering. When Luo Ligong cheerfully sees the individual off, the items in that person's hands have vanished. Weisia once again takes up his pen. Greed will inevitably lead to trouble. He subsequently crosses out Luo Ligong's name. Now, only one name remains on the paper, Yu Jianjun. Weisia silently observed, tucking her pen and paper into her pocket as she discreetly approached the office building in the old district. However, upon her arrival, she was promptly noticed by a passing officer. Spotting the young woman with her distinctive yellow hair peering around, the officer took her directly to the police station. What? Is it a crime to simply pass by? What law prohibits walking outside the district office? Regardless of the officer's inquiries, Weisia remained obstinate, ultimately being released. The seasoned officer scrutinized her with a piercing gaze. Behave yourself, causing trouble will eventually land you in prison. In that moment, Weisia paid no heed, continuing her silent quest to find a new home for her younger siblings as she aimlessly navigated the city. On Douyin, in a live broadcast room dedicated to psychological analysis, host Chen Shao watched the footage of the eldest son and was momentarily taken aback. She then turned to her assistant beside her. Weisia is helping her younger siblings find a home. The image of the young boy continued to flicker across the screen. Carrying cold buns and water, having saved every penny he earned. Through all the storms, he searched alone in silence. The more she witnessed, the heavier Chen Zhao's heart felt. Yet this child no longer had a home of his own. With her younger siblings gone, the Wei family had been reduced to just him. An 18-year-old boy. slowly dismantling the home he cherished the most, piece by piece. Chapter 31, I Want to Be Alone, finally alone in a scene reminiscent of the past. A bicycle rests by the roadside as Wesia stands in the corner, quietly perusing some documents. The photograph of the district chief of the old town of Luochio City, Yu Jianjun, reveals a man with a resolute brow and a serious demeanor, exuding an air of authority. This individual possesses a remarkable compassion for the people. Yet he exhibits an unwavering zero tolerance towards crime. The tragic demise of a child in the past stemmed from his unwavering integrity, which incited the wrath of a criminal, leading to the child's abduction and murder. After observing for a period, Weisia resolved to initiate contact. To approach Yu Jianjun, he deliberately trailed closely behind, following him on his way home from work. Given the previous incident involving the abduction of children, Yu Jianjun had become increasingly vigilant, promptly instructing his aides to intercept Weisia. "Young man, you have been following me for quite some time. What are your intentions?" Weisia, keeping his gaze lowered, responded. I have a younger brother whom I can no longer support. I wish for him to have a better life. Could you possibly adopt him? I have sought help from many, yet none are willing. Yu Jianjun chuckled upon hearing this and waved his hand, instructing his men to release Weisia. "I have no plans to adopt a child at this time. You should take good care of your brother yourself." Observing the disheveled youth with tousled blonde hair, Yu Jianjun sighed and patted Weisia on the shoulder. "Strive to live well, do not merely drift through life." As Yu Jianjun departed, Weisia paid him no mind and began to wait outside the district office building, while others appeared lackadaisical. Weisia stood straight and promptly assisted Yu Jianjun with the car door whenever he emerged. He frequently volunteered to sweep the area outside Yu Jianjun's office, eager to ingratiate himself. On one particular evening, Weisia, having calculated Yu Jianjun's schedule, intentionally brought his younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, to the street outside the old district. "You useless good-for-nothing. You can't even move a few things. What good is your education if you can't earn any money? Just living off others." Struggling under the weight of several large cardboard boxes, Wei Pingzheng gritted his teeth, a mix of anger and grievance boiling within him. "If our parents hadn't gone away, and if you hadn't burned down the house and lost our grandfather's property to gambling, we wouldn't have to move or sell so many things. You only know how to scold me. What have you done yourself? What kind of brother are you?" With tears streaming down his face, Wei Pingzheng argued back, fueled by his indignation. Having just concluded a street inspection, Yu Jianjun observed from the entrance of the building. He could see through Weisia's little ruse. This ploy of self-pity was trivial, yet he noted the clarity and reason in the 9-year-old's defense, finding it rather commendable. As Wei Pingzheng walked away in despair, Yu Jianjun regarded the child's retreating figure with a complex expression as he prepared to enter his vehicle. Ignoring his brother's plight, Weisia once again approached, eager to assist Yu Jianjun by opening the car door with a sycophantic smile. "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I truly cannot afford to support so many siblings." Upon hearing this, Yu Jianjun paused, glancing once more at the departing Wei Pingzheng. "Then why do you not explain to your brother?" "Explain? What is there to explain? That good-for-nothing can do nothing but waste food. He can't earn any money, can't even move a few things, and has quite the temper." Observing Weisia's nonchalant demeanor, one could sense the frustration brewing within Yu Jianjun, despite his typically placid temperament. "You cannot even provide for him, and yet you call yourself his elder brother. Do you truly believe you are fit to take on that role?" Weisia, unfazed, casually gripped the car door and chuckled at the remark. "Oh, this lad simply lacks discipline, but good beating upon our return will suffice. No need for your interference, I shall administer the necessary correction." "You mean?" Yu Jianjun forcefully shoved Weisia's hand away from the car door. "Enough of your nonsense. To be incapable of providing and yet resort to violence, I've never seen such a brother. Let that child stay at my home for a while." With that, The car door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and Yu Jianjun strode away, leaving Weixia quietly observing his departure, his expression unperturbed. A new scene unfolded. In Ching Zhong's rented apartment, Weixia reclined on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. The thick smoke only heightened Cheng Zhong's agitation as he cast a cold glare at Weixia. Taking advantage of Cheng Zhong's absence, Weixia had intruded. Refusing to leave despite the latter's admonitions, leaving Cheng Zhong powerless against him. "You wretched creature, look at yourself and then at Air. He has caught the eye of a respectable family, while you, what good are you?" Taking a swig of beer, Weixia continued to lounge on the wooden sofa, lazily regarding Wei Pingzheng with palpable disdain. Since Weixia's return, the house had become a chaotic mess, strewn with dirty laundry, empty bottles, and cigarette butts carelessly extinguished on the floor. The two younger sisters, clutching cold steamed buns, gritted their teeth and retreated to their rooms. With the table cluttered with beer bottles, the family could no longer dine properly and were left to consume their cold buns. Wei Pingzheng's face turned an ashen hue as he shot a venomous glare at Weixia, his expression rife with resentment, until a knock on the door interrupted the tension. Yu Jianjun stood outside, bearing several boxes of gifts, impeccably dressed. Ching Zhong opened the door, momentarily taken aback, especially upon learning that Yu Jianjun was the district chief of the old town, which made him feel somewhat timid and subordinate. Wei Pingzheng gazed at the newcomer, awed by his authoritative presence, filled with envy. He too aspired to become a politician. Yu Jianjun's gaze fell upon Wei Pingzheng, his satisfaction growing. He admired the 9-year-old boy's articulate arguments made at the street corner. "Child, would you like to spend a few days playing with your uncle?" Indeed. Yu Jianjun had not yet contemplated adopting the boy, for now, he merely intended to take him for a short visit. Having heard about Weixia's plans to discipline the child, particularly upon witnessing the disarray and the children's consumption of cold buns, Yu Jianjun felt a pang of discomfort. Before Wei Pingzheng could respond, Weixia sprang from the sofa, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "You wish to take this child with you? The Wei family's children are quite valuable. The last person who took one offered over 5,000. Perhaps you might consider a generous sum." Wei Pingzheng's ire intensified, his expression darkening as he glared at Weixia in silence. He turned away, his gaze lingering sorrowfully on his two younger sisters, then shifted to Weixia with increasing disdain. He genuinely yearned to escape this home, vowing never to return. With such a brother, he could envision no promising future. Yu Jianjun stood momentarily stunned, his attention drawn to the lingering smoke and the chaotic scene of scattered liquor bottles. Until the very end, his commanding gaze remained fixed upon the 9-year-old child, though it gradually softened. It would be for the best to take the child away. At least he had not yet fallen under Weixia's influence, becoming as greedy and depraved as him. Such an astute child, with the opportunity for cultivation, must not be squandered. He then turned his attention to Weixia, sighing inwardly. Wei Pingzheng, with a brother like this, would only become a burden in the future. Even if Wei Pingzheng were to bloom amidst the mire, he would likely be entangled by such a brother for a lifetime. Yu Jianjun rose, taking Wei Pingzheng's small hand, and addressed Cheng Zhong with courtesy. "I shall take the child away for a time." Cheng Zhong nodded with his elderly companion, understanding that perhaps Wei Pingzheng would be taken in, and though it pained him, he acquiesced. Wei Pingzheng looked despondently at his two younger sisters and his grandparents, waving goodbye. Wei Pingyang held the hand of his little sister, Wei Pingling, his eyes reddened as he watched Wei Pingzheng depart. Cheng Zhong sat with his head bowed, the atmosphere in the home now devoid of warmth. Their grandmother wept, and the two sisters choked on their sorrow, gazing at the shattered remnants of their family. Only Weixia smoked heartily, laughing, though he coughed intermittently. He was genuinely pleased, even though their grandmother and sisters regarded him with disdain, he remained indifferent. He simply knew that another brother was safe. Outside, Yu Jianjun sighed as he held Wei Pingzheng's small hand. "You shall lead a normal life from now on. Your brother, alas, he has failed in his responsibilities." On New Year's Eve, 25 years later, in Luocho City, within a residential community, An aged Yu Jianjun sat at the dining table, making dumplings. A live broadcast played before him, and he became lost in thought. Memories from 30 years ago flooded his mind. What was Weixia like when he first encountered him? With his bleached hair, filthy clothes, and an old t-shirt that had become misshaped at the collar, he had remained nonchalant even when caught. Later, he would often come before him, eager to ingratiate himself, which only intensified Yu Jianjun's aversion. Particularly, when Weixia referred to his 9-year-old brother as worthless, it provoked a deeper repulsion in him. It was precisely because he perceived the genuine disdain in Weixia's eyes towards his brother that he ultimately relented and took in his current adopted son. At that moment, he thought that at least by being with him, the child could lead a normal life, free from the struggle in the muck. Now, as he gazed at the screen, he finally comprehended that everything had been Weixia's design. He had orchestrated this painful charade solely to ensure his brother's departure. In that instant, Yu Jianjun chuckled bitterly, his 80-year-old frame sighing as he stared at the golden-haired youth. You are the only person I have ever misjudged in my life. We have wronged you. Yet you remain untroubled. Yu Jianjun fell silent, unable to fathom the nature of Weixia. He crumbled but quickly regained his composure and continued his task. After a long pause, the glimmer of sorrow crossed his eyes. You plan to send your family away entirely, and then you intend to confront the murderer. Preparing for a final battle, do you not? In Luoqiao City, at the police station. On New Year's Eve, 2 individuals were on duty. Officer Lao Zhou and the young officer Chen Xiaowen, both displaying expressions of shock. Meanwhile, in a psychological analysis live stream on Douyin, Chen Shao was also watching. His expression a tapestry of complexity. In the sanitarium, a retired deputy director San Haiyang fixed his gaze on the screen, suddenly struck by a new thought. Wei Pingsheng was escorted away by the section chief, while Wei Pingzheng was taken by the old district chief. The Wei family, it seemed, was now devoid of its members. Previously, Weixia had pondered how to preserve this family, yet now he found himself dismantling it with his own hands, reducing it to fragments. He had made his decision. Resolved to leave no attachments behind, solely wishing for the safety of his younger siblings, while he himself descended into darkness. And then, he would confront the killer. In that moment, San Haiyang fell silent, gripped by a chill. When an individual relinquishes all that is precious, such a person becomes the most terrifying of all. Weixia was ruthless toward his enemies, and even more so toward himself. At that moment, the live stream's comment section began to flood with messages. He intends to confront the murderer directly, seizing the initiative. In a daze, it seemed that more and more people envisioned a scene unfolding. Wandering through the shadows, Weixia could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a deadly clash with the drug trafficking syndicate. He had waited far too long, the weight of hatred suffocating him. Chapter 32, The Unyielding Resolve of the Yellow-Haired Thug, Simulated Life of the Eldest Son, goes viral. The Douyin vlogger Guzhon gazes at the screen and begins to summarize. It is evident that after Wei Pingsheng, Wei Jia's third son Wei Pingzheng has also been sent away. When Wei Pingsheng was dispatched, Weixia discovered that Su Jiangong had no children, and thus chose to masquerade as a beggar to attract attention. Subsequently, he threatened the bureau chief to assist Su Jiangong in resolving his career dilemmas, and then ensured his brother's safe passage to a secure area. Through keen observation, Weixia discerned the compassionate and righteous nature of the old town's district chief, Yu Jianjun. He initiated a strategy to capture Yu Jianjun's attention, showcasing his brother Wei Pingzheng's merits. The third step was to exploit Yu Jianjun's propensity for compassion, deliberately oppressing his younger brother in front of him, compelling Yu Jianjun to resolve to take Wei Pingzheng away. As Guzhon recounts this, his expression becomes complex, tinged with trepidation. Sending away all younger siblings, he prepares for a confrontation with the drug trafficking syndicate. He is determined to engage directly with the perpetrators, ensuring that no other family members are ensnared. No one comprehends your plight, no one cares for your existence, you shall journey alone, until death. A new simulation. This is the new scene of Wei Pingsheng's simulated life as the eldest son. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng reclines on his bed, pallid and feverish. He strives to earn money to support his younger siblings' education. He must resolve their living and learning issues, all while vigilantly safeguarding his family from lacking threats. Overwhelmed by the burden, he ultimately succumbs to illness, unable to withstand the strain. Wei Pingsheng turns with great difficulty, observing his siblings awakening from nightmares. Crying at the door, gripped by fear. At this moment, he begins to question himself. The pressure of being the eldest is overwhelming. Subsequently, someone inquires whether Wei Pingsheng has considered finding adoptive parents for his siblings. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nods in agreement. He chooses to place his younger brother Wei Pingsheng with a prosperous family he had previously observed. However, to his dismay, upon secretly visiting after his brother's departure, he finds that his sibling is isolated by the other affluent children, and the adoptive parents neglect him, often confining him at home. Anger clenches his fists as he yearns to reclaim his brother. Yet, on his way to the wealthy family's residence, he remembers that the murderer is still on his trail. With a heavy sigh, Wei Pingsheng is compelled to abandon this pursuit and continues to relocate with his siblings. Later, he finds his adopted brother and tells him, "Endure." Witnessing his younger self's humility, Wei Pingsheng feels a profound sense of sorrow. Yet, he cannot articulate his feelings, or he can only grit his teeth and remind himself, "I must strive, I am the elder brother. I am not like Wei Xia. I will undoubtedly surpass him." The comments flood in, complex and multifaceted. Wei Pingsheng's simulated life as the eldest son is remarkably authentic. Contemporary era. Icheng Elderly Care Facility. Qingzhong observes intently. Fixated on the simulated life of Wei Pingsheng. Wei Pingsheng has also begun to send his younger siblings away, overwhelmed by the pressure. However, the families he selects are woefully inadequate, failing to care for the children properly. Qingzhong's mind drifts back 30 years. Recalling the families Wei Xia had once chosen for his siblings. During that time, Wei Xia had sent both of her younger brothers away. Yet their adoptive parents treated them well. Su Jianggong took a hands-on approach, mentoring Wei Pingsheng, ultimately transforming him into a rising star in the business world. Similarly, Yu Jianjun devoted himself to nurturing Wei Pingsheng into a young politician of considerable promise. At that moment, everyone perceived it as mere coincidence and good fortune. It is only now that he realizes the immense efforts Wei Xia exerted behind the scenes. At this moment, Qingzhong was lost in complex thoughts for a prolonged period, which culminated in a deep sigh. In May 1995, in Luoqiu City, during the late spring chill, Wei Xiao's figure appeared in an underground casino, where she listened intently to a report in a small room. "Boss, today the brothers spotted two individuals at the entrance of the tea shop. They seem like the ones you are searching for," reported a young man with yellow hair. Wei Xia nodded, and once the young man departed, she seized the cover of night to approach the tea shop, lifting a trash bin's lid. This was the only bin located at the entrance of the tea packaging company. Despite the foul-smelling refuse within, Wei Xia remained unfazed, rummaging through the contents while documenting her findings. 2 bottles of mineral water, possibly left behind by different individuals, and 3 disposable food containers were among the items. Only after meticulously cataloging everything did she tuck the items into her back pocket, appearing as though she was scavenging. Instead of returning, Wei Xia withdrew 5,000 yuan, which she had previously earned from reselling tapes and electronics, purchasing a train ticket to the provincial capital. In 1995, DNA testing technology was not widespread and remained prohibitively expensive, costing 5,000 yuan per test. Armed with the murder weapon used against her parents, as well as the mineral water bottles and disposable containers, Wei Xia headed to a hospital in the provincial capital to collect samples for DNA identification, subsequently awaiting the results. In the days that followed, aside from her dealings in tapes and small electronics, Wei Xia would station herself near the tea company, discreetly observing from across the street and taking notes. The number of people coming and going, along with their departure times, were meticulously recorded on scraps of paper in her possession. The chilly spring night still bore a biting cold, the sharp wind stinging her face. Weisia concealed herself a short distance from the tea company, behind a small wall, her back against an abandoned restroom. The pungent odor mixed with the cold air was pervasive, yet she paid it no mind. Having previously scouted the area, she knew this spot drew little attention due to its uninviting scent and remoteness. It was now the 10th day of her vigil, and within her indifferent gaze, she remained perfectly still. In that moment, she embodied the image of a desolate, impoverished vagabond, yet her demeanor was cold and detached, resembling a statue ever watchful over her surroundings. Meanwhile, at the tea packaging company, a bold man and several surrounding assassins gathered, their expressions complex and brows furrowed. The bold man sensed something was amiss. Ever since the annihilation of the Wei family, everything had felt out of sorts. First, young Deong was killed, followed by the death of Sun Xiaoli. Events seemed to spiral in an unpredictable direction. Not only the bold man but others also sensed the unease, beginning to restrict their movements. No. This is not the black mine. The bold man's voice startled those deep in thought, yet he continued undeterred. This doesn't resemble the tactics of the black mine, previously. They confronted us head-on, sending assassins armed with shotguns. The operations of the black mine are characterized by their crude and ruthless nature. They would never resort to such measures as severing hands to instill fear. We have likely fallen victim to a cunning scheme. This is not an act of vengeance by the black mine. Yet, the pressing question remains, who is orchestrating this plot against us? At this point, the bold man squints, his expression darkening. Previously, they had been misled by the murder of Sun Xiaoli, drawing unwarranted connections to the earlier incident in the Tong village, which had led them astray. Now, gradually, they are beginning to sense the chill of trepidation. The bold man feels a wave of coldness wash over him as he gazes into the night. As if perceiving a mysterious and terrifying figure lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with ruthless precision. Meanwhile, at the black mine's modest office, the owner, Maruliu, fixates on the news regarding the Tong village, contemplating Sun Xiaoli. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the black mine for years, Maruliu senses the peculiarity of the situation. A drug trafficking group arriving from another city, with no apparent conflict of interest, would not provoke a local power like himself without reason. Were he in their position, he would exercise caution and avoid confrontation. However, the incident in the Tong village was the first, and the Lonwe Hotel marked the second. The conflict with the drug trafficking group seems unfathomable, especially considering that they resorted to using blasting caps. What do you all think of those foreign drug dealers? Several of his subordinates chimed in, engaging in lively analysis. I can't shake the feeling that this is all inexplicably strange. The drug trade is far more lucrative than our operations, there is no logical reason for them to infiltrate the mine for extortion. Indeed. And judging by the incident in the Tong village, it was evident that their marksmanship was precise and their weaponry professional. They do not appear to be mere petty extortionists. Extorting us would only provoke conflict and attract police attention, which would yield no benefit for them. I concur if their intention at the Lonwe Hotel was to ambush us. It would be improbable for only one individual to appear. Who, then, was that young rascal taking photographs? Is he truly a pawn dispatched by the drug traffickers? It seems unlikely. But if not him, then who is he, and what is his purpose? As the few heads in the black mine's office murmur their thoughts, Maruliu and his companions narrow their eyes, enveloped in an inexplicable silence. They all sense that something is amiss. It seems as though an invisible hand is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Yet, they remain unable to pinpoint the source. Who is behind this cunning scheme? Chapter 33, My brother will be a business prodigy in the contemporary sanatorium. Sun Haiyang, the deputy chief of the Luoqiu Public Security Bureau, who has been retired for several years, observed the black market and drug dealers analyzing each other. He sighed, you will never unravel this. For everything is orchestrated by Weisia. This young man wagers his very life on this intricate calculation. Reflecting on the boy, Sun Haiyang let out a bitter sigh. He had encountered the child numerous times, yet only now did he comprehend the profound resilience of his spirit. Calculating the black market and confronting drug trafficking groups. He plays his life as the ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, the elderly village head of Zoing village, Zhou Qiang, watched his eldest son trace back their history. Thoughts of the devastating fire on New Year's Eve in 1995 and the inexplicable disappearance of Wei Xiao's parents flooded his mind. Alongside the joint crackdown operation that affected multiple districts. He sighed again, recognizing that the one who seeks to confront them is merely a boy. He guides everyone along a path he has meticulously devised. Such pressure could crush many, yet it would not overwhelm him. His mental fortitude is formidable. Wei Xiao's life retrospection, a new scene unfolds. In a small room of the old district casino in Luoqiu, Wei Xiao, with his dyed yellow hair, clenched the paper tightly in his hand, narrowing his eyes in excitement. The provincial hospital had finally completed the tests. The report confirmed that one of the individuals matched the DNA results. Soon, Wei Xia regained his composure, incinerating the testing report before summoning a few thugs. From today onwards, keep a close watch on the tea company. Identify the number of individuals and their identities. Wei Xia coldly observed the thugs as they departed. Once he determined who they were, he would act swiftly, then he would kill. The tea company had already been confirmed to have 3 individuals he had never encountered. Aside from the hostess. Among these 3, one must surely match the killer's DNA. After arranging for several thugs to follow them in shifts, Wei Xia hurried home. The constant back and forth between home and the murderer's location left him weary. His grandfather forbade him from returning home. So Wei Xia resided in the basement of an old rental. His younger siblings also wished for him to stay away. A young thug rushed in, handing Wei Xia a stack of papers. Wei Xia grasped them, his gaze falling upon the report card of his younger brother, Wei Pingsheng. Boss Wei. This is what you requested. I obtained it from Wei Pingsheng's teacher at school. What use do we have for these? Those in our line of work have long abandoned their studies. Noticing the young thug's confusion, Wei Xia remained silent, merely stuffing a pack of cigarettes and some cash into his hand. The thug left, delighted with his bounty. Wei Xia settled at his desk, poring over the test papers and report card. The questions were exceedingly simple. He had already advanced beyond these lessons. He analyzed, corrected, and checked the reasons. Then murmured to himself, my younger brother possesses a nimble mind and is prudent in his actions. Pursuing a business career would be an excellent choice. It is time to encourage Su Jianggong to start nurturing his entrepreneurial talents. Indeed, he had previously expressed his intention to assist Wei Pingsheng in enhancing his abilities, so that Su Jianggong could discern his potential and nurture him as a brother. Now the time has come. Wei Xia spent money to hire an elder, discreetly handing him a stack of cash, then subsequently sought out the previously engaged Huang Mao. Tomorrow afternoon, at the primary school's dismissal route, you shall set up a stall to sell soft-shelled turtles. Huang Mao, you too shall establish a stall nearby, with the intention to deceive. Once arrangements were made, time swiftly passed, and the following afternoon arrived. As Su Jianggong held Wei Pingsheng's small hand, departing from the school gate, the area was bustling with students and parents, and the small business stalls grew increasingly lively. Amidst the crowd, upon seeing Su Jianggong and Wei Pingsheng approach, the elder began to call out to sell his turtles. At that moment, a yellow-haired youth was also selling turtles nearby. Upon hearing the elder's calls, he quickly approached, weighing the turtles. Your turtles are quite decent, old man. Those I have, though not large, are selling for $4 each. Yours must be priced at $6 per pound. Trust me, $4 is a loss. The yellow-haired youth, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke confidently, drawing the attention of many, including Wei Pingsheng and Su Jianggong. The elder, upon hearing this, was delighted and prepared to raise his prices. Wei Pingsheng, eyeing the yellow-haired youth with trepidation and glancing at his adoptive father, stepped forward and timidly spoke. Firstly, this area is populated by the less affluent. We are not exactly wealthy. Secondly, your totals are not significantly larger than these elders. Should the elder increase his price, your totals will become the most cost-effective option. And they will sell out quickly, while the elder's totals will languish unsold. You may profit, but the elder will incur losses. Your so-called price increase is not a benevolent gesture to aid him, you merely seek to exploit him for your own gain. As Wei Pingsheng spoke with growing confidence, articulating his thoughts clearly amidst the crowd, Su Zhongong watched his child with satisfaction, surprised by his economic acumen and ability to analyze the business environment. The yellow-haired youth, exposed, fled in disgrace, while surrounding students gazed at Wei Pingsheng with envy, and the parents applauded in approval. Well done. This child thinks like an adult. The parents have done well. In the midst of the crowd, Wei Pingsheng experienced the allure of commerce for the first time, his confidence blossoming. Unbeknownst to all, at the rear of the throng, Wei Xia, with his yellow hair, observed the scene from a distance. He then blended into the crowd and quietly departed. In contemporary times, in the hospital room of Yecheng, Wei Pingsheng gazed intently at the image of Wei Xia distancing himself from the crowd. The figure, reminiscent of a ruffian, was almost overflowing with affection in his eyes. He recalled memories from his childhood when his elder brother had been adopted and later visited him, confidently sharing that he had witnessed a yellow-haired youth attempting to exploit an elder through price competition. He had analyzed the market conditions and identified the youth's deceitful intentions, thereby assisting the elder selling turtles. At that time, he had admired and praised his brother's cleverness. Little did he know, everything had been orchestrated by Wei Xia from behind the scenes. Wei Pingsheng gazed silently at the frail figure on the hospital bed, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Wei Pingyang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Wei Xia was nurturing his elder brother's initial commercial acumen, simultaneously instilling in him a genuine interest in business. He was meticulously crafting a developmental plan tailored to his brother's unique characteristics. This approach would not only earn him the admiration of his brother's adoptive father, who would offer guidance, but it would also lay a solid foundation for his brother's future, helping him discover his path. He was paving a way for his sibling, a road filled with limitless possibilities. Yet, he found himself traversing a path that seemed to stretch endlessly, poised on the verge of collapse at any moment. Chapter 34, The Behind the Scenes of Future Greatness, a retrospective on Wei Xiao's son's life, a new scene unfolded in the live broadcast. For Wei Pingsheng, the turtle incident appeared merely as a prelude. Subsequently, during his school commutes, he frequently encountered various economic disputes. Just after school, as Wei Pingsheng departed, he noticed makeshift stalls ahead and gravitated towards them. Across the street from the school, the stalls were adorned with festive decorations, and a grand banner hung prominently: purchase a color television, receive free eggs. Stroll and discover renowned color televisions, don't miss out, don't be deceived. The host energetically promoted the sale, surrounded by a plethora of brand new televisions and a throng of eager onlookers. Positioned near the back corner, Wei Pingsheng caught sight of a segment of the backstage. Two staff members were seen lifting branded television boxes, concealing inferior televisions within, and subsequently transporting them to the front for sale. In this era, a brand name television priced just above 2,000 was undoubtedly alluring. Coupled with the enticing offer of free eggs, it captured the attention of numerous middle-aged and elderly individuals. As the first customer unwrapped the package to reveal a pristine television, the crowd erupted in excitement. Observing the frenzied rush for the televisions, Wei Pingsheng furrowed his brow and began to analyze the situation. First, they gathered the crowd under the pretext of offering free eggs to garner attention. Second, they attracted potential buyers with the allure of brand-name televisions. Third, by disguising inferior products in new packaging, they profited from the price difference. Fourth, perhaps a planted accomplice could eliminate any lingering doubts among the crowd, inciting a frenzy. Most critically, they merely utilized the notion of brand-name televisions without claiming that each unit was of a specific brand. This tactic allowed them to evade potential post-sale grievances. For the term brand name is broadly defined and lacks definitive evidence, they could easily assert that the inferior televisions they sold were indeed brand name. The following day, on his way home from school, Wei Pingshen encountered yet another spectacle. A crowd had gathered around a middle-aged man wielding a loudspeaker. The man, dressed in designer clothing and sporting a luxury watch, exuded an air of affluence. I am one of you, returning to my hometown with the vision of achieving shared prosperity. My aim is to enable everyone to invest, earn, and fulfill their life goals. This project primarily deals with health products. What are health products? In contemporary medicine, we refer to a state called subhealth. When individuals fall ill, they resort to medication, indicating a decline from subhealth to a more serious condition. But can we enhance our immunity and physical well-being directly, thereby reducing the occurrence of ailments? Yes, through health foods. This does not replace medication. But by improving our physical state, we may find ourselves in less need of pharmaceuticals. The profits we earn can be redirected from purchasing drugs to acquiring nourishing food. These products can also serve as gifts. After all, who presents medication as a gift? Consider the vast market potential. Were it not for my conscience, I would not be sharing this opportunity with you. Today, by investing, we will register each of you, and you will become shareholders in the company. The company stands here, instilling confidence in all investors. The middle-aged populace flows like a river, incessantly drawn in by temptation, with many succumbing to the allure and beginning to register. Wei Pingshen, however, observes with a cold gaze, his demeanor composed, as he undertakes an analysis, not of the fraudulent investment schemes, but of their objectives. The intent is to deceive for monetary gain. As for the company that serves as a FAD, it may merely be a shell entity, easily disposable. Yet, how is it that they manage to swindle money using such base tactics? This is due to their acute understanding of the target demographic psyche, a profound desire for wealth. In the realm of commerce, two principles reign supreme of identifying the correct target audience and grasping market demands. Wei Pingshen ponders silently, beginning to learn how to discern objectives and develop commercial positioning, often applying a business mindset to the world around him, albeit at the most rudimentary level. Later, during a holiday, Wei Pingshen encounters a new scene. A banner has been unfurled, boldly declaring, "Heartless boss delays wages, uses unscrupulous oil." A dozen waitstaff sit outside the restaurant, seemingly engaged in a silent protest. As Wei Pingshen approaches to inquire about the situation, one of the waitstaff lowers her head and sighs. "We don't know if it's the oil, but last month's wages were unpaid. And this month is no different. We are at our wits' end." Listening intently, Wei Pingshen begins to devise a plan. You can dine in the restaurant as customers. If the oil is indeed tainted, after eating, you can claim to feel unwell and seek medical examination, reporting it officially, demanding an explanation from the owner. Several waitstaff rise, visibly excited, expressing their gratitude. However, to Wei Pingshen's astonishment, the restaurant truly uses unsanitary oil in their cooking. A few waitstaff fall ill, successfully obtaining compensation. Yet, some seize this opportunity to extort the owner, threatening to report him unless paid off. The owner, beleaguered, devises a new strategy. The next day, Wei Pingshen notices a promotional banner at the restaurant, advertising a meal recharge discount. He realizes that the owner intends to abscond after siphoning off customers' money. Reflecting on this situation, he recognizes the mutual greed and deceit between both parties. At that moment, Wei Pingshen's expression grows complex, and his vigilance heightens. As he comprehends a crucial lesson, in business, one must not trust anyone lightly, nor underestimate the avarice of human nature. Wei Xia observes from a distance, settling accounts with the actors who previously portrayed the restaurant owner and staff, performing a dramatic scene before Wei Pingshen. Wei Xia diligently records Wei Pingshen's growth. "Brother, I don't know when you will depart, but ultimately, I wish to impart the art of vigilance against others." Subsequently, Wei-xia discreetly arrives at the community where Su Jianggong resides, catching sight of Su Jianggong holding the small hand of Wei Pingsheng. Su Jianggong gazes with satisfaction at the increasingly mature and quick-witted child. You are quite remarkable, far more mature than your peers. You have truly grown. Observing Wei Pingsheng engaging in animated discussions about business insights with other relatives, Su Jianggong feels a growing sense of pride. Wei Pingsheng's performance utterly eclipses that of his contemporaries, demonstrating remarkable maturity. The crux of commerce lies in accurately identifying target groups and market demands, with external circumstances wielding considerable influence. In confronting competitors, one must first grasp their core objectives. Approaching the matter from this angle often yields commendable results. The essence of commerce lies in avarice, whether among entrepreneurs or clients. A mutually beneficial outcome is typically required for sustained development. Wei-xia observed this scene from a distance, a smile gracing his lips. As darkness enveloped the sky, he stood in the corner, gazing longingly at the laughter and joy illuminated by the lights, as well as the gradually maturing youth. He spoke to himself in solitude, I cannot nurture these young ones, this is all I can do. Will you blame me? After a brief pause, he turned away in melancholy, leaving behind a whispered sentiment unheard by anyone, I am not a good brother. At the contemporary Icheng hospital, the acrid scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Wei Pingyang watched the live broadcast, her gaze fixated on the shadowy figure retreating into the darkness. Rendered speechless by the silence, she found herself at a loss for words, merely shaking her head in complexity. The phrase I am not a good brother echoing in her mind. She could not fathom how Wei-xia had endured in those moments, yet subsequently he succumbed to drugs, the reality she found intolerable. Why did Wei-xia fall into such despair? Was it the pressure? In the upscale community of Gaozhang-Ejong in Luoqiao City, Su Jianggong was also watching, his thoughts drifting to the past, when his son showcased his business acumen before relatives. They all inquired how he had managed to raise such an exceptional child. Some even lauded Wei Ping as possessing a deeper understanding of commerce than most adults. At that time, Su Jianggong had wondered, for he had never instructed the boy, he believed his son to be innately attuned to business, with a keen sense that promised great success. However, he had not anticipated that everything was laid out for him in the background. At that moment, Su Jianggong gazed at the forlorn youth departing, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Simultaneously, Wei-xia's aunt in Luoqiao City reflected on her eldest nephew's journey, now aged considerably. She found herself lost in memories from 30 years prior, when everyone had scorned Wei-xia for playing with fire, gambling away the family home, neglecting his studies, dyeing his hair, tattooing his skin, and indulging in vices such as smoking and drinking. He had become synonymous with moral decay. Yet now, her heart felt heavy with regret as she recalled her past curses, wishing he had never been born into the Wei family, deeming him worthless. The weight of her thoughts grew unbearable. The comments on Douyin's live stream began to surface, but he truly excels in education, this is the best, and genuine education. The veracity of education, he has instilled values in his brother and paved the way for his future, but he must leave. The entire narrative is one of farewell. Chapter 35, The Official Commencement of Revenge. The top trending topic on Weibo has now changed. How the eldest son educates his younger brother, many are watching. Upon clicking the topic, a video emerges. It startlingly features a segment extracted from the recent popular comparison footage of the eldest son. Wei-xia is seen alone in a rental apartment, poring over various business case studies, his eyes bloodshot in the dead of night, yet he remains unfazed. Beside him lies a sheet of paper already filled with notes on several topics, including how to achieve business objectives, the impact of the operating environment on the market, price wars, and the relationship between market supply and demand. It is evident that Wei-xia has been writing for quite some time, persevering through the late hours. On the other side, numerous well-thumbed economics textbooks with frayed pages are scattered about. The scene then shifts to Wei-xia explaining to the extras, these are the lines. Your dialogue is primarily aimed at enticing investments from the crowd, it must be comprehensible even to a child, demonstrating how you deceive them. You are all pretending to be interested. Your task is to inquire about the market for health products and provide him with conversation topics. You will all be watching. Each with a 20. Perform well. The scene transitions again. Weisia stands outside the crowd, holding paper and pen, meticulously recording his brother's actions. Outside a restaurant. Several anxious wait staff listen intently to Wei Pingsheng's advice, their faces brightening with smiles. Witnessing this, Weisia beams with a simple, genuine smile. Filled with delight at his brother's growth. The comments are mixed. What will such a person become in the future? I have a feeling he is about to disappear. Ultimately teaching his brother. Weisia's retrospective on his life as the eldest son, a new scene unfolds. It is now late 1996. A year since the Wei family's misfortune. A year ago, the frail Weisia has now grown significantly taller, nearing 1.7 meters. However, he has shed his former student appearance, donning a floral shirt with an open collar, his hair dyed blonde and cascading over his shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Revealing tattooed arms, exuding a sense of greed and coldness. At present, Weisia and his companions are in the midst of moving. This marks the Wei family's third relocation. His younger sister, Wei Pingyang, struggles to carry her clothing and luggage, muttering under her breath. Another move? 3 or 4 times a year. How am I supposed to get to school? The youngest, Wei Pingling, also bows her head, visibly irritated. Cheng Zhong drags a cabinet onto a 3-wheeled cart. Finally voicing his complaint. Moving again? I'll be moving for the rest of my life. What a curse. Wei Pingzheng has been taken away by the district chief, Yu Jianjun, to sign adoption papers. Following this, he struggles to find the new address, encountering Weisia, who is smoking, and inexplicably feels a surge of anger. Wei Pingzheng angrily questions, "Why are we moving again? What have you done this time?" The expressions of the Wei family members grow somber. The first move was prompted by Weisia's reckless act of setting the old house ablaze. The second move occurred when Weisia lost the house to local ruffians in a gambling incident. Now they are moving again. Has Weisia stirred up trouble once more? Confronted by his brother's grip on his collar, Weisia calmly pulls Wei Pingzheng's hand away, leisurely adjusting his collar before responding. Having lost a bet. The prospect of remaining in their current residence loomed ominously, as creditors might soon come knocking. Whether to relocate was a decision left to them. Wei Pingzheng's adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, was present, observing as Weisia casually unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a tattoo on his chest and several scars, his expression a blend of complexity. It was becoming increasingly apparent to him that taking Wei Pingzheng away was indeed the right decision. Wei Pingzheng, noticing Weisia's indifference, grew more incensed. "Fine. We won't concern ourselves with your affairs. Have you inquired about when our parents will return?" At this, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling turned their attention to Weisia, pressing him with questions. Upon hearing the mention of their parents, Weisia became agitated, flicking away the ash from his cigarette. "I don't know. I'm asked every day, it's tiresome. And you, Wei Pingzheng? You've been adopted, so don't you dare come back." His tone serious. Yet it weighed heavily on the ears of those present. Observing the increasingly shabby state of their home, Wei Pingzheng realized he would glean nothing more and chose to ignore Weisia, instead taking the hands of his 2 younger sisters. "You must remember, you need to escape. With individuals like this at home, there is no future. You must venture far away." At that moment, Weisia remained silent, later finding himself alone on the rooftop, extending his hand as the wind blew like wisps of cotton. The year was coming to a close, and snow began to fall. He gazed upwards. The overcast sky shrouded in a heavy pall, oppressive in its weight. "You must break free. This place is a quagmire. My presence alone suffices. You cannot remain here. You must leave." At that instant, Weisia stood on the rooftop, smiling as he looked up at the snow, yet a profound sorrow lingered in his eyes, unshakable. Lost in thought, he reminisced about the past, the lone white rabbit, wandering east and west. New clothes do not compare to the old, my son. This conveys deep emotions. He recalled his father, Wei Liang, narrating stories while affectionately ruffling Wei Xiao's hair, a warm smile gracing his face as he listened to his son recite. Meanwhile, his mother was busy kneading dough, her face radiant as she watched the father and son. All right, we need to make dumplings. Do you plan to leave me to do it alone? The two of them grinned widely, beginning to assist. His younger brother, Wei Pingsheng, along with Wei Pingsheng and the fourth sister, were joyfully playing hopscotch, laughter filling the air. Wei Xiao smiled, his gaze piercing through the haze, as if he could glimpse the days of yore. Yet, moments later, his smile faded, replaced by a new, haunting image. My son, you are the eldest in the family. My son. His mother's face was ashen, the acrid scent of pesticide clinging to her, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze lingering on Wei Xiao with a sense of reluctant farewell. Wei Xiao seemed choked by the smoke, tears streaming down his face. Until he was reminded of the present. His grandfather, younger siblings, all believed he was unworthy of being a son of the Wei family. Especially unfit to be the eldest brother. He bore the dual burden of earning a living while enduring the ire and accusations of his family. It was exhausting. Yet, Wei Xiao forced himself to stand tall. Hate me, go ahead, harbor that hatred. Live as far away as possible. Do not return. Upon returning to the rented apartment, Wei Xiao listened as his underlings reported back. Those individuals had resurfaced, someone had paid 10,000 yuan for a piece of information. Seeking out two elderly people accompanied by 5 children. The ruffians remained oblivious to Wei's intentions, and nonetheless, they were vigilantly monitoring the news during this period. This was his rationale for relocating. The drug cartel continued to pursue them, showing no signs of relinquishment. A cold indifference shone in Wei Xiao's eyes, his demeanor fierce. His sisters had been sent away, and now he was prepared to take a stand. Yes, he intended to embrace the underworld. Cultivating a loyal following to confront his adversaries directly. Since the opposition was relentlessly closing in, he would no longer remain on the defensive. He resolved to shoulder the burden himself, engaging in a fierce battle with these ruthless assassins. At the contemporary sanatorium, the aged Sun Haiyang gazed at the unfolding scene. Finally poised to take action. He recalled how Wei Xiao had once orchestrated the downfall of the black mine owner, Maruliu, employing surreptitious photography for blackmail, which ignited the conflict in Datong village. He also remembered the subsequent incident at Lonwe Hotel, where Wei Xiao had cunningly exploited Maruliu's psychology, strategically planting explosives that led to the demise of drug dealer San Xiaoli. This exemplified Wei Xiao's adeptness at planning. Previously, he had operated from the shadows. But now he was prepared for a frontal confrontation. At the contemporary Luoqiu Public Security Bureau, the young officer Chen Xiaowen was also scrutinizing the events. He noted that Wei Xiao had been diligently gathering intelligence, simultaneously monitoring the tea company while instructing his subordinates to investigate reports of information being sold. Clearly, he had been well prepared. With 2 of his brothers dispatched and his sisters soon to follow, the decisive battle was imminent. Veteran officer Lao Zhou observed the youth's face obscured by smoke, his voice hoarse. Wei Xiao was ready to resist, one man against the lethal forces of the drug cartel. Chapter 36, alone in the blizzard at the First People's Hospital of Luoqiu, within the confines of the intensive care unit. Wei Pingyang fixated on the footage of his eldest son. Wei Xiao stood solitary on the rooftop amidst heavy snowfall, his posture rigid and brimming with resentment. She was reminded of Wei Xiao from decades past, perpetually with a cigarette dangling from his lips, adorned in a floral shirt that showcased tattoos, embodying a carefree demeanor. Back then, whenever Wei Xiao mentioned his second and third brothers, he would incessantly murmur about how their adoptive parents had not provided enough funds. Greed, decadence, tyranny, and resolve, these qualities seemed to merge into a singular identity, Wei Xiao. Wei Pingling was also watching, lost in thought, recalling the early days of 1996. When Wei Xiao encountered them, he would always chuckle awkwardly, lowering his head as if seeking to appease, devoid of any domineering attitude. After a prolonged silence, She glanced once more at the figure on the hospital bed. In her memories, Weixia was forever the one who would offer a pleasing smile. The barrage of comments began to emerge. His tenderness towards you is because you are his sisters. If you were not his sisters, a person of such temperament could never present a pleasing smile to anyone. He is the eldest of the Wei family, he has not forgotten. Hence his sharpness is always directed outward. A new scene unfolded in the recollections of Weixia. Throughout an entire year in Luoqiu, he had earned a reputation among the ruffians through his fierce demeanor and cunning. Now, the underworld referred to him as the evil wolf or brother wolf. In a small room within the Luoqiu casino, Weixia, with a cigarette between his lips and feet resting upon a chair, had amassed a considerable following of ruffians. Each meticulously vetted, mostly dropouts of decent character. He began to instruct them personally on the art of commerce, not merely in illicit trading, but also in the nuances of collecting payments. Weixia observed the new information organized by his subordinates. There were 2 reports on the table. One was delivered by a younger brother concerning a drug dealer's tea company. As Weixia perused the report, his subordinate continued with his briefing. Brother Wolf. The guys have been stationed outside the tea company as instructed, keeping a close watch on its personnel. We acquired this teacup, confirmed to have been used by that middle-aged man. We sent it to the provincial hospital for analysis, and here are the results. The individual is named Chu Ai. Aged 37, hailing from Jiangxi, with a history of theft and violent offenses. As the report unfolded, Weixia scrutinized it intently, nodding and narrowing his eyes. He confirmed that the DNA of this Chu Ai was linked to the fingerprints found on the pesticide bottle from last year's New Year's Eve. Sitting there, he rarely removed the cigarette from his lips, his expression increasingly calm and silent. Wang Mao and Lu Chongjiang, 2 of Weixia's underlings, sensed something amiss with their leader. Typically boisterous and aggressive, Weixia's unusual tranquility unsettled them. Within the confines of the casino's small room, Weixia erupted with wild joy. Laughing uproariously to the point of tears, his fingers gripping the report so tightly that they turned pale. In that moment, he resembled a madman. Ignoring his 2 subordinates, he clutched the report with unwavering intensity. A year had passed. How much humiliation had he endured? At long last, one of the drug traffickers has been located. News has finally emerged. In addition to the traces found at the former guest house linked to Yang Deong, the murderer, Chu Ai, has also been discovered. Weixia trembled with excitement. Go, immediately instruct someone to keep a watch on Chu Ai, I must know his every move. The fishmonger hurriedly departed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Weixia then turned his attention to the blonde-haired man, his expression stern as he commanded, Go, have someone monitor the black mine owner. Machilio. The blonde man left. Bang. Outside, the sound of firecrackers resonated, as every household prepared to celebrate the new year. Weixia gazed complexly at the fireworks, lost in thought. Memories from a year prior resurfaced. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, his parents met a tragic end. In that moment, he could not suppress his trembling. He once again cradled his head, shivering alone. It took a while for him to regain his composure. Weixia quickly returned home, as the family began their reunion dinner. He needed to restore his emotional equilibrium. In the kitchen, his grandmother was cooking, while Wei Pingzheng was discussing matters with his 2 younger sisters. Upon hearing the sound of the door, they turned, their eyes filled with disdain. No one held their elder brother in esteem. His daily life consisted solely of smoking, drinking, and engaging in brawls within the underworld. Their thoughts of him were nothing but embarrassment. Do you even know to come back? Do you remember you have a family? Aren't you supposed to be celebrating the new year with your delinquent friends? Weixia paid them no mind, forcing a smile. Yet his gaze was filled with reluctance as he looked at his 3 younger siblings. Qingshong sat at the table, adjusting the arrangement of dishes, not even glancing at Weixia. The children of the Wei family are all good, but unfortunately, one is a disgrace. Your home is not here. It's in the gambling den. Why don't you just go back there? The warmth that had emanated from the kitchen dissipated as soon as Weisia appeared. The smiles fading, and his grandfather returned to the kitchen with a frown. Muttering to himself about the ill fortune of seeing a head full of yellow hair during the new year. Weisia remained silent, merely observing his siblings. His voice barely a whisper. You will all be well, won't you? His words were soft, as if he were envisioning their futures. Wei Pingjong fixed a cold stare upon Weisia, sneering as he spoke. We will definitely be fine. The books say that one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, and one who stays near ink will turn black. As long as we distance ourselves from bad influences, we will surely thrive. Sister, remember, never become like him. The last statement was directed at his two sisters. Yet it was delivered with considerable emphasis. The sisters nodded in agreement, their expressions frosty. Weisia merely smiled foolishly, his eyes reluctant to stray from his younger siblings. Then that is settled, we must all be well. At that moment, he murmured complexly, repeatedly proclaiming, we must be well. The sounds of firecrackers echoed as snow began to fall, with others still setting off fireworks. Wei Pingjong grasped one sister's hand, leading her to the window to gaze at the fireworks. Weisia, however, did not watch the display. He sat contentedly on an old chair, gazing at his siblings with a pure and sincere smile. He murmured to himself, as if imparting wisdom, you must face your adversaries alone, thus. You must learn the most vital lesson in life, how to bid farewell. This quagmire needs only you must confront everything by yourself. You are the eldest in the family. Amidst the cacophony of fireworks, the moment is lost but heard by all. In a modern hospital room, Wei Pingjong listens to the words spoken. His impression of Weisia is that of a drug addict, a parasite, a gambler. He has never witnessed him weep. Yet now, he gazes at the scene, observing his second brother, Weisia, caught in simulation. A new act unfolds. It is New Year's Eve of 2025. In Shihai City, Luoqiao City, Yicheng, and Baicheng. Many gather in their homes to witness this cerebral live streaming of memories. In Yicheng, a family sits together, the middle-aged couple's expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. He is bidding farewell, spending his final new year at home. He has always remembered the deep-seated enmity. Occasionally, he yearns for home, he does not wish for death. Yet fate compels him towards it. Chapter 37, The Struggle on the Eve of the New Year. A quarter-century ago, many gazed upon this scene. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, the young boy wore an expression of profound melancholy, devoid of the joy typically associated with the holiday, only solitude enveloping him. A vivid recollection of Weisia's life unfolded. It was the New Year's Eve of 1996 in Luoqiao. Following Wei Pingsheng's return, he, along with Wei Pingsheng, was sent to the Wei household by their adoptive father, Yu Zhenjun, to partake in the family reunion. Grandparents busied themselves with culinary preparations, serving dishes with care. Wei Pingsheng held the hands of his younger siblings, guiding them to the sofa, where several small bags lay in wait, gifts he had brought for them. Xiao Zheng. This is for you, the Go set I spotted outside, along with a book on Go strategies. I hope you like it. Turning to his youngest sister, he continued. And for you, I managed to procure a book on physics and chemistry, along with a supplementary guide. For his little sister, he had a toy, a musical microphone that played songs. Hearing this, Wei Pingsheng smiled as he accepted the Go set and book, his joy evident. I have gifts for you too, he exclaimed. A new outfit for grandma, and for grandpa. A thermos that is perfect for brewing tea, it will keep warm for quite some time in winter. The entire household rejoiced, each member receiving gifts, their spirits lifted. Yet, no one bestowed a gift upon Weisia, who stood by the window, seemingly invisible to all. Although everyone noticed him, they chose to ignore his presence. Wei Pingsheng cast a cold glance at Weisia, observing the envy flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the gifts, then turned away with a disdainful smirk. Weisia could only manage a sheepish smile, waiting until the distribution of gifts concluded before approaching Yu Zhenjun and Su Jiankong. My brothers are quite intelligent, he remarked, seemingly attempting to strike up a conversation. Yu Jianjun remained silent, while Su Jiankong, known for his gentle demeanor, merely nodded with a smile. Wei Pingsheng felt a sense of unease furrowing his brow. If these two brothers had not given gifts, they could have amassed a considerable amount of money in a few years, which might alleviate our current situation. He suggested, perhaps you two could consider contributing a little more. Yu Jianjun frowned at this young man, now taller and bearing several scars, his greed all too evident in his eyes. Wei Pingzheng's face flashed with anger as he interjected, Wei Xia, what on earth do you intend to do? Must you bring shame upon us? Are you a beggar? Perpetually seeking handouts? With capable hands and feet, why can't you earn your own money? Even Su Jiankong, usually mild-mannered, frowned in disapproval, choosing to remain silent. Wei Xia, having previously solicited considerable sums from Wei Pingsheng, now appeared to be growing increasingly insatiable. Am I not speaking the truth? He retorted defiantly. Let us not forget the blood of the Wei family that runs through your veins. Shouldn't we contribute to our household? Why is that shameful? As tension mounted among them, a sudden shattering sound erupted from the window, accompanied by a forceful banging on the door. Wei, get out here immediately. Don't think you can hide and I want to find you. When will you repay the 3,000 you borrowed from us? If you wish for calamity, we have ways to ensure your family does not celebrate this new year. The door burst open, and 4 individuals, led by a brash young man with yellow hair, stormed in, wreaking havoc upon everything within reach. The yellow-haired leader seized Wei Xia by the collar, a cold smirk adorning his face. Oh, so this is your home. All right. Now I know where your home is, but what about the money? If you're not ready, I can have my brothers take everything here and see how much it's worth. Wei Xia shrank his neck, appearing particularly fearful. Brother Huang, I'm gathering it. I have the money. Su Jianggong sighed, pulled out 3,000 yuan, and handed it to Wei Xia, who personally delivered it to the young man with yellow hair. It was only after the young man left that Qing Zhong sighed and lowered his head. It was such a disgrace. The Wei family and the Cheng family had lost face this time. Wei Pingzheng gritted his teeth and looked at the wreckage of his home. He truly did not want to return. With someone like this around, it would only be a matter of time before the house was utterly destroyed. Wei Xia completely ignored him, merely watching the young man leave, seemingly relieved. Qing Zhong kicked him out of the door several times, but he remained unfazed, continuing to squat at the entrance. Until Wei Pingsheng arrived, Wei Pingzheng left with their adoptive parents, and Wei Pingyang held his sister Wei Pingling's hand, looking at him with irritation. Remember, little sister, we no longer have an older brother. As if he hadn't had. Wei Xia just coldly laughed at Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng. Not coming back. If you have the ability, don't come back at all. Every time you say you won't return, you still end up coming back, living a good life. Isn't it only right to give your brother some money? In a narrow alley, the young man with yellow hair, Liu Changjiang, stood before Wei Xia with a few others who had just been boasting, their expressions respectful. They were the same ruffians who had previously chased after the Wei family for debts. Wolf brother, my brothers have gathered some intelligence. Those people are still looking for the Wei family. It's said they've even reached the previous mining town and the Tong village. But they haven't made any moves. Wei Xia, cigarette in mouth, nodded. He understood that the other party was still waiting to strike. Perhaps initially, his father had not only offended them but had created a situation of no return. However, it didn't matter. Then let there be a battle. But his 2 younger brothers must not return. The 2 younger sisters also needed to be sent away quickly. They must not be involved in this quagmire. Remembering the expressions of Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng when they left, Wei Xia felt an increasing sense of urgency. As long as the sisters were sent away, the 2 brothers would naturally reduce their visits, or perhaps even never return home again. On the other side, at the tea company, drug dealer Lu Chong, bold and troubled, held a pager, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with frustration. He was on the phone with a drug dealer from Western Yunnan. On the other end, a furious voice erupted, "Chong, has the Wei family been wiped out? What the hell are you doing?" Lu Chong's breathing quickened, clearly incensed by the barrage of insults. However, he dared not offend the other party and could only suppress his anger. "Brother Pang, we will look into it immediately." After hanging up, Chong looked at his 5 desperate subordinates, his face ashen. "Find them. Right now. Damn it." In the office, Lu Chong paced back and forth, rubbing his bald head, restless. He felt that someone from the Wei family must have noticed. But so what? A bunch of worthless kids, could they really turn the tide? Each one had blood on their hands. What were they waiting for if they didn't hurry to complete this deal? The Wei family must be eradicated, otherwise we would also be in trouble. They have offended individuals we cannot provoke. Lu Chong's expression was fierce, accompanied by 5 middle-aged men who also bore menacing looks. These were all personally recruited by Lu Chong. Among them was even a middle-aged man who had once slaughtered an entire family of 7, evading capture for 3 to 4 years. Lu Chong held a particular admiration for such individuals, believing they possessed the caliber to associate with him. At that moment, numerous comments flooded the internet. "So many of these are participants in the Wei family's massacre. These hardened criminals have even more formidable backing. Did you notice how subservient that bald man was during the phone call? He didn't dare retort even when insulted, indicating that his counterpart holds a higher status." The bald drug dealer was backed by the drug trafficking forces of Western Yunnan, part of the Southeast Asian drug trade network, a mysterious bald middle-aged man. Wei Xia stood shrouded in a haze of uncertainty, yet he did not retreat, he pressed forward through the fog. Chapter 38. At all costs. As the new year passed, Wei Xia reemerged in the casino, albeit with his arms slung around his neck, blood seeping from his wounds. Recently, he had begun to cultivate a larger group of thugs to vie for control over the casino and nightclub territories. Returning home drenched in blood had become a routine affair. He bore numerous knife wounds across his chest and abdomen, while his palms were still riddled with tiny holes from the iron spikes of a makeshift mace he had fashioned. Yet, he remained unfazed, summoning Hong Mao and the fishmonger to strategize on how to seize the southern nightclub. Days later, during a violent clash at the nightclub, someone alerted the authorities. The police arrived promptly, with Deputy Captain San Haiyang of the Luoqiu Public Security Bureau leading the operation to apprehend both parties, resulting in their imprisonment. In the interrogation room, San, who had previously captured many involved in human trafficking cases, stood with an air of authority and vigor. Upon recognizing Wei Xia, he paused, momentarily taken aback. Despite Wei Xia's numerous injuries, San distinctly recalled the tattooed youth with dyed hair from the severed limb case, making the memory vivid. At that moment, San was reminded of the human trafficking incident in the mining town. He remembered Wei Xia lying in the muddy river valley, clutching his wounds, yet shining with vitality. And now, this boy had transformed into a thug, adorned with tattoos, engaging in brawls and territorial disputes. San approached, and the escorting officers halted. He gazed earnestly at Wei Xia, asking, "How have you come to this? You were not like this before. Where is the child who, even in the hospital, preferred to return home injured to avoid worrying his family?" San was left in a state of uncertainty, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Wei Xia, tattooed and marked with scars, met San's gaze defiantly, lifting his chin in disdain. "You wouldn't understand. My brothers are in, how could I not be? What kind of brotherhood would that be? In this life, loyalty is paramount. Loyalty. At your age, engaging in fights and building a criminal record will ruin your life. Do you comprehend that?" San's voice rose, anger evident as he pointed a finger at him. "You are only 18. Do you even know what brotherhood truly means?" In response to the tirade, Wei Xia simply turned away, adopting an indifferent demeanor. San's frustration deepened, yet he could do little but live in resignation. Qing Zhong arrived to bail him out, his anger palpable as he pointed at Wei Xia, his finger trembling. The Chung family and the Wei family have always been known for producing scholars. For over a century, we have never produced a criminal. You've brought disgrace upon us. You will give me a heart attack. Cheng placed a hand over his heart, but Weixia remained unperturbed, whistling as he walked away. Meanwhile, Sun was in the office, reviewing the dossier specifically compiled on Weixia. He was astonished to discover that Weixia commanded dozens of subordinates, maintained a fleet of trucks, and employed enforcers for gaming establishments. The underground forces in both the old and renovated districts of Luochu were now under Weixia's control. His reputation for ferocity in fights and his propensity to distribute the spoils generously had solidified his position. As Sun absorbed this shocking revelation, a sense of confusion lingered. Weixia did not seem to be motivated by money, he was generous and well-resourced. Yet, the question remained, why did he engage so recklessly in fights, throwing himself into danger with such fervor? This so-called elder brother merely sends his younger subordinates to do his bidding. Soon, Sun Haiyang once again encountered Weixia in the detention room, this time for yet another brawl. What exactly do you aspire to become? I have looked into your past. You emerged as a ruffian, leaving little for yourself. What is your purpose? The youthful Sun Haiyang's gaze was piercing, searching for answers within the eyes of the once innocent boy. Weixia remained nonchalant, sporting a casual grin. What do I seek? Just to survive, can't you see? With a mere pager, I can summon dozens of brothers. How powerful that is. Only in this way can I find joy. Disheartened by Weixia's complete descent into depravity, Sun Haiyang turned away in disappointment. After being released, Weixia began hosting gatherings in a nightclub adjacent to a tea company, also stationing numerous thugs in the gaming hall. Today, they ostensibly came to assert dominance. At this moment, Weixia was in a private room, peering through the window at the street opposite, his gaze sharp. He awaited Chu Ai, the individual linked to the DNA comparison. When Chu Ai finally appeared, Weixia coldly issued orders. The thugs engaged in a chaotic melee. Nearly 100 men fighting fiercely, creating a tremendous spectacle. Following instructions, Huang Mao closely trailed Weixia, rushing towards Chu Ai, seizing him and shoving him into a sack for abduction. No one took notice. In the dimly lit room, Chu Ai felt a surge of fear. He looked down upon these lowly thugs, yet today's events were clearly premeditated. The thugs themselves were not truly frightening, but the mastermind behind them was. Especially as he observed himself bound and masked, while being mercilessly beaten, strikes to his chest, head, and vital areas rendered him nearly numb. The assailants wielded makeshift weapons, relentlessly battering his thighs, each impact leaving a multitude of wounds, to the point where Chu Ai could muster no strength left to scream. Outside the door, Weixia donned a mask, his expression inscrutable, before opening the door. At that moment, Chu Ai gazed at the mask, filled with dread. Something was amiss. He recalled the deaths of Yang Deong and Sun Xiaoli, the inexplicable confrontations with the Black Mine, and could not help but voice his struggles. Who are you? Are you the one orchestrating this? If you dare, just kill me, go ahead. Beneath the mask, Weixia's expression remained emotionless. His gaze icy as he regarded the bloodied figure before him, his eyes filled solely with hatred. This man, akin to Yang Deong, was also once a masked figure. Weixia remained silent, retrieving a medical mask and placing it over Chu Ai's face, simultaneously draping a leather jacket over him, surveying him from head to toe. Upon witnessing this transformation, a chill enveloped Chu Ai, and he comprehended everything. Trembling, he finally spoke. Who are you, and how do you know about the Wei family? At this moment, Weixia's gaze was cold. The son of the Wei family has come to exact vengeance. Chu Ai nearly descended into madness. It truly was the Wei family's offspring seeking retribution. In a nursing home 25 years later, Sun Haiyang, now aged, draped in a blanket, coughed violently. In his youth, he had tirelessly pursued cases, leaving a legacy of ailments, and now, in his later years, he was plagued by illness. Yet, he paid it no mind. Fixated on the live broadcast, filled with dread as scenes unfurled in his mind. In the bygone days within the prison walls, a young lad, carefree and nonchalant, would speak with a playful grin, embodying an air of indifference. It was then that Wesia, the juvenile inmate, revealed to him that living recklessly was merely a pursuit of joy and embodiment of strength. On that fateful day, as he perused Wesia's dossier, he discerned that the latter had begun to command an ever-increasing amount of power, surrounded by a cadre of miscreants. In that instant, Sun Haiyang finally connected the dots. He gazed at that mask and murmured to himself, so, your foray into the underworld was to amass followers, to seize the opportunity to escalate matters and capture individuals amidst the chaos. No wonder you were always the most ferocious in fights yet left no money behind. You were utilizing every resource to aid you in tracking down drug traffickers. Sun Haiyang's cough grew more pronounced as memories of his initial encounters with Wesia flooded his mind. From the human trafficking case in the mining town, to covering medical expenses, facilitating interviews, reprimanding at the intersection of the severed arm incident, and being questioned twice in prison, everything was a FAOD, all mere illusions. Entering prison was, after all, part of your grand design. Sun Haiyang's voice bore the weight of age. Ultimately, everything culminated in a sigh. It was simply too arduous. Chapter 39, Moving Forward. Contemporary Luoqiu, Weisia's life retrospective viewership has surpassed 10 million. Many are captivated by the unfolding scene. It is late March 1996. And Weisia has painstakingly captured one of the culprits behind the massacre. Trembling with anticipation, Weisia's gaze flits over the drug dealer through the mask. He paces excitedly, circling around Chu Ai, who is dressed identically to last year's New Year's Eve. Hatred, confined within a cage of restraint, is on the verge of madness. And Weisia's heart races with exhilaration. He then bows in reverence towards the nameless altar, trembling, murmuring to himself. Found it, found it. Revenge. I can take my revenge. Dressed to resemble the previous year's New Year's Eve, Chu Ai is bound. Meeting the gaze hidden beneath the mask, his body erupts in goosebumps. What kind of eyes are those? Bloodshot, fiercely menacing, yet seemingly imbued with chilling calmness and rationality. New comments appear on the live stream. From the police's remarks regarding this individual, Chu Ai, there are records in previous police files. He once killed 3 creditors in a gambling dispute, subsequently committing multiple robberies, including hijacking a truck before mysteriously vanishing. No matter how the police pursued him, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. It turns out he has been targeted by Weisia. The audience watches, the atmosphere almost crystallizing, their eyes fixated on that mask, feeling a chill run down their spines. In the footage, Chu Ai takes a deep breath, suppressing his trembling body, and begins to plead, I have money, I still possess 250,000, and some gold. I will give it all to you. Silence often bears the heaviest weight, and the psychological defenses Chu Ai had just erected crumble. Gasping for air like a fish on the verge of suffocation, he seeks to buy his life. The masked figure merely scoffs, speaking as if to himself, uttering words Chu Ai is reluctant to hear. Chu Ai, let me help you recall. On New Year's Eve 1995, in a mining town, Bavan, Asantana, 6 individuals, dressed in leather, wearing masks, with scorpion tattoos on their arms, one of them wielded poison, forcibly poisoning a woman. As the masked figure continues to unveil the details, despair envelopes Chu Ai. You truly are a member of the Wei family. In a surge of emotion, Chu Ai's struggle intensifies, his strength seemingly amplified, he persistently inquires. They have been searching for one another, yet now that he has been found, the outcome is all but inevitable. The masked figure meticulously recounts every detail, bringing forth a small stool and sharpening a knife on a whetstone, methodically preparing. The coarse sound of scraping reverberates, unhurried, reminiscent of a butcher's prelude to slaughter. This sound is akin to the ancient punishment of water torture, merely its resonance can shatter a person's mental defenses. In the depths of overwhelming fear, Chu Ai finally collapses, utterly devoid of strength. What do you want? I beg you, I will cooperate with anything. I can help you find others. In the dimly lit room, the sound of the knife sharpening gradually fades. The masked figure lifts his head, two hollow eyes seemingly piercing through the darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the mask, a youthful visage is already streaked with tears. Weisia, ferocious in his interrogation, coldly demands, what distinguishing features do the others who participated in the massacre possess? What are their names? I declare, I shall speak of everything. There exists Lu Chong, Luo Fei, and Sun Shaoli, along with Yang Deong. A near lamentation. The dual collapse of both mind and body, as Chu Ai hastily divulges his account. Half an hour later, Weisia emerges from the dark chamber, removing his mask. Inside the dim room, blood is spattered everywhere. Weisia rubs his face, still trembling, and it takes him a considerable time to begin organizing the confession records. Firstly, the tattoo on the arm signifies membership in the same drug trafficking organization, though Chu Ai lacks detailed knowledge of the traffickers. Secondly, the bald leader is named Lu Chong, nicknamed Chongzi, of mixed Chinese and Burmese descent, suspected to be a core member of the organization. Thirdly, the known individuals include Sun Shaoli, Lu Chong, Chu Ai, Yang Deong, and two others named Luo Fei and Zhong Wei. As he meticulously arranges the details on paper, Weisia sequentially strikes out the names of Sun Shaoli and Yang Deong, subsequently encircling Chu Ai's name. Behind him, the feeble sound of Chu Ai's exhalation in the dark room grows increasingly frail, merging with the rustling of paper, hoarse and filled with despair. In contemporary times, within a hospital room in City, Wei Pingzheng furrows his brow as he gazes upon the perpetrator of a massacre. The forces involved in the slaughter, apart from the assassin organization, include a drug trafficking chain from Western Yunnan and even insiders positioned in high places. Yet during that year, Weisia had just come of age, burdened with 4 younger siblings. All he could rely on was himself. It is unfathomable to imagine what Weisia faced at that moment. Go report it to the authorities. You cannot bear such a burden alone. At that time, in the sanatorium, Sun Haiyang, now increasingly frail and coughing yet still commanding respect, summoned his former subordinates to retrieve all files concerning the Wei family. It was only upon seeing the entry for Weisia's father that he paused. The captain of the drug enforcement unit in Yunnan, who had dismantled numerous drug trafficking routes attempting to infiltrate the borders. Sun Haiyang's expression grew complex as he put away the documents, his complexion paling further. A narcotics officer. He finally comprehended why Weisia was reluctant to report the matter. A narcotics officer has made too many enemies. And there may even be the shadow of high-ranking officials behind it. Hastily reporting could yield adverse consequences. No wonder you faced an enemy so formidable, so immense that it is beyond imagination. Sun Haiyang sighed, recalling the countless encounters of the past, and ultimately fell silent. On the eve of the Lunar New Year 25 years ago, many were celebrating. Hot pot, family dinners, firecrackers, fireworks, and even watching the gala. There were also families observing their eldest son's live comparison program, witnessing Weisia's manic resolve, calm and rational. Could such a person be deemed virtuous? In City, a full-time mother spoke with complexity. Luo Chio, 2 young boys were also watching. Perhaps he may not be a good person. Yet he has never been wicked. The boys' gazes were intricate. A person who avenges their parents and desperately protects their younger siblings, how could they be so depraved? A new scene unfolds in the retrospective of Weisia's life as the eldest son. The next act commences. In the dim chamber, Chu Ai lies on the brink of consciousness, his body marred with wounds, slumped in a chair, showing no signs of struggle, merely breathing faintly. Upon seeing the masked figure return once more, Chu Ai remained silent, not daring to plead for mercy, only enveloped in despair. Weisia gently placed the deep brown plastic bottle, its contents sloshing, before Chu Ai. This bottle of pesticide was meticulously chosen, reminiscent of the one he had presented to his mother on New Year's Eve the previous year. Subsequently, Weisia unscrewed the cap of the pesticide and pried open Chu Ai's mouth. After that, he departed. As the midday sun cascaded through the branches, It cast dappled patterns upon the ground, warming his skin with a gentle heat. Time seemed to flow serenely. Yet, the more beautiful the moment, the deeper Weisia's solitude became, causing him to lower his gaze. In the past, his father had wished for him to become a police officer, while his mother had aspired for him to embark on a political career, or perhaps to pursue a vocation as a doctor or lawyer. But what of the present? Weisia raised his hand, the sunlight revealing a hint of crimson staining his skin. It was soiled, indeed. Forgive me, Mom and Dad. I have not inherited your glory. I bear no badge of justice upon my person. Weisia murmured softly, his eyes falling upon the tattoos and scars that adorned him. These grotesque markings seemed to mock him. No matter how radiant the sunlight, his body remained forever mired in a filthy quagmire. I have not become a doctor. Nor will I be a lawyer, and I certainly cannot assume my father's identity. Mom and Dad, I have disappointed you. Chapter 40, A Situation Beyond Control. In early April 1996, in Luochio, all ears were attentive. Everyone, listen closely. We must uncover the identity of those operating behind the tea company, Weisia commanded, flicking the ash from his cigarette amidst the swirling smoke. At this moment, he was in command of nearly 200 core individuals across 2 districts, their influence pervasive in various grassroots industries. The news spread rapidly and elicited swift reactions. Huang Mao, his eyes lighting with fervor, gazed respectfully at Weisia. The reputation of Wolf Brother in Luochio's 2 districts was formidable, as he wielded considerable power. After Huang Mao and the others departed, Weisia carelessly discarded Chu Ai's severed arm, adorned with a scorpion tattoo, at the entrance of a residential complex. He then sought out a public telephone booth and dialed a number, one left by Lu Chong, as instructed by Chu Ai. His tone was icy, at the old family district. 3rd floor, at the door. Come take a look. On the other end, the bold Lu Chong's heart raced as he questioned, Who are you? Are you with the black mine? Or someone else? Be clear. Just come and see. That scorpion, it's rather ordinary, Weisia replied coolly. You bastard, Lu Chong growled in anger. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the line went dead. Frustration boiled within him as he slammed the receiver down. That address provided was undoubtedly Chu Ai's, or how could he not know? An inexplicable unease gripped Lu Chong as he recalled Yang Deong and San Xiaoli. Upon arriving at the agreed location and witnessing the severed arm inscribed with the scorpion tattoo, Lu Chong was consumed by rage. Chu Ai was gone. Damn it. He seethed. His expression twisted with fury, though fear crept deeper into his heart. The third one. Yang Deong, San Xiaoli, and now the suddenly vanished Chu Ai. It felt as if an invisible hand was ruthlessly orchestrating this calamity. They could not see the enemy, yet his comrades were disappearing one by one, sending chills down his spine. Search for them. Find them and eliminate them, Lu Chong commanded, suppressing his murderous intent in a fit of rage. Notify those behind this to send more men. In the evening, at the tea company's conference room, smoke lingered in the air as a subordinate reported to the bold drug dealer, Boss, we have many people searching for us in Luochio City. There's a group of thugs in the old district, probing into our affairs in underground venues, and those black mine rats are also inquiring about us. As he listened to the report, Lu Chong narrowed his eyes. Following him, a dozen hardened men, burdened with past crimes, chimed in, their expressions fierce. Let us deal with them. Eliminate them all. I want to see who dares to pry into our affairs. The atmosphere grew intensely oppressive. They had previously encountered kidnappings and extortions, a severed arm would not frighten them. However, moments later, the fervor in the room dwindled into silence. A female receptionist from the tea company presented a package, stating it was delivered by someone with instructions for the boss. Cautiously, the gathered individuals opened the package, revealing a severed leg of black trousers that tumbled out. In an apparent effort to facilitate recognition, the adversary deliberately left behind clothing and shoes. Lu Chong's hair stood on end. Chu Ai's legs, In this moment, Liu Chang's expression darkened, as he finally grasped the implications of the situation. Who exactly was this opponent? This was a matter of life and death. The scoundrels in the mining district were mere bullies who preyed on the ordinary, lacking the audacity to confront such formidable foes. Those capable of such heinous acts were nothing short of ruthless maniacs. Now, the adversary was like a ravenous wild dog, incessantly seeking opportunities to strike. Liu Chang had grown weary of this pervasive dread, extinguishing his cigarette, but he resolutely declared, "Let us do this." If he allowed the adversary to continue their relentless pursuit. Today it was Chu Ai, and tomorrow, he feared, it could very well be his own limbs discovered in an unknown locale. However, his survival thus far was not solely attributable to his recklessness. He possessed a formidable network of connections. In the dead of night, gazing out the window, the drug dealer Liu Chang clenched his jaw in contemplation, murmuring, who could it be? Did the Wei family have any allies or acquaintances? He scrutinized the documents from Yunnan, which revealed that aside from the couple, the Wei family's other relatives were ordinary individuals, entirely oblivious to their true identities. The Wei family. After considerable reflection, Liu Chang furrowed his brow further, the only sound being the rustle of paper as he flipped through it. As for the Wei family's children, the eldest was merely 18 or 19, hardly a formidable force. On New Year's Eve in 2025, at the police station, the dumplings in the box had long since grown cold, yet the young officer Chen Xiaowen remained oblivious. He was engrossed in reviewing the old case files of drug dealers with old Zhou. The files detailed a figure named Ma Zhou from Shiko Town, who in 1994 had participated in the robbery of Luochu Gold Company, using a homemade nail gun to kill a security guard before fleeing. Another file detailed Chen Dayu from Hutu village, who in 1995, during a taxi robbery, accidentally killed the driver and subsequently committed multiple offenses, employing the same methods to murder 3 more individuals before escaping. This record starkly chronicled the notorious henchmen of the bold Liu Chang. Upon comparison, all were notorious criminals with blood on their hands. The more he delved into the files, the more incredulous Chen Xiaowen became. The just 19-year-old Weixia was set to confront criminals so dangerous that even adults dared not approach, and now, he was to seek vengeance alone. This was not merely a challenge. Old Zhou observed, murmuring in a complex manner. The young man's investigative endeavors were gaining traction across the internet, as they implicated multiple cases, drawing the attention of law enforcement. Presently, Wu Kongwen, the captain of the criminal team in Luochu City, and Zhong Angshi, the deputy director of the Luochu Police Bureau, scrutinized the broadcast, furrowing their brows in analysis. Psychological resilience was the most crucial factor. Weixia's first step involved orchestrating a scheme against Yang Deong through a human trafficking case, obtaining partial confessions and gathering DNA evidence. The second step entailed inciting retaliation from black market criminals through an explosion, resulting in San Xiaoli's death, while simultaneously locating the T Company's base of operations. The third step was to foster a large-scale brawl among thugs, seizing the opportunity to capture Chu Ai and obtain specific information regarding Liu Chang. Every step is intricately interconnected, leveraging opportunities with finesse, while simultaneously seizing the moment to uncover new evidence. After analyzing the situation, Wu Kongwen could not help but nod in agreement, albeit with a sigh. He is indeed a promising talent, yet it is a pity. If he were to tread the righteous path today, his achievements would be beyond imagination. Following the broadcast of the comparative program featuring his eldest son, the excitement surged, propelling it to the pinnacle of trending searches. A new section has emerged on Weibo, with the left side showcasing Weixia, standing alone and appearing gaunt, though he seems to smile. A closer look reveals traces of sorrow. On the right side, the notorious Liu Chang leads a band of outlaws, shrouded in shadows, with labels such as drug trafficking syndicate and agents boldly displayed, exuding an overwhelming presence. The juxtaposition of both images conveys a tense atmosphere of confrontation. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments begins to flood in with new sentiments. His greatest anguish lies not in harboring hatred, but in solitude. A loneliness that remains uncomprehended. Some individuals are destined to bloom and wither in obscurity, never receiving acknowledgement. Chapter 41, I am destined to decay, but you shall not. The firstborn of Wesia recalls a new scene. April 1996. Luachio Police Station. Standing at a height of 1.67 m, Wesia sports newly dyed blonde hair. With fierce azure dragon tattoos adorning his arms, and a knife scar concealed beneath his clothing. His forehead and shoulders bear the marks of past injuries. A testament to his ferocity. Calloused fists reveal remnants of past battles. Behave yourself. The prison guard reprimands. Captured for brawling. Wesia faces the officer's wrath with a nonchalant smile, seemingly unfazed by the reprimand. Cheng Zhong, having endured numerous tribulations over the past year, appears increasingly aged. His once straight back now slightly hunched. Upon seeing Wesia for the first time in the police station, his expression turns to one of fury. Are you intent on tearing this family apart? Look at you now. If it weren't for you, would we need to move? Cheng Zhong's anger flares. His heart racing as darkness encroaches on his vision. Yet, Weisia remains indifferent, merely smiling, with a glimmer of youthful bravado and pride in his eyes. Sun Haiyang, now the captain of a major criminal investigation unit, observes Weisia and gestures for his colleagues to step away. He pauses on the stairs. Patting Weisia's shoulder, you were once so resilient, so full of life. How have you fallen to this? Sun Haiyang still remembers the boy in the valley and the image of him leaving the hospital, wounded yet determined, fearing his family's worry. Now, all that remains is a sigh. Pretending not to hear Sun Haiyang's lament, Weisia departs the police station and heads back to the casino, armed with a club. Luachio No. 1 High School, an illicit internet CF. Without a sharp weapon, Weisia kicks open the door to the CAF and strides directly to the back room. The CF owner, Sun Jian, is engrossed in a game but soon finds himself besieged by a barrage of blows. Bruises form on his shoulders, waist, and arms, accompanied by continuous cries of anguish. Who are you? What do you want? Those who operate such establishments are not to be trifled with, yet even so. He is soon reduced to cowering in a corner, trembling as he stammers out a response. Having already endured an unprovoked attack from this enigmatic figure, he is on the verge of collapse. After dispatching his adversaries, Weisia departs with a cold smile. Only when Weisia's silhouette fades from view does Sun Jian, shivering, muster the strength to call the police. I've been attacked again by the same group of people. This time, Weisia is detained for several days for education and even compensates the other party a sum of money. Yet, upon his release, he swiftly returns to assault Sun Jian once more. With previous wounds still unhealed, Sun Jian, trembling and sobbing, curls up on the ground, his gaze vacant. I won't report you anymore. I'm too afraid. He is genuinely terrified. These individuals are utterly unhinged. Unexpectedly, Weisia crouches down, striking Sun Jian's head with his club, letting out a chilling laugh. Afterward, Weisia leaves once again, while Sun Jian struggles to rise, silently contemplating whom he has offended. Was it the group of brats from the third middle school? Or perhaps that overweight student from the third year at No. 1 high school? After much deliberation, Sun Jian grits his teeth and summons all his henchmen. Remember, from now on, do not bully anyone. He is filled with dread. The man is a madman. He dares not gamble. The news spread not only through the first middle school but also reached the third and other places. Now, even the delinquents in the 3 schools have received word that they cannot bully others, for a madman is seeking retribution. Even the leaders of these ruffians are filled with trepidation, naturally instilling fear in their ranks. They remain oblivious to the identity of the one behind it all. Emerging from the dark internet CF alongside Weisia, the yellow-haired Lu Changjiang offered a cigarette, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Wolf brother, your younger brother has been bullied. You have gone in for him so many times, why not tell him? He could discern that Wolf brother's younger sibling seemed to look down upon him, even exhibiting a sense of superiority. The smoke, illuminated by the evening glow, appeared exquisite. Wei Xia merely shook his head, internally musing, I am but a wretched being. I must not involve them. I am destined to meet a tragic end, but it matters not, they must remain untainted by my fate. The moniker Wolf began to circulate among the various middle schools, from the first to the third. On occasion, as Wei Xia passed by the first middle school, Wang Shuai, the most innocent student who had suffered the most at the hands of delinquents, mustered the courage to greet him, greetings, big brother. In that moment, numerous students, often victims of bullying, echoed the salutation, big brother. Wolf brother. Admiration and gratitude blossomed in their eyes. It was said that it was precisely because of Wolf brother that the surrounding ruffians began to restrain themselves, ceasing their assaults upon them. Amidst the chorus of voices, Wei Xia greeted them with a playful smile, nodding his head in acknowledgement. The other delinquents observed from a distance, their hearts trembling, suspecting that this big brother might be somewhat unhinged, helping a bunch of little brats stand up for themselves. In the contemporary Luoqiu hospital room, Wei Pingzheng recalled fragments of memory in 1996. As if struck by an epiphany, he gradually regained focus. In 1996, I was in the second year of middle school. Bullied at school. A group of thugs cornered me in the school restroom with daggers, demanding money or threatening to beat me. Suddenly, those same individuals withdrew their demands, even bowing in apology. It was rumored that a madman had assaulted their leader multiple times for no apparent reason, instilling such fear that these delinquents capitulated. As he recounted this, Wei Pingzheng gazed complexly, seemingly transported back to those bygone days. At that time, within the first middle school, students were abuzz with speculation about why the delinquents were no longer targeting their peers. A classmate remarked to Wei Pingzheng, I heard the thug leader from the internet CF has been sporting bandages lately. The youthful Wei Pingzheng scoffed, feeling fortunate, it's just dogs fighting amongst themselves. But at least the school is peaceful now, and no one is bullying the students. Those ruffians are not good people, such individuals have no future. As memories began to recede, in the hospital room, the scene before Wei Pingzheng seemed to freeze. The third son of the Wei family, now a rising political star and a figure of power and prestige, he recalled the year 1996 when Wei Xia, with his dyed yellow hair, silently observed him as he went to and from school in Luoqiu Primary School. Wei Pingzheng thought of that year when Wei Xia faced the drug dealers with great difficulty while simultaneously striving to protect him during his own growth. He had said that he would die without a burial place, that he could not drag his younger siblings into the mire, and that he must not involve them. Wei Pingzheng remained silent, turning his gaze toward the frail figure on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life. Sun Haiyang, now a retired elder at the contemporary sanatorium, observed as well. His gaze pierced through the haze, reflecting upon that young boy with golden hair from 96. At that time, Wei Xia curled up in a corner, quietly lamenting that he would meet a tragic end, urging not to involve his family. Back then, Wei Xia clandestinely visited his younger brothers, Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng, nurturing them in the unseen corners of their lives, silently safeguarding them. He never dared to confide in his family, fearing that his plight would ensnare them, thus he chose to bear the burden of hatred alone. Sun Haiyang sighed, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. Wei Xia, open your eyes and behold your siblings today. Chapter 42. What will Wei Xia do in the future? A new scene. Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of the eldest son. The second son of the Wei family is still immersed in the simulation of the eldest son's life. Wei Pingsheng, through his ventures in the trade, particularly during the electric appliance boom of 1996, has managed to amass a few thousand yuan in savings, marking him as a minor player in the grey market, with access to the supply chains at the grassroots level. However, he has already moved for the fourth time. Moreover, his four younger siblings have been adopted by others, leaving Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng in the care of strangers. He feels a deep sense of unwillingness but is even more overwhelmed by helplessness, lacking the means to protect them under such circumstances. Leaving seems to be the most prudent choice. Wei Pingsheng arrives alone at the home of Wei Pingzheng's adoptive family and watches quietly from outside. It is no wonder that no one wants him, he cannot even manage the simplest household chores. Inside, a middle-aged woman, casually snacking on sunflower seeds, casts a disdainful glance at Wei Pingzheng, who is struggling to wash clothes, and sneers, "Do it well. Remember to have dinner ready when I return from my card game." Outside, Wei Pingzheng's fists clench tightly, his expression darkening, and with a heavy sigh, he departs. Cycling once more. He arrives at the home of his own adoptive family from his childhood. From a distance, he observes them at the dinner table. A family of 3 enjoys a meal of beef stew with potatoes and a few eggs. Both the adoptive couple and their biological son are present, while Wei Pingsheng is conspicuously absent. Only in the corner is a small table set for him, with a dish of pickled vegetables and a bowl of rice. Wei Pingsheng, now much thinner, struggles to swallow. Watching his younger self from the outside, he closes his eyes, the surge of anger swelling within him. He has often contemplated bursting in to chastise them and take his brother away. Yet, after a long moment, he opens his eyes, revealing a sense of despair. He cannot act, as the enemy still lurks in the shadows, his former associates in the appliance trade had warned him. In the days when Wei Xia was in charge, life felt normal to Wei Pingsheng. For the first time, he experiences a profound sense of powerlessness. Why is it so arduous to simulate the life of the eldest son? Comments flash across the screen. Because someone is acting like a madman in the corners where you cannot see. Because Wei Xia always remembers he is the eldest son, allowing you to grow up happily. As Wei Pingsheng wallows in confusion, a new scene unfolds in the recollection of Wei Xia's life as the eldest son. Now, Wei Xia has become a notorious figure among the underworld of Luoqiu City, known to many as Wolf. However, following the incident with San Jian, people now refer to him as Mad Brother. Yet, he is not in Luoqiu City at present, he finds himself in a remote village to the east. A fellow thug, who frequently drives trucks, has introduced him to an old man here, facilitating the acquisition of a fake identity card. With this counterfeit ID, Wei Xia arrives at the entrance of a tea company. The receptionist politely stops him, stating, "Without an appointment, you cannot enter, sir." "Who are you looking for?" "I manage a nightclub next to number 1 high school and I'm here to discuss business with your boss." This year has been particularly chaotic in Luoqiu. Filled with all sorts of people, to manage a nightclub indicates that there is certainly someone backing him. The receptionist assesses him calmly before turning to summon the manager. The tea company is merely a front, the real profits stem from their original business of drug trafficking. The nominal manager, Sun Bin, scrutinizes Wei Xia from head to toe, lights a cigarette, then gestures for him to take a seat, saying, "You seem a bit unfamiliar, brother. You oversee the venue, seeking collaboration with our tea company." Wei Xia reclined casually on the sofa, grinning widely while silently appraising the man before him, who appeared to be in his 30s, in the old district. "They call me the Wolf. My nightclub requires some supplies." The moniker Wolf was indeed familiar to Sun Bin, who had encountered him several times recently and recognized him as a local thug leader. However, to ascertain the nature of the drugs, he needed to confirm the man's identity. Thus, Li Bin summoned a student thug from behind, who arrived trembling at the scene. Upon seeing Wei Xia, he nearly quaked with fear. He had witnessed the man assault individuals at an internet CAF and now bowed his head respectfully. "Wolf brother." After calling in his subordinates for identification, Sun Bin finally confirmed Wei Xia's identity and dismissed the trembling thug. "Brother, don't take it personally, but these items cannot be casually circulated. You must try them." Sun Bin's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Wei Xia, who had a packet of drugs laid before him. If he hesitated to engage, it could mean he was merely an undercover informant. Yet, Wei Xia merely scoffed dismissively, scraping a bit off with his nail, inhaling it expertly, and smiled. "Good stuff." Sun Bin chuckled in response, nodding, "How much do you need for your nightclub?" "However, we don't have any stock on hand, you'll have to wait." Once Wei Xia specified the quantity he desired, Sun Bin discreetly summoned his subordinate and spoke in hushed tones, his smile vanishing and transforming into something more sinister. Call the police, inform them that someone is dealing drugs here, and have this kid locked up to see if he encounters any issues in prison. Sun Bin's methods were ruthless. He would not easily trust anyone. By sending him to jail, he could monitor this wolf carefully, ensuring he posed no threat. Within 20 minutes, Weisia, still at the intersection, was apprehended. At the police station, Chief Sun Hayang of the Criminal Investigation Unit rushed over upon hearing of Weisia's drug involvement. His expression dark and furious as he seized Weisia by the collar, scolding him vehemently, "You little brat. Do you understand what you're doing? Fighting and gambling can be forgiven, but this is a line you cannot cross. These substances are the result of countless lives sacrificed by border security and drug enforcement. Do you dare to shatter that barrier? Honestly, where did this come from?" Having witnessed Weisia's ascent over the past few years, his anger intensified. Yet, Weisia remained unfazed, indifferent, even attempting to swallow a toothbrush to intimidate the officers. The other officers, fearing a larger uproar, detained him for 48 hours. Ultimately fining him a small sum before releasing him. Meanwhile, the drug dealer under surveillance returned to the tea company and began reporting to Sun Bin, who subsequently relayed the information to the bald-headed leader. "Brother Chong, that kid really did use drugs." The officers arrested him. They even inquired. "And our informant reported that this kid kept his mouth tightly shut." "Interesting," Bald Lu Chong responded, nodding in satisfaction. "Provide him with some supplies. Luo Chio needs to expand his network." At that moment, the comments on Douyin surged wildly. Weisia is indeed a madman. To engage with such substances is to plunge headlong into danger. His father was a narcotics officer. How could he not comprehend the gravitas of drugs? Yet, he still chose to dabble, the testament to his insanity. Does he believe he can resist through sheer willpower? Impossible, it is narcotics after all. Now, Weisia has truly begun to infiltrate the drug trade under the guise of a notorious gangster, determined to unearth the other perpetrators. He must draw close, for the opportunity will not present itself again. However, given Weisia's ruthless nature, once he identifies the culprits, he will eradicate them without hesitation. Released into the depths of night, Weisia gazes silently in the direction of his parents, offering paper offerings as a tribute. The wind howls, mingling with a light snowfall. Biting cold that pierces to the bone, swallowing the flames. His father, a narcotics officer, dedicated his life to combating drug trafficking and dismantling criminal organizations. Now, Weisia finds himself, under the pretense of collaboration, mingling with those very drug dealers, even handling their contraband. Is this the right path? He is engulfed in uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. With his shirt buttons perfectly aligned, Weisia opens a black umbrella, rising to his feet and murmuring softly. Words only he can hear, faint yet resolute. "I will never collaborate with them, never. Father, I am not a narcotics officer, nor will I ever become one. But I shall continue your work. The drug trafficking syndicate you could not entirely eradicate, I will confront. I walk not in the light, but tread the same treacherous path as you did, yet we are alike. Even if the cost is my life, I shall not falter. The drug syndicate, the assassins and agents lurk in the shadows. He must protect his younger siblings, with no alternative path available. Yet, he remains undaunted. His promise is solemn, and in that moment, Weisia's figure merges with his father's past, unseen by any witness. The flames surge, brilliant and dazzling, burning fiercely against the gloomy sky until reduced to ash. Snowflakes settle upon the umbrella, the youth resembling a decaying spear, sharp and imposing. In the wilderness, the wind and snow swirl, the flames gradually extinguish, leaving only promises and commitments standing resolutely in solitude. Meanwhile, in a contemporary nursing home, Sun Hayang finally comprehends the situation. Initially, he believed Weisia's engagement with drugs was merely a means to infiltrate the drug dealers for revenge. He never considered that Weisia's intentions extended beyond vengeance. His true aim is to uproot the drug syndicate entirely. How can one person accomplish such a feat? Do you understand the forces you face? Thousands of border defense soldiers. Countless narcotics officers from a great nation, laboring day and night, yet still unable to eradicate this criminal network completely. The drug syndicate's web of interests is vast. Its background formidable, it cannot be toppled by a single individual. He gazes at the faint flicker of light in the heavy snow, his eyes welling with emotion. In the nursing home of Yechang, Cheng Zhong watches with tear-filled, clouded eyes. This, engaging with drugs. In the Yechang infirmary, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling fall utterly silent, grappling with the reality that he has indeed chosen this bitter path. The live stream chat begins to fill with comments. He seeks not only vengeance but also aims to eradicate the drug trafficking organization, as this will safeguard countless lives. Wei Xia. What will you do in the future? Chapter 43, The Ideal in Dreams. At the end of January 2025, after the New Year's Eve had passed. Many were enjoying themselves at various scenic spots, while others wandered the commercial streets, engrossed in their smartphones. Watching the footage of Wei Xiao's eldest son as he traced a new chapter. It was the winter of '96, a season marked by heavy snowfall. Where the sounds of military training emanated from the police academy in the newly established district of Luoqiu. Wei Xia, holding an umbrella, found himself passing by the academy once again. His gaze, filled with longing, rested upon the institution. Groups of youths clad in training uniforms, their postures erect and spirits high, entered the premises. 18 and 19-year-old students lined up in perfect formation, running tirelessly within the school, sweat glistening as they chanted their slogans, to establish a patriotic resolve, to forge a soul of loyalty, to cultivate a spirit of justice, to uphold the righteousness of the people. The young man beneath the umbrella instinctively spoke. His voice solemn, to establish a patriotic resolve, to forge a soul of loyalty, to cultivate a spirit of justice, to uphold the righteousness of the people. With a heavy heart, Wei Xia watched, his voice barely a whisper. He yearned to be among them, standing under the sun, laughing and running alongside his peers. To establish a patriotic resolve, he repeated, lost in a trance until the very end. In the eyes of the young, envy shimmered. He understood that this was a dream he would likely never realize in his lifetime. Yet, in that moment, he gazed at the badge at the entrance of the academy. A symbol of honor and responsibility, listening to the students' unified declaration. I willingly choose to become a freshman at the police academy. I vow to dedicate everything for the badge upon my chest, for the people, for justice, and to eradicate all poisons and dangers that threaten the populace. The mountains and rivers stand as our monuments, history may not remember us, but beneath the wild grass of the green hills, our spirit endures. The resounding voices stirred profound emotions within him, causing his eyes to brim with tears as he echoed their words, our spirit endures. Tears blurred his vision. And Wei Xia's body trembled with yearning. He desperately wished to stand among the crowd and shout those words. This was the life his parents had envisioned for him. But now, he had no chance, nor would he ever have one. He could only stand in solitude, engulfed by sorrow, gazing from afar in the heavy snow. On that day, Wei Xia watched for a long time, standing under the snowfall with his umbrella, his eyes reflecting desolation and despair. He then looked at himself, messy yellow hair, grotesque tattoos on his arms, and scars scattered across his body. How could someone like him ever belong in such a righteous and grand place? The figure that had lingered outside the gates of the police academy finally took a step forward, leaving the snowy ground behind. As he departed, Wei Xia felt as if he was fleeing from his dreams. The path to liberation from his aspirations was arduous, yet he did not pause. I must leave. This place does not belong to me. But I truly love it here. In the bustling commercial center of the old district of contemporary Luoqiu City, the square was alive with activity. Two students observed the footage of Wei Xia, sighing, Wei Xiao's dreams have shattered, the police academy was his long-desired sanctuary. He gazed at the badge, envy nearly spilling from his eyes. At the local swimming pool, a security guard on duty was also watching the footage. This is the ideal of Wei's eldest son. His younger siblings have realized their dreams, but what about you? In the end, the one left behind is the loneliest. In the ward, Wei Pingjing silently gazed upon the scene. So this was the career you cherished most dearly. Now, with his eyes shut, his mind was flooded with memories of Weixia. The golden hair, tattoos, and scars, the vices of smoking and gambling. The blend of greed and timidity. And, amidst the heavy snowfall, that solitary figure. Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling exchanged glances at the hospital bed, their expressions fraught with disbelief. A drug enforcement officer, the arson was a fabrication, the gambling a ruse, the avarice a mere illusion. The image of the eldest son of the Wei family began to merge with that of the desolate and solitary youth on the screen. Along with the tear-streaked visage reflecting the badge. She found it hard to comprehend. Almost impossible to believe that the notorious thug from Luochuo City could possess such unwavering faith in something so precious. It was almost akin to life itself. Now, lying on the hospital bed, Weixia appeared particularly aged. The scars of his past rendered him nearly feeble, his countenance haggard. Suddenly, the host began to speak slowly. I voluntarily choose to become a new student at the police academy. I vow to cherish the badge upon my chest. Under the camera's gaze, Weixia, barely conscious, moved his lips ever so slightly, albeit feebly, following the recitation as if it were a bygone ritual. The female host, instinctively responding, found herself weeping even more fiercely at this sight. Finally, she sighed and spoke softly. In your lifetime, you never became a drug enforcement officer. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments flooded in. Even in a state of unconsciousness, he clings to his recitation. This is not a promise to anyone, but rather the most devout belief within his heart. Is this an ideal? For the eldest son of the Wei family, it is far too precious and extravagant. Alas! Now he bears the weight of being the eldest son. He must uphold this family. Weixia has already sunk into the mire. He can be ruthless towards those who bully his younger brother, he can repeatedly beat up thugs, and he can exact revenge on Young Deong, San Xiaoli, and Chu Ai. Yet his dreams have vanished, they shall never be realized in this lifetime. The narrative then traces back to the new eldest son of Weixia. In mid-April of 1996, Weixia began to acquire permission from a tea company, presenting him with an opportunity to procure a small batch of ecstasy pills. Subsequently, Brother Chong mentioned that this batch could be his, depending on how much he could handle. Manager San Bin, with a smug smile, opened a briefcase. Weixia's pupils constricted slightly, yet his expression remained composed. The entire case was filled with ecstasy pills. Here, this is a sample. Take it home to test the goods. When the time comes, bring the money for the exchange. Weixia, overjoyed, embraced the bag and kissed it. His eyes gleaming with avarice, prompting a scoff from San Bin. You've seen so little of the world. All right, at 2 a.m., at the Mona nightclub, room 302. Remember to collect the goods. After observing the other party depart, Weixia left. As night deepened, he sent the items to Mataigang, the captain of the Luochuo drug enforcement team, including an address for a meeting. Mataigang, known for his decisiveness, frowned upon seeing the ecstasy pills, sensing something amiss. However, he did not refuse. Finding leads on drug dealers was increasingly arduous. Ma Tiegong's figure appeared in the alley beside Xiao Feng's barbershop in the old town. But upon the other party's arrival, he could not help but frown. A yellow-haired thug had come to see him. Speak. What do you want? Ma Tiegong's tone was menacing. He harbored a deep disdain for the ruffians who shirked their responsibilities, neglecting their work and studies. Weixia, with a sardonic smile, gazed enviously at the police uniform adorning Ma Taigang, and began to flatter him. Captain Ma, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have connections that could allow me to go undercover. But he rubbed his thumb, mimicking a gesture for money, his eyes glinting with avarice. Surely, my remuneration cannot be meager. Upon hearing this, Ma Taigang sternly admonished him, do you comprehend the immense dangers associated with this? If it were to leak and circulate within the underbelly of Luochuo City, do you realize the devastation it could wreak on countless families? Even if you disregard your own safety, consider the well-being of your loved ones. His voice, though low, carried a weight of urgency. Wei Xiao, maintaining a smile, nodded in agreement, yet his hands betrayed his true intentions, clearly still seeking financial gain. Observing this, Ma Taigang let out a resigned sigh and finally conceded, "Then you may serve as an informant." In that moment, Wei Xiao was filled with exuberance. Shaking hands and bowing in gratitude, "Thank you, Captain Ma. Are you so desperate for money that you would consort with drug dealers? Should anything go awry, I cannot guarantee your protection." Witnessing Wei Xiao's demeanor, Ma Taigang felt utterly exasperated and posed a question. To which Wei Xiao merely shook his head with a smile. "Not to that extent." As midnight passed and the clock struck 2 in the morning at the Mona nightclub, room 302. Ma Taigang insisted that the blonde youth present an identification card, to which Wei Xiao casually discarded a fake one. Upon returning to the station, Ma Taigang began to investigate the identity left by Wei Xiao, discovering it belonged to the son of a rural farmer from Luochuo City, his furrowed brow deepening. What could have compelled this individual to willingly become an informant, and with such apparent delight? Was this brazen scoundrel truly oblivious to the peril that awaited him if discovered? As the live stream comments surged once more, many viewers felt a pang of sympathy. Wei Xiao understood the dangers involved, which is precisely why he chose to become an informant. He sought not to descend into depravity, but rather to eliminate wrongdoers and deliver the evidence to the authorities, thus preserving his integrity. He harbored no ulterior motives. He merely wished to witness his most cherished profession, a dream that could only be realized in his slumber. In this moment, as the comments flowed, many resonated with a profound sense of sorrow, for some bore too great a burden, their aspirations confined to the realm of dreams. Chapter 44. He does not envision a future for himself, psychological analysis of the eldest son, in the live broadcast. Douyin host Yang Zhao's tone is somewhat grave. Wei Xiao has been relentlessly advancing. Have you all considered this? Wei Xiao is merely 19 years old. Yet he has been on a frenzied rampage for an entire year. In the preceding year, he has schemed against the black market, contended with the thugs of Luochuo City, investigated drug trafficking organizations, and meticulously planned for revenge. He has accomplished all this while being just 19. As Yang Xiao paused, the comment section erupted into a discussion of a new topic. It was astonishing to ponder what Wei Xiao had been engaged in over the past few months. Aside from safeguarding his younger siblings and mentoring them, Wei Xiao has been embroiled in brawls and mingling with unsavory characters. He has plotted against the black market's Ma Chilio, who remains a mere pawn in his game. Juggling the protection of his family while confronting drug traffickers has been his life for a whole year. Doesn't he tire of it? What can he do if he is exhausted? He has no one to rely on, no one. Until the narrative of Wei Xiao's life took a new turn. In May 1996, at 2 in the morning, a significant number of police officers descended upon the Mona nightclub in the old district of Luochuo, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A young man adorned with dragon tattoos on both arms was handcuffed and escorted out of the nightclub, his head bowed in disgrace. Among the patrons still reveling within the club, someone recognized him and spoke up in confusion. Is this not the notorious Wolf who has been making waves in Luochuo City lately? What has transpired? Don't ask. I heard he got involved with drugs and the narcotics team received a tip-off. The crowd buzzed with speculation until the subdued Wei Xiao was ushered into a police vehicle. This was a carefully orchestrated act to infiltrate the drug trafficking ring. The players in this dramatic performance included the unyielding captain of the narcotics team, Ma Taigang, whose dual objectives were to combat the sale of drugs at the nightclub and to apprehend the notorious thug, Wolf, to complete the charade. He aimed to make the drug dealers aware that Wolf was untouchable. Through the car window, Wei Xiao caught a glimpse of Sunbin appearing at the nightclub, watching him through the glass. In that moment, Wei Xiao's face remained expressionless within the vehicle, while Sunbin strolled leisurely outside, resembling an ordinary passerby, wearing a faint smile. Although he was unaware of how the information had leaked, he was intrigued to see whether this madman would unveil their secrets. In the interrogation room, harsh lights blazed down, blindingly bright. Even with his eyes shut, he could not escape their piercing intensity. It was now the third day since Waisia's capture. Outside the glass window, two narcotics officers scrutinized him, frowning as they pressed him for answers. Are you not going to confess? It has been 3 days of relentless interrogation under the glaring lights. Surely, he could not have slept. Nor had he been provided with food, only minimal refreshments. Hiss. How long did that timid junkie manage to endure just a few days ago? Perhaps less than 12 hours. This kid is quite the tough nut. The two narcotics officers exchanged glances, both finding the situation amusing. This scrawny boy appeared fragile, yet he proved to be remarkably resilient. It was not long before Mataigang, dressed in his police uniform, appeared outside the interrogation room. Captain Ma. The narcotics officers greeted him, and he nodded before stepping into the interrogation room, avoiding the recording devices, and leaned in to speak quietly to Waisia. I apologize, but I cannot release you at this moment. The performance of this duet has only just commenced. Although I have apprehended the nightclub's drug dealer, I have yet to capture a single trafficker, leading me to suspect that there may be internal issues within the narcotics enforcement. Thus, your cooperation remains essential. You must stay in the rehabilitation center for a few more days. Weary from lack of sleep, Waisia's complexion was ashen, his eyes bloodshot and eerily fierce. Yet he spoke with remarkable gentleness. Thank you, Captain Ma. I comprehend your intentions. Mataigang, having heard of Waisia's endurance, regarded him with a gaze that grew increasingly complex. Such an interrogation would break many repeat offenders. Even the most cunning middle-aged drug traffickers would divulge information. So, who are you truly? With a faint smile, Waisia conserved his energy, his voice barely audible. You shall know when the time is right. Physical pain is trivial. It is the anguish of the mind that truly torments. Thus, I believe I am managing adequately. Waisia bared his teeth in a grimace, leaving Mataigang perplexed. Yet Waisia continued to smile, tears glistening in his eyes as he softly murmured something that Mataigang could not quite discern. In 2025, many viewers of Chasing the Eldest Son would hear Waisia repeatedly reciting this vow: I swear to sacrifice everything for the badge upon my chest, for the people, for the common folk, for justice. I shall eradicate all drugs and dangers that threaten the populace. In the infirmary of Isiti, a female nurse wiped away her tears. He has taken upon himself the role of a narcotics officer. Thus, he bears all the pressure, believing it to be his duty. Yet he is not, and so he must repeatedly tell himself this oath to deceive his mind, otherwise, he could not endure. At that time, in the Tianhai community of Luochio City, the narcotics team leader, Mataigang, had long since retired. His years of relentless battle had left him with numerous gunshot and stab wounds, as well as ailments like rheumatism and cervical spondylosis, now rendering him gravely ill. As his grandson watched Chasing the Eldest Son, a familiar figure appeared on the screen, causing Mataigang's vision to blur. Noticing this, his grandson quickly handed him a tissue. Grandpa, why are you crying? Mataigang, trembling, pointed at the murmuring figure, his nose stinging with emotion. That young lad. All along, he simply aspired to be a narcotics officer in a profession with an average life expectancy of less than 40. I owe him a debt. Mataigang recalled his past disdain for the young man, even entertaining the thought that he might be a double agent, feigning to be an informant. Thus, he had not intervened during the harsh interrogation of Waisia, as he had intended to test him. Liu Chang and San Bin from the drug trafficking organization did not trust Waisia, and neither did he. Consequently, both sides were engaged in a test. Mataigang fixated on the screen and suddenly spoke, his voice laden with weariness. You are not a narcotics officer, yet you believe yourself to be one. And thus you have begun to bear the burdens of such a role. You have assigned yourself a mission and a responsibility. He turned to his grandson. His expression distant. I never truly believed in him, nor did I encourage him. He received only my reprimands. To me, he was merely a greedy informant. A presence unworthy of recognition. I owe him a measure of trust. Swansea gazed in bewilderment. Is he all right? At that moment, Ma Taigang, with a complex expression, refrained from offering an explanation, saying, "You will understand in due time." In the silent ward of Yecheng Hospital, Wei Pingzheng appeared almost dazed as he observed his elder brother. In the simulation of his elder brother's life, Wei Ping had been evading danger alongside his family, frequently relocating, and had now even moved away from Luoqiu City. Meanwhile, Wei Xia, also an elder brother, had begun to infiltrate and seek vengeance, contemplating how to dismantle the drug trafficking syndicate, enduring great torment in the process. Wei Pingzheng remained silent, his head bowed, unable to fathom the feelings his second brother would experience upon exiting the simulation and confronting Wei Xia's memories. After all, their experiences were almost entirely antithetical. He cast a glance at the hospital bed, unsure of what to say, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort and confusion. His thoughts drifted to Wei Xia's refusal to surrender. But why did you refuse? He could not comprehend it, merely fixating on the frail figure of Wei Xia. Do you understand what refusing to surrender entails? Wei Pingyang, embodying the rationality unique to researchers, recalled memories from her childhood, the summer of 1996. During that time, she noticed Wei Xia had ceased to grow, his gait marked by a certain listlessness. Little did she know, during that period, he had experimented with drugs, merely to become an informant, drawing closer to the perpetrator for the sake of solitary vengeance, a path once traversed by their parents, now revisited. Wei Pinging, the youngest of the Wei family, also reflected on events from decades past. She remembered the summer of 96 as one filled with anxiety. Wei Xia would often erupt into fits of shouting at home, leading her to believe he had lost his sanity. Their grandparents had discouraged anyone from approaching him, for he had succumbed to drugs, his temperament drastically altered. But this is poison, what will you do in the future? Wei Pingling stood in a daze, murmuring to herself. He had not contemplated a future, he did not believe he had one. Wei Pingzheng suddenly interjected, lowering his head once more. In the ward, everyone gazed at the frail middle-aged man on the hospital bed. Wei Xia had not envisioned a future for himself. Chapter 45, he considered himself a ghost. Allowing others to become human, Wei Xia finally emerged from the narcotics squad. In the vibrant spring of 1996, he began his journey home like a stray dog. People recoiled from him as if he were a viper. His tattoos, scars, and menacing appearance, coupled with the gloom that enveloped his countenance, instilled dread in those around him. Upon returning home, his grandfather erupted in fury, demanding, "What on earth have you been doing during this time?" Concern gnawed at Xingshong as he observed Wei Xia's demeanor. A troubling thought crossed his mind, igniting a deeper rage within him. "Have you been dabbling in things you ought not to touch?" He viciously kicked Wei Xia. And still not satisfied, he unleashed a flurry of slaps, nearly bringing him to tears. "You beast! Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what your parents do? I could tolerate your gambling, drinking, smoking, and tattoos, even your association with the underworld, but you dare to touch those things. I'll beat you to death." How could you face your parents? Even his usually silent grandmother clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at Wei Xia. Only the families of narcotics officers understood the abhorrence of such substances. Wei Xia did not evade the onslaught, instead, he met it head-on, accepting the blows with a calm and numbed demeanor. His nails embedded into his palms, blood oozing forth. He felt wretched, uncertain if his role as an informant was justified. He had no one to turn to for answers. He knew nothing. Absolutely nothing. Exhausted, his grandfather locked him inside the room. Wei Xia lay curled on the floor, emitting a mournful wail resembling a deranged lunatic. His pallid, weak face twisted grotesquely against the ground as he muttered incoherently, nearly suffocating in his own words. Standing at 177 centimeters, bald, with a scorpion tattoo on his left arm. 6 individuals, bald with a sunken nose. A scar spanning 5 to 7 centimeters across the left eye, a pronounced overbite, and small ears. A mole on his neck, favoring a buzz cut. The DNA comparison yielded a match. Lao Fan's farmhouse, Chuanhua's guest house, a tea company. Chinjong could not hear. Nor could his grandmother comprehend the rumblings of Weisia. They were engulfed in rage, perceiving him merely as a madman. The beating resumed as Chinjong unbuckled his belt, tears brimming in his eyes as he struck fiercely. His grandmother also wept, cursing in anger. How many times have your parents ventured out? And we worried they would not return? How dare you engage with such things? You are bringing calamity upon us. Do you wish for your parents and us to perish? Wei Pingling, frightened, hid behind his grandmother, her small face pale. Wei Ping, with reddened eyes, clenched his jaw and fetched a basin of water from the kitchen, splashing it forcefully onto Weisia. Enough! Wake up! Weisia, do not go mad. Do not bring disaster upon your family. My second brother is gone. My third brother is gone, our parents are missing, and you, with our grandparents aging, what more do you desire? Do not lose your mind. We are already exhausted. No one understands. At this moment, the afflictions of the body assailed him, the consequence of his prior indulgences with drug traffickers, gluttonous feasting and excessive drinking that ravaged his health. Weisia lay powerless, tears streaming down his face. His voice, feeble and indistinct, erupted in cries reminiscent of a deranged lunatic. It has been over 3 days since Weisia fell ill, deprived of sustenance, his mental state pushed to the brink. Yet, he continued to recite. To conjure the indelible images etched in his memory, the telltale signs of those traffickers, tattoos on their arms denoting their allegiance, the Western Yunnan route, the greyish-white van, the Santana. Medical gauze masks, bald heads, men adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, clad in leather boots. His cries, blood, went unnoticed. No one comprehended what he was uttering or expressing. This was an indelible memory for him, the characteristics of those traffickers, every detail from that fateful New Year's Eve in 1995. He could not forget. In the contemporary city of Luoqiao, the narcotics police watched on. 2 elderly officers, having spent over 20 years interrogating Weisia, observed him now. When they first interrogated him in the spring of 1996, they were nearing 30, now, after 25 years, retirement loomed. Most of their colleagues had perished in the line of duty or had been incapacitated, leaving only the 2 of them. They gazed at Weisia, who was reciting those details once more, tattoos on their arms, the Western Yunnan route, the greyish-white van, the Santana, medical gauze masks, bald heads, men with gold-rimmed glasses, clad in leather boots. Weisia lay feebly on the ground, resting. He emitted indistinct roars of anger, occasionally succumbing to physiological outbursts, spitting, shaking his head. These were all typical signs of a ravaged body, and over the years, they had witnessed too much. Yet, Weisia persisted in articulating the criminal's data, evidence, characteristics. He endeavored to resist the limits of his physical endurance, though he had yet to succeed. This was the only way he could maintain his resolve. Suddenly, one of the senior narcotics officers lowered his head as he understood what Weisia was saying. Initially, his role involved subjecting Weisia to blinding light and prolonged deprivation of food. Even if he were not a narcotics officer, he would have held firm, resolutely withholding any information. The other senior officer averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. He had lost control but continued to repeatedly recall the characteristics of the perpetrators. The evidence, the data. He could not forget. These memories were etched in his heart. The conversation faltered, and the senior officer remained silent for a moment before raising his gaze, fixating on the figure on the ground. Yet that year, he was barely 19. On Douyin, the live stream's popularity surged once more. Many viewers tuned in, flooding the chat with comments. He is so young, by his current age, he should be in university. He faces the drug trafficking syndicate in Western Yunnan, even confronting assassins and spies. He wishes to embody a narcotics officer and withstand it all. But can a human truly endure such things? In a rehabilitation center, Sun Hayang no longer watched alone but was accompanied by a group of retired colleagues. Each of them bowed their heads in shared sorrow. The chief of the police department in the old town once participated in the human trafficking case in the mining town, while the director of the development zone was involved in the investigation of the tea shop dismemberment case. Now, they are both keeping a watchful eye, reflecting on the past. On New Year's Eve of 1995, during that horrific massacre, Weisya desperately endeavored to memorize every detail of the assailants' characteristics, suppressing his primal fear and youthful instincts as he concealed the bodies of his parents. At the dinner table, son Ha-young's voice resonated with an unsettling edge. These haunting memories relentlessly tormented Weisya, becoming an indelible part of his existence, an imprint that could never be erased, even in moments of chaos. Thus, it transformed into his eternal recollection. The incessant torment serves as a poignant reminder to Weisya. Let him advance relentlessly. Son Ha-young recalled the numerous times Weisya had been imprisoned and reprimanded by him. Even though he had misunderstood Weisya for so long, the boy remained indifferent. He could hardly fathom the profound loneliness this youth would endure in the years to come. Son Ha-young lifted his gaze, fixating on the increasingly blood and anguished figure of Weisya, whose neck was marred by grotesque veins. He cast himself as a spectre, relegating others to the realm of humanity. Chapter 46, Beneath the Sun. Amidst the mud, the New Year's Eve of 25 years has passed. Yet, from that fateful night until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the viewership ratings have consistently dominated both North and South, with Douyin, Weibo, and Tushio reigning supreme in popularity, trending topics, and discussions, garnering increasing attention. The poignant scene of Weisya's eldest son resonates deeply within many hearts. In the year 1996, within the confines of a bedroom, Weisya lies on the ground in a state of disarray, his cries echoing in a muddled cacophony. At this moment, he is neither scheming against the underbelly of the black market nor contending with the sinister forces behind drug trafficking. He is not the protective elder brother of his siblings. The fierceness, malice, and cold composure dissipate entirely. He curls up on the floor, drenched and trembling, resembling a helpless infant, small, isolated, and fearful. His face is pale, yet his eyes refuse to close, struggling to articulate every detail. His siblings may rely on him, but the only one he can depend upon is himself. A new topic emerges on Douyin, juxtaposing the eldest son's recollections of Weisya. Do you remember his formidable presence in contemporary Luochio City, at the second high school dormitory? Students from the Luo family reflect with complexity on those early days. That year, Weisya was 18. He surreptitiously pursued criminals in a police car, recklessly crashing through the mountains like a madman. Even when battered and bruised, he would still rise to defend his younger siblings. Luo's family remained silent, caught in a web of complicated thoughts. What will you do in the future? In Luochio prison, several inmates are also captivated by the live broadcast. A burly prisoner clenches his fists, veins bulging on his neck. Damn it, if I were him, I would have crumbled long ago. I would have stormed into that tea company and taken them down, or else I would have chosen to descend into darkness entirely. At worst, I would fall to the depths. No one believes me anyway. In the mining town, now middle-aged, Shonzi watches as well, recalling the day he was summoned by the village chief, which led to a multi-province joint operation to capture human traffickers. That year marked the tragic loss of Weisya's parents due to retaliation. He vividly remembers the flames reaching for the sky. Shonzi's father had participated in the firefighting efforts that day, and he sighs, he is just like any ordinary person, he has crumbled countless times. Yet, he recovers too swiftly, making us believe he cannot break. A new chapter unfolds in Weisya's retrospective journey. After succumbing to emotional turmoil and stumbling into the bathroom, he resorts to splashing cold water on himself, ultimately finding a moment of tranquility. Now, he gazes into the mirror, his body rendered even paler by the icy spray, mud marking his skin, and saliva clinging to his face as he uncontrollably mutters incriminating evidence. The family has long since closed their doors to sleep, indifferent to his plight. After suppressing his emotions, Weisya tidies himself up, forcing a smile at his reflection. Pingsheng has yet to mature. Pingsheng has not been fully embraced by his family, Pingyong has not found a family to adopt him, and Pingling remains but a child. The elders have also come under scrutiny, the enemy is lacking. I am Weisya, the leader, the pillar of my family. he murmured, gradually transforming from a state of dejection to one of vigor, his gaze sharpening from its earlier days. Beneath this emaciated exterior lies a profound resolve. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, Wasia fixated on the corners of his mouth in the mirror, a smile that was far from pleasing. Facing the reflection, he forced a wider grin, nodding to himself. Soon after, Wasia commenced dialing a number, and upon connection, Lu Chong's voice resonated from the other end. Wasia erupted into a manic laughter. What on earth is your business doing? You've gotten me arrested. One little pill, and the entire city knows. What kind of secret transaction is this? His voice was a snarl, teeth clenched, brimming with fury. The bold drug dealer chuckled. You are quite something, resilient. That bunch of narcotics officers couldn't extract any useful information from you. Wasia, refusing to indulge the banter, retorted angrily, enough of this nonsense. Get me the goods immediately. I haven't profited yet, and now I've landed in trouble. The scene shifted to the tea company's warehouse. Sun Bin stood while the bald man smoked. In response to Wasia's insistence on acquiring more goods, Lu Chong flicked the ash from his cigarette. If we can capture the market in Luochuo City, we might recover some losses. But, he shook his head, this kid still needs further testing. In the drug trade, one must always be wary of undercover agents. Although he has passed the preliminary test, trust cannot be given lightly. Receiving a nod from Lu Chong, Sun Bin responded affirmatively, rest assured. Those who pass will certainly be dependable. As the eldest son's memories unfolded, the barrage of comments increased. At last, he has begun to gain the first layer of trust. Wasia's struggles have not been in vain. This is how Wasia empowers himself, instilling belief within. In the contemporary narcotics unit of Luochuo City, over 30 young officers convened a meeting. The new captain, Yang Jing, presided over the gathering. Reflecting on the memories of his past communications with Wasia, once led by his mentor, Ma Taigang. Observing the images of the drug dealers, Yang Jing felt a twinge of unease. Something was amiss. In the 1990s, neither the narcotics officers nor the dealers placed their faith in Wasia. This test of the dealers could likely lead to dire consequences. Only those in the narcotics unit comprehend the heavy cost and burden associated with the term undercover. The fatalities among officers striving to earn the trust of drug dealers constitute the majority. Yang Jing furrowed his brow, continuing to scrutinize the unfolding narrative of Wasia's life. Having endured the throes of addiction, a cold shower, and a refreshing rinse, Wasia finally began to feel a semblance of normalcy. He was sipping the last remnants of rice porridge, replenishing his weakened body. Wei Pingyang was busy organizing his backpack, an old relic that was beginning to peel. Once worn by Wei Ping, Wasia, eager to please, offered, are you heading to school? Let me take you. He set aside his porridge, preparing to rise. But Wei Pingyang instinctively shot him a cold glance. No way. I can't let my classmates know I have an older brother who dyes his hair and has tattoos. It's so embarrassing. Rejected, Wasia was not surprised. Over the past few days at home, he seemed to have improved somewhat. He began to take the initiative to mop the floors, serve dishes, and perform household chores. At times, he would even wipe the windows and doors. His meticulousness raised some concerns for his grandmother. After his sister went to school, Wasia started to venture out alone, seeking suitable families. He inquired in various neighborhoods. Observing from a distance, one family had previously adopted a child, who later returned to the orphanage. Their living conditions were decent, yet they neglected education and companionship. Showing indifference towards the child, Wasia swiftly departed, continuing his search until dusk, diligently recording new findings. The family he encountered next was headed by a man named Jiang, who was well off and attentive to his children. However, the male head of the household had a volatile temperament, prone to violence against his wife, rendering this option unsuitable. As he pedaled away, Wasia remained calm, meticulously noting every detail, dismissing unfavorable prospects, and continuing his quest. Huang Mao, a scrappy companion who was among the first to follow Wasia, observed his brother's relentless documentation with a sense of confusion. Boss, what are we doing? Are we seeking revenge? Having previously participated in the Chu AI incident, Wei Xia trusted Huang Mao the most. With a gentle tone, he shook his head. You should also look for families with gentle dispositions, where both parents cherish and care for their children. Huang Mao nodded, still perplexed. As he watched Huang Mao ride away, Wei Xia murmured to himself, we must find good families, only they can properly care for my sisters. I wonder how much longer I can endure. He glanced down at his body, marred with scars and grotesque tattoos, gaunt and frail. Regret washed over him for the many adversaries he had made over the years while navigating the streets. The narcotics squad had begun to take notice of him, and drug cartels were preparing to recruit him into their operations. He feared that one day he might meet a tragic end on the streets. Yet, his sisters were still young, and their brothers were growing well. You must live, to seek a new family, and cannot decay alongside me. You must thrive. The ground reflected the dazzling sunlight, nearly blinding Wei Xia. His future siblings, would they flourish under such warm rays? Undoubtedly. Chapter 47, Time, please slow down in the modern era. The youthful and dynamic drug enforcement team leader, Yang Jing, observed a new scene involving Wei Xia. The officers beside him nodded in agreement, discussing the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy ranks as their families began to settle down. Perhaps Wei Xia could truly realize his aspirations. Yet, Yang Jing sighed deeply before speaking. Do you genuinely believe that the bold-headed drug lords will easily trust Wei Xia and accept him? You may not have noticed, but Wei Xia himself has sensed the treachery. He understands that the traffickers will never place their faith in him. He has already detected the anomalies, which is why he hurriedly arranged for his sister. It is more akin to making preparations for a final farewell. He is astute, with an exceptionally keen sense of danger, nearly unparalleled. He has sensed the impending peril, and thus, he aims to secure a retreat for his family, ensuring their safety before he confronts the enemy head-on. At this point, Yang Jing, whose eyes had always been sharp and eagle-like, felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at the figure standing in the live broadcast. It was painful to witness. It seemed that throughout, he had never considered his own well-being. Now, he stood at the edge of a precipice, yet remained indifferent, as did everyone around him. Not even he cared for his own life. All he yearned for was to eradicate that group of drug traffickers, to drag them into the depths of hell. The several drug enforcement officers seated nearby fell into a profound silence, left in a daze for a considerable time. In a new segment of the program, retired for 2 years, Ma Taigang sat in his daughter's home watching the footage of his former informant, Wei Xia. In the scene, Wei Xia sat in a small room, chain-smoking, the air thick and acrid. He meticulously examined the family information gathered by Huang Mao and his team, his eyes betraying a sense of anxiety and unease. He seemed lost in thought, desperately scrutinizing every detail. Ma Taigang realized that Wei Xia's fear did not stem from the drug lords discovering him, but rather from the concern that these families might not treat his sister well. In such a case, the eldest son of the Wei family would die with regrets. You have always thought of your younger siblings. Yet now you find yourself facing a deadly predicament. Even the formidable Ma Taigang could not suppress his tears. Suddenly, he struggled to rise, tittering as he stood, looking at his son. Drive me to the hospital. I must see someone, a person to whom I owe my life. I owe it to my lifelong friend. I must confront my dear companion. With tears welling in his eyes, Ma Taigang was overwhelmed with guilt, which clouded his vision. His son, in a state of panic, assisted him in standing up, leading him out and into the car. As the vehicle sped away, Ma Taigang wiped his tears, gazing out of the window. He then closed his eyes and murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness and age, regardless of where my fate leads me thereafter, at least in 1996, I owe him this. I had forgotten. I had forgotten that he was still a child of a hero. The program featuring the eldest son currently ranks at the top of Weibo. Whether it is New Year's news or celebrity releases and scandals, the fervor has dramatically plummeted. Many prominent figures are paying attention and engaging in discussions. Sociologist Malay and television host Sun Jing are live streaming together. Suddenly, the conversation shifts to Wei Pingsheng. The camera pivots once more to Dongcheng City. Wei Pingsheng has darkened considerably, clad in a cheap shirt, his demeanor weary and aged. He is relocating for the 7th time. Accompanied by his younger sister and grandparents. No longer the vigorous individual he once was, his gaze is now evasive, filled with suspicion and irritability. The sight of a greyish-white minivan or a Santana sends him into instinctive tremors. At one point, he would only venture outside at dusk, armed with a dagger. After a long day, Wei Pingsheng returns home, only to find his younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, in tears, lamenting about the mistreatment from their adoptive parents. In a fit of anger, Wei Pingsheng barks at his brother to leave, reminding him that this place is no longer their home. As Wei Pingzheng departs, his head bowed in tears, their two younger sisters look on in fury, while their grandparents regard him as a stranger. They find it hard to believe that this once gentle person was their older brother, who used to safeguard his siblings and consider the family's needs in every matter. The pain in Wei Pingsheng's heart is almost unbearable, as he silently clenches his fists, reminding himself that he is now simulating the role of the eldest son. That all his actions are for their benefit. Even if they misunderstand him, he must persist in his resolve. On Douyin, numerous viewers watch, sighing with complexity. Wei Xia is preparing for a decisive confrontation, while Wei Pingsheng continues to evade. He too begins to be misunderstood. Once you withdraw from the simulation and witness how your brother fulfills his role as the eldest son, what will your state of mind be? The scene shifts to Wei Xia, the eldest son. Late at night, under dim lighting, he scrutinizes new materials, his eyes bloodshot yet gleaming with a hint of joy. He has finally discovered a suitable family. Tang Rulong, 40 years old, works in the judicial department, while his spouse is a professor at Yecheng University of Science and Technology. The couple is gentle, cultured, fond of children, and values education. Wei Xia nods in satisfaction, exhales a puff of smoke, and calls for Wang Mao. Go. Keep an eye on the Tang family and see if they have anything of interest. As Wang Mao departs, Wei Xia regains his focus. Quietly taking out his phone to read a message from a drug dealer. The message reads, Beishon Logistics, Warehouse Number 2, pick up the goods. Wei Xia squints. His thoughts tangled, sensing a whiff of danger. He suspects that the drug dealers still harbor doubts about him. However, this is to be expected. Those who have survived in the drug trade for years possess a certain ruthlessness and shrewdness. Putting away his phone, Wei Xia brushes off the ash from his clothes, tidies his shirt, and heads home. His younger sisters are still doing their homework. The light is dim, yet Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling are diligently focused, writing each stroke with care. Wei Xia gazes at them warmly, as if observing precious treasures. Hearing a noise, Wei Pingyang expresses impatience, go away, don't disturb my homework. The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, remained silent, her head bowed, deliberately ignoring Wei Xia. In her heart, she regarded Wei Xia as a villain who had betrayed their two brothers. A scoundrel mingling with the underworld. Wei Xia, oblivious to her disdain, simply smiled and gazed at her. What a lovely sister she is. After a lingering glance, he composed himself and ventured out into the night, making his way to the number 2 warehouse in Dongshan. This location, once a bustling hub for large truck transactions, had fallen into disuse, now serving merely as a transfer point for oversized vehicles. Business was poor, the area lay desolate, dimly lit by the yellowish glow of incandescent bulbs. Upon his arrival, Wei Xia was swiftly apprehended. The leader of the group, a burly man with a buzz cut and scars sprawling across his arms, sneered at Wei Xia. I've heard tales of Wolf Brother from Luochio City. You may oversee your territory there. But what business do you have meddling in drugs and encroaching on our market? The muscular man crouched down, forcefully striking Wei Xia's face. The blows so powerful that they made him spit blood. Helpless and bound by others, Wei Xia could do nothing. The buzzcut man, the expressionless, taunted, Wolf Brother. You've got guts. Now, tell me, where do you source your pills? My supply comes from outside, where do you get yours? With narrowed eyes, Weisya suddenly smiled. Indeed, this group of drug dealers was suspicious of him, masquerading as local dealers to interrogate him. As he began to speak, the buzzcutman leaned in closer, only for Weisya to lunge forward and bite his ear. The man reacted swiftly but still lost a chunk of flesh, clutching his ear and glaring furiously as his henchman moved in. Under the relentless assault, Weisya felt his chest churn, the sound of cracking ribs echoing in his ears. The pain was excruciating, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, his insides roiling, and he retched violently. "Kid, your bones are tough," the buzzcutman grimaced, clutching his ear, a sadistic grin spreading across his face as he brandished a syringe filled with hallucinogens. As the substance was injected into his arm, Weisya's pupils dilated wildly, blood trickling from his lips as he sneered, "Go to hell, this is my territory." Meanwhile, the bald man and his cohorts scrutinized every expression on Weisya's face from the other side of the logistics warehouse, squinting in contemplation. For some reason, the bald man found Weisya oddly familiar, though he could not quite place him. It was not until Weisya vomited and endured repeated interrogations without divulging anything that the bald man finally nodded, "That will suffice." As Weisya regained consciousness and changed his clothes, he finally met the bald man. "Wolf brother, don't take it personally, in our line of work, one must be cautious. Our survival until tomorrow is uncertain." "We had no choice," the bald man chuckled. Sitting on the ground, Weisya accepted a cigarette from him, smiling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Not bad. So, shall we officially commence our collaboration?" As their hands clasped under the harsh light, Weisya was initiated as the representative for the nightlife and KTV drug trade in the old district of Luocho City. All supplies would be managed by him. Under the watchful eyes of Liu Chang and others, Weisya limped away from the logistics yard. He did not return home, nor did he seek medical attention. He simply left with Huang Mao. Two individuals stood outside the Tang family's residence, peering through the window to observe the household. The warm glow of the lights illuminated the scene, where the Tang couple shared a tender moment at the dining table, engrossed in a book. Weisya smiled broadly, her eyes soft with affection. How wonderful it would be if her sister could grow up in such an environment. Bruises accumulated on her body, her arms trembled, and her knees struggled to support her upright stance, revealing parts of her flesh in a grotesque display. Huang Mao, merely watching, felt a sharp pang of pain, his voice quivering with suppressed sobs. "Boss, perhaps we should tell your sister." Weisya listened to Huang Mao's nasally tone, laboriously reaching out to stroke his head, shaking her head with a smile. "Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine." She gazed longingly towards the direction of home, where countless lights flickered in the world. Once they were gone, she could finally pursue her desires. She could hardly wait. Yet, time, please be gentle with her. On Douyin, viewers were moved to tears. In the imagery, the youth gazed at the myriad of lights, with only one remaining in his thoughts. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Did you see that?" Upon witnessing the warm scene of the Tang family, his immediate thought was that his sister should have grown up here, for deep down, he felt a debt to her. A debt as the eldest son. To protect family, to seek vengeance, to cautiously uphold his father's ideals in the shadows. He has accomplished it all, this eldest son of the Wei family has done everything, yet who will empathize with his plight? Tethered by worldly constraints. He could have embraced a life of happiness and joy, or nobly become a legal officer basking in the sunlight. Alas, he did not choose that path. On February 1, 2025, this scene captured the attention of the entire internet, leaving many unable to forget it. Weisya, filthy and covered in cracked and raw wounds, alongside her younger brother, squatted before the Tang family's door, two notorious figures from the old city resembling stray dogs as they watched the family's blissful tableau, sharing in the foolish smiles as if they too belonged to that warmth. Chapter 48, Let us go. Let us all be well. The eldest son's gaze is fixed on the contrasting images. In the live streaming room, the host, Chen Shao, observes with a complex expression. Weisya has found adoptive parents for the fourth sister. The second brother, Wei Pingsheng, has been taken in by the tax bureau chief, Su Jiangmong, who provides an excellent education and substantial assistance in business. The third brother, Wei Pingzheng, is nurtured by the district chief of the old city, Yu Zhenjun, who imparts political knowledge and sharpens his political acumen. Both families are affluent and treat their children with utmost seriousness. Now, it is the turn of the fourth sister, Wei Pingyong. This family is on the verge of disintegration. Chen Zhao's voice trails off as a thought strikes, have you not noticed? Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng barely return to the Wei family anymore. This signifies that they are nearing liberation from the impending doom. The end is indeed approaching. The comments flood in, laden with complex emotions. Given Wei Xiao's character, it is improbable that she would allow them to face danger. It is because Wei Xia has consistently sought to harm them, diminishing their sense of belonging to the Wei family. A new image of the eldest son appears. Wei Pingsheng simulates the eldest son. The scene unfolds. In 1996, Wei Pingsheng, clad in a cheap shirt, deliberately presents himself as mature. Having earned a modest sum through the resale of electronic products, he embarks on a business venture. Boss, individuals involved in illicit activities outside are inquiring about the Wei family. They claim this family is quite valuable, reports a subordinate. Wei Pingsheng falls silent, pondering deeply, and mutters to himself. It seems the fourth sister must also be sent away. He isolates himself, staring blankly in his room. Memories of Wei Xia's time as the eldest son flooding his mind. Wei Xia, engaged in brawls and drowning in debt, forced the family to relocate to Luoqiu City. Subsequently, Wei Xia was taken in by Su Jiongong, the tax bureau chief. His adoptive father was gentle, ensuring a safe school environment, providing guidance, and maintaining a pleasant living situation, often visiting the Wei family. However, he later became reluctant to return, as Wei Xia would incessantly ask his adoptive father for money, evoking his disdain and contempt. Snapping back to reality, Wei Pingsheng reflects on his current role as the eldest son, furrowing his brow and murmuring, in that life there was seemingly no pressure, yet why is it so arduous to be the eldest son now? Back then, Wei Xia was carefree and managed just fine. Sigh. In the small room, Wei Pingsheng remains bewildered for a long time, grappling with doubts. Yet moments later, he grits his teeth, weariness etched on his face. He must bear it, no matter the cost. In the hospital room of Yecheng, the female host turns to Wei Pingzheng and inquires, Mr. Wei, do you believe Wei Pingsheng can withstand the pressures of being the eldest son in the simulation? As the host's words linger, Wei Pingzheng's eyes glaze over. From the onset of the family's demise, Wei Xia utilized the police and mountain dwellers for protection. Subsequently pursued, she personally infiltrated the black market, orchestrating a plot against a drug trafficking syndicate. Within a mere year or two, Wei Xia had avenged herself thrice, steadfastly safeguarding her younger siblings. This eldest son of the Wei family has explored every avenue, except for the option of evasion. He gazes at the weary figure, barely clinging to life in the hospital room, a mere 40-something years old. 30 years ago, Wei Xia was merely 18 years old. He was oblivious to the path that Wei Xia would ultimately choose, nor did he know if his elder brother could withstand the pressures of simulation. Amidst his rambling thoughts, a new scene of Wei Xia's life unfolded. In May 1996, in the city of Luoqiu, Dongcheng province, the weather was sweltering. A bright yellow telephone booth stood prominently on the street, with people queuing to make calls. Young men and women, clad in bell-bottoms and carrying speakers, gathered together, dancing with abandon in a fashionably exuberant display. In the arcade, numerous youths clustered around, captivated by the clattering of joysticks. Colorful film projections were rare in this era, leading to a constant influx of ticket buyers. Street vendors peddled belts, white shirts, black sunglasses, and pointed leather shoes, while urban ladies strutted in wide-shouldered, cinched coats with poise. Not far off, the school bell rang, accompanied by the sounds of students reciting their lessons. Among the crowd, a young man with bleached hair, tattoos, and scars blended in. And it was none other than Wei Xia himself. Meanwhile, Professor Tang Rulong, as a professor, was also expected to be at work by now. He had checked earlier and knew that Tang Rulong had classes in the morning. Sure enough, within the throng, Professor Tang appeared, clutching a stack of newspapers. Weixia, blending into the crowd, approached him and exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Tang." Tang Rulong turned around, and upon seeing the young man with bleached hair and scars, instinctively felt a sense of aversion, responding coldly, "Who are you?" With a grin, Weixia sidled up to him, but attempting to ingratiate himself, "You may not recognize me, but I am familiar with your name." He then glanced around theatrically and lowered his voice, "Professor Tang, I hear you've always wanted a daughter. Are you considering having children?" Upon hearing this, Tang Rulong's expression shifted dramatically. He pulled out his phone and promptly called the police. And Weixia barely had time to intervene. After the call ended, Tang Rulong furiously pointed at Weixia, "Do you know what the crime of human trafficking entails? You scoundrel. Engaging in such inhumane acts at your young age, just wait for the police to arrive." Unfazed, Weixia waved his hands dismissively. "Hey, Professor Tang. I am not a trafficker. Look at this photo. This is my sister. She is quite obedient, but our family is impoverished. I've been gambling poorly and accrued too much debt." Tang Rulong remained silent, staring coldly at him. Meanwhile, the young man with bleached hair received a signal and approached, seizing Weixia by the collar. "You little brat, you can hide well, huh? Let us see where you can run." He sneered. "Is this your family? Dressed like that? If you have money, hurry up and pay off his debts." As he said this, he cast a menacing glance at Tang Rulong. The young man feigned aggression. But when he raised his fist, he hesitated until Weixia shot him an intense glare. Only then did he muster the courage to throw a punch at Weixia. Bang! "I will pay it back. I will, brother with bleached hair, money will come soon. My sister is valuable." Despite a swollen face, Weixia bent down with a smile, nodding obsequiously. Tang Rulong, witnessing the scene, could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Trading your sister for money. What kind of person are you? My sister is capable of cooking and doing laundry, and she excels in her studies, perhaps in the future. She could serve as a housekeeper for you, and it wouldn't cost much." Weixia merely covered her face with a smile. She observed Tang Rulong, aware of his compassionate heart and his long-held desire for a daughter. Saving a little girl would not only fulfill a dream but also touch Tang Rulong's heart. A notion she believed would be irresistible to him. "Get lost!" Tang Rulong exclaimed in anger just as the police arrived. As he was taken away, Weixia shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Then let us send her to the countryside to see what happens. We might earn some money." In that moment, Tang Rulong, consumed by fury, reluctantly cancelled the police report and handed Weixia a business card. "Take this and get lost." In the dead of night, Weixia reappeared outside Tang Rulong's window with Huang Mao. For 3 consecutive days, she had been loitering at the alley's entrance, counting the children's clothing hung out to dry. She noticed that the Tang family's residence stood at the eastern end of the apartment complex, with a 3-story balcony adorned with lace curtains. Each day, there were different petticoats on display. Just yesterday, she even saw the matriarch hanging a pair of red leather shoes on the line. Those shoes belonged to the Tang family's late daughter, who had tragically passed away a decade ago. Professor Tang's wife had succumbed to obsession, perpetually hanging clothes, convinced that her daughter was still present. At that moment, the gilded business card in Weixia's pocket curled into sharp edges, incessantly pricking her thigh through the coarse fabric. She observed and documented this family, knowing that only such a family would treat her sister with the kindness she deserved. She had long been entitled to a life filled with love, care, and earnest consideration, rather than remaining in a home fraught with danger at every turn. How wonderful it would be. Chapter 49, A Self-Examination in the Past 25 Years. Weixia's hospital room was initially desolate, devoid of any inquiries, but now it is infused with a vibrant energy unfamiliar to him. Unbeknownst to Weixia, many eyes are upon him. At this moment within the word, the golden-rimmed glasses slid down slightly on the bridge of a nose. The luminary of research, Wei Pingyang, known as the flower of high intellect in the scientific community, possesses a gentle demeanor coupled with a commanding presence of knowledge and reason, cultivated over years of international research. Yet, her countenance is pallid, and grief lurks in her eyes. The image of a live broadcast flashes in her mind, conjuring memories from 3 decades past. She recalls her first encounter with her adoptive father, Professor Tang Rulong, a middle-aged man radiating the essence of scholarly wisdom, whose every gesture exudes grace and propriety. His cultivated elegance, born from years of reading, naturally drew her closer to him. However, she vividly remembers the moment they first met. Tears streamed down his face, and his gaze was filled with profound sorrow as he looked at her. At that time, she was perplexed, questioning why someone would weep upon their first meeting, as if they beheld a soul trapped in a living hell. It becomes clear now. It was she who had conveyed to others the grim reality of her potential fate, being sold to rural areas for monetary gain. She had painted a picture of life in an exceedingly harsh environment, hadn't she? Wei Pingyang murmurs to herself, reflecting on her upbringing in a household where she was neither valued nor regarded as kin, where her very existence was seen as a commodity. It is no wonder her adoptive parents showered her with such affection later on. Lifting her gaze, she is met with the sight of a weathered middle-aged man on the hospital bed, adorned with a tattoo of wings on his back. Yet, Wei Xia has never soared freely. His life has been a tethered existence, forever ensnared by us. Wei Xiao's life flashes back to a pivotal moment. After Professor Tang Rulong's departure, confirming that the 4th sister would be adopted, he bounded home. His steps still weak from enduring the backlash of toxins and the bruises inflicted by drug dealers, leaving him unusually pale. Yet, no one took notice. There was no meal prepared for him, nor even a chair at the table. Wei Xia looked up at the dilapidated house, where cobwebs clung to every corner, and rainwater dripped through the decaying roof, bringing an unwelcome chill. Exhausted, he crouched down, his knees cracking under the strain. Wei Pingyang, inadvertently catching the sound, furrowed her brow. After a moment of hesitation, she gazed at the ailing Wei Xia and finally handed him a piece of sweet potato. As Wei Xia beheld the sweet potato before him, he looked up to see the silhouette of his sister, her fingertips still glistening with moisture. In that instant, Wei Xia felt tears welling in his eyes. For the first time, the family member treated him with such kindness, sharing a morsel of food. Pingyang. The sweet potato had grown somewhat cold. Yet Wei Xia turned his head away, swallowing it in large bites, tilting his head as tears slipped uncontrollably down his cheeks. The cold rain fell on his face, mingling with his sorrow. His voice was somewhat muffled, tinged with nasality as he murmured, "You should be soaring higher." Wei Pingyang did not hear him. His words were too indistinct, and even if she had, she would not have paid them heed, for her focus was solely on her studies. She yearned to alter their current circumstances as swiftly as possible. Wei Xia's eyes reddened as he gazed at his sister, who persevered in blooming amidst such adversity. His voice carried a mixture of solace and reluctance, a whisper only he could perceive. "Oh, Pingyang, you should have soared higher long ago. It is not that I lack capability, but things will improve in the future. You will be able to fly freely." The cobwebs in the corner are catching the raindrops that seep in. 1 drop, 2 drops. The barrage in the live stream continues to scroll incessantly. This time, seeking a family and 2 younger brothers is markedly different. Whether it be Wei Pingsheng or Wei Pingzheng, the ultimate goal is the pursuit of a civil service career, suitable for developing strengths, to provide the 2 brothers with excellent resources for nurturing. However, the situation is dissimilar for the sister. I desire for her to have a warm family, to receive love and care, so she may live comfortably and warmly. The eldest son of the Wei family, despite his ruthless decisiveness, displays a remarkable attentiveness and genuine concern for every family member, even as he finds his family dwindling. In a contemporary nursing home, the retired son Haiyang now watches with great difficulty. His health has deteriorated significantly, plagued by a severe cough and labored breathing. His son, somewhat exasperated, speaks up, "Dad, Why don't you take a break from watching? Sun Haiyang, as if oblivious, stares blankly at the live stream. Did you see that? Wei Xiao merely ate a small piece of sweet potato and began to weep. His voice is laden with age and complexity. It seems this is the first time he has experienced warmth, even if it were merely a casual gesture from his sister. He has already been moved to tears. He has not cried in the face of drug enforcement interrogation, nor when beaten by drug traffickers. He even dared to drive fiercely in pursuit of wrongdoers. Navigating life and death in the darkness of the mines. Have you ever seen him cry? Yet now, what brings him to tears is a small piece of sweet potato from his sister. Why? Because for Wei Xiao, this signifies warmth. The scene freezes almost imperceptibly as the elderly Sun Haiyang gazes at the image of Wei Xiao from 1996, her eyes reddened with emotion. In this moment, Sun Haiyang feels a tumult of irritation and inexplicable sorrow. He yearns to cast the merciless fate, to denounce the wretched origins of the tragedy that befell his family. Sun Haiyang stares vacantly at the screen. After a few days of recuperation, Wei Xiao has regained some strength, though the scars remain. During the day, he, still attached to an drip, begins to communicate with drug traffickers, visiting a tea warehouse to inspect the goods, and later drinks with them. Emerging from a nightclub, he is supported by a companion known as Huang Mao, laughing heartily. Next time we continue drinking, did you see? These places are all ours. Several drug traffickers, inebriated and stumbling, laugh and give Wei Xiao a thumbs up. You, lad, are the one. It is only after the traffickers have distanced themselves that Wei Xiao withdraws his hand from Huang Mao's support, his expression returning to calmness. Confirming that no one is around, he and Huang Mao stealthily approach the Tang residence. Concealed in the small attic, they fixate on the children's clothing on the balcony. Tang Rulong, instinctively glancing while preparing to close the window, catches sight of the two, furrowing his brow. What are you planning? Have you followed me home? Are you here to steal or to kidnap? His voice rises sharply, and Tang Rulong's disdain deepens. He harbors a deep-seated dislike for those who have dropped out early and squandered their lives. Most who tread the path of crime are indeed these individuals. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao merely looks on helplessly, gesturing towards Huang Mao behind him. There is no choice. Brother Huang Mao is very insistent about collecting debts. I have ultimately made up my mind regarding whether you want children. If not, I shall take my sister to the countryside. Exchanging her for a dowry in a few years would not be a loss. Professor Tang, originally gentle and wise, could not contain his fury. Pointing a trembling finger at Wei Xiao, you truly are a beast. Did you not claim your sister is but a child? How can you face the world as her brother? Wei Xiao and Huang Mao stood before Professor Tang, heads bowed, resembling remorseful schoolchildren. They remained silent, seemingly indifferent, resolutely determined to sell Wei Xiao's sister. Tang Rulong, at last, feeling helpless, took a deep breath and spoke with a stiff tone, "Provide me with your address. I shall visit your home tomorrow to see if your sister wishes to come with me." At this, Wei Xiao could not suppress a sly smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. As Tang Rulong promised to arrive the following day, Wei Xiao returned home in the dead of night, deliberately rummaging through cabinets, even dragging out his grandmother's wooden trunk. The noise was considerable, soon alarming his grandfather, Cheng Zhong, while his two younger sisters were led by their grandmother, casting furious glares. Upon seeing Wei Xiao clutching his late partner's gold ring and silver bracelet, Cheng Zhong's expression darkened. He was dressed in tattered clothing. "Stealing? Have you been causing trouble again?" The blinding fluorescent light made Wei Xiao chuckle awkwardly. "I borrowed some money from a professor who mentioned needing a daughter. I thought I might find some funds to offset the cost." Hearing this, Wei Pingyong cradled her younger sister, anxiously shouting at Wei Xiao, "The fifth sister cannot be taken away, we have no one left." At that moment, with her voice thick with emotion and her eyes reddened, she shielded the fifth sister behind her. Wei Pingling, still quite young, was terrified, hiding behind their grandmother and shedding tears. The grandmother trembled with rage, while Qingzhong, in a fit of fury, seized a stick and mindlessly struck at Weixia. Gritting his teeth in anger, Weixia protected his head, wincing in pain, yet he maintained his smile, fixating on Wei Pingyang. In that instant, the realization dawned on Wei Pingyang as she innocently looked up at their grandmother. "Grandmother, is Weixia planning to store me away at someone else's home? Like a piggy bank?" Weixia suddenly froze, an unbearable ache swelling in his chest. His sister's innocent words nearly drew blood from his gums. Such cruelty. The grandmother, unable to contain herself, embraced Wei Pingyang and wept loudly. Dawn broke. Weixia lay on the damp floorboard, hearing the sound of his vertebrae compressing. The excellent student certificate on the wall curled slowly amidst the growing mold. He listened to the raindrops falling through the holes in the roof, gradually spreading and merging with the dampness, becoming one with the decaying moss. A knock echoed at the door. Qingzhong, clutching his stick and having lost sleep over his anger, opened the door brusquely, his tone dark. "Who is it?" Tang Rulong, who had just arrived with gifts, furrowed his brow slightly, increasingly convinced that this family was in dire straits. That little girl ought to be rescued. He spoke politely, his gaze falling upon Wei Pingyang, who sat upright and obedient, her eyes moist with unshed tears. "This child is truly remarkable. It is a pity she was born into such a family. Child, would you like to come and see my home? My aunt and I will treat you well and ensure you suffer no grievances." Kind, gentle, and courteous. Akin to the sun on a damp winter's day, Wei Pingyang exuded an extraordinary calmness, as if resolutely determined. For the sake of her family and to settle debts, she was willing to accompany him. She understood the necessity of sacrifice, provided it ensured her sister's safety. Upon hearing about the debts, Tang Rulong cast a knowing glance and glared at Weixia. Unperturbed, Weixia continued to gaze lazily, a hint of delight lingering in her expression. At that moment, Wei Pingyang was indifferent. She had done her utmost for this family. Grandfather Qingzhong trembled as he surveyed their nearly desolate home, expressing a desire to accompany Wei Pingyang on her journey. Upon reaching the 3-story small building, they found a spacious hall adorned with shelves brimming with various texts, including rare editions. The polished floor gleamed as sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm, radiant glow. The house was splendid. And upon learning that it was the residence of a professor, Qingzhong's eyes widened in astonishment. It was hard to fathom that such a distinguished intellectual would willingly take Wei Pingyang away. A flicker of excitement coursed through Wei Pingyang, and she murmured in a daze, "Can I truly live here?" Tang Rulong, observing the entranced child, felt a surge of relief, or it was fortunate she was being taken away, for otherwise that volatile grandfather would surely have treated her poorly. At that moment, the Wei household was engulfed in sorrow, with grandmother wiping her tears and muttering curses. Only the younger sister remained, clutching the tattered rabbit doll left by her sister and weeping inconsolably. Weixia reclined on the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on the moldy ceiling, smiling. The scars on her body throbbed faintly, and she suddenly found herself repulsed by the noxious scent clinging to her. "Let us go. Let everyone be well," she murmured. Weixia smiled, an unrestrained joy illuminating her face. She was genuinely happy, knowing her younger siblings would be safe and sound. That was enough for her. No longer repulsed by her own scent, she resolved to provide herself with an explanation once her siblings were sent off. In the hospital of City, Wei Pingyang was momentarily stunned, the images from her memories starkly contrasting. On one side lay the dilapidated, leaky home, while on the other stood the bright and welcoming small building. What she had believed to be a noble sacrifice was, in truth, shadowed by this man's influence. When had it all begun? First, when she was coerced by drug traffickers and pursued by narcotics officers while desperately searching through a myriad of families. Second, when she silently observed the Tang family amidst the biting cold, seeking to uncover any details. Third, when she deliberately inserted herself into the fray, enduring slander and contempt solely to attract Professor Tang's attention. Fourth, when she orchestrated events so that Professor Tang would witness the family's dire situation and take her away, fulfilling her design. Wei Pingyong recalled her arrival at the Tang family's residence, basking in the bright sunlight and surrounded by books, feeling fortunate for her luck. She relished the moments spent with her adoptive parents as they served her food, always concerned for her well-being, as if she had returned to her father and mother. Even she could not comprehend why they were so tender towards her. Ultimately, it all stemmed from him. The solitary figure curled up in the moldy remnants of her former home. He had orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, providing her with the warmth and care of an intellectually cultivated family, all to honor her sacrifices for the Wei family. Send us away, then confront the murderer. At that moment, Wei Pingyang was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the anguish that Weixia felt. She was lost in thought. But what about you? What will you do? Wei Pingyang gazed at the frail middle-aged man on the hospital bed, her brother. 25 years had passed since the Spring Festival, and the reappointed Professor Tang Rulong was lecturing a few doctoral students in the classroom. The recent analysis of birth order comparisons had proven to be quite insightful. It was not until he encountered the recollections of the past that he stood there, lost in contemplation, oblivious to the questions being posed by the students below. Memories began to flood Tang Rulong's mind. How did he feel upon arriving at the Wei family in the mid-1990s? Was he a savior, high above, born of compassion, rescuing others from peril? His expression grew complex as he looked at his students, their hair now graying, their voices aged. Back then, I believed I was the salvation of the Wei family, or at the very least, the salvation of my daughter. I scorned the wretchedness of the Wei family. He cast a glance at the live broadcast, remaining silent for a long time, his voice tinged with bitterness. This time, his gaze fell upon the young boy left behind in that decaying household. Now I realize how foolish I was. That was the most sincere cry for help from a boy, pleading for his sister to escape the mire, while he himself sank deeper into it. Tang Rulong paused, beginning to gather his books. He no longer wished to lecture. I must go to the hospital, I need to see him. He longed to commend that boy, even though no one had ever praised him before. Chapter 50, The Confrontation. The new year of 2025 has passed, and the memories of the eldest son have become increasingly intense. The door to the intensive care unit of the Luochu People's Hospital swung open once more, revealing a weathered face, trembling as it stepped inside. It was Sun Haiyang, the retired chief of the Luochu Police Department. The man who had once rescued Weixia from the depths of the mining valley and was the principal officer responsible for apprehending human traffickers. The nurse stood momentarily stunned. She had seen this face in the recollections of Weixia's life but was taken aback by how much Sun Haiyang had aged, devoid of his former vigor. Wei Pingyang, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling followed Sun Haiyang's gaze to the figure behind him. An elderly man, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuded an air of scholarly grace. Yet his hair had turned grey. This was Tang Rulong, the adoptive father of Wei Pingyang. The two elderly men stood in a daze, gazing at the frail form of Weixia on the hospital bed, momentarily lost for words. What a shattered physique it was. Beneath that withered exterior lay decades of relentless struggle against despair. No one could fathom the depths of her suffering. After a prolonged silence, they could only manage a bitter smile. Tang Rulong's voice was hoarse as he sighed. He had seen each child off before pursuing his own desires. The aged Sun Haiyang coughed and nodded in agreement. That pursuit was vengeance, and ultimately, death. The memories continued to unfold. A new scene emerged from Weixia's life recollections. A youth with dyed yellow hair wore a bright smile, humming an unknown rural tune while cooking. It was now June of 1996, and the kitchen was thick with steam, rendering it increasingly humid and stifling. Ching Shong felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He closed his eyes and remained silent. Wei Pingling, still very young, clutched her sister's rabbit doll, weeping. Why were her brother and sister driven away? She was afraid. Terrified that one day she too would be taken by strangers. Weixia turned briefly, flashing a grin. It wasn't about driving them away. It was about ensuring a better life for them. Unfortunately, the steam blurred his smile, making it appear grotesque and unsettling to his family. Wei Pinging, feeling a mix of annoyance and fear, lowered her head and wiped her tears. No one understood why Wei Xia was happy. Perhaps it was because he had the means to repay debts. Wei Xia remained indifferent, quietly preparing rice, followed by steaming eggs and stir-frying cabbage. Before wiping his hands and exiting, he knew that as long as he remained in the household, no one would feel joy and no one would partake in meals. Outside, Wei Xia smiled, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he murmured to himself. They were almost gone, at least they would be safe now. At that moment, Wei Xia navigated through the sweltering summer crowd, focused on his contacts, searching for a name: Lu Chongjiang. Yellow hair, come here. Yellow hair referred to Lu Chongjiang, who, unlike him, had a family and parents. However, Yellow hair's biological parents had divorced, his stepmother abused him, and his father merely observed coldly, rendering his home life no different from that of a homeless person. Thus, he had fled, evolving into his current self. Yellow hair arrived swiftly. Big brother. Is anyone still inquiring about the Wei family? Upon hearing this, Yellow hair's expression grew serious, burdened with pressure. Previously, only the black car drivers had received inquiries regarding the Wei family. Now, the truck drivers, petty traders, rural pickled vegetable vendors, and those in the mining regions are all searching, alongside the contractors and unscrupulous agents, having infiltrated nearly every sector. The situation has become increasingly degenerate. When cornered, they are left with but one final choice. Reflecting on those traces, it is time to erase them. Wei Xia squints, calm and composed. The adversaries are eager, ready to swiftly extinguish the Wei family to fulfill their obligations. Amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, Wei Xia pauses. Father, you have incited their wrath, and I shall instill in them a profound fear. In that moment, the coldness emanates from Wei Xia's eyes, as the once fierce and violent aura erupts in full force. Huang Mao watches, excitement gleaming in his gaze, reminiscent of the days when Wei Xia led him through the underbelly of society, seizing territory and smashing venues with wild abandon. He cares not whom he battles, he merely wishes to fight alongside his elder brother to the bitter end. Especially relishing the thrill of underground skirmishes. Yet, a hint of sorrow lingers in his eyes. Wei Xia has always treated each brother with kindness, he has witnessed how fiercely Wei Xia protects his younger siblings. He is a good elder brother, caring for him as his own blood brother once did, before being fatally wounded in a brawl. Now, he has but one Wei-gu left. The old black vehicle jostles along the road. Wei Xia, having dyed his hair back to black to conceal his tattoos, appears in the countryside at midnight, accompanied by Lu Chongjiang. He intends to return and sever the remnants of his past. In the mining town, the Wei family ancestral hall retains records and paper archives. Upon seeing this document, Wei Xia narrows his eyes and begins to burn it piece by piece. It contains information about his grandfather's cousins in Jenoyu, Fujian. He does not incinerate it entirely, instead scorching a hole through the information regarding his aunt. His aunt, who married in Baiha Town, Luoqiu City, is now left only with Baiha Town, while the other side of the document displays records from Baiha Town, Fujian. Lu Huangmao looks on in astonishment, realizing this is meant to mislead the enemy, diverting them to Fujian in search of individuals. The task of organizing documents in the darkness is particularly arduous, compounded by the risk of being discovered by those guarding the ancestral hall in the village. Wei Xia and Hong Mao cautiously erase records pertaining to their aunt and great-aunt. It is as if the Wei family has suddenly fragmented overnight, with all critical information concealed. In the enveloping darkness, the light reflects off Wei Xia's pitch-black eyes, a single glimmer, yet strikingly brilliant. Indeed, he is poised to lay all bare. Soon, the adversaries will react and undoubtedly come to the town's ancestral hall in search of the Wei family genealogy. For now, they are unable to glean any information from the outside world, they have no other options. A fierce determination flickers in his gaze as he silently observes through the haze. Previously, they believed that with the drug enforcement officer apprehended, only a handful of children remained, unable to flee. Now, their heightened scrutiny reveals their growing panic. Furthermore, according to Chu AI's instructions, this is merely the outer layer of the organization. Those behind them, realizing their failure to complete the task, will undoubtedly press for results. It is time to confront them. To inform them that there are still members of the Wei family alive. Let the slaughter commence. In this moment, Wei Xia seems to be swept back to the frenzied solitude of his initial pursuit of the culprit. In the past, he had reservations, but now he would soon be unfettered by any such concerns. His madness would surpass what it had been before. Under the glow of the lights, the boy's gaze was icy, embodying a stark rationality that concealed a lunatic within. The data was swiftly organized. Wei Xia extinguished the lights and, accompanied by Huang Mao, exited the ancestral hall, embarking on his journey home under the cover of night. In the hospital room of Yi City, the aged Tang Rulong observed with a gaze steeped in the weight of time. The dark-haired youth from yesteryears had been remarkably striking. He gently extended his hand to grasp the wrist of the middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed. The palm was chillingly devoid of warmth. Yet through the myriad of calluses and scars, one could sense the hardships and sorrows he had endured over the years. With a complex expression, he reminisced about those days when the carefree youth had grinned while entrusting his sister to him, saying, if he couldn't find a suitable home, he would send her to the countryside. Even now, Tang Rulong vividly recalled that scoundrel of a boy whose very image had filled him with frustration. At that time, he had failed to comprehend the gravity of the youth's trust. After all, he, Tang Rulong, was deemed worthy of such faith. In that moment, Tang Rulong gazed at Wei Xia's rough and aged hands, murmuring softly. He was ready to lay everything bare, to confront the other party head-on after sending away his younger siblings. The scene shifted back to the hospital bed, focusing on Wei Xia's hands. What kind of hands were these? Calloused, scarred from blades, burned, gnarled with age, and marked by patterns nearly eroded away, they appeared almost devoid of intact flesh. The images of memories resurfaced once more. Chapter 51, Lost Traces. You will not be remembered. How did the scars on Wei Xia's palms come to be? The recollection of memories continues. Upon returning from the mining town, Wei Xia immediately went to his dimly lit rented room. A muffled groan echoed. Sweat beaded on Wei Xia's forehead, yet his gaze remained meticulous as he evenly applied the medication. Huang Mao stood by, watching the man he regarded as an older brother. Each pained sound pierced his heart deeply. Brother. He was acutely aware of the formidable adversary they were about to confront, yet the scene before him was heart-wrenching. Once back in Luoqiu City, Wei Xia promptly stole some caustic soda from a pesticide store. Following his father's teachings, he recalled that in the 1980s, there were many methods to destroy traces. He mixed the caustic soda with water to dilute it to 50%, which would cause burns on the skin of his hand, transforming the original scars into ulcerated wounds. The hands are agile, richly innervated tissues. The intense pain from the burns rendered Wei Xia pale. Yet, he paid it no mind. After completing the treatment on his hands, trembling violently, Wei Xia began to wrap iron nails in tin foil by the light. He then silently swallowed them. The nails would scratch his throat, damaging his vocal cords. The pain was excruciating, but it served a purpose. He could disguise himself, and even after years apart, his family would fail to recognize him upon hearing his voice or through fingerprint detection. Wei Xiao's eyes were nearly filled with a savage redness. He dared not cough loudly and only managed a few soft coughs before spitting out blood-tinged froth. The sight of the blood made Huang Mao tremble. Fearing that any sudden movements might affect Wei Xia, he quietly raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears, his eyes red-rimmed. He had never witnessed this side of his brother. Previously, Wei Xiao's ruthlessness had only been directed towards outsiders. Now, he was even harsher on himself, a true madman. Wei Xia chuckled with a scolding tone. Why are you crying, you brat? Get lost. Don't shed your tears here. His voice was hoarse, uneven, and labored from the pain, leaving him unable to speak much. Huang Mao's tears flowed more freely. Trembling, he turned and pushed open the door, leaving with clenched fists. The room was left with only Weixia, who struggled to lean against the chair, his back soaked in sweat. It hurt immensely. Yet he smiled with a sense of satisfaction. It felt good. Once the younger sister was sent off, he could begin his vengeance. His pale face twisted into a grin under the harsh light, reflecting a visage of madness. He murmured to himself, gazing out at the lights. Akin to observing the current state of the Wei family, his voice rasping heavily. When I grow old, will you still recognize me? Will those fingerprints reveal any traces of my existence? He longed for his younger siblings, wishing to see them grow and establish their lives. But soon, he laughed. A bitter smile accompanying a slight cough. No, I will not grow old. I shall not age. In that moment, Weixia's gaze turned vacant. A dazed smile upon his lips. What a pity, I will not live to see you grow old. Leaning against the back of the chair, the youth gasped. His gaze cast downward, lips slightly parted. In the ward of ECT, the initially impatient nurse, who had fitted Weixia with a respirator, watched him. Her hands trembling involuntarily. Was it because of this? She recalled the patient's initially dreadful voice and the scars on his fingers, nearly devoid of fingerprints. She also reflected on her prior harsh treatment of this middle-aged man. All she felt was silence and a sense of guilt. At that moment, San Haiyang also turned his head unsteadily to look at Weixia, reminiscing about the past. No wonder it was said on the streets that madmen had the voices of crows. It dawned on him that from this moment onward, he would begin to disguise himself. A brand new executioner emerging. Now, he was set to confront the drug trafficking syndicate of Western Yunnan and its affiliates, as well as the potential shadow of agents that might appear later. Tang Rulong was also observing, his expression complex. This professor, steeped in scholarly demeanor, had once looked down upon such petty thugs from the depths of his heart. Now, he lowered his head, witnessing Weixia's extreme measures to maintain his disguise. At this juncture, he was yet to turn 20. On Douyin, new comments began to emerge. I have never seen someone's vitality truly burst forth, emanating from within. Boundless and profound. Do you remember the initial valley? Back then, his vitality was astonishingly vibrant. If he is this fervent about himself, what will he be like when the true confrontation begins? Wei Pingzheng was also present in the ward, observing those hands, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was this the true essence of Weixia? A new tableau of Weixia's life unfolded. In the 1990s, ECT, as one of the first small cities to embrace industrial development, was bustling with traffic and had a highly developed transportation industry. Weixia appeared with Huang Mao, holding a bag, watching the stream of heavy trucks racing by, and spoke indifferently. Call the truck drivers looking for someone and tell them we've found traces of the Wei family child jumping into the sea. Huang Mao immediately understood, nodded, and dialed the phone. Among the truck drivers were individuals from all walks of life. Especially since the price for information about the Wei family on the black market had recently surged. Upon receiving the news, the voice on the other end of the line was clearly excited. 2 miles east of Huangshui Wharf, are you sure? What were they wearing? The largest was a blue Zhongshan suit, with 3 boys and 2 girls. Make sure to pay. The truck driver on the other end was exceedingly exhilarated, dismissing the conversation with a few perfunctory words before hanging up. Weixia silently wrapped the moldy blue Zhongshan suit in mud and sank it to the riverbed, where it contained an old fountain pen engraved with his student ID and undeveloped film. These items had been brought from his hometown, along with the clothing and belongings of Wei Pingzheng and others. When the truck driver arrived with the forensic expert, they initially concluded that the Wei family had either been murdered or had thrown themselves into the river. As for the remains, they had long been dispersed by the currents. Given the strong flow of the Blue Mud Bay, As they departed, Huang Mao looked at the chaotic riverbank and gave Wei Xia a thumbs up. Brother. This tactic of feigning death and revealing the truth is brilliant. Wei Xia remained silent, his voice growing hoarse and his words increasingly scarce. Now. Death judgments were not overly stringent, he had to seize this opportunity to construct a network of defenses against the dead. Soon. The truck driver received the news and hastily arrived at the scene. Observing the salvaged remnants, he even found Wei Xiao's former student ID. Yet. There was not a single bone to be found. The driver and others began to doubt whether the Wei family children were truly deceased. They also suspected that someone might have orchestrated this scenario, feeling a sense of unease within. At this moment, gazing at the surging river, they gradually fell into a state of confusion. At Yecheng Hospital, the ward was now filled with many individuals. Wei Pingyang, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, stared blankly. He witnessed Wei Xia deliberately erasing his own fingerprints, heard the raspy voice resulting from his vocal cord damage, and saw him manage various information for the clan. Furthermore, this time, upon arriving in Yecheng, they created the illusion of several siblings' deaths, leaving their enemies bewildered and perplexed. Wei Pingyang recalled those narcotics officers. Figures who navigated the darkness yet thrived in the light. If you were a narcotics officer, you would surely find joy in your work, would you not? Yet now, you were compelled to fulfill everything under the guise of a thug. Wei Pingyang lowered his head, fixating on the image of the youth on the screen. The silhouette of a drug dealer emerged, clad in leather boots, glasses, and sporting a bald head reminiscent of the initial assailant who had appeared at the Wei residence. The vehicle jolted and swayed as it sped along the mountainous road. The bald middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the driver, speaking coldly. Your original mission was to support the rampant drug trade in Western Yunnan for years, subsequently disrupting the local economy, ultimately reaching a level comparable to the legality of drugs in Southeast Asia. Presently, those overseas had invested substantial wealth in support. The initial plan was stable, but unfortunately, it was discovered by the narcotics officer with the surname Wei, necessitating his elimination. Bald-headed Lu Chang remained silent, yet his heart was already tumultuous. He now realized that their conflict was not merely a matter of underworld vendetta, the depths of this situation were far more profound than he had imagined. However, he also understood the critical importance of eradicating this family. Should the narcotics officer with the surname Wei leave behind any significant evidence, they, along with their subordinates, would be ensnared. Moreover, that narcotics officer was utterly detestable. Due to his singular interference, multiple routes had been compromised. If he remained alive, the entire drug cartel would be destabilized. The vehicle finally came to a halt, and a group of individuals emerged in the mining town. Indeed, they found themselves at a dead end. They had to search the Wei family ancestral hall. Yet, their stealthy nighttime entry yielded only charred remnants of crucial information. Damn it. The bald middle-aged man threw down his cigarette butt, expressing his frustration. Amidst their agitation, a sense of dread loomed. Was there still someone from the Wei family? Those few young ones, or perhaps an elderly figure? By her town. Repeating this, their irritation grew. Yecheng, or Fujian. Where on earth should they search for individuals? As they departed, bald-headed Lu Chang received a call from his subordinate with news that brightened his spirits. There were reports of discovering Wei family children or evidence of drowning in Yecheng. Perhaps in Baiha town. The group, filled with excitement, hurriedly made their way, offering the truck driver a sum of money to assist in the arduous salvage operation. Engraved student ID pens, film rolls, and clothing. Those young ones were undoubtedly deceased. Lu Chang felt exhilarated. Yet the bald middle-aged man increasingly sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. Do not forget the demise of young Deong, Chu Ai, and San Xiaoli. The bald man furrowed his brow in agitation. The fate of the Wei family's children remained uncertain, and the clues had become utterly entangled at this juncture. Exercise caution and continue the search. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his piercing gaze betraying a sense of unease. I have an unsettling feeling about this. At the Yecheng hospital, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling contemplated the intricate strategies devised by Wei Xia. Upon reaching the clan, they aimed to obliterate any lingering evidence. They proceeded to Yecheng, discarding garments and issuing warnings to thwart their adversaries. Presently, the drug trafficking syndicate had shifted its focus to Yecheng, gradually lowering its guard against Luoqiao. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Xia began to masquerade under a different identity, even infiltrating their ranks. Such meticulous scheming, planning, and execution left Wei Pingling in awe. Wei Xia had anticipated the subsequent moves before the opponent had even taken action, as if leading them by the hand. The barrage of comments surged in astonishment, appearing simultaneously. Is the battlefield chosen to be Yecheng? Why not Luoqiao, where he has muscle and influence? Because Luoqiao city harbors the one he cherishes. Thus, he aims to lure the enemy away, even if it means engaging in battle, as long as it keeps his loved ones at a distance. Chapter 52. He waited for his battlefield in the hospital room. Sun Haiyang stood for a prolonged period, suffering from severe back pain. Yet, he remained composed, fixated on the hospital bed until the door swung open, revealing a new visage, aged, weary, and frail. It was the once vibrant captain of the drug enforcement team, Ma Taigang, now confined to a wheelchair. Accompanying him was the new captain, Zhao Jing. At this moment, Wei Xia was diligently refining a fabricated identity, preparing for the impending confrontation. Upon hearing Sun Haiyang speak, Ma Taigang's gaze became distant, his mind drifting back to the notorious case that had gripped the city in 1996, the drug dealer case in Yecheng, intricately linked to Wei Xia. Wei Xia had intentionally orchestrated the case resolution to send a message to the gang, signaling that the Wei family was still a force to be reckoned with. This, too, was a declaration of war. The other occupants of the ward looked on in confusion as the memories of the eldest son converged with Ma Taigang's recollections. Now, Wei Xia had returned to Luoqiao city. Immediately, he began scrutinizing the false identity, meticulously crafting the details of the guise. It was a certificate of identity pilfered from the crematorium's records, belonging to He Xiaodong, a male born in 1978, deceased in 1996. With a deformity in the left ankle and notable symptoms of hereditary porphyria. His fingernails displayed a crescent moon shape, and he bore distinct dental impressions. Having frequently accompanied his mother through successive marriages, leading to a wayward disposition. The deformity of the left ankle was the most critical feature of this new identity. Previously, Wei Xia had replicated it with a plaster mold at the crematorium. The identification card, worn over 10 years, exhibited signs of natural deterioration. The edges of a black and white ID would show wear from prolonged use. Thus, Wei Xia began to sand the edges of the identification card. The characteristics of hereditary porphyria were starkly evident. For 20 consecutive days, Wei Xia darkened the spaces between his fingers with kerosene lamps, and under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the laboratory of the Chinese medicine hospital, procuring blood samples from jaundiced patients mixed with indigo dye to etch the crescent moon shape onto his nails. Subsequently, he obtained a pathological report to masquerade as a symptom of hereditary porphyria. His father had once informed him that the household registration office retained dental impression records, which, once cremated, would obliterate the structure of 2 molars. Wei Xia ingeniously concealed homemade borax pellets within his dentures to yield incongruous results. Beginning June 7, he transformed from his fingers to his vocal cords, and eventually to the dyeing of his hair back to black. The once arrogant yellow-haired ruffian had vanished, replaced by a man with a dark, capricious demeanor. Engaging in brawls with local thugs over territory, Wei Xia seemed intent on asserting dominance, consuming specially prepared items under the guise of aggression. This also elucidated the origin of his damaged voice. Everything had a traceable connection. At this moment, Wei Xia assumed the identity of He Xiaodong. Now, he was a 20-year-old youth, a patient of porphyria who had fled his home due to his mother's repeated marriages. It was now August 1996. The yellow-haired ruffian was reporting back, "Brother, the drugs have appeared in Yecheng, distributed by local thugs who obtained them from the gang. It seems they have fully established their operations in Yecheng. Wei Xia observed coldly, the smoke curling from his fingertips. It was time to commence. He took out his phone and dialed the number of Mataigang, the head of the narcotics team in Luochio City, to arrange a meeting. They met once again in the familiar alley, where Mataigang teasingly remarked upon the now unruly black hair of Wei Xia. "Oh, a new hairstyle. In good spirits. I see." Wei Xia paid no heed to the banter and proceeded to disclose the findings of the investigation concerning Huang Mao. Mataigan's expression grew increasingly serious. At the end of August, a fire would erupt in the Adahizi lane of Yecheng. Following that, arrests could be made at the gambling dens on Shuchuan Road and Tianha Road, which were rife with addicts. Mataigang nodded but then hesitated. Why the effort? Short on funds. How did that previous matter fare? Do you need to go to the rehabilitation center? Wei Xia finally smiled, his voice hoarse. No need. This is how my life will be. In that moment, Mataigang felt a rare surge of anger. What do you mean, this is how it is? As long as one is willing to turn back, it is never too late. He genuinely could not bear to see it. The black-haired youth grinned. His smile laden with complexity. I won't go. I have no time left. There is time for indulgence, yet not for learning. Mataigang babbled on. But Wei Xia simply turned away, living in solitude. Even as he departed, he continued to speak, but no one listened, only memories chronicled his words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will seek redemption in the future. In the hospital room, the now frail Mataigang rose unsteadily, supported by Zhao Jing. As he listened to the voice of his mentor, heavy with the weight of experience. Back then, I was frustrated with you. I thought you merely wished to watch from the sidelines, using us to eliminate your rivals and seize the market. Or perhaps you intended to use us as leverage for revenge. I never imagined you could overcome your addiction on your own. At that time, you appeared to me as a youth resigned to his own downfall. His voice faltered, his aged eyes fixated on the figure in the hospital bed. Indeed. You had no time, your sister Wei Pingling was still around, and you worried about your other siblings at home. The drug dealers in Luochio City were still watching your market, everything rested upon your shoulders. You simply wished to complete everything and then depart cleanly into death. To trade your life for your redemption, am I right? Mataigang felt a moment of disorientation before finally closing his eyes. The barrage of comments on Douyin erupted as well. What a terrifying strategy, Wei Xia has truly gone mad. He is no longer just the eldest son of the Wei family, but a lunatic protecting his father and his ideals. The clan's clues have been destroyed. Yecheng has lost the trail, all leads are in disarray, and the opponent surely suspects that there are still members of the Wei family alive. And one who is an equal adversary. Moreover, Wei Pingling has yet to be sent away, but he has already begun to set his plans in motion. Warning the enemy to cease their pursuit, now I shall chase after you and eliminate you. New scenes continued to unfold. It was now August 1996. Autumn had arrived. The wind picked up, dry and abrasive, whipping up large clouds of yellow sand that stung the face. Wei Xia had returned home, his hair black. He pushed open the door to find his grandparents dining with Wei Pingling. Their meal appeared rather meager. Wei Xia glanced at the table, remaining silent. There was no place set for him, nor any utensils. Sitting on the old wooden sofa, I gazed at Wei Pingling as she ate. A sense of daze clouding my eyes. The youngest sister was undeniably charming, yet she clung to her sister's rabbit toy even during meals. It was the last remnant of her existence in the Wei household. She appeared somewhat solitary. Despite her aversion, even fear of Wei Xia, Wei Pingling turned, spoon in hand. As if mastering the courage to plead, may I see my brother and sister? I miss them. With a cold expression, Wei Xia shook her head in calm denial. No. Her voice rasped like a chattering crow, startling Wei Pingling. Cheng Shong slammed his chopsticks down, reproaching Wei Xia. Since when did you become the master of this household? Just look at yourself. Dressed no differently from those societal scum. Listen to your voice, it's ruined by smoking and drinking. Are you still a child? What child behaves like you, painting dragons and tigers? After enduring a lengthy reprimand, Wesia shrugged nonchalantly, suddenly breaking into a smile. Fine, let us arrange a meeting. Grandfather. Hurry and call them over. Almost forgetting, she added, we are short on money again, it's time for those 3 foster families to pay us. Grandfather. Quickly make the call. Observing the greed and fervor in the eldest Wei's eyes, Ching Zhong felt utterly disheartened, setting down the phone, his gaze now only filled with disdain. Thick and unyielding. For the first time, a flicker of hatred appeared in the innocent eyes of little Wei Pingling. Upon seeing grandfather hang up, Wei Xia seemed somewhat disappointed but was unconcerned, diving into the remnants of the family's meal. At this moment, those siblings who had already departed could not return. Thus, Wei Xia was willing to embrace the role of the villain. After satiating her hunger, she departed once more. Presently, she stood outside the school where Wei Pingsheng was studying. Wei Pingsheng had been nurtured well, displaying keen business acumen, making him difficult to manipulate. Wei Xia deliberately gathered a group of individuals to stage scenes of sympathy. Showcasing unscrupulous restaurants and the exploitation of employees along Wei Pingsheng's route to and from school. Yet, this time, Wei Pingsheng did not rush to help in a fit of righteous indignation. He merely stood by the roadside, watching those in pain, witnessing their despair and tears. Later, in class, when a teacher inquired about aspirations, Wei Pingsheng's voice gradually grew unwavering. Report to the teacher, I have new ideas for my essay on aspirations. I have witnessed too much injustice and deceit, so I aspire to become a conscientious entrepreneur, aiding the marginalized and unfortunate in society. From a distance, Wei Xia watched, smiling. The blonde-haired boy spoke softly, seemingly with a sigh, gazing at the radiant Wei Pingsheng within the classroom, surrounded by classmates as the teacher awarded him a certificate. Brother. Your younger sibling thrives in the light. He felt a twinge of envy but, upon seeing his brother, a sense of pity emerged. Here, some lived in hellish conditions. And he was a witness to it all. Wei Xia, with a hoarse voice and battered body, looked at Wei Pingsheng, beaming with pride and satisfaction. He was destined to live in the sunlight. A video on Douyin quickly surged to trending status. This footage features Wei Pingsheng, the chairman of the glass industry in Yecheng. Prior to 2024, during an interview. At that time, Wei presented himself in a well-tailored suit, exuding maturity and composure. When discussing corporate culture, he reflected on a formative experience from his childhood. In the 1990s, while still a student, he witnessed many individuals oppressed and exploited. The profound despair of those burdened by familial responsibilities left a lasting impression on him. From that moment, he resolved that the business he would create could never be an entity that exploits its employees or oppresses society. The distinction between a businessman and an entrepreneur lies in one's conscience. The host nodded in admiration. Indeed, Wei has made significant contributions to society over the years, truly embodying the spirit of a conscientious entrepreneur. As the video concluded, comments began to flood the screen. Your brother is engaged in a fierce battle with drug dealers. Before this, he quietly paved the way for his younger brother, helping him shine. Wei Xiao's enduring dedication, built upon decades of groundwork, has fostered a new star in the business world. A person's vision can indeed extend this far. This is a scene vividly remembered by many. In late June of 1996, Wei Xia was preparing to enter an invisible battlefield against drug dealers. Before departing, he gazed at his brother basking in the sunlight. Well-mannered and nurtured, and smiled radiantly, a joy he had not experienced in quite some time. His eyes softened, and he grinned. Sitting in an unremarkable corner with his tousled hair. A lone comment floated by. Then, he is going to die. Chapter 53, Life is like a burning train in a live broadcast. The host Yang Xiao had just ceased recording, casting a glance at the camera, her eyes shimmering with an astonishment that was nearly impossible to mask. What had Wei Xia accomplished during this time? Firstly, He had taken the yellow-haired youth to the ancestral hall, obliterating traces of his family to mislead drug traffickers in their pursuit. Secondly, he had discarded clothing in his city, crafting a FA of death to sow doubt among the drug dealers. Thirdly, he had located Matai Gang, preparing to dismantle the drug trafficking network within the urban village of his city, instilling fear in his adversaries. At that moment, young Xiao bore a bitter expression as she gazed at the youthful figure on the screen. Each of these actions was suffocating in its weight. Yet, while Wei Xia executed these formidable tasks, he was simultaneously striving to refine the details of his new identity. On a video platform, the Dr. Chen Shuai, a content creator, was also analyzing the situation. Currently, Wei Xia's physical condition was severely compromised. Previous exposure to toxins, compounded by past injuries from beatings, had stunted his development, and skeletal growth issues had begun to emerge. In the future, he would likely be frail, diminutive, plagued by frequent illnesses and the torment of various complications. To find comfort in sleep, he would rely on painkillers and sedatives each night. Chen Shuai paused, his gaze a mixture of complexity and concern. This individual could only move forward, akin to a swiftly racing train engulfed in flames. Halting would mean death. Reaching the terminus would entail a mutual destruction with his enemies. A new scene unfolded. Wei Xiao, unusually rising early, felt the ache in his body. Nevertheless, he rose to wash his face and glanced at the calendar. August, the day he had agreed upon with the drug enforcement team leader Matai Gang, was fast approaching. It was time to head to his city. Wei Xia turned to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror. His dark hair now framed a visage aged beyond his years, weathered and devoid of youthful exuberance. He quietly made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, steaming sweet potatoes. Noticing Wei Xia's sudden fervor in cooking, Cheng Shong grew impatient. Suspecting his eldest grandson was merely putting on a show, likely attempting to swindle money once more. The family was financially strained, there was no need for pretenses. Cheng Shong's voice boomed, while Grandma and Wei Pingling cast disdainful glances at Wei Xia, who seemed to be ingratiating himself. In the past, whenever Wei Xia found himself short on money, he would deliberately appear more obedient, believing that it would lead his grandparents to think he was mending his ways, thereby easing his requests for financial assistance. After a few attempts, however, no one trusted him anymore. He had become akin to a puddle of mud, forever incapable of rising. Once he had set the sweet potatoes aside, Wei Xia turned, offering a compliant smile, particularly directed at Wei Pingling, his eyes betraying a hint of imperceptible affection. Cheng Shong snorted dismissively and turned away, while Grandma sensed something different about Wei Xia today, though she merely furrowed her brow in silence. As he reached the front door, Wei Xia suddenly turned back, gently patting Wei Pingling on the head. "Little Pingling, you must live joyfully in the future, with everyone else's attention upon you, leading a splendid life." Wei Pingling lowered her gaze, fiddling with the tattered, dirty rabbit plush toy, impatiently evading Wei Xia's hand. "And what about you? Mom and Dad always said you were the most obedient." The child's eyes, stark in contrast, questioned everything. Wei Xia scratched his head. His voice hoarse yet piercing, "I am going to engage in a long prearranged competition." He gazed out of the window, the sunlight was dazzling yet devoid of warmth. "This matter had kept me waiting for an eternity." Wei Xia spoke in a hushed tone, and Wei Pingling, not quite catching his words, paid him no heed, allowing him to mutter to himself. "In this world, there are many who are more intelligent than I. Thus, there are an abundance of troubles, and one can evade them. One can retreat." Yet amidst this heap of misfortunes, Wei Xia suddenly smiled, his gaze fixed upon the sun pouring into his eyes, bright as starlight. "But amidst this heap of troubles, I wish to show you something intriguing. I want you to witness how a person dies for their original aspiration." Pushing open the door, Wei Xia prepared to head to Yecheng, quietly carrying his bag as he navigated through the crowd, resembling one of the many unnoticed souls. At the entrance of the community, Liu Huangmao, who had been lying in wait, appeared. "Brother, are you truly going to Yecheng? The routes there have become perilous, going alone could very well lead to death." There was a glimmer of pleading in Lu Hongmao's eyes. He too wished to accompany him. His voice, for the first time, was resolute. "Brother, I know what you intend to do, I will go with you." Luoqiu could be without Lu Chongjiang but not without Weixia. Weixia chuckled, shook his head, and patted Hongmao's head. "Stay at home with the brothers, look after my younger siblings." The youth's voice was hoarse as he turned to leave, his smile bright. Lu Hongmao wiped away his tears, only to find them unyielding, cascading down in torrents, feeling as if he had wept more in that moment than in his entire life. From the crowd, Weixia's resolute voice resonated. "This matter does not concern you, you cannot be involved. You still have a future." "A future?" Indeed. Weixia did not even consider Huangmao within the equation. His plans were grand and perilous, Yecheng was not his domain. Thus, he could not protect the one willing to face life and death alongside him. Especially since he was unlike himself. The youth grew increasingly silent amidst the throng, and Huangmao, standing behind Weixia, whispered, "Then, brother, what will you do?" It was only at that moment that Weixia turned, grinning widely, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Nothing will happen to me. After years of weathering storms, what can they do to me? Ha ha ha." At that moment, the crowd swelled, nearing the street. Weixia's hoarse, sharp laughter gradually faded, the sound ultimately seeming too forced, the laughter hollow, as Weixia resolutely turned away. In the hospital room, Wei Pingling stared at her younger self and the tattered rabbit doll. Reflecting on memories of the past, Weixia's figure faded from her mind. Never had she felt as complex as she did in that moment. "So you had intended to confront the drug dealers that day, wagering your fate as collateral. You were orchestrating a plan, just as the drug dealers were. From the beginning to the end, you were fully aware." Thus, Weixia understood that this might be the last time he and his sister would meet. It was why he so uncharacteristically urged himself to live joyfully. For the future is resplendent, radiant. He had never contemplated how murky his own future might be. The young narcotics police captain Zhao Jing also watched. His mind momentarily adrift as the resolute youth turned away. Almost as if in a soliloquy, he murmured softly, "In this world, there exist countless individuals far more astute than oneself." He had long been aware of alternative paths, much like Wei Pingsheng, the eldest son, who could retreat, evade, or flee. Unburdened by responsibility and unconfined by the identity of the firstborn. Yet, he did not contemplate such options, nor did he choose them. He would forever remember the words his mother imparted to him before her passing: he was the eldest, the pillar of the Wei family. How could a brother abandon his younger siblings and escape alone? Thus, let the battlefield be relocated to another city. In that moment, gazing at the live broadcast of the solitary youth making his way to his city, Zhao Jing finally exhaled a complex sigh. Chapter 54, Longing, February 5, 2025. The high-speed railway station is an nexus bustling with office workers returning to their workplaces and numerous students engrossed in their phones. The popularity of the eldest son's program surges once more, achieving a staggering lead in trending topics. Meanwhile, in Luoqiu City, Dongcheng Province, vehicles begin to arrive in the small mining town. These are visitors drawn by curiosity, gazing at the desolate remnants of the abandoned area, where the Wei family estate lies overgrown with weeds, reduced to crumbling walls. As some observe the scene, it slowly converges with the initial images from the live broadcast. 30 years ago, this very place was the site of a shocking massacre. Even forensic students attempt to recreate the harrowing scene of Weixia dragging the bodies, guided solely by memory. Now, apart from the people, only the wild grass remains in this desolation. The elderly Qingshong emerges from a nursing home, supported by Yong Shao, a master's student in psychology and a Douyin influencer, along with an assistant, as they ascend the mountain. The cave there is shrouded in cobwebs, and Qingshong gazes vacantly, as if witnessing the interrogation scenes from the past. 3 decades later, a trembling boy weeps, repeatedly assuring himself that he is the eldest son of the Wei family. There are also 2 nameless gravestones discovered in the mountains, standing solitary among the trees. Fresh flowers, greeting cards, and photographs, gradually fading from the dampness, are placed before the graves. Among them, one can faintly discern images of Wei Pingsheng during his youth, Wei Pingsheng receiving accolades, Wei Pingyang with a research award, and Wei Pingling shining on stage with a microphone in hand. There is also a letter. An envelope Wei Xia had left at the gravestone months ago, now weathered and nearly illegible. The eldest son of the Wei family informs his parents of the current circumstances of their children. The second brother, Wei Pingsheng, is now a distinguished entrepreneur in Dongcheng province, serving as a consultant for the Provincial Economic Office and president of the Dongcheng Chamber of Commerce. The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, is engaged in international research projects as a key scientific leader, with a promising future ahead. Qingzhong, now frail and aged, sits on the ground, lost in thought for a long while. Yang Shao, the psychology master's student, also gazes blankly ahead. One can only imagine how many times Wei Xia visited alone to inform his parents about the growth of his siblings, and how proud he must have felt during those moments. Suddenly, an inexplicable discomfort washes over her. She thinks of the young Wei Xia, who came to bury his parents all alone. After leaving the mining town for Luoqiu City and eventually Yicheng, Wei Xia continued to arrive in solitude. In the years that followed, the tattooed young man, with a hoarse and aged voice, must have felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he conveyed to his parents that he had not disappointed their expectations, that he, the eldest son of the Wei family, was indeed worthy. In a daze, time and space intertwine. Yang Shao crouches on the ground, lost in thought. The memory recalling program continues, and she watches alongside many others as new footage emerges. As the autumn dusk of 1996 envelopes the street corner, Wei Xia bites down on the zipper of his black windbreaker, the metallic taste of rust spreading on his tongue. He gazes at the Luoqiu train station before him. Wei Xia is about to leave. He has not called upon anyone, not even his friends, then departs alone. As I glanced back at the 6 loyal subordinates stealthily following me, each one the fiercest and most reckless among my ranks, it was evident that this was a scheme devised by Huang Mao to ensure my protection. That scoundrel, Liu Huangmao, had disregarded my wishes and dispatched his most formidable fighters to shadow me. I wished they would just leave me be. My ire rose. Oh, this was not merely a brawl, but a deadly struggle, and I could never gamble with others' lives. Every individual's existence is fraught with challenges and is precious in its own right. Yet, the 6 shadows assigned by Huang Mao lingered persistently 10 meters behind me, like an unshakable magnet. You ruffians, return to your posts and cease your following, I scolded my men in frustration. These reckless souls I had rescued from the streets now hung their heads in shame, resembling drenched stray dogs. Am I off to a picnic? I kicked a nearby soda can, the metallic clang startling the young men into shrinking back. Little did they realize how much warm bitterness lay hidden beneath my furious reprimands. Why must you follow me like a shadow? What about the territories we seized before if you abandon me? I berated them, and the 6 subordinates, heads bowed, departed reluctantly, some letting out sighs of discontent. As I watched them drift into the distance, a bitter smile crept onto my lips, murmuring softly to myself, unsure if I spoke to them or to my own heart. The adversary is formidable. You are different, you still possess your own lives. My parents always said that every life is invaluable. How could I burden you? The sunlight warmed my skin, and I felt compelled to smile at that moment. So I did, though my voice was barely a whisper, unheard by anyone. When the last footsteps faded around the corner, my frail body stumbled, leaning against a telephone pole. The setting sun elongated my shadow into a sharp blade, pinning it against the weathered wall. What bravado! I murmured to the void, swallowing the unspoken words lodged in my throat. Those jubilant notes that should have danced in the throats of 20-year-olds had long since dried into grit among the bloodied fingers of my parents a year ago. I hesitated to leave, quietly turning towards the residence of Wei Pingyang. Professor Tang Rulong's quaint 3-story loft awaited me. I crouched downstairs with my bundle until a light rain began to fall, chilling me to the bone. I peered cautiously but failed to catch a glimpse of my sister. Only through the neighbor's idle chatter did I learn that she had gone on a trip with her adoptive mother, leaving only Professor Tang at home. I shook off the rainwater clinging to my clothes and smiled, slinging the package over my back. At that moment, I nestled behind a boxwood hedge. The rain trickling down my hair and soaking into my taut neck, greedily counting the lights on the third floor within the warm golden glow. I caught a fleeting glimpse of my sister's ponytail, adorned with a brand new pink bow. My nails dug deep into my palms. The pain was the only thing anchoring me from rushing into that comforting haven. I had many matters left to attend to. That warmth did not belong to me. Suddenly, I hopped away, filled with joy. My sister had finally begun to live a happy life. As Weisia gazed at the characters Yicheng inscribed on the ticket in his hand, a poignant memory surged forth, his mother's reluctant gaze before her sacrifice. On that fateful New Year's Eve, her blood-stained hand had clutched his clothing tightly, whispering, "Osio, what will you do from now on? What will you do? Mother, how I long for you all." Seated on the train bound for Yicheng, Weisia pressed his cheek against the cold glass, as though enveloped in his mother's embrace. It was as if he buried all his tenderness into the frozen earth, allowing his hatred to forge into a sharp bone. Only in this manner could he hope to survive. For he was to confront a sinister array of societal evils. At this moment, the Douyin platform was alive with countless viewers sending barrage messages by the minute. The youth cleaves his soul in twain, offering kindness to the rising sun while entombing cruelty in the eternal night. Have you noticed he always wields the knife with his right hand? His left wrist bears the discarded hair tie of his sister. He is truly extraordinary, his kindness is unfathomable, yet when he turns ruthless, it is appalling. What exactly is he? Perhaps both facets are indeed him. This year, Weisia is merely 20, a youth who ought to smile. Yet all his laughter is reserved for his younger siblings, leaving none for himself. Chapter 55, Never Compromising. A new memory unfolds as Weisia disembarks from the train. Arriving in E-City. Like many migrant workers from the countryside who flocked to the city in the 1990s, Weisia, with his dyed black hair, blends into the crowd, his frail physique rendering him inconspicuous. The once modest Adahizi Lane in the 1990s has flourished over 3 decades, however, viewed from above. This area at the intersection of the old and new city, populated by rural migrants and various other groups, is a chaotic amalgamation of makeshift houses and dense habitation. Weisia, with a discerning gaze, steps into this realm, having previously gleaned information from Lu Huangmao and various other sources. He learns that this locale not only houses the largest illegal casino in the city but also serves as a haven for addicts. In the dead of night, outside the Baihuashan casino, a large wolf dog stands guard, its eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Weisia squints, retrieving from his bag pork ribs soaked in pesticide, which he discreetly tosses toward the creature. Moments later, the wolf dog collapses, succumbing to the poison. The pesticide-soaked ribs not only eliminate the canine threat but also mask human scent. Though his father imparted much wisdom, Weisia has since consumed even more knowledge through books. Once assured of the situation, he stealthily infiltrates the casino's yard, capturing photographs and documenting the drug production sites, recording each pill manufacturing point. While the exterior presents itself as a casino, hidden within is a clandestine drug processing workshop, established in collaboration with local underworld figures like Lu Chong. After meticulously securing his findings, Weisia exits the yard and continues onward. Based on his records, there are 2 more establishments along Adahizi Lane. Had it not been for the reckless expansion of Lu Chong and his associates, such widespread distribution of drugs throughout the city would have been inconceivable within such a short span. The second clandestine workshop, devoid of any signage, resembles an ordinary warehouse, functioning merely as a small casino. The clientele is sparse, mostly familiar faces, while newcomers attract suspicion. Surrounding the premises are vigilant dogs. Prior to his visit, Weisia had purchased ample chloramphenicol eye drops and soaked his burlap clothing in them. This precaution ensures he remains undetected by the guard dogs, thus evading pursuit. The interior remains uncertain, yet Weisia methodically advances along his route, dispersing snake scale vine seeds at the damp corners of the yard every 300 meters. These seeds possess a peculiar trait: upon contact with urine, they swell and bloom within 72 hours, indicating recent human presence. This serves as a crucial basis for understanding the patrol routes and numbers of the adversary. After several days at a discreet lodge, and once he has confirmed the patrol's strength, Weisia cautiously infiltrates the site, capturing pertinent photographs and documenting his findings. The weather is frigid, the damp fabric clinging to his body, rendering him nearly numb. The corners, long used as a latrine, emit a noxious stench, intensified by the cold wind that invades his nostrils, inducing nausea. Yet, Weisia remains unfazed, his every move meticulously calculated, maintaining an extraordinary calm. Having investigated 2 locations, Weisia retires to an internet CIF, beginning to organize his thoughts for his next destination, a similar den of vice. However, it is evident that this place is significantly larger than the previous 2 areas, and the arrangement of personnel is also distinct. Attempting to infiltrate secretly to gather evidence proves to be quite challenging. Consequently, Weisia ultimately resolves to present herself as a gambler. Care for a few rounds, boss. The burly enforcer, adorned with a viper tattoo on his neck, casts a fierce glance at Weisia, scrutinizing her financial capacity before granting her entry. Weisia appears youthful, clad in deliberately chosen attire, confidently striding into the casino. Upon hearing the greetings, she merely nods subtly, disdainfully surveying the surrounding gamblers with a frown. I seek a quieter spot to wager larger amounts. I've heard that the deeper one ventures in, the greater the stakes. Is that true? It seems otherwise. Her voice, husky and mature, prompts the casino manager to furrow his brow momentarily before begrudgingly nodding in agreement. He discreetly signals to the enforcer beside him, instructing him to surreptitiously attach a listening device to Weisia. There is no alternative if the contraptions in the casino's workshop are discovered. It would spell disaster for them. With the listening device in place, Weisia boldly approaches the innermost area. Only when she can no longer see the enforcers does she narrow her eyes, cautiously crafting a counter-surveillance hat from charred copper wire to cover the device, initiating her recording. In that moment, she resembles a meticulous agent, deciphering every tactic employed. In the hospital room, the drug enforcement team's captain, Zhao Jing, is in disbelief. How is this possible? Hasn't he undergone any training? How does he possess such extensive knowledge of intelligence? The aging and now retired Ma Taigang is increasingly despondent, sighing. It is because he has been continuously reading, pondering, and simulating practical scenarios. He has never relinquished his pursuit of knowledge over the years. He has delved into economics and political science for the sake of his siblings and has learned various intelligence techniques, physics, and chemistry for vengeance. Zhao Jing remained silent, memories of past live broadcasts surfacing in his mind. Weisia, head bowed over her desk, immersed in a myriad of books throughout the night, relentlessly calculating. She even included Lu Hongmao in various tests, experimenting with undercover operations, surveillance, diversion, and escape. She has trained herself repeatedly. The individuals in the hospital room are astounded. In the small town of Luochio, many have gathered before the unmarked grave of Weisia's parents, expressing their admiration. The number of visitors has grown, as they come to pay their respects, bearing wreaths. Yang Shao, Qin Zhong, and even the young officer Chen Xiaowen, alongside numerous local residents, have come to honor her, pulling out their phones to review the memories. Witnessing how Weisia sought out drug dens in the autumn of '96 to capture evidence, and observing Weisia as she scattered seeds to confirm the routes of drug enforcers, ingeniously crafting counter-surveillance measures, then masking scents with chloramphenicol eye drops. In the footage, Weisia appears as a phantom, infiltrating heavily guarded areas, recording and organizing data, while discreetly placing evidence in hidden locations. The impact is profoundly overwhelming. The live broadcast reappears. Having thoroughly investigated all 3 casinos, Weisia begins to deliberately lose money, accumulating debts amounting to tens of thousands. Pressured by the manager to solicit funds from her family, she then utilizes the casino's phone to call Ma Taigang. Two enforcers keep a watchful eye on the new arrival, their gaze icy and vigilant. Do not speak recklessly. Just send the money, or I will sever your hand. Clutching the phone, Weisia urgently spoke, Brother, please send me the money quickly. I had hidden my funds in the shop. Beneath the red floral wreath at our family's funeral home, there is a broken bottle containing my bank book. Hurry and withdraw the money. The henchman frowned, paying little heed to her words. On the other end of the line, Mategong's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Although no clandestine code had been established beforehand, he astutely sensed the underlying meaning in her words. After the call ended, Mategong stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. He decided to visit the nearest funeral home associated with the drug enforcement team, searching for clues beneath the red floral wreath. Within an hour and a half, the team returned swiftly, clutching a miniature glass bottle. The wooden cork sealed it from the air, and inside lay a piece of paper. By applying an open flame, the information quickly revealed itself. It was a coded message detailing the addresses of 3 drug trafficking dens, along with the layout of the premises, entrances, and exits. The paper, coated in lemon juice, displayed its secrets when exposed to heat. Mategong's eyes gleamed with astonishment, even he could not suppress his admiration. What a clever lad. I thought he was merely a streetwise youth, but he is truly resourceful. Notify the drug enforcement team in Icheng immediately. We must collaborate on this case and prepare for a crackdown. We shall uproot this gang of pill traffickers in the urban village. The news headline captured the attention of many viewers, though not all grasped the brilliance of the revelation. However, numerous professionals found it hard to believe. A scholarly professor was the first to publish an article, in fact. The phenomenon of lemon juice-coated paper revealing itself when exposed to an open flame is not difficult to comprehend. Anyone who has attended a chemistry class understands that this is merely the simplest form of organic dehydration and carbonization through heat. Yet, we must acknowledge that Weisia is merely a youth who has abandoned formal education for several years. He has managed to learn all this while navigating the underworld, contending with drug dealers, and protecting his family. On Douyin, a biology vlogger marveled at the situation, explaining to the live audience. The plant, snakeskin vine, typically thrives in the Guangxi region. It possesses a unique characteristic: when exposed to urine, it rapidly swells and germinates within 72 hours, effectively being catalyzed. The abnormal growth rate here suggests frequent human presence. Little did anyone expect that Weisia had utilized this plant to test the drug dealers' patrol routes, thereby deducing their numbers, timings, and hideouts. Viewers were thus enlightened to the significance of biological knowledge. Meanwhile, a Bilibili content creator titled their segment, "The Interference of Copper Wire Mesh Huts on Communication Devices." They pointed out a crucial detail: why was Weisia not overheard by listening devices? It was entirely due to this small mesh hut. Listening devices capture and transmit data by seizing radio waves in the vicinity, especially simple devices lacking radar-like configurations, which are easily disrupted in signal capture. As various streamers elucidated these intricacies, many viewers grew increasingly astonished by the details. Biology, physics, chemistry. This 18-year-old youth executed an exemplary covert operation before them, akin to a scene from a textbook. Astonishing. Meanwhile, various headlines proliferated across numerous websites. Agent-level disguise, clandestine theft. Weisia's ruthless tactics, dismantling the narcotics syndicate's stronghold, instilling fear in adversaries, initiating a deadly confrontation, in that moment, on Douyin and in the host's live broadcast room. A viewer posted a comment. Can he truly accomplish all this so effortlessly? A silence enveloped the live stream. The recollection of past events reemerged. A Dehizi, a gambling den. Gamblers, blinded by their losses, clamored incessantly, yet this establishment was one of the largest producers of narcotics in the region. Presently, the unfamiliar Weisia, having lost a substantial sum, naturally attracted considerable attention. Within a small room, casino overseers continually approached to interrogate him. In truth, Weisia was already under their control. Someone presented him with narcotics and began the interrogation. Weixia accepted without hesitation, skillfully consuming the substance while laughing with a dazed expression. Seizing the opportunity while Weixia was somewhat disoriented, the overseer squinted, having already contacted an insider to gather information about Weixia. Now, taking advantage of Weixia's stupor, the overseer pressed for confirmation. He Xiaodong, male, born in 1978, with a deformed left ankle, hereditary porphyria, and scars from previous territorial disputes in Luoqiu City. His voice damaged from swallowing glass during a confrontation, and his fingerprints significantly worn. The overseer, Jin, found all the details to match. A doctor clad in a white coat examined Weixia's fingerprints and left foot for verification. Only then did Jin, now operating under the codename Jin Yao, squint with relief, shaking off the ashes from his cigarette. He had also dispatched someone to investigate Luoqiu, and results were forthcoming. Neither his identity nor his background in Luoqiu raised any red flags. He was simply a common thug. However, he still owed money for his losses. This was not Luoqiu, not his territory. Presently, Weixia was confined within the casino, subjected to poor conditions, consuming alcohol, dancing, and indulging in narcotics, his body growing increasingly frail, his demeanor listless, and his mind in disarray. A splitting headache assailed him, the air thick with the acrid scent of alcohol and stomach acid. As he gradually regained consciousness, Weixia violently retched, splashing cold water on his face in a desperate bid to awaken. Seizing a moment of solitude, he removed the bathroom window and painstakingly climbed onto the rooftop of a nearby building, the sound of car doors slamming ringing in his ears. Several vans blocked the exit. Narcotics officers in collaboration with local police had nearly surrounded the area, the sounds of kicking doors and gusts of alarm echoing. Weixia lay weakly on the rooftop, observing as they began to secure the scene according to the route he had provided, gunfire erupting. In that instant, he struggled to rise, leaning against a bucket on the eaves. His body was too frail, suffering intensely. The toxic concoction he had been forced to consume was potent and unrefined, making his head feel as if it would explode, compounded by the cold wind seeping into his chest. Weixia coughed violently, and at that moment, he looked up at the sky, feeling as though the world was spinning. Hearing the commotion from the casino and the drug manufacturing site, he noted others seizing the opportunity to ignite fires, while gamblers scattered chaotically. Weixia began to slap his face vigorously to regain consciousness. After several forceful strikes, he finally regained some clarity and leapt off the rooftop. Wrapping himself tightly in a garbage bag, he then plunged into a dumpster. Throughout the latter part of the night, the sound of police sirens echoed incessantly. Captain Mataigang had searched extensively for Weixia but to no avail. As dawn broke, he gazed at the 3 dismantled drug manufacturing workshops, perplexed by Weixia's absence. "Why are you not showing yourself? What are you afraid of?" Mataigang suddenly sensed something amiss. Weixia seemed to exercise extreme caution regarding informants, wary even of his own colleagues in law enforcement. At that moment, numerous viewers were commenting on the unfolding scene. "He dares not take risks, he is not an innocent soul. Weixia has faced the most heinous situations," instilling in him an acute sense of caution. This is the terrifying aspect. No one knows how many insiders the perpetrator has corrupted. Yet it underscores the depth of Weixia's scheming. They are all ruthless individuals, each more deranged than the last. Many viewers also witnessed a new scene featuring Weixia. In late August of 1996, the operation to apprehend suspects in the village of Adohuzi in Yecheng lasted a day and a half. Weixia remained hidden in the dumpster, succumbing to fever, hunger, and thirst. Concealed within the garbage bag, he muttered to himself in a daze. "Ping Yang, how is your journey? Is the world beautiful? The farthest I've traveled is Yecheng, you should explore more in the future. Ping Zhang, have you been slacking off? Have you grasped the fundamental formulas? Ping Sheng, your mind is agile, but if you wish to venture into entrepreneurship, you must remain true to your conscience, or only then can you aspire to greater heights. Ping Ling, your bunny doll stuffing is nearly spilling out. I wish to buy you a new one. Chapter 56 Such a person shall not meet a good end. The program Memory Recall of the Eldest Son continues to soar in popularity, spreading across nations. In the span of just a few days, ordinary viewers witness Waisio's relentless dedication over a year and a half in 1996, caring for his siblings while meticulously plotting. All the while facing life-threatening dangers in a brutal assault against the drug traffickers behind the scenes. Unlike previous assassinations of drug dealers, this marks the beginning of dismantling the drug traffickers' supply chain. On the night of February 7, 2025, many viewers of the show felt no solace, only a profound sadness, as they witnessed the harrowing plight of Waisio. In collaboration with drug enforcement officers, several clandestine methamphetamine production facilities in the urban village of Yecheng were destroyed. Yet, Waisio did not encounter the narcotics police. He remained hidden within a dumpster, silent, his lips parched and withered, until the police lowered their guard and garbage trucks began to operate. As the garbage was tipped, Waisio was unceremoniously dumped into the truck. Once the vehicle exited the city and turned onto an inconspicuous road, he tore open the trash bag and, seizing the moment of a slow turn, leapt from the truck. Despite the crawl of the vehicle, his frail body ached painfully. Days of only consuming alcohol had rendered him weak, and his vision swam in darkness. Various drugs had pushed his body to its limits. With great effort, Waisio reached a small clinic and struggled to call Huang Mao. Chongjiang. Hurry to the Leiming clinic outside Yecheng Third Hospital. By the time Huang Mao arrived, Waisio had already lost consciousness. His complexion ghastly pale and his body marred with bruises. Witnessing Waisio's cracked lips, sunken eyes, and emaciated chest, which barely rose and fell, Huang Mao's vision blurred with despair. "How is he?" Huang Mao asked, worry etched across his face. The doctor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Waisio on the hospital bed. "I have never seen so many ailments afflicting a single individual. There are traces of stimulant drugs, signs of allergic reactions, and likely long-term nutritional deficiencies leading to gastrointestinal damage. His mental state may be overly stimulated, and his heart function has also been adversely affected. We will start with a basic infusion of nutrients to restore his functions, followed by treatment." The doctor shook his head and departed, leaving Huang Mao at Waisio's bedside, nearly unable to bear the sight. What a pitiful sight it was. Reeking of filth, his limbs nearly reduced to skeletal proportions, hair disheveled, and beard unkempt. He lay curled on the bed. Huang Mao could never comprehend why his elder brother insisted on traversing this path, one that was undoubtedly righteous yet devoid of hope. He could only mutter in sorrow, "They are all scoundrels. Their reach extends so far that even the authorities have been infiltrated." Yet he clenched his teeth. Aware of an undeniable truth, his brother was not one to be swayed. He could only follow closely behind his elder brother in the future. Waisio awakened, struggling to rise with Huang Mao's assistance. Though still weak, a flicker of vitality had returned to him. His stomach seemed to retain remnants of alcohol, and the drugs continued to wreak havoc, inducing persistent nausea that made eating unbearable. Nevertheless, he forced himself to consume food, finding it difficult yet resolutely swallowing. He felt a sense of gratitude, thankful to be alive, his eyes now glimmering with newfound hope. One must be well fed before visiting younger siblings, otherwise they might mock the frail Waisio. After a period of treatment, the doctor examined the test results with a furrowed brow. "Young man, there are certain things best left untouched." Waisio nodded politely, contrasting sharply with the group of ruffians around him, who sported dyed hair. After a brief wash-up, Waisio, accompanied by the yellow-haired one, boarded a train back to Luochio City. Through the window, he clutched a classical economics book, his bony fingers incessantly flipping through pages and taking notes. The yellow-haired one sat beside him, frowning. "The boss has been acting strangely this year, many have been apprehended. And those with scars from the streets have all been taken in." Waisio nodded, narrowing his eyes. "Fortunately, we aren't involved in the underworld. We are merely hired to safeguard nightclubs, akin to slightly dubious security personnel. We don't bully others, nor do we conceal any weapons." Yet he understood it was time for him and his brothers to transition to a new path. Upon the train's arrival at Luochio, Weisia, weary and worn, began contemplating the future for his brothers. Many of the former street thugs in Luochio had noticed that the once praised group had gradually ceased their tough wars. Over 20 young men had dyed their hair back to black, collecting kickbacks from beverage suppliers at the convenience store they used to frequent. Simultaneously, Weisia and the yellow-haired one began frequenting various nightclubs, signing contracts, offering security and hospitality training, and even managing the parking lots. They also took over a billiard hall in the old city, arranging everything from investments to staffing with their former brothers. Lu Chongjiang still sported his yellow hair but had adopted a more formal attire, eagerly trailing behind Weisia as he inspected the security team, hospitality staff, parking lots, and the billiard hall, all of which now belonged to them. However, the yellow-haired one gazed at the signs with dissatisfaction. The welcoming team, the billiard hall, the video hall, and the parking lot? They lack grandeur and sophistication. Boss, I've noticed many places either use names like Mona or his, shouldn't we change ours? Weisia shook his head, observing the bustling crowd at the billiard hall. They don't sound pleasant. In that moment, the yellow-haired one finally realized. Aren't these all names of your younger siblings? He grinned and gave a thumbs up. Boss, you have a keen sense of taste. Amused by the yellow-haired one's sudden shift in demeanor, Weisia smiled, his eyes sparkling. It was now late October 1996. He had left Luochio City at the end of August, arriving in Yicheng to assist the narcotics police in uncovering drug trafficking networks. Nearly 2 months had passed since he last returned home. However, he had begun to transform his brothers from hired thugs into individuals with formal employment and legitimate sources of income. As autumn descended, with the sun shining warmly, Weisia looked at his former companions, his smile fading into a calm demeanor. The hospital, the billiard hall, the video hall. The distinctly era-specific enterprises left Wei Pingzheng momentarily stunned before memories of the past flooded back. In 1996, his adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, used to drive him to and from school, and he had once overheard their conversations in the car. The prevalence and rampant nature of organized crime have compelled the province of Dongcheng to initiate a severe crackdown. During that time, he could not help but worry whether Weisia would face execution. Yet, he merely gritted his teeth and reminded himself that the scoundrel deserved it. Subsequently, he happened to pass through the old city and encountered an oddly named video hall, surprisingly dubbed Little Star Video Hall. He and his classmates were intrigued. He distinctly recalls walking past the Little Politics Billiards Hall, where he, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, remarked to his classmates about the unappealing name, wondering who had chosen it. His peers laughed, joking that it must have been a wealthy yet uncultured nouveau riche. Visions of a live broadcast replay flashed through his mind. Weisia, with a gentle smile, gazed at the names with warmth in her eyes. In that moment, Wei Pingzheng was lost in thought. Little Star, Little Politics, Ling Ling, Yang Yang. So, it is our names being used, is it not? He had never forgotten his younger siblings, nor had he forgotten that he was the eldest son. The brother. In the hospital room, Tang Rulong regarded him with a complex expression, his voice distant and tinged with sorrow. In that era, opportunities for development were abundant, and existing on the fringes of legality could swiftly amass wealth. Had he disregarded his siblings, with his temperament and abilities, he could have thrived remarkably well. Such a person is inherently indifferent to superficial accolades. Yet, individuals of this ilk often meet an untimely demise. Chapter 57, What Do You Desire? In a new scene of the eldest son's memory recollection, the storm targeting the underworld personnel in 1996 intensified. In Luochio City, at a tea house, a deafening crash resounded as Lu Chong stormed in, his voice laced with fury. Are you fools? The police are practically under your noses. Yet you continue your operations. What nonsense is this? In the midst of his lament, the figure before him was already drenched in blood. They had recently ventured into the pill market in Yicheng, and their initial investments, along with the connections they had built, lay in ruins. A phone call came in, echoing with rage from Yunnan. If such issues arise again, you will be of no use to us. The bald man understood the implications all too well. His fear escalating alongside his anger. After a prolonged silence, he hung up, wiping the sweat from his brow as he lit a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Such a grand spectacle must have someone orchestrating it from the shadows. Who was targeting the pill market in Yechang? Who could it be? Suddenly, the Wei family lineage and the drowning incident in Yechang flashed through his mind. Could it be the Wei family? Impossible. Aside from the old fool, there were only a bunch of insignificant brats left. Who could it be? Liu Chang, consumed by rage, turned to his subordinates. Quickly find this puppet master. And simultaneously investigate the Wei family. Leave no stone unturned. If we can eliminate the Wei family, perhaps we can extinguish the flames on that front. Irritated, he extinguished his cigarette, narrowing his eyes as if a pair of invisible hands were gripping their throats. Moments later, his voice grew hoarse. The drug trade in Luocho City must pause. We shall wait until the end of the year. First, we must eradicate the Wei family. New comments flooded in, instilling dread among many viewers. Backed by the drug trafficking group in Western Yunnan, all of them are desperate individuals. You are formidable and terrifying. But what of the opponent who is a lunatic? Wei Xia is indeed a reckless madman. You are merely ruthless. Yet he is even harsher on himself than on his enemies. This man truly stops at nothing. The eldest son's comparison show transcended the internet and became a sensational phenomenon. It topped Weibo's trending topics, dominated Douyin's hot searches, and led in online clip viewership and traffic. Regional television stations began broadcasting it, and ratings soared dramatically. The live-streamed footage garnered ever-increasing attention. Under the gaze of the masses, a new scene unfolded. In November, on Wei Xia's birthday, he planned to return home. In the old town's northern sector lay a small commodity street, abundant with inexpensive goods and numerous vendors. Wei Xia was accompanied by a dozen tattooed individuals currently searching for items. The young man crouched down, grasping the ears of two rabbit plush toys, whispering to himself. This one is shedding a bit. This one is too small, and the stitching is coming undone. It won't do. Indeed, he was on the hunt for rabbit plush toys. Meanwhile, the gang members each approached, clutching their own rabbit toys. Liu Huangmao held up a white rabbit plush. Boss, I think this one is decent, it's soft. Mine is big, it can match 3 of his. Look at this, boss. It's made 1-to-1 based on a real rabbit. The vendor harbored a sense of trepidation as he fixed his gaze upon Wei Xia, who was surrounded by a group of ruffians. Wei Xia had just handed him a sum of money. I don't need it. Big brother. Please take whatever you like, the vendor stammered, his voice trembling as he forced a smile. Wei Xia, with a cheerful demeanor, slipped the money into the vendor's hand while tugging at the ear of a rabbit plush toy. This one is truly adorable, far more charming than the one at home. Pingling will undoubtedly love it, she adores little rabbits, much like her own sweet nature. Alas, it may not be good for a girl to be so docile. What will happen if I'm no longer around? Who will protect her from bullies? Wei Xia muttered to himself, occasionally furrowing his brow in concern, which made the vendor increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Wei Xia smiled brightly and said, Boss, could you please sew a few words onto it? Make it look cute. She loves beautiful writing. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Xia's eyes narrowed in delight. Just right, to the most radiant little princess, Wei Pingling, at that moment. The sun cast its warm glow upon the face of the dark-haired youth, and despite his hoarse voice, his smile was so warm that the vendor forgot his fear. The vendor began to carefully embroider the letters while Wei Xia sat beside him, watching with a beaming smile, feeling quite joyful. After retrieving the rabbit plush, Wei Xia did not head straight home. Having previously invested in the nightclub and forged various partnerships, He had gained a modicum of renown among the local business elite in Luocho City. The nightclub manager had informed him that this evening's gathering was a social affair hosted by several directors from the economic and commercial offices, and he was expected to attend as a companion. Weisia frowned, cautiously stowing the rabbit plush before arriving at the private room. Late into the night. At the Mona nightclub, Weisia stumbled outside, leaning against a tree as he retched in a most undignified manner. A captain from the Luocho police, just stepping out, burst into laughter. "Is this all you can handle?" With others draping their arms around him, Weisia shouted that he would treat them to the next round. Until one by one, they departed, and he was left struggling to steady himself. He despised drinking, but he had no choice. He needed to cultivate these relationships to ensure the continued success of the billiard hall and parking lot business. His brothers depended on these earnings, which were also essential for combating drug traffickers. Shaking his woozy head, Weisia clutched the plush toy and wearily returned to the Wei residence. Cheng Zhong regarded Weisia, reeking of alcohol, with a stern expression. Weisia, unfazed, simply handed the rabbit plush to Wei Pingling. "A family gifted this to you because they found you adorable." Wei Pingling, frightened, curled up beside her grandmother, trembling at the thought of being given away herself. Cheng Zhong's countenance darkened. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we might send Pingling away?" Yet Weisia said nothing, merely swaying slightly as he made his way to his room, collapsing onto the damp wooden floor. Eventually, as Weisia fell asleep, in the living room, Wei Pingling cautiously held the plush toy, gazing at it. It was soft, clean, and utterly charming. She felt a warmth envelop her as she hugged the doll, speaking to herself. They had even written the most radiant little princess on it. She must be a wonderful person, right? In the hospital room, Wei Pingling watched a little girl hugging a doll, her expression distant. Was that the same doll? Now residing in a mansion, she always kept that doll by her bedside, despite having faded somewhat from washing and the bow having come undone. She diligently sewed it back together multiple times. During that period, her siblings had all been sent away. Each day, she donned her tattered, discolored garments, clutching the whole-ridden rabbit doll left by her sister, gazing enviously at the children outside. They appeared resplendent, adorned with an abundance of new and delightful toys. She possessed only this one doll and felt too timid to engage with them, her self-esteem diminished. It was only with the arrival of this new doll that she began to perceive her own significance. Gradually, this fostered her burgeoning confidence. This was the origin of the cherished doll. Wei Pingling lowered her eyelids, murmuring softly, "Weisia, what is it that you desire? It seems as though no one has ever bestowed a gift upon you." Chapter 58. A clear conscience. The recollections continue to unfold. It is now early December of 1996, and the chill in the air has intensified. The small video rental shop is bustling with patrons, and the local billiards hall has begun to see familiar faces returning. The reputation of the welcoming team has reached Luocho City, resulting in an increase in clientele. The parking lot and security training business have also started to thrive. In the old district of Luocho City, at a junior high school, Weisia is now directing more of her attention towards her younger brother, Wei Pingsheng. This year, he has turned 13 and is in the second year of middle school. Liu Huangmao follows closely behind the older brother, unperturbed. The elder brother has always regarded his siblings with utmost importance, even more than his own life. Though the younger brother is gradually maturing, he currently lacks opportunities to shine. Opportunities must be provided by others, and she intends to be that person. She will cultivate her brother well, ensuring he does not merely live a mundane existence. The children of the Wei family must radiate brilliance. As dawn breaks, the proprietor of a breakfast shop and grocery store receives payment from Weisia, instructing the elderly family member at home before commencing a performance aimed at Wei Pingsheng. As Wei Pingsheng approaches the school gate, he notices an elderly man by the roadside, clutching his chest and gradually collapsing, breathing heavily. "Sir, what troubles you?" "I need a heart-saving pill. I live at Chongsheng Grocery, and my heart condition has flared up." Wei Pingsheng glances at the soon-to-close school gate, grits his teeth, and assists the elderly man back to the grocery store. Afterward, the middle-aged shopkeeper, with tears in his eyes, clasps Wei Pingsheng's hand tightly. Young brother, you are our family's savior. From now on, if you come to my store with fewer than 50 people, breakfast is on the house. You must come. Don't be polite, otherwise, I'll visit your school and treat you to a meal. Upon returning to school, Wei Pingsheng observes classmates who cannot afford breakfast and contemplates this incident, leading them to the grocery store. When they discover that breakfast is indeed free of charge, the eyes of several impoverished classmates glisten with tears, realizing that Wei Pingsheng has deliberately looked out for them. Consequently, when it comes time to select a class representative, they eagerly cast their votes for him. On the weekend, as school is about to dismiss, Lu Huangmao, accompanied by a few of his associates, intercepts several top students from class 6 of the second year. If you are willing to tutor Wei Pingsheng, each of you will receive 30 gaming tokens weekly. Although these top students excel academically, they are also fond of visiting the game hall. Upon hearing of the 30 tokens, they readily agree. In the classroom, many students observe the top students tutoring Wei Pingsheng and tease them, voluntarily helping someone study. Is the class representative paying you? The top students wave their hands with a smile. It's not about the money, the class representative is genuinely a good person. Have you not seen how he always supports us in difficult times? In just 2 weeks, Wei Pingsheng's academic performance visibly improves, advancing from above average. Many classmates genuinely begin to acknowledge this class representative. Wei Xia, upon reviewing the rankings report sent by Huang Mao, nods in satisfaction. She decides to seek out the instructor of the breakdancing class outside and offer some remuneration. On Monday, as Wei Pingsheng stands outside the school gate, a fashionably dressed man approaches him and hands him a business card. Your physique is quite impressive, and your demeanor is well suited for breakdancing. If you are interested, you may come here to learn for free. As the school prepared for an upcoming cultural performance, Wei Pingsheng not only took it upon himself to learn breakdancing but also returned to instruct his classmates, eager to rehearse and earn some accolades before the winter break. With the weather growing colder, Wei Pingsheng had become a prominent figure among the second-year students, recently returning from a dance practice with a few peers. In a narrow alley, Huang Mao observed the approaching delinquent Luo Xiong from class 7 and exchanged knowing glances with his companions. The other thugs turned around, brandishing sticks to confront Luo Xiong. Hand over the money, quickly. The menacing stance left Wei Pingsheng and his friends momentarily stunned from a distance. Two timid classmates tugged at each other, contemplating retreat to inform a teacher. As the stick was raised, Wei Pingsheng furrowed his brow, discarding his backpack. There's no time. Let me go. In an act of gallantry, Wei Pingsheng struck the thug's arm several times. The other two students, summoning their courage, joined him, causing the robber to flee in haste. Realizing that his savior was the very person he had always looked down upon, Luo Xiong's fear dissipated, replaced by a complex expression. Wei Pingsheng, I acknowledge your strength. From now on, I will stand with you. After the cultural performance concluded before the winter break, Wei Pingsheng, along with his dance troupe, received a certificate of achievement and was also honored with a medal for bravery. At that moment, he shone brightly amidst the crowd, gaining notable recognition. Teachers praised him, and fellow students admired him, boosting Wei Pingsheng's confidence even further. Observing from the crowd, Wei Xia turned and walked away. Later, she waited at the school gate, waving from a distance. Pingsheng. Upon seeing Wei Xia, Wei Pingsheng's smile faded, his head held high, his eyes betraying disdain. Why are you here after sending me away? Remember, we are no longer related. I have only a younger brother and 2 younger sisters, not an older brother. Wei Pingsheng departed, leaving Wei Xia to watch his receding figure. Huang Mao stood nearby, seething with anger. Class 2 representative. What is there to be proud of? Without a leader, how could you achieve this? Only he understood the immense difficulty the leader faced in accomplishing all this and how many people he had sought for help. Wei Xiao merely smiled in quiet satisfaction. Sometimes, this is how things unfold. Faced with insults and misunderstanding, it is quite normal, as long as one remains true to oneself. She mused with a smile. At that moment, Huang Mao fell silent for a long while, merely sighing. In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng's elder brother, Wei Pingzheng, was utterly stunned. The scenes from the live broadcast were starkly contrasting. One side showcased a youth adorned with honors under brilliant sunlight, while the other depicted a shadowy figure in a corner, voice hoarse. The image felt frozen in time. He then glanced toward the other side. Simulation of Wei Pingsheng's eldest son. The scene emerged again. What was he doing now? At the end of 1996, Wei Pingsheng had already seen off 4 younger siblings but was still in solitude, evading danger while struggling to make a meager living. In a dilapidated room, he swallowed bitter liquor in large gulps, feeling particularly restless. Boss, Wei Pingzheng is being bullied at school. Wei Pingyang is being forced to do chores again. That family took their children on a trip. The matters were numerous and chaotic. A loud bang echoed. With a forceful stomp, Wei Pingsheng slammed the bottle down. His irritation palpable. I understand. It's overwhelming, the pressure is immense. He couldn't help but reminisce about his former self during this time of year, a second-year middle school student, full of vigor and promise. Back then, he consistently ranked at the top of his class, earning the admiration of his peers and basking in the accolades at school. A figure of prestige. Subsequently, he ascended effortlessly, becoming a true tycoon in the business realm. How had he fallen to such a state now? In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng remained silent for a long while, his voice tinged with bitterness. In those days, Wei Pingsheng was indeed formidable. Yet, behind his strength lay the unwavering support of Wei Xiao, who had consistently lifted him up, enabling him to become the representative for his second-year class. A figure revered and admired by his fellow students. That was the true source of his strength. Behind the dazzling brilliance, someone had borne the weight of it all, crafting his success. However, he had always attributed it solely to himself. Wei Pingzheng was left in a daze, finally letting out a sigh. He couldn't fathom how their elder brother would react upon witnessing this. Chapter 59. Here, he no longer feels alone. A new scene unfolds. The winter vacation is fast approaching, and families everywhere begin preparing for the New Year festivities, with local merchants showcasing a plethora of celebratory goods, couplets, lanterns, and fireworks. Wei Xia continues to observe Wei Pingsheng, summoning 4 business partners from Luoqiu City, urging them to reward Wei Pingsheng personally. Soon, the school's director calls Wei Pingsheng out of the classroom in the early morning, beaming with joy. Student, you have done remarkably well. Your act of bravery has spread widely, and these gentlemen, local entrepreneurs, have prepared a selection of gifts in recognition of your courage. One bespectacled merchant smiles at Wei Pingsheng, nodding in approval. Students from Luoqiu City should embody reason, bravery, and a commitment to justice. Only then can they truly contribute to society. This pair of Adidas sneakers are a small token of appreciation for you. Continue to set an example for your peers. Many students gaze on with envy and admiration. Adidas sneakers, they cost hundreds. Wei Pingsheng's reputation has extended beyond the school walls. He nods excitedly, distributing the sneakers to those he deems worthy among his peers. Not only in the second year of junior high, but also first and third year students, including the children of officials, receive sneakers in response to Wei Pingsheng's call to form an intergrade football team. In this moment, Wei Pingsheng's influence transcends the second year, expanding to encompass the entire junior high. Boss, the batch of sneakers smuggled from Hong Kong has arrived, Wang Mao reports to Wei Xiao outside the school. Wei Xiao nods, promptly arranging for the next steps. A small stall quietly appears outside the school. After finishing training, Wei Pingsheng, with his backpack slung over one shoulder, curiously gazes at the stall, which prominently displays gossip magazines about Hong Kong stars. With a keen business acumen, he immediately recalls the popularity of these figures among the students in the video halls. Remembering that many top students in his class enjoy discussing such topics, Wei Pingsheng buys up all the magazines and begins discreetly offering an underground subscription service for Hong Kong star gossip within the school. Many academically inclined students are drawn to it, trading tutoring help for access to the circulating magazines. Consequently, Wei Pingsheng's grades surge, with visible improvement. Simultaneously, his influence begins to extend beyond the second year, subtly hinting at his potential to impact other grades. Huang Mao arranges for more people to appear, and a new scene unfolds outside the billiards hall at the school gate. Soon, a group of third-year students returns to school with furrowed brows, disheartened by the sudden price increase at the billiards hall, leaving those who had preloaded their cards at a loss and being dismissed when they attempted to voice their concerns. Upon hearing this news, Wei Pingsheng is filled with indignation and arrives alone at the scene. There, two thugs, dispatched by Lu Chongjiang, are smoking. Wei Pingsheng boldly confronts them, raising prices without notice and refusing to refund the money previously deposited. Do you understand the implications of your actions? You are disturbing the market. We can easily call the price control authorities to investigate. The two yellow-haired youths appeared momentarily intimidated by the scolding, reluctantly discarding their cigarette butts while muttering retorts and even issuing threats. Yet, Wei Pingsheng remained utterly unfazed, bolstered by the presence of numerous classmates around him, prompting the youths to impatiently retract their inflated price signs. Following this incident, many students in the third year were left in awe as they witnessed Wei Pingsheng boldly venture into the billiards hall alone, his commanding aura effectively deterring the unruly group. Nowadays, Wei Pingsheng's prominence has only grown. Wei Xia has begun to approach the head teacher. What? Simply organizing a competition without regard for the budget. The head teacher frowned in discontent until Wei Xia promised to exchange a billiards hall in return, at which point he nodded with satisfaction. Soon after, the knowledge competition themed around the return of Hong Kong, organized by Wei Pingsheng from Class 6 of the second year, commenced with great fervor. Presently, Wei Pingsheng stands as the representative of the second year, a judge in the school's knowledge contest, and the captain of the school football team, among other distinguished titles. Each appearance in the crowd incites much discussion among his peers. At this moment, the school auditorium buzzes with whispers. Wei Pingsheng boldly entered the billiards hall, teeming with ruffians, leaving them speechless and compelling a price reduction. Even the third-year football team members now heed his authority. It is said that for the knowledge competition on the return of Hong Kong, the head teacher specifically requested his involvement. The youthful and vibrant figure of Wei Pingsheng graced the stage, exuding confidence and pride. Students, as the burgeoning backbone of the era, ought to inherit the ancient virtues of fearlessness against tyranny and steadfastness in justice. As the pillars of this age, we must play our roles actively, bridging the past and the future. The youth, illuminated by the sun, shines brilliantly, basking in the spring breeze, having become an idol for many within the school. Even numerous teachers frequently cast admiring glances at such a remarkable student. Thunderous applause erupted, and amidst the crowd listening to the speech, Wei Xia, with her inconspicuous dark hair, quietly applauded as she watched her brother bask in the limelight. The applause blended into the crowd, unnoticed by all. On New Year's Eve in 1996, Su Jianggong's household received numerous invitations. Observing the letters delivered by the postman and the phone calls received, Su Jianggong smiled as he spoke. Captain of the football team. Student representative, chief judge of the competition. Oh, you lad, truly talented. Even the head teacher and teachers invite you to participate as their representative at gatherings. Now, Wei Pingsheng has indeed become a remarkable figure at Luoqiu Middle School, beaming with pride upon hearing such words. Su Jianggong, along with his wife, looked at their child with increasing satisfaction. This child is truly intelligent. It is said that he is not only the class monitor but also commands respect from older students. The last time he acted bravely, he even reconciled with someone he previously clashed with, demonstrating a broad-minded spirit and excelling academically, so reassuring. Wei Pingsheng's foster mother cast a knowing glance at Su Jiongong and chimed in with a smile. Enough of your admiration, you two, hurry and serve the dishes. It's time for the New Year's Eve dinner. Wei Pingsheng responded affirmatively and rose to assist in the kitchen. In that moment, the family radiated harmony. The Wei household, on New Year's Eve, was filled with the continuous sound of firecrackers, the glow of countless lights shining brightly. Yet, the Wei home felt rather desolate. The New Year's Eve dinner had already grown somewhat cold, featuring only one meat dish, while the rest were vegetarian. Grandmother gazed vacantly at the moldy, damp wall. Appearing considerably older than before, Wei Pingling merely cradled a brand-new rabbit plushie, taking small bites of the gradually cooling meal. Grandfather Chen Shong pushed open the door, removed his hat and worn cotton coat, and seated himself at the dining table. In recent years, he had relied on meager earnings from strolling and setting up a stall to sustain their livelihood, as many factories and businesses were unwilling to hire workers of his age. Casting a glance around the somewhat desolate home, Chen Zhong managed a faint smile. "Let's eat," he said. Wei Pingling murmured softly. "Where has Wei Xia gone?" "He hasn't returned home yet." The house still displayed some gifts sent by Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingyang. Yet, they had not come back. Fearing that Wei Xia would pester them for money, Wei Pingzheng had not even brought anything back at all. What about Pingsheng? Upon hearing his grandfather's inquiry, Wei Pingling sighed. Second brother is now a prominent figure in middle school, he wishes to distance himself from us. The dining table grew increasingly forlorn, and Wei Pingling suddenly recalled her childhood, when her siblings would gather together, closely following their parents. Clutching the rabbit plushie, she felt a pang of nostalgia. In another place, in a mining town nestled in the Chilean mountains, stood an unnamed monument. A solitary youth lingered there. On New Year's Eve, Wei Xia arrived at his parents' gravestone to pay his respects. He pulled out a stack of photographs and began to burn them before the grave. Among these were images of Wei Pingsheng receiving awards, Wei Pingzheng being lifted by his adoptive parents, Wei Pingyang in a brand new fluffy dress, and Wei Pingling smiling joyfully with her rabbit plushie. These were all candid moments captured without intention. Pingsheng had become quite influential now, exuding confidence. Pingzheng's foster parents adored him. Pingyang had traveled and returned with tales of joy. Now, Pingling had her own doll, brand new, which she seemed to cherish. Wei Xia, rambling on, watched as the photographs gradually turned to ashes in the fire before him. The sound of firecrackers echoed. It was now 1997, 2 years since the Wei family massacre. In this moment, Wei Xia felt a sense of disorientation. Born in January, he had turned 20 this year. "Dad, Mom, I miss you," he whispered, his voice hoarse, as loneliness enveloped him like a barren net, tightly constricting the youth. He felt alienated from any group, finding solace only here, in the icy valley, before the gravestone. Snow began to fall. Wei Xia started a fire, busily preparing frozen dumplings before the monument. Once the first plate was ready, he placed it at the base of the gravestone. Fireworks ascended into the sky, and the leaves rustled desolately. The youth looked up, holding the plate. As the brilliance of the fireworks reflected in his eyes, then Wei Xia exhaled a cloud of white breath into the snowy mist. "Dad, Mom, a Happy New Year." Chapter 60, Wei Pingsheng's Breaking Point, February 8, 2025. Many gazed beyond the valley, where fireworks danced like a sea of clouds. Wei Xia sat alone, mechanically consuming dumplings. The mining town remained as lively as it had been 2 years prior. The celebrations of 1997 echoed with the sound of firecrackers. Yet the specter of the human trafficking case from 1995 loomed large, prompting frequent patrols by militia. The memories unfurled. In 1997, within the valley, amidst gravestones, Wei Xia set down his bowl and chopsticks, beginning to document his solitude. In 1997, I was 20 years old in nominal age, bearing the false identity of He Xiaodong. Aged 12. In the old district of Luoqiu City, I operated a billiard hall, a video hall, a welcoming team, a parking lot, and a security training facility. I was involved in the massacre case with Young Deong, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai, all of whom are now deceased. I dismantled a section of the drug production chain for the shake pill trade. My siblings' situations, Wei Pingsheng was entrusted to the tax department's Su Jianggong for guardianship. Wei Pingsheng was taken in by District Chief Yu Zhenjun of the old district. Wei Pingyang was adopted by University Professor Tang Rulong. Currently, Wei Pingsheng is being nurtured and is guiding his younger brother to gain influence. He is now the representative of his middle school and the captain of the school football team, serving as a judge for school-level competitions, with support to continue. Amidst the faint glow of firelight and fireworks, the youth faced the gravestone, documenting every minute detail of his siblings' lives. In the barren wilderness, the cold wind was biting. The live stream comments reflected a complex array of emotions. Everyone can only see the glory surrounding the other Wei children, yet no one pays any heed to Wei Xia. Not even he himself. Wei Xia had never cared for his own existence. All he recorded was the growth of his siblings, which was his true desire. In a hospital room, 25 years later, aside from the heart monitor, the dual memory retrieval machines shone brightly, wiring into operation. Wei Pingsheng's body, linked to the brainwave apparatus, suddenly trembled, as if in distress. Observers turned their attention to Wei Pingsheng as he simulated the life of the eldest son, peering at the screen. Indeed, Wei Pingsheng could no longer bear the weight. In 1997, during the simulation of the eldest son, Wei Pingsheng chose to utterly abandon the endeavor. As the eldest son, though he had made some money through business ventures in an era of precognition, he had also been repeatedly exploited and deceived. He lacked the ruthlessness required. Why? Why did every memory differ from the past? The scene unfolded at a banquet table, where the simulated Wei Pingsheng, still in nominal age of 20, appeared disheveled. With unkempt facial hair and bloodshot eyes. Empty bottles lay scattered across the table, askew. He continued to drink heavily, his garments soaked in alcohol, his emotional state deteriorating. Even at his physiological limits, Wei Pingsheng did not cease. He could no longer withstand it. Years of evasion had left his nerves frayed, on the verge of snapping. The various troubles concerning his siblings weighed like a mountain upon his chest, rendering him breathless. His eyelids grew heavy, and the heartbeat in his chest gradually weakened. In the end, as he closed his eyes, Wei Pingsheng found himself crumbling, questioning what is amiss. Why had Wei Xia, in his time as the eldest son, not experienced this? The pressure was overwhelming. With a heavy heart, Wei Pingsheng finally chose to relinquish the simulation, beginning to withdraw. The decision felt like a release. In this era, he had grown utterly weary of the incessant entanglements with his siblings, which hindered his forward momentum. If it were not for them, perhaps in this era, I could lead a fulfilling life. Managing 4 children is overwhelming and exhausting. My existence ought to be vibrant and spirited, not like this. Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pinling observe me with complex expressions. The youngest, Wei Pinling, closes her eyes and sighs softly. Second brother, you cannot bear this burden. In the live stream, the comments are devoid of mockery, instead, they convey a chilling reality. The eldest son of the Wei family faces an undeniably harsh situation. How could Wei Pingsheng possibly endure this? He believes his success in this era stems from his own merit, thinking he could rise again in the 1990s. Yet he fails to recognize the most critical aspect. In an era where opportunity and peril coexist, there are far too many formidable figures. Not to mention he is constantly pursued, forever evading confrontation, ultimately leading to his own downfall and collapse. The audience watches intently as Wei Pingsheng's body trembles on the hospital bed. His fingers shake as he opens his eyes, weary and scanning his surroundings, nearly frail. Aided by a nurse, he gazes at the flickering lights of the simulation machine, his eyes bloodshot. Damn. I do not know what situation this simulation entails. It feels far more exhausting than my initial life. The host remains silent, while Wei Pingsheng and the siblings Wei Pinling do not utter a word. Tang Rulong observes the contrasting expressions, then Ma Taigang turns his head as well. Wei Pingsheng almost immediately senses the discord in the atmosphere. Stumbling and breaking free from the nurse's grasp, he begins to replay the live stream. Wei Xia's eldest son memory recollection, concealing his parents' corpses, fabricating a fire scene. Under the guise of human trafficking, he collaborates with the police and civilians to scour the mountains. He steals a police car to pursue the assailant Yang Deong, subsequently obtaining evidence from others. He feigns gambling, coercing his grandfather to relocate, evading enemy searches. He employs black minds to restrain the assassins and orchestrates a scheme against Sun Xiaoli. Engaging in brawls with thugs, he seizes the opportunity to exact revenge on Chu Ai. Reinventing himself, he formally declares war under a false identity, infiltrating the drug cartel. He conducts extensive investigations to secure a nurturing family for himself, Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingyang. Secretly, he sets traps, cultivates his business acumen, and builds influence. Over 2 years, Wei Xia has nearly destroyed everything, becoming estranged from all. Yet, he has accomplished much. Wei Pingsheng sits in stunned despair, collapsing to the ground as he stares at the screen. The image ultimately freezes on a solitary black-haired youth, eating dumplings before a gravestone on New Year's Eve. He seems to want to convey something to Wei Xia, yet countless words choke in his throat. How could this be? How could you have done all of this? Impossible. In his memories, Wei Xia was not like this. He was merely a cowardly, greedy, selfish scoundrel. But the evidence is presented before him. Wei Xia imparts the message, eldest son, this is how it must be done. In that moment, the spark in Wei Pingsheng's eyes dims, his former vigor vanishing, leaving behind a sense of desolation. What are you doing? In the hospital room, he is left alone, crumbling, murmuring to himself. Chapter 61, The Desire for Fame and the Spirit of Experimentation in a Murmurous Reverie. Wei Pingsheng's dazed gaze reflected a new tableau. In early February of 1997, the winds howled, biting and frigid. Students concluded their winter break, gradually returning to school. What was Wei Xia engaged in? She was tirelessly navigating through various banquets, from corporate gatherings to police functions, each evening culminating in a state of inebriation and retching. Concurrently, during the day, she was preoccupied with the establishment of additional shops, contemplating operational investments. Establishments such as the Little Rabbit Video Hall and the Shengsheng Game Hall began to emerge throughout the districts of Luoqiu. At noon, Wei Xia summoned Huang Mao, seizing a moment during their meal to issue directives. Ascertain what the teachers at the school are lacking. Boss, the grade director and the educational director have expressed their needs. Some required transportation, while others yearned for luxury brands. Wei Xiao's gaze swept across the room as she gulped down her boxed lunch, nodding in acknowledgement. Deliver what they require. And inform them that we will support Pingsheng in becoming the student council's representative at the upcoming school assembly. Huang Mao nodded with a mix of complexity and departed. Subsequently, he flitted through various sectors, from the faculty dormitories to the entrances of residential complexes. At the assembly, the two listened to the broadcast from outside the campus. Unnoticed by others, the exuberant voice resonating from the loudspeakers declared, I hereby announce the final candidate for the student council representative, Wei Pingsheng. The applause thundered. Beneath the shade of a tree, Wei Xia tightened her cotton coat, applauding vigorously. Soon after, news of a flood in the neighboring county reached them. Attendees at the Mona nightclub included the owners of various chain stores and garment factories in Luoqiu, along with television reporters. Wei Xia navigated through the crowd with a beaming smile, her voice hoarse as she promised various benefits. The atmosphere was lively until the crowd dispersed, leaving Wei Xia looking pale and weakened, often lost in thought. The following day, the school's academic affairs office received a visit from several entrepreneurs. Pingsheng. These business leaders have heard about the flood and wish to donate supplies under the school's name, specifically requesting you as the representative. Overjoyed, Wei Pingsheng nodded and began organizing the students to gather donations. At the disaster site, the reporters from Luoqiu television looked on in admiration. What motivates someone your age to come here to donate supplies and participate in disaster relief? The young man stood tall, his eyes sparkling. representing the school. I also embody the social responsibility of the youth today. The news made headlines in the Luocho Morning Post and on television, where the young man's voice resonated powerfully, garnering him recognition as an educational role model among parents, and his reputation spread rapidly. Wei Pingsheng had finally emerged as the most renowned student in Luocho, adorned with various honors and basking in glory. As the Student Council representative and disaster relief spokesperson, he was celebrated as an outstanding youth of Luocho. Su Jian and his wife, upon reading the newspaper articles, were filled with excitement, working with a newfound vigor at work. That year, Wei Pingsheng, now in his third year of junior high, officially became the unrivaled figure of admiration among his peers. And what of Wei Xia? Year after year, she traversed various banquets, her past marked by violence, substance encounters, numerous injuries, and a life of assumed identities. Now, his physique has grown increasingly frail, his complexion persistently pallid, and his height has stagnated. The drug traffickers, including the bald-headed tea merchants, frequently host drinking gatherings, while the commercial sector necessitates constant relationship maintenance. The two figures stand in stark contrast. One is a spirited young student radiating optimism and vitality, the other, a speculative businessman navigating the gray areas, wears a melancholic smile. The scene is imbued with a profound sense of dissonance. In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng sits despondently, head bowed. But what about you? What will you do? In a moment of emotional unraveling, he is engulfed by an extended reminiscence. He recalls his past, where, since the second year of middle school, life seemed to unfold effortlessly before him. Initially, he rescued an elderly man and became the class leader. Subsequently, he acted heroically, vanquishing adversaries, serving as captain of the soccer team, representing his middle school, and holding a position in the student council. He remembers being interviewed multiple times, his table overflowing with love letters. In those days of triumph, he even contemplated a future where, should he not venture into business, he would embrace a life in politics. Little did he know, everything was orchestrated by him. He envisions the scenes of his visits. Wei Xia, with careful precision, instructed the elderly man to disguise himself, ensuring no flaws would be detected. He taught the breakdancing instructor how to offer praise subtly, without revealing any telltale signs. He advised the pool hall ruffians to feign anger before adopting a demeanor of intimidation, lest their true intentions be uncovered. He recalls the torrential rain during the smuggling of Adidas sneakers and the refusal to accept exorbitant offers. It was all aimed at cultivating himself into a prominent figure in Luocho City, leveraging the influence of his adoptive parents to build a business foundation. At this moment, Wei Pingsheng laboriously leans against the wall, gazing at the disheartened figure on the hospital bed, rendered speechless. Inside the room, the elderly Sun Hai-yong breathes with the harsh sounds of age, struggling to cough. He looks at the nearly dazed Wei Pingsheng with a complex expression, his tone disoriented. What do you think Wei Xia is doing? He is not merely assisting you. His gaze shifts to the scene, memories of Wei Xia's earlier recordings flooding his mind. He had never intended to abandon a sibling. Wei Pingsheng grits his teeth, his eyes sweeping across his siblings. Thus, Wei Xia must confront the drug traffickers head-on. The thought of merely evading in the simulations had already shattered him. He couldn't even spare a thought for his siblings. And he doubted Wei Xia could perform better. How could this be possible? I have felt it myself. I know how difficult and despairing it is. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng, with bloodshot eyes, fixates on the dark-haired youth in the screen. He perceives that Wei Xia is already quite weak, his capabilities nearing their limits. Thus, the barrage of comments streams in on Douyin, fervently debating. He has underestimated his brother and will never comprehend the resolve with which Wei Xia is paving a path for their siblings. Limits of capability. No. He has never contemplated such constraints. Wei Xia is unlike ordinary people, treating each day as if it were his last. Amidst the arguments, a voice suddenly resonates within the hospital room. It is somber yet resolute. Let me give it a try. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Wei Pingzheng extends his hand, pointing at the now half-empty dual testing apparatus. I will simulate the elder brother's life. Indeed. Wei Pingzheng has resolved to partake in the simulation of the elder brother's journey. Wei Pingzheng nodded as the staff completed the installation of the sensors. Subsequently, the simulation would synchronize with Wei Xiao's memory, effectively allowing him to inhabit the body of the previous simulator who had met a tragic end due to alcoholism, thus continuing the tumultuous narrative. Wei Pingzheng's expression grew serious. If his elder brother could not bear the burden, then he would step up to take on the role of the eldest. In the hospital room, journalists from various regions gathered, murmuring in astonishment and discussion. Wei Pingzheng was no ordinary individual. He was a political rising star in Dongcheng province, having participated in numerous industrial reforms at the municipal level, achieving remarkable results. The moment such a person engaged in a matter, it was likely that the outcome would be nothing short of astonishing. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Wei Pingzheng donned various sensory devices, preparing to enter the simulation. He aimed to experience life as the eldest son, distinctly different from his second brother. While the latter exuded confidence, Wei Pingzheng pursued a steadier demeanor. Simulation of Wei Pingzheng as the eldest son, the scene materialized. It was chaotic. Yet Wei Pingzheng promptly addressed the issues of his younger siblings suffering from familial emotional abuse and bullying at school. Subsequently, he contemplated how to escalate the situation, prompting an investigation into the drug trade. He began impersonating a leader to report the matter, and upon initiating inquiries into drug dealers in Dongcheng province, he swiftly took his family into hiding. The barrage of comments overflowed with admiration. Such tactics, truly befitting a political star, quickly sorting through the chaos. He began to confront the crisis. Following this, Wei Pingzheng convened a gathering with his siblings Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingzheng, and Wei Pingyang. He guided Wei Pingsheng, encouraging him to uplift his spirits and maintain a positive mindset. In the current meeting, as the eldest son, he exuded confidence, handling various affairs with an air of nonchalance, albeit with a furrowed brow. He was acutely aware that in another timeline, the Wei family's eldest son was formidable. He had to demonstrate something new. This was a world of contrasts. And he was a high-ranking official in Dongcheng province. He also wished to test whether he could alter the fate of the eldest son within the simulation. Chapter 62. Is life truly prolonged? A new scene from Wei Xiao's memories emerges. March 1997. Wei Xia has already acquired a substantial portion of the industries in the old district of Luoqiu. Presently, he holds sway over the parking spaces, billiard halls, and half of the security teams within the old town, either directly or through investments. Another fraction has been allocated to the academic director and others as resources for Wei Pingsheng. Although Wei Xia has distanced himself from the underworld alongside his brothers, he is still referred to as Black Wolf Brother by the locals. This year, he appears increasingly aged and emaciated, at the tender age of 20. He bears the visage of someone in their 30s. Once, he was a striking youth, but now only remnants of age mar his features, juxtaposed with a spirit that remains forever youthful. Huang Mao, standing nearby, possesses the countenance of a youthful man, which imbues him with an air of vitality. At that moment, his gaze pierces through the haze, laced with concern. Brother, have you quit? The ash falls from Wei Xiao's cigarette, and he understands that Huang Mao is referring to the use of narcotics. He nods, though a bitter smile crosses his lips as he gazes out the window. They still want me to partake, otherwise they won't believe me. Huang Mao grits his teeth, his expression turning fierce. Damn it. I'll gather my men and take them down. Wei Xia raises a hand, nearly stumbling as Huang Mao pulls him back, coughing through the smoke. No, it's not time yet. Outside, sirens wail intermittently, suggesting a far more stable and peaceful atmosphere than the previous year. Wei Xia squints. The crackdown on crime in '96 has caused them to recoil in fear and shrink their influence. I have yet to catch their tail. We need to send someone to continue the investigation, but they must not approach too closely, remember that. The men who follow Weisia now are the most loyal of his former underlings, and upon hearing their leader's words, they eagerly volunteer. It seems they are not headed towards peril, but rather towards great fortune. Observing his brothers, Weisia feels a swell of emotion as he begins to make choices. Considering their personalities, intellects, and their suitability for investigative work, he ultimately selects two individuals. One is named Manhon, a robust Mongolian man. The other is Yuzai, who is delicate in appearance, astute, and daring. Weisia then begins to methodically analyze how to proceed with the investigation. The adversary now possesses their own chemical factory, which undoubtedly requires raw materials. Manhon, you will assume the role of a safety officer at the chemical factory, acting as a driver to supply them with materials. I will have your photograph framed within the factory glass as a disguise to deceive them. Subsequently, I will arrange for someone to liaise with you to gain their trust. Yuzai, you will infiltrate their underground casino, posing as a cheap runner to showcase yourself and utilize mahjong to relay drug trafficking information. Here is the mahjong set I have prepared for you, ensure you carry it at all times. It contains a hidden compartment with cyanide spray. If you find yourselves in danger, use it immediately, safety is paramount. You must both remember, under no circumstances are you to engage with drugs. Weisia's final words are delivered with gravity, his voice hoarse, yet his gaze sharp. If they force you to encounter drugs, you may use acupuncture needles dipped in phenolphthalein. This reagent will manifest markings upon contact with alkaline blood, allowing you to feign the appearance of a drug addict in distress. With that, Weisia's attention shifts towards Huangmao. The Yangtze River, you must now take action. Establish contact with the dog breeding facility in Luocho City to ascertain the breeding channels for the Dogo Argentino. Subsequently, engage in the illicit transportation system for training fighting dogs, aiming to gain an advantage for future tracking endeavors. Through dog training, commence the pursuit of the adversary's warehouses and drug concealment locations. Weisia's voice was hoarse yet sharp. In the dimly lit room, smoke swirled around them. Huangmao, Yuzai, and Manhon stood resolute, their postures erect, nodding in agreement. They were acutely aware of the identity of their adversary. The three had long harbored the desire to act, proclaiming it a matter of righteousness. If Weisia forbade them, they would proceed independently. Weisia, though weary, had bright eyes as she watched their figures gradually depart. Soon, all parties began to disseminate information. Huangmao fabricated a canine vaccination registration form, reserving a blank page for tracking while simultaneously training, awaiting the opportunity to document the drug lord's hidden warehouses. Manhon officially became a driver for a chemical factory's waste treatment vehicle, covertly transporting hydrochloric acid, ether, and other essential precursor materials required for the drugs. Through connections on the streets, he became acquainted with the bold nephew. The adversary repeatedly verified this, even sending individuals to investigate the chemical factory. The factory personnel discovered that Manhon had been registered as a model worker within the factory's wallet compartment, finally leading them to believe him and permitting him to attempt to supply the materials. Upon arriving at the underground casino, Yuzai swiftly garnered the admiration of the casino boss with his sleight of hand, quickly ascending to become the boss's personal assistant, responsible for maintaining order within the establishment. Daily, he relayed various drug trafficking messages through coded terms related to mahjong. Meanwhile, Weisia began to broaden her channels, probing for information from the tea house associated with the major drug lord in Luocho City. Boss, we have traced the company behind them. It is Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company Limited in Dongcheng Province. This company is foreign-funded, established with investments from Hong Kong and Macau. Listening to her subordinate's report, Weisia squinted her eyes. The opponent's influence was indeed vast. They now faced not only the drug network in Western Yunnan but also a large foreign pharmaceutical company as a FAOD, with spies and Southeast Asian drug lords lurking in the shadows. Reflecting on how her father once dismantled 3 of their routes at the border, Weisia silently lifted her head. Father, I am proud of you. No one anticipated that in the face of such immense power, Merely 4 thugs from the small locality of Luocho City would dare to infiltrate and investigate under various guises. At that moment, the sunlight shone brightly. Yet the small room remained shrouded in darkness. The youth stood alone, facing the shadows. In the hospital room, a Mataigang, now aged and unrecognizable, observed alongside his disciple Zhao Jing, their expressions filled with astonishment. Zhao Jing recalled the news from a few years prior regarding the investigation of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, in Dongcheng Province and the standoff in western Yunnan with Southeast Asia. Numerous reports emerged, seemingly unrelated yet simultaneously explosive. They had once wondered if an invisible hand was orchestrating the events. Now, Zhao Jing gazed at the solitary figure of the youth, his expression complex as he spoke. You must confront such an organization. They are destructive forces backed by other nations, with the involvement of Southeast Asian drug lords. The energy emanating from these individuals is beyond imagination, having transcended to an entirely different realm. Even the slightest reverberation is sufficient to utterly shatter anyone. Mataigang, regaining his composure, gazed in disbelief. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the gravity of what the once carefree youth, who had expressed a willingness to become an informant, was truly up against. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Could he truly contend with adversaries of such caliber? How could he muster the courage? Exiting the simulation, this marked Wei Pingsheng's first encounter with Wei Xiao's memory recall. Presently, he stared blankly, murmuring, "Is this the kind of enemy our father must confront? He sacrificed himself, and you have chosen to continue on his path. How can one combat such foes? They are unrelenting, devoid of any moral compass." With support from foreign forces and the involvement of an entire Southeast Asian drug trafficking syndicate, along with various hired assassins. This is beyond the capacity of human effort. The barrage of comments at that moment was intricate. Did you witness that? Wei Pingsheng appears exceedingly confident, yet he remains ensnared by his own thoughts and fears. This is his vulnerability and tragedy. He lacks the fearless spirit of Wei Xiao, the unwavering resolve to battle anyone. As Wei Xiao engaged in combat, a new timeline began to unfold. The third son of the Wei family, Wei Pingsheng, the eldest son in simulation. Now, Wei Pingsheng took charge of the situation, initiating plans to organize and strategize. On one hand, he guided his younger brother, instilling confidence and encouragement in Wei Pingsheng. On the other hand, he began to display the authoritative demeanor of an eldest son, masquerading as a grassroots official to report drug traffickers. Gradually, attention began to surface in Dongcheng Province, leading to investigations, albeit at a sluggish pace. The comments now emerged. Indeed, he manages it better than Wei Pingsheng. After all, his planning and management are coherent, yet it will be difficult to see results in such a short time. He remains unaware that he shall face true adversaries formed by foreign powers, Southeast Asian drug lords, assassins, and agents converging together. Simultaneously, many gazed at another scene. A retrospective of Wei Xiao's eldest son's life. The timeline synced. Currently, Wei Xiao meticulously monitored the investigation progress of Yu Zai, Man Hon, and Huang Mao, while also guiding his brothers to invest in other districts of Luoqiu City. His establishments, such as billiard halls and video arcades, were beginning to form a chain. Now, Wei Xiao lowered his gaze to a newspaper where images of Wei Pingsheng frequently appeared. He had achieved early fame, generating significant momentum. Subsequently, his attention shifted to another photograph, Wei Pingsheng, in the late hours, within a private room at the Jinha Hotel, Lizicheng. The section chief of the economic office in the urban renovation district regarded the young man with a hint of confusion, leaning back in his chair. All the investments and developments are attributed to our economic office's efforts. You promised over 200,000 in investments within a year. What exactly do you want? A position has now opened up, and everyone is competing. A sum in the hundreds of thousands is not insignificant for a district. This achievement could potentially elevate him further. Yet, Li Ziqiang remained non-committal, gazing at Wei Xiao with curiosity. In the Old City District, there exists a child named Wei Pingjeng at Shanhua Middle School. It would be beneficial for you to take him under your wing, to imbue him with a touch of political charisma. Perhaps arranging for him to assume a position as a grassroots official. Wei Xia, in his musings, has invested considerable resources and sought various leaders. All in efforts to pave a political path for Wei Pingjeng. Section Chief Li Ziqiang squinted in curiosity. It seemed rather peculiar that such investment would be made in a mere child. Yet, he chose to acquiesce. Recognizing the necessity of this venture and not wishing to offend Wei Xia's influential connections, Li Ziqiang proceeded with a note in hand, adhering to Wei Xia's instructions. Upon arriving at the school, Li Ziqiang, under the pretense of nurturing exceptional students, selected 10 pupils, among whom was the second-year student Wei Pingjeng. Li Ziqiang personally guided Wei Pingjeng at the entrance of the county committee compound, instructing him on his gait, conversational demeanor, dismounting rhythm, posture adjustment, and the nuances of nodding during discussions. Subsequently, under the guise of educational activities, he took Wei Pingjeng to the urban village to deliver speeches, reading the evening news to the elderly and coaching him on eliminating his dialect accent. Wei Pingjeng was exhilarated, as his dialect had always been a source of insecurity, particularly since he relished the feeling of leadership and had an affinity for politics. Within a month, amidst various business associations and meetings, although still somewhat novice, Wei Pingjeng exhibited a commendable composure and eloquence. In April, Li Ziqiang met with Wei Xia, expressing his curiosity. "I find this child rather ordinary. What compels you to cultivate him?" Wei Xia smiled, yet his eyes were imbued with seriousness. "He must excel." When queried further, he offered no response, shaking his head as he departed. As night descended, Wei Xia spoke to himself, "After my demise, someone from the Wei family must take the helm. Pingjeng is overconfident yet lacks resilience, Pingyang is oblivious to the nuances of human relations, and Pingling is too fragile. Thus, I can only choose Pingjeng. And he must rise to the occasion. You are capable." A rare urgency flickered across Wei Xia's countenance as he contemplated the perilous investigation his brother was undertaking against drug traffickers, uncertain of when calamity might strike. He might not have a tomorrow, and after his passing, the Wei family would require a strong figure. How could he provide closure to his parents otherwise? In the sick room, a despondent Wei Pingjeng remained in a trance for an extended period. His gaze shifted to the opposite side of the brainwave apparatus, where Wei Pingjeng was undergoing simulation. "Third brother, do you comprehend what he is attempting? Can one else will truly reach such heights?" Wei Pingjeng pondered, addressing both himself and the frail figure on the hospital bed. He was tasked with sending individuals undercover to investigate drug dealers while contending with the vast forces behind them, all the while nurturing the childhood version of himself and preparing Wei Pingjeng to become the pillar of the Wei family's future. Pingling was still young and had not found an escape route, causing him great unease. Wei Pingjeng hesitated to embody Wei Xia's life, as it was steeped in despair, leaving only the path of perseverance upon opening his eyes. In the hospital room, the host of the late news, Luo Chiu, suddenly addressed the camera. "Many believe Wei Xia has succumbed to chaos and despair, that he has lost his sanity. However, this is far from the truth. For when sorrow approaches the brink of collapse, Wei Xia seeks solace in the presence of his parents, drawing strength from them. Moreover, he solely paves the way for his younger siblings, utterly indifferent to how he is treated. He harbors no negative emotions. Being misunderstood or slandered holds no significance for him. It's just..." The voice of the evening news anchor faltered, tinged with sorrow. "It's just what will he do? Life is an extensive journey. What will he do?" Chapter 63, Ahat, April 1997. In the old city, the new district is witnessing a burgeoning array of shops. With the overarching trend of economic development and market demand, commerce is thriving. Observers have noted that the once modest video rental store in the old city is gradually becoming a multi-regional chain. Meanwhile, Wei Xia has been apprehended multiple times for fighting and drug use. His aggressive market tactics have angered local merchants, leading to reports against him and an investigation by the Commercial Development Group. Business collaborations have yielded dissatisfaction among local representatives, culminating in direct investigations and arrests. Furthermore, he has faced the scrutiny of a tax representative from the new district, incurring substantial fines. In a matter of months, Waisia has endured a series of harrowing incidents involving government and business, and he has just been released. Inside the office of the video rental store in the new district, Lu Huangmao presents Waisia with a new outfit, vociferously expressing his anger. Damn it. These bastards are just after our money. If we don't pay, they arrest us. If we pay too little, they still arrest us. It's worse than being on the streets. Waisia remains unperturbed, engrossed in the new information he has gathered. Boss, we have news from Tianhai, Lu Huangmao reports. His demeanor shifting to one of seriousness upon reviewing the documents. Those drug dealers plan to build a factory in the northern suburbs of Luochio, claiming it is for constructing a new facility to support local economic development and resolve employment issues. He points to a photograph in the newspaper, frowning. Now, both the Commercial Development Group and the Employment Bureau have officials involved, including over 20 officials from various districts, including the new district. Their connections are quite formidable. At that moment, Waisia's gaze deepens as he scrutinizes the faces of the officials. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited is a substantial entity, poised to become a major taxpayer in the future, which explains the officials' eagerness to support it. No one suspects that beneath the guise of a pharmaceutical company lurks a network of drugs and foreign infiltration. The intention behind establishing a factory here is to unleash drug proliferation, effectively transforming Luochio into a miniature Colombia. And what about Yuzai and Manhan? Waisia inquires. Yuzai has passed along a considerable amount of information, and Manhan has uncovered some of the storage locations in recent times. However, they are currently probing from the periphery. Upon hearing this, Waisia nods, his voice hoarse but resolute. Do not approach too closely, just ascertain the general locations. I will handle the rest. His youthful eyes gleam with a sharp intensity, exuding a chilling resolve. This matter is his to resolve, and he has no intention of dragging others into it. Lu Huangmao continues to arrange for surveillance of the tea houses, while Waisia begins dialing the phone number of Ma Taigang, the captain of the narcotics unit. Captain Ma, I wish to report several locations suspected of drug processing and storage. If not regulated, Luochio is likely to become the next Yecheng, plagued by rampant drug activity. I recommend establishing an investigative team immediately. On the other end of the line, Ma Taigang's voice is tinged with confusion. What? Have these people crossed you as well? He recalls the previous investigation into Yecheng, during which Waisia had personally visited to help dismantle the drug dealers. A street thug, someone who frequents the palace, surely has ulterior motives. The indifference in Ma's tone provokes a coldness in Waisia's voice. Crossed me? What are these matters that you are more aware of than I? If you cannot uncover any information, then so be it. Now that I have provided you with information, why do you remain inactive? What kind of drug enforcement officers are you? Waisia's demeanor was evidently amiss, yet Ma Taigang was also infuriated, rebuking him sharply. You have also dabbled in this. What right do you have to question me? Who knows if you intend to use this as a pretext to harm me? The air was thick with tension as Waisia took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. I apologize, Captain Ma, but this matter must be addressed urgently. If this substance spreads, it will endanger many lives. In the small room, Waisia seemed to once again see the silhouette of his father, his knuckles turning pale from clenching too tightly. This was over 4,000 kilometers from the southwestern edge. Something that countless drug enforcement officers and soldiers risked their lives to protect. The youth was enveloped in solitude, worry, and his hoarse voice betrayed a myriad of emotions. Ma Taigang, perplexed, discerned that the young thug was not in a good state. What exactly was this boy up to? Why the concern over the rampant drug issue when he himself was involved? All right, I will commence the investigation on my end. What assistance do you require? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before the voice shifted slightly. A set of drug enforcement officer attire or a hat would suffice. Even shoes, anything that you provide will do. Mataigang fell silent, uncertain of Weisia's intentions. Understood. We will leave it beside the video hall on Chanhua Street for you to collect. Thank you, Captain Ma. For some reason, this address of Captain Ma felt markedly different from before. In the hospital, the aged Mataigang lowered his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. The raspy voice echoed clearly in his memory. Anything you provide will do. At this moment, the raspy tone seemed almost sharp enough to tear through another dimension of time. It was only when he caught sight of a fresh memory that he realized it was an ordinary police officer's hat issued to a drug enforcement unit. However, it was upright, adorned with a badge. Solemn, sacred. Indeed, that year, Mataigang had given that young thug nothing more than a hat. Just that. In the small room, at the wash basin, before the mirror, the wrapped hat was placed neatly aside as Weisia vigorously rubbed his hands. The scars and calluses on his hands were washed clean, yet he did not cease scrubbing with fervor. These hands had once been tainted with the blood of criminals. Had once come into contact with drugs. They were soiled beyond measure. He had to cleanse them thoroughly. Only then could he lift the hat. Staring almost reverently at the badge upon it. As he donned the hat, he tugged at the floral shirt he wore with dissatisfaction. The shirt appeared disheveled. Reeking of a thug's essence. Weisia fastened every button, tucking the hem into his belt, smoothing it out. He meticulously arranged it until not a wrinkle remained. Before he gazed at the reflection in the mirror. A sincere smile gradually faded as he raised his right hand in salute. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn. The raspy voice rang out, resolute and powerful. I willingly embrace the role of a new recruit at the police academy. Pledging to dedicate everything for the badge upon my chest, for the people, for the common folk, and for justice. I shall eradicate all forms of poison and peril that threaten the populace. The mountains and rivers stand as monuments, history shall not remember us. With each deliberate word, Weisia spoke slowly, the young man in the mirror saluting with a straightened back and fervent spirit. In this moment, he truly felt alive, not merely as the eldest son of the Wei family, a mere automaton seeking vengeance and protecting his kin. This was the heart of a narcotics officer. Akin to his father's, reminiscent of the man who dismantled 3 major drug trafficking routes in the southwest. The youth muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement. Report. Code 2943, Narcotics Officer Weisia, requesting to return to duty. Like a child, with a hint of youthful exuberance. Weisia recalled the officers he had seen at the police academy, bouncing with energy as they meticulously adjusted their hats time and again. He turned on the music, which resonated with solemn melodies. Left attention at ease. No one knew that within this dilapidated room, a wayward youth was measuring something profound. Yet, his solemn demeanor suggested that he had indeed discovered a belief to which he could wholly dedicate his life. The youth stood with gravity, the badge austere. At this moment, he was Weisia, not a vicious wolf, not an informant, nor a businessman navigating the realm of indulgence. He was a narcotics officer. He understood that he could never truly become one, yet he possessed a hat bestowed upon him by the narcotics division. In the hospital room, memories echoed with unwavering resolve. Report, Code 2943, Narcotics Officer Weisia, requesting to return to duty. Mataigang suddenly trembled, gazing at his nearly uncontrollable arms. Emotions surging within his chest. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, breaking in that instant. With a nasal tone, he spoke through his tears, observing the youth salute with solemnity. The floral shirt and the dignified hat seemed incongruous, yet it was as if he had found a sense of belonging amidst desolation. I am Narcotics Officer Weisia, requesting to return to duty. No one knew. The narcotics officer Luochio did not bear your name, yet many would come to remember it in the days ahead. Mataigang broke free from Zhao Jing's supportive grasp, trembling yet resolute. With a quavering yet determined voice, he proclaimed, 2943, approved for duty. The words reverberated throughout the hospital room. On the bed, the middle-aged man, covered in tattoos, breathed weakly, the mist from the respirator gradually dissipating. It seemed even his chest no longer rose and fell. The attending physician observed the ECG data in silence, noting his ever-worsening condition. The heartbeat slowed, and blood oxygen saturation continued to dwindle. In the ward, the host scrutinized the middle-aged figure, only to suddenly notice the scarred fingers of Wasia on the bed tremble slightly. His cracked lips whispered soundlessly, as if to say, "Received." In that moment, the middle-aged figure began to merge with a youthful memory. Narcotics Officer Wasia, received. Chapter 64, Time is insufficient. A new scene unfolds. It is April. The early days of spring, with a sharp, biting wind. Wasia remains clad in a heavy cotton coat. Her gaze fixed upon the documents before her. These are the meticulously organized files compiled by Lu Huangmao and his team, detailing various families in the vicinity. This one won't do. Look, this family's child perished due to a lack of care, missing the optimal time for treatment, she remarks. This family is relatively well off, but rumors suggest their relationship is fraught, and a divorce seems imminent. East District. It's rather chaotic there. Numerous delinquents lurk around during school hours. Indeed. Wasia has begun the search for a new adoptive family for her younger sister, Wei Pingling. The child possesses a fragile disposition, prone to feelings of inferiority. It is essential to find a stable family that can provide her with understanding and support. Otherwise, how will she cope with bullying in the future? When I am no longer here, who will protect her? As she continues to sift through the documents, Wasia murmurs to herself, her voice hoarse and unmelodious, yet imbued with a tenderness that nearly overflows. This has become a familiar refrain, and Lu Huangmao's eyes redden as he feels an inexplicable weight in his heart. He wipes away his tears, reflecting on the elder brother who endured more suffering than anyone else, feeling as though he were a true sibling. At that moment, Wasia furrows her brow and delivers a sharp slap to Lu Huangmao. However, her piercing gaze soon softens. I am sorry, but you must not speak like that in the future. Meeting Lu Huangmao's defiant eyes, Wasia maintains a serious demeanor. You all must live well. You must reach the age of 100. You need to truly experience this world and perhaps catch glimpses of my presence within it. As she speaks, her gaze suddenly dims, her voice faltering as she turns back to the documents. Never mind, it won't happen. A sense of desolation fills the room. Waisia's voice continues to resonate, her whispers blending with the rustling of papers. It is imperative to find a family that is warm yet strong. One that can truly care for Pingling. This child, so timid from a young age, deserves to grow up in warmth and love, so she can learn to embrace the world. The dark-haired youth lowers his head, attentively reflecting on his younger sister, his features softening. Lu Huangmao, still with reddened eyes, nods earnestly. I will continue to send my brothers to gather information. In the afternoon, as school draws to a close, Wasia coughs, listening to Li Ziqiang's response. That child is beginning to exude some presence. He is no longer timid and possesses a certain depth. It seems we are seeing initial results. Indeed, it has been arduous. Waisia replies with a smile, then waves her hand, summoning others over. Wei Pingzheng has recently been reading the evening news to the elderly in the urban village. Next, have someone spread the word at school, claiming there will be a staged fight at the Tianji Internet CAF at the intersection. Let us observe how he handles the ensuing conflicts. Before long, Wei Pingzheng inadvertently learns that two groups of school delinquents have arranged a confrontation at the Tianji Internet CAF, with several classmates involved. Gritting his teeth, he makes his way there. Though clad in ordinary attire, Wei Pingzheng walks with his hands clasped behind his back, his gait gradually taking on an air of dignity. Moreover, the approach was adjusted to focus on the mutual interests of both parties, seizing upon the sentiments of the students involved who wished to avoid physical conflict, thereby initiating the mediation process. Consequently, both sides quickly ceased hostilities. As a result, Wei Pingzheng was awarded the Outstanding Youth Award by the Luoqiu Education Bureau. Subsequently, Wei Xia arranged for a visit to an abandoned lime pit in the suburbs, which had become perilously unsafe due to the previous heavy rains that had loosened the safety barriers. He enlisted several small delinquents to masquerade as carefree children playing by the lime pit during the stormy weather. Under the political machinations of Li Ziqiang, Wei Pingzheng also arrived at the scene, promptly noticing the compromised safety barriers and recognizing the grave danger posed should anyone fall in. He swiftly devised a plan to entice a few delinquents away from the perilous situation by inviting them to play games. As a result of his timely intervention, Wei Pingzheng naturally earned the gratitude of the parents involved while he faced a reporter from Luoqiao City. The issue of safety precautions was paramount, and it was imperative to continue strengthening infrastructure and maintenance. Wei Pingzheng did not allow himself to become complacent. He raised pertinent questions with a composed demeanor, gradually exuding an air of authority. This interview also led to Wei Pingzheng being referred to as a young official by the Luoqiao Daily. Numerous publications echoed this sentiment, praising Wei Pingzheng's inherent aptitude for governance. Following the release of these articles, the media swiftly received the related funds sent by Wei Xia, who energetically pursued further promotional efforts. Li Ziqiang observed the entire process in astonishment, remarking on the remarkable ambition displayed by the young boy. As dusk fell, Wei Xia gazed at the school, shaking her head in disappointment, feeling that progress was too slow and urging for a quicker pace. It was only after Li Ziqiang departed that Wei Xia, in solitude, rolled up her sleeves, examining her frail, scarred arms, marked by countless needle punctures. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng reflected on the entire sequence of events in her mind. Now, Wei Xia had begun to mentor her third brother. This endeavor involved intricate calculations and strategies that entailed delinquents, officials, and media, evoking a moment of disorientation within her from the depth of her scheming. She then turned to observe her third brother, Wei Pingzheng, as he emulated the role of an elder son. At the same point in time, Wei Pingzheng was simultaneously engaged in reporting drug dealers and strategizing a counteroffensive, while also instructing Wei Pingzheng. Wei Pingzheng commenced his education in business planning, market environment forecasting, and commercial competition, learning how to diffuse conflicts and sow discord among rivals. It seemed to be progressing well. However, Wei Pingzheng could only manage a bittersweet smile as she spoke. Third brother, when you step out of this simulation and reflect on your youthful experiences, what will you think? It appears your political journey was predetermined and paved by others. The comments on Douyin and live broadcasts also surfaced. Did you see that? Wei Xia has used all the profits from her business during this period, aside from what her subordinates earned, to offer gifts. The billiard hall, the parking lot, these have all been given to school leaders, various businessmen, and officials to smooth the paths for Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingzheng in their pursuits of business and politics, cultivating their reputations. He has hardly left anything for himself. In another live stream, psychologist Yang Shao observed, analyzing the situation with complexity. Most importantly, even in the event of failure in nurturing, the worst outcome would merely expose Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingzheng, yet the adversaries would hesitate to take action. This is due to the fact that their adoptive parents hold significant positions. One is the head of the taxation bureau, while the other serves as the district chief of the old city. Moreover, both Zhao Pingsheng and Zhao Pingzheng are prominent figures among the youth in Luoqiao City, and any incident involving them would have far-reaching repercussions. Wei Xia possesses astute strategies, meticulously ensuring the protection of all involved, both overtly and covertly. Chapter 65, The Journey Ahead. Many years later, as the summer of 97 approached, Wei Xia returned home infrequently, yet each time, she sought out Wei Pingling. Observing her sister clutching a new rabbit plush toy, Wei Xia spoke in hushed tones. Pingling, you must learn to be braver in the future. With a naive tilt of her head, Wei Pingling gazed up, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Why? Wei Xia averted her gaze, looking out the window instead. As you grow, it's essential to be bold. You cannot always shrink back when faced with challenges. Set your goals and dreams, and pursue them fearlessly. What is your dream? She inquired gently. Wei Pingling pondered for a while, her eyes gleaming with aspiration. I want to sing. I wish to become a singer so that everyone will love me. Her passion for singing was evident, pure and hopeful. Then sing boldly, Weisia encouraged, a hint of unspoken concern lacing her words. Yet, upon hearing this, Wei Pingling fell silent, her gaze dropping to her worn clothes, her fingers nervously clutching the rabbit's ears. She felt apprehensive, singing would draw many listeners. And she feared their judgment. More so, she dreaded the possibility of being bullied. Weisia watched her sister with deep worry. Wei Ping and Wei Zhang possessed stable, even confident personalities, and even their younger sister, Ping Yang, had a resilient spirit, capable of facing challenges alone with remarkable self-regulation. However, Pingling was the one who caused her the most concern. This child was timid, with a fragile disposition, lacking the ability to cope with setbacks. She might struggle immensely when faced with adversity. In reflection, Weisia knelt down to meet the anxious little girl's eyes. Do you miss Mom and Dad? Do you wonder when they will come home? Mom and Dad. Wei Pingling's eyes brightened, her small hands tightening around the rabbit plush, and she nodded eagerly. Then let us wait. When you can sing into the tape recorder they left behind, filling the room with your music. Their voices and messages will come to you from that very machine. Though a flicker of disbelief crossed her features, Wei Pingling's anticipation grew as she looked at Weisia. Soon after, she retreated into her room, timidly beginning to practice her singing. She eagerly awaited the day she would see their parents again, believing that perhaps then, all her fears would dissipate. As her sister began her practice, Weisia returned to her own room, isolating herself as well. She retrieved the sole remnant of their parents, the tape recorder. Carefully, she removed the small tape, placing it against the insulating pad in the compartment, then pried it open to replace the tape, positioning it under the magnifying glass to ensure accuracy. Next, she meticulously soldered the circuit board, reconnecting the broken points. Only by triggering these connections could she prevent the magnetic head from melting and retrieve the contents. Surrounding her desk were numerous technical manuals, including various disassembly functions for the tape recorder and tapes. She worked diligently, learning, installing, and organizing in tandem. Weisia toiled into the night, her eyes bloodshot, utterly exhausted. Having arranged everything meticulously, Weisia muttered to herself while welding the final details. Shaolin. When you hear this, you must have become a grand vocalist. Once the tape of the recorder melted and was damaged, I would be able to play the hidden tape. Our parents are most concerned about you, for you are the youngest and possess a timid heart. I share that concern for you. Let me sing you a song, a melody that our parents often sang during your childhood. As the recorder powered on, Weisia inserted the concealed tape, cleared her throat, and prepared earnestly. The scene then shifted, and Weisia appeared in the living room holding the recorder. Wei Pingling, clutching a rabbit plush toy, gazed at the recorder and tape left by their parents, her eyes bright with anticipation. At that moment, Weisia shook the Journey to the West tape in her hand, beginning to instruct her younger sister on how to disassemble it. While demonstrating, she forcefully pried open the tape head, revealing a note embedded within. She then pressed the play button. As the theme song of Journey to the West began to play, Weisia adjusted the volume in front of Wei Pingling, tapping out a Morse code signal, 3 long beeps and 2 short. This was a hint to unveil the adhesive, though Wei Pingling did not notice. Weisia continued her demonstrations, knowing that her sister was still young and would comprehend it all in due time. Receiving the recorder left by their parents, and with the opportunity to hear their messages, Wei Pingling rarely smiled, cradling the recorder and singing along with her delicate voice. In that moment, Weisia merely listened, closing her eyes. This was her youngest sister, the one she worried about most. In the hospital room, Wei Pingling reflected on the details of her memories. Her thoughts gradually returned to days gone by, filled with anticipation. It turned out that he had invested so much thought into it. She instructed her assistant to retrieve the old recorder from home and bring it to her. As she examined the worn-out device, marked by scratches and the passage of time, Wei Pingling delicately traced the faded marks with her fingers, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Skillfully, she placed the tape inside. Selecting the Journey to the West song, and pressed the 3 long and 2 short buttons, peeling back the adhesive pad. At that moment, the hospital room was silent. And the aged recorder emitted a raspy sound, rich with nostalgia. The moon is bright, the wind is calm, the leaves shield the window pane, the crickets chirp. Akin to the sound of strings. Mother used to sing it this way, Shaoling, now I shall teach you. It was the youthful voice of Wei Xia, weary yet tender. It captured a brother's exhaustive devotion and almost indulgent concern for his youngest sister. Yet that year, aside from himself, no one knew. Wei Pingling listened, her expression dreamy, as the sounds from the recorder continued to emanate. She recalled her former self, who once hesitated to sing. It was only after receiving the recorder from their parents that she began to sing and record on her own. In those moments, she felt as though her parents were right there with her, encouraging her. Yet, she remained fixated on waiting for the tapes to fill the room. Yearning to see her parents, oblivious to the underlying issues. After graduation, she became preoccupied with her career, and although she still cherished the recorder, she had forgotten the words of Wei Xia from before. He had originally concealed his innermost thoughts here. To be precise, she had not used it since then. The antiquated tape recorder emitted a song that played incessantly, enveloping the world in a near silence. After a prolonged moment, Wei Pingling finally spoke. Since 1997. We have not crossed paths with him again. How has he fared since then? Wei Pingsheng nodded thoughtfully, reminiscing about the past. Indeed. I have not seen him since. He has been infiltrating drug trafficking organizations and discreetly opposing Tianhai Pharmaceutical. Some have begun to support the young politician, nurturing his political acumen and reputation, while Pingyang was taken in and raised by Professor Tang Rulong, and you two were sent away that year. And then, how did he survive? In 1997, that young man with dark hair vanished from everyone's sight. The next time we encountered him, he was a middle-aged man, armed and resisting arrest, barely clinging to life on a hospital bed. They remain oblivious to the events that transpired in between. Now, all eyes are fixed upon the bed. Chapter 66, Reading is his passion. February 9, 2025. For others, it was merely the most commonplace period from mid-January to early February. This time might simply serve as an opportunity for familial visits and the mundane cadence of daily life. However, for one individual, the live broadcast from February 1995 to early August 1997 marked a precipitous turning point in his existence. The mining town, once desolate, now attracts many to pay their respects. The once neglected stream, overgrown with wild grass, has now become a site where paper boats are gently released. These boats, adorned with candles, float along, illuminating the water. A young boy, backpack slung over his shoulder, gazes upward at the caves of yesteryear. He reflects on a time 30 years prior when a similarly aged madman had appeared in this very spot. The valley lies barren, with many car parts decaying, their surfaces mottled with rust and cloaked in moss. Deep within the valley, an unmarked gravestone, though weathered by the elements, revealed signs of care once bestowed upon it. Originally entwined with wild smoke and creeping vines, it now flourishes with an abundance of flowers. Figures emerge from the remnants of the Wei family home, which had been consumed by flames 3 decades ago. The dilapidated walls, long neglected, have vanished, leaving only ruins where wild grass thrives. They remember the day the fire was extinguished, the ash-covered boy kneeling here, looking up to inform his family that he had set the blaze, while his parents had departed. In that moment, Wei Xiao's eyes remained tranquil, devoid of upheaval. He, too, was uncertain of the trajectory his life would take thereafter. The Phoenix reporter bowed silently, words unspoken. The reporters from Luo Chiuchen and Southern News averted their gazes, their heads bowed. Local villagers, witnessing such a congregation of journalists for the first time, were reminded of past incidents involving human traffickers scouring the mountains. The elderly village chief, trembling, arrived, wiping away tears, bowing repeatedly, and murmuring softly, "Thank you." Thank you for remembering them. Suddenly, the Phoenix reporter smiled, though his gaze was cold. The boy who had once been trapped here, with no one willing to lend a hand, now found himself celebrated as Wasio's name soared, as others feigned compassion in honor of his parents. The reporter's voice lowered, his eyes fixed on the ruins. Did the world only begin to recognize him when he was on the brink of death? In the hospital room, the aging narcotics officer, Ma Taigang, watched intently, alongside his apprentice, Zhao Jing. Professor Tang Rulong, Officer San Haiyang, nurses, Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling were all gathered. 8 pairs of eyes converged on the hospital bed, as at that moment, the heart monitor emitted a shrill, piercing sound. Wei Xia, whose breath had been faint and whose chest nearly caved in, seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus. Blood oxygen saturation plummeted, and vital signs weakened. The nurses and doctors, with grave expressions, swiftly began adjusting equipment and administering medication to revive him. The scene continued to unfold. The technician responsible for tracing brainwave activity watched with a furrowed brow. Perhaps Wei Xia was nearing one of the most arduous moments of his recollections. It was only in such instances that he would experience profound emotional turmoil, even contemplating the relinquishment of life itself. Wei Pingyang turned to meet Wei Pingling's gaze, witnessing the shock reflected in her eyes. What could possibly transpire that would cause Wei Xia, who has endured the calamity of annihilation and betrayal, to finally reach his breaking point? At that moment, the brainwave device illuminated the scene. It was the winter of 1997, during the holiday season. As the festive atmosphere began to wane, Wei Xia perused the newspapers. The Luoqiao Evening News occupied nearly a third of its space with the headline, 15-year-old official rescues children. Below, on the desk, lay several other newspapers, all reporting on the political news concerning Wei Ping. An incident had occurred at Tianji Internet CF, where a violent altercation involving weapons took place, with dozens of individuals involved, only to be halted by a student. The articles extolled this student, praising his youth and eloquence. Others lauded his spirit of heroism, stating he upheld the legacy of his predecessors and set a commendable example. Wei Xia, rarely seen smiling, collected the newspapers with care and began his studies. His desk was cluttered with texts on modern economics, classical economics, as well as various geography and political science books, spanning topics from middle school to university level. The learning process proved arduous for him, yet he persevered, focusing intently. The pages were worn and his handwriting clear. Each time Lu Hongmao and his associates arrived, Wei Xia would swiftly lock away his books in the drawer, igniting Lu Hongmao's curiosity about what secrets his leader might be concealing. On one occasion, when Wei Xia went out, Lu Hongmao had secretly peeked inside. The pages were filled with notes, self-taught without guidance, revealing the struggles and exhaustion Wei Xia must have faced during his studies. Despite the overwhelming challenges and uncertainty about tomorrow, he continued to learn, not only for his own future battles but also to assist his younger siblings. It was an immense burden, yet he bore it alone. Liu Huangmao's vision blurred with unshed tears as he continued to flip through the new materials. Currently, Wei Xia was studying a book on judicial examinations, an essential resource for civil service candidates. It encompassed legal knowledge, jurisprudence, criminal procedure, and commercial law. As he opened the book, he encountered a judicial examination question. The case details were as follows: Defendant A, male, 33 years old, Russian, co-pilot. On December 19, 1985, Defendant A, along with Captain B and other crew members, piloted Flight 234, an An-24 civil aviation passenger plane, executing the task of Civil Aviation Administration Flight 101. When the aircraft was airborne, Defendant A, seizing the opportunity while the navigator was in the restroom, deceived the mechanic into leaving the cockpit under the pretense of a mechanical failure, subsequently locking the cockpit door, manipulating the autopilot, and coercing Captain B at knife point to alter the flight path eastward. Forced to comply, the aircraft landed in a foreign agricultural field. Question: Is defendant a subject to criminal law within our jurisdiction? Below is Wei Xia's case analysis. This case pertains to the special applicability of criminal law. Although defendant A is a foreign national, judicial authorities possess the right to exercise jurisdiction over his criminal actions. Firstly, A's hijacking of the aircraft constitutes a violation of the three conventions and simultaneously aligns with the obligations stipulated in Article 9 of the criminal law, pertaining to crimes outlined in international treaties ratified or joined by major powers. Secondly, Article 6. Paragraph 13 of the criminal law stipulates that all crimes committed in the realm of a great nation, unless specifically provided for by law, shall be subject to this law. Liu Huangmao, though not extensively educated, perused the numerous examination papers produced by Weixia, which displayed a clear analytical structure and an almost effortless mastery of the legal provisions required for various judicial examinations. The elegant script in regular script was both dignified and commendable. In addition to this, there were numerous historical questions, including perspectives on historical figures such as Yuan Chonghorn. As Liu Huangmao's fingers brushed against the words, tears welled in his eyes. He was unaware of the hours Weixia had dedicated to this endeavor. He only observed how Weixia's time was predominantly consumed by managing his younger siblings and confronting drug trafficking syndicates. A sudden thought struck him. What would his leader be like had he not endured these experiences? The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Liu Huangmao to hastily wipe away his tears. Reddened eyes quickly concealing everything as if he were oblivious. The door swung open, revealing Weixia, who returned with a radiant smile and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Subsequently, plans were made for the fish vendors to dine in the new district, marking a team-building event to celebrate the brothers' newfound professional advancements. However, I have matters to attend to and shall not join you, you can take them instead, he instructed with renewed seriousness as he retreated to his room. This time, Liu Huangmao refrained from inquiring about his intentions, for he understood that his leader was in dire need of time, engrossed in his studies. The image of Weixia's unbridled anger and hatred towards drugs flashed through his mind. He earnestly wished to become a narcotics officer, yet he felt it was unattainable. In that moment, Liu Huangmao lowered his gaze, turning away in solitude. After all, those who pave the way for others with their own lives often find their paths obscured. Chapter 67, Times May Change, Yet Matters Remain, A Modern Hospital. Zhao Jing, still in the bloom of youth, found his sharp gaze momentarily frozen. He was suddenly reminded of a previous scene, amidst heavy snowfall. A young boy stood outside the police academy, holding an umbrella, his eyes fixated on the solemn oath-taking ceremony. A solitary figure steeped in despair. Now, Ma Taigang coughed, trembling, aged like withered bones. He extended a finger toward the image, his voice feeble. You, my boy. A bitter smile crossed his lips. You spoke to me. Zhao Jing supported his mentor, his eyelids drooping, unable to bear the sight any longer. He would not speak of it, for he still sought vengeance, still yearned for bloodshed. Such a person could hardly wish to burden others or entangle them in his turmoil. He was even reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Becoming a narcotics officer was merely his dream. He harbored illusions, yet was painfully aware of the need to shatter them. His words trailed off, and Zhao Jing remained silent for an extended period. Yet, he was indeed an exceptional candidate. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a promising prospect for a narcotics officer. Had he taken on that role, he would have undoubtedly been the finest of warriors. In early 2025, at the Hunan Police Academy, two newly admitted students sat in their dormitory, engrossed in a live broadcast. The screen froze on the image of a solitary youth secluding himself in a room, preparing for the judicial examination. One of the freshmen picked up a police cap, examining the emblem, recalling the days spent studying until dizzy. For them, this scene evoked a sense of helplessness, yet it was the very aspiration of that boy. He was obsessed, entranced, even reveling in it. Had life been devoid of tumult, he might have emerged as one of the most remarkable individuals at the academy. One of the finest narcotics officers. Wouldn't he? The two freshmen exchanged glances, their eyes settling on the badge. The atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. To forge a spirit of loyalty, to cultivate a sense of justice, to embody righteousness. On Weibo, the broadcast continued. The barrage of comments seemed to brew an overwhelming tide of emotions, surging forth with unprecedented intensity. Many women, upon witnessing this, felt an acute pang of empathy. Let him have his chance. Why can't even his final dream be realized? How could a person remain mired in the muck of life forever? Can't we allow him a moment of joy, just once? Since his parents departed, the last glimmer in his life, apart from family, has been his dreams. Yet he cannot even deceive himself. Only a painfully lucid individual could be so cruel, tearing apart his final light. Weisia has never relished the life of a thug. Can't he live once, just for himself, just this once? The new scenes continued to unfold. Now, Weisia had departed, no longer studying or solving problems. He was busy. Boss. We have already identified several suspicious locations in Luocho City where our trained dogs have been deployed. The newly developed breeding area in Luocho City is filled with numerous abandoned farms, exuding a foul odor, making it an ideal setting for the cultivation and refinement of toxic substances. The old city's welcome community stands as one of the most upscale neighborhoods in the past decade, characterized by its exorbitant prices and meticulous entry records. Currently, it is entirely occupied by Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, which ostensibly serves as a high-level management apartment. Liu Huangmao reported with a somber expression. It is evident from several suspected locations that the adversary harbors significant intentions. Areas that are difficult to access or reeking with strong odors pose considerable challenges for investigation, requiring notable effort even from narcotics officers. Liu Huangmao proceeded to report further developments. Secondly, the pharmaceutical company has begun its expansion and is currently in the promotional phase. A plethora of newspapers and magazines has emerged before Weisia. The Luocho Morning News headlines, "Pharmaceutical giant may settle in Luocho, poised to become a new tax contributor." The Southern Gazette reports that Tianhai Pharmaceutical anticipates the construction of a factory, which is expected to create 100,000 employment opportunities for Luocho City. These figures are not exaggerated and are based on previous statistics from Tianhai Pharmaceutical. Consequently, various media outlets have rallied to cover the story. Weisia casually picked up a few publications, scanning through them, when a business card slipped out. It was presented by a representative of Tianhai Pharmaceutical, extending an invitation for the boss to attend a banquet. Thirdly, the tea house previously frequented by Lu Chong and others has vanished, rebranded as the Luocho Tea Sales Base. Everything seems to align with the shifting tides of time. At that moment, Liu Huangmao maintained a composed demeanor, though his expression grew increasingly grave. They have concealed their activities more profoundly, and Tianhai Pharmaceutical appears to aspire to mingle among officials under the guise of a businessman. Upon mentioning this, Huangmao exhibited a hint of concern. Should the adversary establish connections within official circles, it would become significantly more challenging to contend with them. Weisia remained silent, diligently sifting through a multitude of documents, seeking, categorizing, then identifying. The pig farm and welcome community each deployed personnel for surveillance. He remained poised and patient, his gaze resolute and serene, brimming with confidence. Yes, even if the opponent is formidable and ever-evolving, he would not yield to fear. Regardless of how times change or what the future holds, he would find and seize them. At this moment, Weisia lifted his gaze, his voice hoarse yet piercing, the determination in his eyes unwavering. Judgment awaits. A new scene unfolded. The personnel Weisia had dispatched commenced their covert observation of the welcome community. Meanwhile, the pig farm had also assigned individuals to monitor around the clock. In the dilapidated house he rented, the walls were yellowed and moldy, carrying a dampness that felt oppressive. Yet, Weisia paid little mind, fixating instead on the multitude of photographs, relational diagrams, and various pieces of evidence adorning the wall. This included fingerprint information extracted from the Chanhua guest house, images, and garments from the old Fan farmhouse. Additionally, there were various DNA comparison reports from the provincial hospital, an array of toxicological photographs, as well as historical storage records and transportation routes. Even fingerprints retrieved from the ancestral way residents were included. For this purpose, Wei Xia spared no expense in acquiring the necessary equipment to begin identifying characteristics. Capacitive sensors, noise reduction processors, and self-taught techniques for enhancing contrast and binarization were employed. Presently, he scrutinized the palm print extraction photographs obtained from the Chanhua guest house. After a brief processing phase, converting the images into black and white binary format, he meticulously examined the minutiae of ridge endings and bifurcation points, distinguishing various shapes such as arcs, rings, and spirals. Every detail is meticulously magnified until it is preserved with utmost clarity. On the other side lies a brand new computer running algorithms. Although devoid of a matching database, Wei Xia has independently devised a simple comparative model, awaiting the discovery of the corresponding fingerprint to commence the comparison. Establishing similarity and threshold parameters is a formidable task, requiring a delicate balance between false positives and false negatives. This is no trivial endeavor. The comparison proves to be challenging, yet Wei Xia has never relinquished hope. Subsequently, he carefully packages the materials into a pre-prepared brown paper bag, which is sealed with twine, prominently inscribed with 3 characters, Lu Chongjiang. Indeed, this is the name of the individual known as Huang Mao. At that moment, Wei Xia rises, a man now consumed by years of alcoholism, forced into substance abuse, bearing the scars of past altercations. He is not tall and appears older and frailier than his peers. Yet he remains indifferent, muttering to himself, Chongjiang. If I were to suddenly pass away, take this bag to the head of the narcotics team in Luochuo City, Captain Ma Taigang, and hand it over to him. Outside, the sun shines brightly, yet it fails to illuminate this room. The walls are marred with mildew, as the young man coughs, calmly addressing everything as if preparing for the inevitable. In a hospital ward, a healthy and robust Wei Pingsheng observes this scene, somewhat disoriented. What was he doing in 1997? After being taken in by the head of the tax bureau, Su Jianggong, he became a prominent figure at school, leading a football team to commendable achievements in Dongcheng province, and was even taken on a trip to the south. Wei Pingyong also watches, his gaze inadvertently lowered. The version of himself from that year seemed to revel in the joy of endless books, spending each day in the sunlit living room, curled up on a soft sofa, reading and studying. He even believed he was diligent and earnest. His adoptive parents would occasionally check on him, filling his life with warmth and happiness. At this moment, Wei Pingling glances at the nearby tape recorder, her fists clenched tightly. That year, she was still singing, accompanied by the tape recorder, beginning to immerse herself in the joy of music, often fantasizing about becoming a great singer. Do they remember Mom and Dad? Some faces begin to pale. It seems they have forgotten. Wei Pingling's gaze becomes distant. For no one wishes to remember sorrowful things, nor do they desire to remain forever tormented by memories. Times are changing drastically, yet Wei Xia remains unchanged, eternally trapped in the New Year's Eve of 1995, never having ventured out. Chapter 68, The Path of Openness. A new scene unfolds in the memory tracing program. The summer of 1997 is drawing to a close, and Wei Xia has arranged to meet with the cadre Li Ziqiang. Observing Wei Xia, who has once again found her footing, Li Ziqiang raises his teacup and takes a sip. You must have sent tens of thousands to southern newspapers, Phoenix News, Luochuo Morning News, and Morning Post, haven't you? In these times, tens of thousands is no small sum. It could easily purchase 5 decent apartments in Luochuo City. Moreover, this might only be the tip of the iceberg. If we consider the political achievements you've contributed, the total investment may approach 100,000. You are indeed willing to invest substantially. Why? Li Ziqiang inquires with curiosity. Upon hearing Li Ziqiang's question, Wei Xia smiles. Soon, Wei Pingzheng will receive an audience with the leadership. This investment is worthwhile. At the mention of this forecast, Li Ziqiang cannot help but frown. How could Wei Xia make such a definitive statement without any prior knowledge, even when he, a seasoned official, remains uninformed? He is keen to understand what qualifies Wei Pingzheng for such an audience. Wei Xia refrains from elaborating, lifting her teacup and sipping her tea with a smile. After parting from Li Ziqiang, she arrives at a hotel private room where 7 middle-aged men are already seated, each dressed differently and hailing from varied backgrounds. If a reporter were present, they would recognize these individuals as the parents of the young delinquents whom Wei Pingzheng once saved from drowning. Among them are also 2 journalists. A stack of money is distributed among the men, and Weixia begins to orchestrate plans. Soon, a banner appears at Luoqiu No. 2 Middle School, proclaiming gratitude to the young hero Wei Pingzheng. When a substantial sum of money is placed in the hands of a teenage boy, it immediately captures the attention of many. Wei Pingzheng, flushed with excitement, struggles to maintain his composure as he poses for photographs, nodding at the cameras. When inquiries arise regarding how he intends to spend this prize money, a parent deliberately prompts Wei Pingzheng. "If it weren't for you, perhaps my child would have perished. Our family would have been shattered like those in the neighboring county during the flood." After a moment of contemplation, Wei Pingzheng faces the camera and speaks. "I wish to donate the entirety of this sum to the flood-affected county. This is our responsibility as youth in the new era. A legacy of our great nation for millennia. When one area is in distress, support comes from all corners. Humanity can triumph over nature." His voice is resolute. And for the first time, a sense of determination appears in his brow. His words are generous, prompting many visiting reporters to eagerly report and praise him, heralding 1997 as a year celebrating exemplary youth. With the emergence of the prize and donation events, media outlets across the country begin to compete in their coverage. Luoqiu Morning News, a modern version of the Great, use water control and the spirit of scientific flood resistance. Phoenix News, youth in the new era, upholding the spirit of struggle. Such publications proliferate, with Wei Pingzheng's image circulating widely, amplifying his renown. Many regard him as a natural-born leader, unafraid of power and danger, embodying the grace of his forebears. Luoqiu No. 2 Middle School begins to set the trend. Weixia observes from a distance, her brow furrowing. Time is not on her side, and she must accelerate the progress of young Zheng's growth. She summons others once more to make further arrangements. Subsequently, you are to arrange meetings with those counterfeit liquor traffickers, exposing their itineraries. Let Wei Pingzheng lead the students in apprehending these criminals. As everything was set in motion, Weixia discreetly handed a bundle of cash, patted a few shoulders, and turned to leave. Soon, Wei Pingzheng caught wind of the situation from other students. "Have you heard? Those vans at the entrance belong to the counterfeit liquor dealers. They are waiting to engage in transactions." By now, Wei Pingzheng had garnered some notoriety, exuding an air of authority that many classmates were inclined to heed. He relished this sense of political leadership, and when faced with the matter at hand, he gestured grandly, "Follow me, we cannot allow smuggled counterfeit liquor to poison our citizens." He led his peers to seize the opportunity while the traffickers were departing, swiftly emptying their cargo and alerting the authorities. Displaying remarkable audacity, he took the lead, inspiring his fellow students who gradually shed their fears and embraced bold excitement. This moment was fortuitously captured by a passing television reporter. The image was frozen in time and swiftly disseminated across various newspapers. In no time, the tale of the young heroes of Luoqiu, following their brave rescues from drowning and generous donations for flood relief, spread like wildfire. The leaders of education and culture in Luoqiu City expressed their satisfaction, and as news circulated, many praised the city's educational system as unparalleled in moral integrity, prompting a special convening of the New Era Youth Conference. Among the invitees was none other than Luoqiu City's annual Young Hero, with Wei Pingzheng prominently featured. Li Ziqiang, seated among the officials, observed the young man on stage, radiating confidence yet maintaining composure, and suddenly found himself in deep thought. He recalled a previous inquiry he had made to Weixia regarding that young man with dark hair. Only now did he realize that all of this was orchestrated by Weixia. From the donations to the apprehension of smuggled liquor, everything was meticulously calculated to elevate Wei Pingzheng's reputation. What a clever strategist, with profound foresight. In a society where a politically esteemed youth was not to be trifled with, especially in 1997 and beyond, even many seasoned officials were eager to lend their support. recognizing him as a promising asset for the future. The new chapter continued. Presently, Li Ziqiang devoted himself to mentoring Wei Pingzheng, curious about the heights he might reach. Following Wei Xia's directives, Li Ziqiang brought Pingzheng to the agricultural machinery factory, where they visited the workers and took photographs together. Later, in accordance with Wei Xia's arrangements, Li Ziqiang took Wei Pingzheng to a nursing home. The residents there were retired veterans, adorned with numerous honors and medals. However, age had taken its toll, leaving some frail, hard of hearing, and unsteady on their feet. Upon seeing the medals, Wei Pingzheng's gaze grew resolute. He approached the veterans, offering his support with utmost respect and sincerity. He even took the time to accompany them, helping them understand advancements in modern military and technological developments. The number of photographs featuring Wei Pingzheng with the veterans began to multiply. When the news report aired on the day of the school anniversary, several veterans stood on the elevated platform of the school, personally presenting Wei Pingzheng with the Outstanding Student Medal for Progress. Many descendants of these veterans, now serving in various positions across the country, watched the news with admiration for the young figure. In early September of 1997, Wei Pingzheng was recognized as the top youth among the 10 outstanding young individuals of Luoqiao City, with the host passionately recounting his achievements while pointing at him. In an effort to fortify the heating system of the elderly care center in the town, he diligently gathered discarded steel materials. He assisted the veterans of the anti-Japanese war. During a journalist's interview, several veterans in the audience extended their fingers towards the camera. "This child is quite remarkable. Truly a good boy. We may have aged, but there are still those who remember us." The young officer, Sun Haiyang, was also invited and, upon seeing Wei Pingzheng, could not help but give him a thumbs up. "This is the attitude that our new youth of Luoqiao should embody." Sitting nearby, Li Ziqiang was profoundly moved. Internally and externally, Wei Pingzheng had gained renown, and his political connections were beginning to unfold, naturally progressing towards a civil service examination. His previous experience and background promised significant potential for the future. It was now late September 1997. Wei Pingzheng received his first public commendation from the Dongcheng Youth Daily, and his photographs began to appear in various media outlets, including Phoenix Network, Southern Morning Post, and Yecheng Daily. The media was overwhelmingly complimentary. Meanwhile, Wei Xia ventured alone into the valley, carrying a stack of newspapers. He paused before a nameless tombstone. The flicker of a lighter accompanied the emergence of a bright yellow flame. He spoke softly, the valley enveloped in silence, leaving only him. "Dad, Mom, Xiaozheng is thriving now. The veterans who have been on the battlefield are praising him. And these individuals are encouraging Xiaozheng, among them are the high-ranking officials of Luoqiao City, the deputy head of Luoqiao Public Security, and the head of the Luoqiao Education Department. Mom, Xiaozheng is beginning to resemble a leader. Dad, Xiaozheng must look like you did in your youth. Soon, he will be able to shoulder responsibilities." The young boy continued to speak, igniting the newspapers as he recounted various details. "They are all doing well. I, too, will soon apprehend the evildoers you always wanted to catch. They are well hidden. But that is of no concern. I am close to uncovering them." After a moment, Wei Xia paused. "Mom, let me prepare a set of exam papers for you. Look. I can now score over 80 in the essay portion. If I take the exam, I will surely become a civil servant." Wei Xia proudly lifted his head. Retrieving a set of papers from his backpack to begin answering questions before his parents' tombstone, this was the moment he cherished most. It felt as if he had returned to his childhood, when his father was perpetually busy working in distant places, and his mother often watched over him as he completed his assignments at home. Wei Xia adored those moments, with the aroma of meat simmering on the coal stove filling the air, while his younger siblings chattered animatedly by the hearth. Chapter 69, The Boy Belonging Solely to Him. February 10, 2025, a Monday. As some people commute to work, others head to school, while overseas Chinese in places like Malaysia observe this scene. In late September 1997, the frail 20-year-old Weisio leaned against the entrance of his rented room, retching violently, attracting the attention of Lu Huangmao, who was waiting nearby. "Boss," he said, noticing Weisio's hands braced on his knees, unable to straighten his back, his complexion pale, and his eyes bloodshot. Lu Huangmao gritted his teeth and offered his support. "Have the drug dealers tormented you again?" Weisio's arms trembled as he wiped away the uncontrolled tears and mucus, forcing a bitter smile. To earn the trust of the drug dealers and become an informant, he had to endure this. To continue obtaining supplies, he must blend in with them. After splashing cold water on his face to regain some semblance of clarity, Weisia dialed Mataigang's number to report. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company may be deeply implicated in the drug case in Yecheng. I suspect they could very well be the source of this drug chain. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Weisio's weary and hoarse voice, Ma Tiegang's expression gradually shifted. "Be cautious. You must understand that Tianhai Pharmaceutical is a company personally introduced by Dongcheng Province, providing immense support in terms of tax revenue and job creation every year. It is also a key project in the city's development in recent years. Any disruption to taxation or economic growth is absolutely intolerable. Without evidence, do not make wild speculations, otherwise, even the drug enforcement team cannot protect you." Indeed, the implications surrounding Tianhai were unfathomably vast. As expected, Weisio's voice remained calm, though his weakness was palpable. "Understood. By the way, I'd like to introduce a new informant to you, Lu Chongjiang." Mataigang fell silent for a moment, his tone growing increasingly grave, as if sensing an ominous premonition. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much, but if I were to be suddenly apprehended, Lu Chongjiang can be trusted to liaise with you." In that moment, Mataigan remained silent for a long time. "What is your real name?" He had investigated, and the previous identities had been well concealed. This young man's identification might not even be genuine. He was unsure of what the other party truly desired. "I will tell you in due time." Before hanging up, Weisio's voice was faint to the extreme. He was currently receiving an injection, his health deteriorating to the point where many old injuries could not be concealed. After the doctor administered the 4-drip, Weisio leaned against the wall, sipping half a bowl of millet porridge, feeling slightly revitalized as he returned to his small room. Only Lu Huangmao knew of this place, not even the most loyal brothers had ever come here. It was only upon returning here that Weisia felt truly alive again. On top of the old wooden cabinet rested a neatly arranged anti-drug police cap, its badge polished to a shine from constant cleaning. The desk was cluttered with various examination papers, judicial tests, essays, and a plethora of professional books. The walls bore several relationship diagrams, including the first batch of evidence from Chanhua Guest House and Old Fan's farmhouse, the second batch from the 3 casinos in Yecheng, and the latest third batch from the breeding farms and chemical plants. Near the bed, the atmosphere shifted, adorned with an array of photographs and clippings from newspapers. At the age of 15, the young official rescued a drowning child. Contemporary youth, akin to Dayu, discussed the scientific management of water resources. Representatives from the Student Council of Luoqiu Middle School led their football team to victory in Dongcheng Province. Most of the news reports feature Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng, alongside a selection of photographs. One depicts Wei Pingyong earnestly studying in Professor Tang's living room, dressed in a voluminous skirt. Another captures Wei Pingling singing earnestly into a tape recorder while cradling a small rabbit doll. The room is quite dilapidated. It is not unusual for the walls to leak and show signs of mildew due to its inexpensive condition, emanating an odor of decay. Yet, it is within these walls that the frail Weisia finds vitality. Here, he feels his life truly resides, along with all that he possesses and the reasons to endure. Weisia reclines on the floor, feeling comfortable. Around him, it seems as if countless stars materialize. His younger siblings laugh, warmth envelops him, and the pledges of anti-drug police resonate in his ears. The emaciated Weisia gazes at the ceiling, where a few pieces of putty dangle precariously, curling amidst the mold stains. In this moment, his eyes regain their clarity. He suddenly wishes to call his siblings. Struggling to rise from the floor, he dials the phone number of Su Jonggong's household, but there is no answer. He then calls Wei Pingzheng, only to hear Yu Junjun on the other end, who informs him that Wei Pingzheng is unavailable before hanging up. After a brief silence, Weixia dials Wei Pingyang's number. "What do you want?" "I'll give the money to Grandpa, don't even think about it." Wei Pingyang's voice is tinged with irritation as she speaks quickly. "Shall I recite a passage for you?" Weixia asks, undeterred, for his sister is the only one willing to take his call. A scoff comes from the other end. "You've only completed the first year of middle school, what could you possibly recite?" A hoarse voice responds. "The responsibility of today lies not with others, but entirely with my youth. The wisdom of the youth is the wisdom of the nation." The busy tone interrupts him while within the small apartment. Wei Pingyang grows increasingly impatient, thinking, what a nuisance, he probably wants money again. On the other side, Weixia disregards the busy signal and continues reciting. As the red sun rises, its path is radiant. The river emerges from its hidden flow, cascading into vast oceans. The familiar sounds echo in the small room, reminiscent of their childhood, when their parents would gather them together to recite. In a hospital room, dressed in a long trench coat, standing tall with an air of coolness, Wei Pingyang observes and suddenly murmurs, "The responsibility of today lies not with others, but entirely with my youth." After 30 years, she recalls a day nearly forgotten in the corners of her mind. Weixia remembers, too, that until that moment, he had not forgotten how their parents once gathered them to recite together, as if a family were reflecting on the passage of time. "You have never forgotten yet. At that time, only you remembered." Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces Wei Pingyang's chest, and a wave of sorrow washes over her. She cannot bear to imagine how desolate Weixia's situation must be when no one answers his calls. Even she, the sole person willing to engage with him, grows impatient and unhesitatingly hangs up the phone. At that moment, the host and the representative from the Phoenix News seemed somewhat forlorn, watching the young boy recite with a hoarse voice, word by word. He could no longer suppress his animosity towards his adversary. The time had come to confront the truth. He had endured for far too long, with hatred deeply buried within him, taking root and budding. Now, he was ready to pursue his desires. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew increasingly oppressive. Wei Pingsheng observed the scene, momentarily frozen, searching his mind. It was that day. Memories began to intertwine with the live broadcast. That year, he had basked in success, clad in brand-name sneakers, tirelessly training and orchestrating various school activities. Just as he returned home, the phone in the living room rang. He glanced at the number, furrowing his brow. The ringing was too loud. His adoptive father, Su Jonggong, leaned in to see, his brow furrowed as well. It was Weixia. At that moment, he reached out to press down his father's hand, attempting to silence the call. "Don't answer, this person is bothersome. We are not on the same path, and there is no need to take the call." He felt a surge of impatience, deliberately fixating on the incessantly ringing phone. As his thoughts spiraled back, Wei Pingsheng revisited the recollections. In a small room, a solitary figure recited lessons into the busy tone. Weixia on the other end. One wall was adorned with images of younger siblings, while the opposite bore the weight of deep-seated enmity. Suddenly, Wei Pingsheng found it hard to breathe, leaning despondently against the wall. The pride and power he had cultivated over the years began to dissipate, leaving him feeling diminished. Chapter 70, Do You Remember? A new video has been released by a popular entertainment creator on Bilibili, who boasts millions of followers. As the sun rises, casting its brilliant light, the river flows forth with great vigor. Within a modest room, the initial scene reveals a hoarse voice echoing in solitude. The camera shifts to a dark-haired youth, consumed by his studies, fervently poring over judicial examination texts late into the night, diligently taking notes. The scene transitions to learning about DNA, the foundational structures of fingerprint and database comparisons. At last, the imagery culminates in a series of haunting moments. time and again. Amidst the biting cold and torrential rain, the youth, pale and drawn, curls up in a restroom, observing his adversaries from the shadows. He faces brutal assaults in a logistics warehouse, subjected to dragging by his foes. The frame freezes, revealing a pair of arms marred with countless needle marks and scars, from which the outline of wings emerges. In this instant, a profound sense of loneliness and desolation nearly rends the screen, a tumultuous yet silent tempest. The comment section ignites with fresh discourse. Such a person, born in the wrong era, ought to be a brilliant genius or the most stalwart narcotics officer. Yet he is tethered by the burdens of his younger siblings. This is the eldest son of the Wei family, the brother of four. His high intellect, formidable execution, and ruthless mindset should have placed him on the front lines, dedicating his life to his ideals. The imagery contrasts sharply. Wei Pingzheng, the third son of the Wei family, simulating the role of the eldest. He possesses considerable political acumen, adept in planning and navigating the treacherous waters of bureaucracy. As of late September 1997, on the same timeline, Wei Pingzheng begins to assume the mantle of the Wei family's eldest son. On one hand, he reports drug lines under a fictitious official identity. On the other, he leverages the official's achievements to secure a fleeting protection that instills fear. Now, this newly minted eldest son is guiding Wei Pingzheng as he engages with various small vendors, attempting to start from the most fundamental aspects of commerce. He envisions the remarkable potential Wei Pingzheng possesses in the business realm. When faced with threats from small vendors regarding his stall, he boldly reveals his backing. Simultaneously, he aids Wei Pingzheng in transforming their family dynamic. By fabricating connections with officials, he begins to intimidate others, compelling them to show more concern for his sister. At this moment, Wei Pingzheng walks alone, weary and solitary, as the sun sets, casting elongated shadows on the street. Exhaustion envelops him. It appears as though he handles everything with effortless grace, yet only he knows the immense struggles he endures. The overwhelming complexities nearly suffocate him. Rubbing his forehead with a furrowed brow, he senses the enemy lurking in the shadows, the pressure mounting as he contemplates civil service examinations. The matters concerning his siblings feel like chains binding him, compelling him to instigate change. Releasing a deep breath, Wei Pingzheng reaffirms his resolve, speaking confidently, "No matter. I am the eldest now." Yet, he furrows his brow in contemplation, pondering another timeline. What is Wei Xia doing at this moment? After 1997, he seems to have vanished. The barrage of comments appears. Your brother is preparing to engage the enemy. Wei Xia has never uttered a word of fatigue, for he is unlike you. He is oblivious to what the future holds. A new scene unfolds, a retrospective on the life of Wei Xia, the eldest son. Now, Wei Xia is invigorated, embarking on a quest to find Wei Pingzheng. Due to prior events, Wei Pingzheng has now become not only a representative of Luoqiu Junior High School but also a member of the Luoqiu youth football team and a student judge in various school competitions. The media has been incessantly interviewing him. Wei Xia stands amidst the crowd with Lu Huangmao, watching Wei Pingzheng on stage as he undergoes an interview. With your current achievements, aside from your own efforts, have other factors influenced your success? Perhaps environmental or familial influences. The camera focuses on the elevated platform as the surrounding audience eagerly anticipates his response. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Pingzheng confidently replies, "Certainly, my family plays a significant role. First and foremost, a nurturing family environment is essential, coupled with a meticulous approach to education. My father, Su Jianggong, has been steadfast in this regard, addressing every aspect from my academic conditions to material needs and psychological support, instilling in me a sound value system. It is within such a family that I found the courage to bravely confront various injustices and firmly declare my dissent. It is the integrity derived from a proper value system that deters wrongdoers." Many in the audience recall the moment when Wei Pingzheng had boldly entered a pool hall to confront local thugs, demanding a price reduction. At this moment, thunderous applause erupts. Liu Huangmao, standing in the crowd, clenches his fists. "Father," he muses, Could it be that Su Jonggong is truly your biological father? And you dare speak of deterring wrongdoers? He reflects on the pool hall incident, thinking if those thugs had been genuine instead of mere pawns of their leader, this boy would have been beaten senseless. This kid has no idea how chaotic things were back in '97. Wei Xia, unfazed, feels a sense of satisfaction as he observes from the crowd. The youth on stage, brimming with confidence, radiates a certain presence. "Let us go," Wei Xia finally says, having watched for a while. He pulls Lu Huangmao along and turns to leave, his smile beginning to fade. "Go and hire a middle-aged man to present this notebook as a gift to Wei Pingsheng." Wei Xia pulls out a pristine notebook, its leather cover immaculate and equipped with a pen holder, before departing. Lu Huangmao acts with remarkable efficiency. Wei Pingsheng is pleased as he receives the brand new notebook, which the middle-aged man, the fellow parent, had purchased to express gratitude for the care given to his child. However, while solving problems later, he discovers an illustration within the pages. At the footer lies a triangular formula marked with a dashed line. Additionally, he unexpectedly finds a piece of 2B pencil lead embedded within the tape. With his soaring grades, he begins to unravel the challenge posed by this problem, ultimately uncovering a city map at the end of the notebook, adorned with area codes and postal numbers: 1995, 130, postal code 352123. The time and place feel eerily familiar, yet Wei Pingsheng, having deciphered the problem, pays it little mind, unaware of what the other party intends to convey. He merely finds the little game rather engaging. He casually tucks the notebook away, turns to leave the school, and adjusts his hair and attire. An interview awaits him in the afternoon. He now feels utterly enchanted, reveling in the adulation that surrounds him, a sensation truly delightful. At times, he even finds himself daydreaming about how splendid his future might be. Now, in the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng leaned against the wall, staring blankly for a prolonged moment. The air around him grew increasingly heavy with despair. He bitterly recalled a moment from the past, when his father was still alive. He had imparted lessons to both him and Wei Xia on the art of graffiti disguise and the deciphering of codes. Only now, upon seeing that series of decoded numbers, did he fully comprehend their significance. They marked the date and location of his parents' sacrifice, New Year's Eve of 1995, by postal code, a mining town. This relic was meant to evoke memories of the past at some future juncture. It served as a reminder to remember his parents, to never forget them. Wei Pingsheng's voice was hoarse, his gaze vacant. Yet, during that time, he had long forgotten the New Year's Eve, forgotten his parents. A vision seemed to materialize before him. In the dead of night, Wei Xia discreetly concealed a pen refill, speaking to herself. Little Shan will eventually find out, but let it not be too soon. That would be unwise. It is enough for him to know in due time. Wei Pingsheng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He could vividly imagine the expression of concern etched on Wei Xia's face at that moment. In the hospital room, Tang Rulong's voice was laden with complexity and age. Wei Xia hoped that you both would lead brilliant lives, enriched by experience and influence, before learning these truths. He wished to shield you from early exposure to such burdens. For the weight of this knowledge was too arduous, a reality that could truly shatter a person. He could bear it, but you could not. This was a burden that could haunt a person for a lifetime. Chapter 71, You are formidable, but the opponent has gone mad. The scene continues. October 1997. The video hall of the young talent